sup my clan? I am Garps1234. If you love me enough, like and subscribe. Also, tell me in the comments what other stories you will want to listen to and want me to improve upon. I do not own these stories, by the way. I just reformat them to audio. Today, you are listening to The God Eater by DMadLord.
Chapter 4:08. He is also confident in his strength and doesn't believe that any rank 5 cultivator can be a threat to him. So if he had his way, he would participate in the battle royale, kill everyone, and take the living heart of a world. Unfortunately, he can't participate in the battle royale because he isn't stupid, and he knows that divine beings aren't blind enough not to see any divine metak that he uses in front of them. So this mission is a tantalizing fruit that he can only admire, but can't touch or harvest for himself. He felt that it was truly a pity for him, and he shook his head because of it. Then he went back to looking for more things that he could do. His search was somewhat fruitful in that he found a lot of things to do, but they were boring or could take a long time to fulfill. The hunting missions were an example of missions he found boring. This was because he would have to go about looking for the target. Just this phase of the mission could go on for up to a year. He felt that it was not worth it to waste a year of his life on a single person when he could wait 3 months and have access to 14 other rank 5 beings, some world guardians, and 400 rank 4 cultivators. In fact, he scoffed at the thought of hunting one rank 5 cultivator for a year and said, even if I go to a city and kill people randomly, it will be more cost-effective than going on these kinds of hunting missions. He had only just said that in jest to show how ridiculous it would be to go on hunting trips. But the more he thought about attacking a city, the more palatable the option seemed to be. He scratched his chin and said, eating rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators isn't as efficient as eating a single rank 5 being, but there are plenty of rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators. There might not be a single rank 5 cultivator in a city, but there are usually 100 rank 4 cultivators and at least 1,000 rank 3 cultivators. I can use their quantity to make up for their lack of quality. Most importantly, attacking a city is something I can do now. I won't need to wait 3 months like the option to hunt at the heavenly battlefield. Most importantly, I won't have to come before divine beings and risk being caught by them. A rank 5 cultivator is worth 100 times weaker cultivators in expanding the amplification of his power core from 9 units to 900 units because rank 5 cultivators possess power cores themselves, while others still have their normal energy wells. Because of this, he would only need to eat 10 rank 5 cultivator with a full power core at 90 units in order to complete his power core. But he will need to eat 1,000 rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators with an energy well of 90 units. If their talent is worse, he will need to eat even more people. A city is unlikely to have a single rank 5 cultivator, so it is not efficient to attack a city. Even if he succeeds in using a city to raise his power core to 900 units, he will still need to reverse time 1 month in order to avoid paying the massive fine. Compared to attacking a city and eating rank 3 cultivators, he felt that hunting rank 5 cultivators in the heavenly battlefield would have a higher return on his effort. However, as good as hunting in the heavenly battlefield can be, he will still need to get past the 5 divine beings officiating the heavenly battlefield before he can enjoy the benefits of having 15 cultivators in a sealed space with no option to escape. Being caught by the divine beings before the battle has become a higher threat because he is no longer a rank 4 cultivator who can hide among a group of 400 other rank 4 cultivators. He is now a rank 5 cultivator, so divine beings will pay more attention to him than before. Plus, there will only be 15 rank 5 cultivators there, so it will be much easier for the divine beings to notice him. He felt that he might be able to hide from the other divine beings if he didn't activate any of his core abilities or life ability, but he was not sure that he could hide from the divine beings from the Nexus of Truth sect. As he thought of this possibility, he shook his head and said to himself, I have very little faith in my ability to hide the fact that I possess a divine metak, especially not now that the vengeful bones metak has changed my bones forever. This made him sigh and say, so even if I don't use the shifting armor, it is still unlikely that I will be able to escape unnoticed from the gaze of divine beings. It seems I can only give up on heavenly battlefield in favor of attacking cities. Unless I can find a way to hide the fact that I have the vengeful bones metak. As he thought of ways to hide his changed bones, he habitually tried to deactivate the vengeful bones metak. Not that he was actively using the vengeful bones metaks now. But the vengeful bones metak is, by design, always passively activated and ready to capture the power of any attack that strikes him at any time. Ever since the vengeful bones metak became his core metak, this passive ability has always been present, and he has never been able to deactivate it because the effect is literally in his bones. But things were different this time because of his mental world. Because of his mental world, his control over all of his core metaks has increased dramatically. Comments. Chapter 409. With just a single thought, he was able to deactivate the vengeful bones metak. This also forced the energy chamber that had fused with the vengeful bones metak to shut down. 2. His body didn't shrink, but he became noticeably weaker. So he had to cut off 20% of his energy, 20% of the boost from his energy well, and 50% of his passive strength from the boost of the vengeful bones metak to his body, all in order to remove the passive effect of the vengeful bones metak. But this still made him happy. He smiled as he said, "To think I can now shut down one of my energy chambers. How crazy is this? Fortunately, I can activate it again, or this would be too much of a loss. Since I can deactivate it and activate it anytime I want, I should be able to get past the divine beings." So it seems the option to hunt at the heavenly battlefield can be brought back to the table. He was genuinely happy about this development, but Fenrir wasn't, because Fenrir had been looking forward to attacking a city and eating a bunch of people. Fenrir expressed its displeasure by shaking Loki's power core. This caused his stomach to growl, as if he were hungry. This made him pat his stomach and laugh as he said, "Don't worry about food, because there will always be something to eat at the heavenly battlefield. You only need to wait 3 months. But Fenrir was not convinced. It wanted to eat something here and now. So he said with exasperation, "Fine, suit yourself." As he said this, he activated his life ability and made it manifest outside of his body as a spiritually connected but separate body. Because of this activation, his second skin became riled up and grew a tumor on its surface. The tumor grew on his chest and started out as a small ball the size of an egg. In fact, it was completely white, so it looked like a real egg. Then it grew into a bigger tumor the size of his head. After a few seconds, the tumor detached from him and fell from his chest to the ground. Once it gained its freedom, it shifted and morphed into a white hairy dog with a black snake for a tail. The white hairy dog was actually a puppy. It sat on its haunches and looked at him with pitiful puppy eyes. Then it opened its mouth wide and cried out, begging for food. It didn't speak, but Loki heard its intent, saying, "Feed me." But he wasn't moved. He said to it, through their mental connection, "Didn't you claim that I was limiting your potential? Now that you can move around, why don't you show me what exactly I am limiting?" Seeing that Loki was intent on being a wicked tyrant, the puppy stopped being pitiful and bared its black teeth at him in displeasure. Then it stood up and walked away from him. Loki saw him walk over to Amelia's corpse and take a bite out of it. But Amelia's body was refined tungsten and was too strong for his teeth, so Fenrir could only leave shallow scratches all over her skin. Loki snorted in disdain, but he didn't say anything. However, he didn't need to say anything for Fenrir to know that he was mocking it. So Fenrir huffed and puffed in anger for a while. Then it made use of Loki's memories to find a solution to its current problem. After thinking for a while, it came up with a solution. The solution it came up with made it glance at Loki with a cocky gaze full of pride. Loki already knew what solution it had come up with, and he wasn't impressed by it, so he just rolled his eyes at Fenrir's antics. But Fenrir wasn't discouraged. It walked over to the wall of the cave, opened its mouth wide, and bit into the wall. Fenrir's mouth had opened far beyond what the small head of a puppy should allow. Its jaw opened down to its neck to reveal a mouth of black teeth that were rotating around its mouth like the blades in a grinding machine. All of this firepower in its mouth was directed at the wall of soil. This time, there was no resistance. The wall was loose, so it easily came apart and fell into Fenrir's mouth. As Loki watched, he saw Fenrir swallow chunks of sand as if it were a delicacy. Tons of sand entered Fenrir's body, only to increase Fenrir's size by a little. This made him facepalm and say, "How long will it take you to eat enough sand to become strong enough to eat that corpse?" Fenrir didn't answer him. This was mostly because it was still cross with him, but also because Fenrir itself didn't know the answer to that question. However, Fenrir couldn't be blamed for not knowing the answer to that question since Fenrir isn't actually an intelligent being. It is not that Fenrir is stupid. It is just that Fenrir isn't meant to be capable of independent critical thinking. This Fenrir is a manifestation of his will through his life ability. So it is similar to the black crow of the rank 5 death cultivator that he encountered in the heavenly battlefield. That black crow was the will of the death cultivator to kill everyone and recruit them into the death cultivator's undead army, while this white puppy is his will to eat everyone and everything as a means to gain power. So it can be said that this puppy, as innocent as it looks, is the distillation of his hunger for power. This means that this puppy isn't actually a living thing. It can only exist because he has become powerful enough to make his hunger for power manifest. This is why the puppy can't be expected to be intelligent, and why he can't rely on it to achieve complicated things. Comments. Chapter 4:10. If he wants to achieve complicated things through the puppy, he will have to take control of it directly with his mind. Until then, the puppy will continue to act based on its instincts. For now, he let the puppy run wild on its own. It could be considered a form of indulging himself. However, Fenrir's antics soon became pitiful to see because all of that sand that it ate could only bring it to 1/10 of the way from rank 1 to rank 5. Loki couldn't take it anymore, so he granted Fenrir more of his power. As soon as he granted Fenrir the authority to use the power of his mental world, all of the black teeth in the puppy's mouth became multicolored. This immediately delighted Fenrir. Now that it had more power at its disposal, the puppy turned away from the wall of sand and went back to the corpse on the ground. It stopped some distance from the corpse and activated the borrowed power. The puppy faced the corpse and opened its mouth wide. Then its colorful teeth flashed briefly before a large black blanket expanded out of its mouth. This black blanket was like an expanding black balloon being inflated with Fenrir's breath. The large blanket fell onto the corpse and covered it up completely. Then the large blanket began to shrink. As the black blanket shrank, Amelia's corpse shrank with it. Then the blanket carried the corpse as it withdrew back into the puppy's mouth. The black blanket shrank until it became small enough to fit Fenrir's mouth. So Fenrir was able to close its mouth around it and swallow it. This time, the growth of Fenrir was drastic. Its body immediately quintupled in size. It was as if the shrunken balloon that Fenrir just ate had exploded within its body and caused its body to expand. Fenrir immediately belched in satisfaction. Even Loki was impressed by what it had done. He clapped and said to it, "You're probably the only one who can do something like this. At least, I've never heard anyone else do it." By saying that, he was also complimenting himself since he can do it too. So he is, in fact, stroking his ego. However, he felt that he deserved it because other rank 5 cultivators can't do this. Rank 5 cultivators can eat weaker cultivators, but they can only eat cultivators with their exact same life ability. If they try to eat any other type of cultivators, their mental world will reject it because of incompatibility, and there might even be a crippling backlash. But Fenrir doesn't care about compatibility. It will eat anyone that comes its way as long as it can eat them. In fact, it will eat anything, including sand if it has to. So what Fenrir just did is impressive. But just as he was complimenting the dog, he saw the dog do something both impressive and unimpressive. After eating the corpse, Fenrir looked around for something else to eat. When it didn't find any more corpses to eat, it turned back to the wall of sand and opened its mouth wide. Soon, a black blanket appeared from its mouth. The black blanket scooped up a large amount of sand and brought it into its mouth. A single bite had carved out another cave the size of their current cave in the ground. Just like that, the size of the underground space had doubled. This caused all of the sand above them to come pouring down. Fenrir didn't care about this and only opened its mouth towards the sky to engulf all of the falling sand and swallow it. Then it turned back to all of the sand around them and began devouring them like a baleen whale eating krill. A large amount of sand rushed into its mouth like a true whale swallowing water. In just a few seconds, Fenrir had carved out a space the size of an Olympic pool in the ground, and it was still gearing to eat more. This was an impressive sight, but Loki had to do something to stop it for fear of creating too much ruckus that would expose his capabilities to the world. So he took back the power that he lent Fenrir. With a single thought, he made Fenrir's multicolored teeth go back to being pure black. This robbed it of its power to drink sand like water. But Fenrir still didn't stop. Since it lost its sealing and engulfing abilities, it resorted to the old-fashioned way of eating, which was to use its mouth to tear, chew, and swallow. Except it was eating sand, so there was no tearing or chewing. It was just gulping down sand. But as it gulped down sand, it made sure to tell Loki how displeased it was with his tyrannical and wicked behavior of preventing it from engorging itself. It did so by glaring at him while tearing through the sand like it was delicious bread. From its point of view, Loki was the villain. It didn't care that there were dangerous and powerful people in this world who would kill it and Loki in order to put an end to its quest to eat the whole world. All it cares about is eating and eating some more. All it wants to do is eat and eat. Since Loki is not letting it do so to its heart's content, Loki must be evil. Loki could only hold his forehead and say, "What did I expect from something that only has the instinct to eat? I should have seen this coming." He was sure that the Four Directions sect wouldn't want it to eat the whole central domain. So he had to put an end to Fenrir's quest. So he quickly deactivated the manifestation. Then he left the scene of the crime. On his way over, he received another notification from the sect. It was about the consequences of breaking the contract that he signed with Amelia. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 411. The sect had determined that he was in breach of the contract, and that her death was also his fault. Because he promised to pay her 3 times the value of the damages that his actions might cause her, the sect has ordered him to pay her 3 times the value of her life. The good news is that he doesn't have to pay the extra value caused by her identity as a commander on a rank 5 mission or the extra value caused by the possession of grade 4 life insurance, since he wasn't the one who actually killed her. So Amelia will have to bear this burden. As for him, he still has to pay her base value and the increase caused by her Tao status multiplied by 3. Since she was a rank 4 cultivator with a level 4 Tao status, he had to pay 10,000,000 base value times 8 Tao status times 3 contract breach, which is 240 million energy stones. When he saw this amount, he chuckled and said, "I guess she shouldn't have anything to complain about. After all, this much money is enough to satisfy even a rank 5 cultivator." He wasn't going to pay it, and only planned to pay the 1% interest on this debt for the next 3 or 4 months. So he felt carefree about the notification and couldn't take the debt to heart. However, he couldn't continue to smile when he remembered that he had ignored the notification for the amount that he needed to pay Lady Red for killing her. When he remembered this, his face became rigid, and he stopped chuckling. He quickly went to check the notification and saw that he needed to pay 100,000,000 base value times 16 Tao status times 1 merit mission level times 1.1 sect tax times 16 life insurance, which is 28,160,000,000 energy stones. This made him say, "The saving grace is that she wasn't on a mission for the sect when I killed her. If she were on a grade 5 merit mission, for instance, this would have quickly risen from 28 billion to 450 billion energy stones. 28 billion energy stones aren't a lot to pay for a rank 5 cultivator, but it is too much debt for one person to bear. Just the 1% interest rate would be about 280 million energy stones. That's already more than the debt I have to pay for causing Amelia's death. Who can pay this much money every month? He can pay the money if he uses his advantage of knowledge to make money." But his face became as black as a pot at the thought of doing so. This was because he hated owing the sect money. His hatred for debts wasn't baseless, though. Anytime he thinks of debts and how they can be used against him, he remembers how Slav had incapacitated Craig simply because Craig owed money and Slav was in control of his debt. So owing the sect money always makes him feel like he has given up a certain advantage to the sect. But what he hates more than debts is paying back the debt, especially to someone as black-hearted and tyrannical as the Four Directions sect. However, no matter how much he hated the sect, he had to pay the interest on the debt in 1 month's time. If he didn't do so, the sect would come after him, and he wouldn't be able to join the heavenly battlefield in 3 months' time. Since he had to join that heavenly battlefield, he could only sigh and bear with the bitter taste in his mouth. Then he took out his sect token and navigated to the betting arena there. He has decided to earn money, and since he has spent some time tracking the outcome of bets during the time, he spent 8 years on the earthly battlefield to fuse his energy threads. It should be easy for him to earn the money he needs through the betting arena. Because he was confident in the success of his bets, he used up all the money in his hands for the bets. He had about 55 million energy stones, but he was confident that he could turn this into 550 million by the end of the month. The end of the month will be in 1 week's time. At that time, it will be 1 month since he awakened in this timeline. So the level of confidence he possesses in the success of his bets is to increase his wealth by 10 times in 7 days. This confidence made him smile and say to himself, "If I earn more money, I won't even mind attacking cities and going on a killing spree in order to quickly raise the amplification of my power core." As he said this, he checked his progress using the power identification ability. Age: 35 years 3 months / 77 years 9 months. Dow status: 5. Energy quantity: 5,898,240 times 5 is equal to 29,491,200. 11,796,480 times 5 is equal to 58,982,400. Energy density: 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17. Energy rank: for greater than 5. Energy threads: 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 is equal to 900. Power core: 910. Body: 0.65. Soul: 1.54. Mind: 1.55. Will: 1%. Skill: 401%, 413%. It has been 3 months since he finished the heavenly battlefield and began going after Lady Red. In that time, the most meaningful change that he underwent was the weekly increase in his energy manipulation skill. It has become much more difficult for his energy manipulation skill to increase after it crossed the boundary of 400%. But he is still able to increase the skill of his energy manipulation by 1% every week. This kind of speed is blazing fast in comparison to how fast other rank 5 cultivators master the energy manipulation skill. In fact, according to his research, he is more than 100 times faster than the fastest speed possible. Comments. Chapter 412. According to the information he acquired when he asked around, it usually takes an average of 3 years for rank 5 cultivators to gain 1% of mastery. Only the most talented and the best can gain 1% of mastery in 2 years. So by gaining 1% of mastery every week, he is approximately 104 times faster than the fastest rank 5 cultivator and 156 times faster than the average rank 5 cultivator. Because of this great disparity in speed, it would only take him 100 weeks or 1 year and 11 months to reach the limit of 500%. As for other rank 5 cultivators, it usually takes them 300 years or 6 reincarnations, with an average of 50 years for each reincarnation, to reach this limit. This makes it so that the increase of 12% to his mastery of energy manipulation is not modest at all. This is enough to bring a smile to his lips, which it did. But this is not the only source of joy for him. Now that he has advanced to rank 5, the density level of his internal energy has doubled and increased from level 16 to level 17. This has directly doubled the quantity of his total internal energy from 29,491,200 units to 58,982,400 units. In comparison, a rank 5 cultivator with a maximum energy well size of 90 units and an energy density level of 20 will have a total internal energy of 47,185,920 units. So he already possesses more internal energy than a peak stage rank 5 cultivator. Already, he has a 25% lead over a peak stage rank 5 cultivator. So by the time he reaches the peak of rank 5 himself, he will have 900% more internal energy than they do. This isn't surprising since the size of his energy well is 10 times the size of the limit of humans. However, this superiority in talent and the quantity of internal energy is still enough to make the smile on his face widen in delight. As a source of joy for him, this advantage in total internal energy and energy regeneration is a lot to deal with. But this still isn't all there is to the sources of joy for him. There is still the new power core stat as a third source of joy. The new power core stat is a stat that every rank 5 cultivator enjoys. The power core stat will replace the amplification of their energy well. It is why rank 5 cultivators are so much more powerful than rank 4 cultivators. For now, his power core stat is at 10 units. It should have been 9 units, but absorbing Fenrir back into his body after he let it eat Lady Red's corpse increased it by 1 unit. All that saying that Fenrir ate didn't increase his power core stat by even 0.1 units, so it was mostly useless. The exact source of joy from this is the fact that 90 units is usually the limit of the power core stat. But for him, 90 units is only part of the beginning, and he has a long way to go before he reaches his limit. This time, this source of joy caused him a chuckle and delight. But when he thought about how he would soon be able to afford to devour entire cities to increase his power core stat, he began to laugh. He laughed loudly and without fear as he flew through the sky. It was clear that he was in a good mood. But not everyone is in a good mood. He has a lot of reasons to be in a good mood, but those same reasons are why someone else is in a bad mood. This person is none other than Golden Sun. Golden Sun is currently wearing the identity of Slav. He has also advanced to rank 5 now. He was already rank 3 when he woke up. It took him 1 week to advance to rank 4 and 2 more weeks to advance to rank 5. So it took him 3 weeks to go from rank 3 to rank 5. He used one of the fragments of a world heart in his possession and used it to advance to rank 5. He had a lot of these fragments lying about, so he didn't have to go looking around like other rank 4 cultivators. The next thing he did after advancing to rank 5 was to go to the eastern border between the central domain and the eastern domain. His goal is to enter the eastern domain, but the world barrier is blocking his way. As he looked at the world barrier, he frowned. But the gray wall of mist blocking his way wasn't the reason he was frowning. The world barrier couldn't be the reason he was in a foul mood because he knew what to expect when he came here. And so far, he hasn't seen anything beyond the ordinary here. So the only thing that could put him in a bad mood was the source of bad luck that he could do nothing about. Just now, he sensed that the source of bad luck had suddenly grown stronger. He knew that the source of bad luck was capable of growth, but he didn't expect its growth to be this fast, hence his bad mood. As he looked at the cloud of golden luck above his head, he said to himself, "Just how did I get saddled with this bad luck? I can't even find any causal link between us. So what I did to incur this bad luck shouldn't exist at all. Could it be because the source of the bad luck is one of my strong enemies? That would explain why I can't pinpoint exactly what the source of bad luck is. But the source of the bad luck seems too weak to be my enemies. Not unless it represents how soon they will find me. Either way, I have to do something to remove or suppress this bad luck before it becomes worse." Comments. Chapter 4:13. Since things had reached this point, he absolutely had to cross the world barrier. So he stepped forward to enter the world barrier. The world barrier isn't actually a solid object. It is just a great wall of gray mist. So it looks like it is made of smoke. With this kind of structure, anyone can enter the world barrier. However, anyone who so much as comes close to the world barrier will be forced to become a part of the world barrier. So, Just as he reached within 1 meter of the world barrier, he felt a strange force descend on him. The force made him feel weak immediately because it was draining all of his energy, including his stamina. But this weakness only lasted a bit before it disappeared. This was because he possessed infinite energy. To be exact, it is his mental world that possesses infinite energy. But with this on his side, the energy-draining effect of the world barrier won't be able to debilitate him. Because of his plentiful energy, he was able to move closer to the world barrier instead of stepping back in fear or becoming too weak to move. However, before taking another step forward and formally entering the world barrier, he summoned his mental world and smashed it against the mist wall. Smashing is actually an exaggeration. He intended to smash his mental world against the obstacle in his way, but there was no smashing because the mist wall gave way for him without resistance. With the mental world ahead, a path had opened for him in the world barrier. This way, he won't have to use his body to push his way through the world barrier. But even with this advantage, the moment he stepped into the barrier, a stronger and more insidious force landed on him. This stronger and more insidious force didn't drain his stamina and internal energy like before. Instead, it began to drain his lifespan. In just a second, he had lost 1 year of his life. As bad as this was, he knew that it could be worse. He knew that if he hadn't used his mental world to suppress the world barrier, he would have lost 10 times as much lifespan per second. He doesn't have an infinite lifespan, so if this force is allowed to continue draining him for 100 seconds more, he would surely die. He didn't want to die, so he quickly began using divine energy, the energy of divine beings, to negate this force. He is not a divine being, but he has a stockpile of divine energy from his glory days that he can use to save his life now. This divine energy is also of incredible quality, so a little of it can go a long way. With the divine energy to help him, he was able to suppress the loss to his lifespan, but he still flew forward through the world barrier as fast as he could. On his way through, he said to himself, and this is just the cost of moving between domains of a single world. How expensive would it be to move through worlds? I am sure that no mortal can afford the price. As he said this, he remembered something which made him say to himself, didn't the human emperor create a spatial channel for traveling between worlds that time? I remember that my brother helped him to create the spatial channel so that he could easily move his armies through the universe to conquer worlds. Then he sighed and said, that was a long time ago, though. Since then, the human emperor has been killed. Even my 3 brothers and I didn't fare better. When he thought of how he had died, he shook his head and said, I lost that gamble. We lost terribly. I knew that it was possible to lose, but I didn't expect the outcome to be so bad. Then again, the human emperor also died. He died, and his human pathway disappeared forever. If such a thing could happen to such a talented person, what more about me? This thought made him chuckle deprecatingly and say, at least I am still alive and haven't fallen. What more can I ask for when the fate of the human emperor is worse? There isn't even any trace of the human emperor still left. No one remembers him or knows that he is the reason humans have prospered throughout the sea of worlds. If not for the human emperor, the dragons would still be the lords of this world and the myriad worlds in the universe. Yet, such a person has fallen so low. That war was truly tragic. When he thought back to his glory days, when there used to be a lot of pathways and Tao lords roaming the universe, he felt a sense of disbelief and loss. But after feeling some grief, he has to think about why he had and who had orchestrated his demise. However, this time, he doesn't know what to feel because, if he is being honest, his loss was well-deserved. As he thought of this, he said, no matter what I think, it is clear that the winners have done well with themselves since I was gone. Not only did they win, but they also became stronger. So many people died, and so many pathways disappeared, but they survived and thrived. Then they carved up this world and the many other worlds in the sea of worlds for themselves. They are truly impressive. But the person I am most impressed with is that sword god. How did a junior like him survive between their teeth and thrive? He shook his head in wonder and said in admiration, And he came out of that monster's sect, too. I didn't think that monster could ever lose something. That's just unbelievable. I want to see that sword god for myself. I want to see what makes him so special. I want to see how he could ascend right under the noses of all of them. Comments. Chapter 414. But after admiring the achievement of the founder of the Swordway sect, he remembered the situation he was in. This made him feel gloomy again. He chuckled and said with bitterness to himself, I am sure that I can engineer a meeting with him, but I'm also sure that if I appear in front of him like this, he will eat me cleanly without leaving any bones behind. Since he came from that old monster's sect, he can't be kind-hearted himself. As a wild beast raised on cannibalism, he has to be an apex predator himself. Since I'm a prey right now, I must never let him catch a whiff of my traces, no matter how much I admire him. Then he sighed again as he said, This is why I have to go to the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Their founder is the only one whom I can fool. Plus, a pathway was stolen from him recently. So he must be injured and weaker than he should be. If I want to take advantage of anyone, it can only be him. His plan is to switch to another pathway and cultivate it. But doing this will come with the risk of being discovered, which is why he has to pick a pathway that won't expose him. The founder of the Myriad Phenomenon sect is a junior compared to the human emperor. But the founder of the Myriad Phenomenon sect is still one of the oldest DMadLords in existence, and is actually much older than him, Golden Sun. When he was still alive and doing well, the formation pathway and the talisman pathway were already a thing and in full swing. He had taken some time to study these two pathways, so he is very familiar with them. This is the main reason he is so confident in hiding his traces if he switches to either of them. This confidence is also why he must join the Myriad Phenomenon sect, and why he's going to the East Domain. But before he does this, he still has to suppress the source of bad luck plaguing him. As he thought of what to do, he said, My options are limited, but I can convert some of my resources to forge a luck suppression talisman. His eyes lit up as he considered this option, and he said, Not only can I use that as my new life ability and use it to create a divine metak to become a divine being, but I can also use it to suppress this bad luck. Talk about killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Then he smiled to himself and said, It seems fate is still on my side. I, Golden Sun, am not done yet. My cave heaven might be in tatters and on the brink of collapse, but I am still standing strong. Once I help my 2 brothers return, things will become even better. He was thinking about how to help his 2 brothers reincarnate when the path through the mist that he was flying through opened up into another world. What he saw was a world of mountains. The entire eastern domain was one large mountain range. There were rolling mountains as far as he could see. The mountains resembled the waves of the ocean, except they were frozen and unmoving waves of earth. But more peculiar were the mountains floating in the air. From where he stood, he could see many formations surrounding the floating mountains and helping them levitate through the air. This made him say, It is a different world entirely. It is like I left the blessed heaven world of plains and forests and came to a world of mountains. He looked around some more before he inhaled deeply and said, This would do nicely. Then he descended and went into the world. Back in the central domain, Loki sensed something. What he sensed made him look towards the east. Then he sensed, I wonder what he is doing there. He just sensed that Slav had reached beyond the boundary of the central domain. This is something he always sensed in every timeline. So he was only curious about it. He didn't care too much about whatever Slav was doing. After a few seconds of looking towards the east, he went back to betting on the betting platform of the token. He cared more about this because there was a lot of money at stake. He wasn't worried about winning money, though. In fact, he had already won a lot. But he is still taking this endeavor seriously because he didn't want to make any mistakes in his bets. As long as he makes the bets as he remembers them, he can't lose. But if he makes the wrong bet, then he will lose, and the loss will be his fault. Since he was careful, every bet turned out well for him. In fact, things turned out much better than he expected. In that 1 week that he planned for, he had made more than 1 trillion energy stones. To be exact, he made 1,120 million energy stones. He would have made more if there wasn't a limit on how much money he could bet with, and if the betting duration weren't as long as a day or even months before an outcome is determined. However, things took a downward turn a week later. He got bored and yawned as he made his bet. This made him make a mistake during the betting process. The mistake was slight. He was betting about what the temperature would be at 2:02 p.m. on the dot tomorrow. Instead of writing 21 degrees Celsius, he wrote 2 degrees Celsius. This costs 100 million energy stones. He repeated this for a second time and lost another 100 million energy stones. This brought down his total earnings to 920 million energy stones. This made him ask himself, what is wrong with me? Chapter 4:15. As he closed his eyes to sleep, he felt something smash into him. The feeling was stark, clear, and painful. So it jolted him awake and put him in a combat-ready state. He stood up immediately and began looking around for the source of the attack. His head swerved left and right, looking for what had attacked him. He is currently in a room in the heavenly city, and it is an expensive room too, so security should be top-notch. There was even an array for alerting to intruders and another one for blocking unauthorized intrusion into the house. But none of these seemed to have worked. Not only had someone or something gained access to the room without his permission, but they had also done so without alerting him. As if that wasn't bad enough, he couldn't find the source of the attack, no matter how much he looked around. He could still feel something attacking him from every direction. Every inch of his skin was being attacked by something. Yet, he couldn't see that thing. It was as if he had been dropped into a volcano. But the volcano was invisible. So he could only feel immense heat and pressure, but he couldn't tell where the heat and pressure were coming from. He quickly realized that the only reason he could tell that he was being attacked was because of the ability of the shifting armor to defend against any type of attack. This was confirmed when his second skin began to crack. When he noticed the fine cracks appearing on his second skin, he said, "Oh crap." The cracking of his second skin also indicated that the shifting armor wasn't strong enough to easily block the attack. So he decided to find a way to enhance his defense. The best way he had to enhance his defense was to use the Vengeful Bones Metak. But to use this, he needed someone else to attack him so that he could borrow their power. It would be preferable if the person he finds to attack him is very strong. With this on his mind, he rushed out of his room to find someone to attack him. On his way out, he thought to himself, saying, "Fortunately, I am in the heavenly city. There are plenty of rank 5 cultivators around to help me." However, the situation changed a few seconds after he began to move. What was attacking him saw him moving and thought that he was trying to escape. It didn't want him to escape, so it grabbed him. So, just as Loki reached the door, something coiled around his waist and dragged him back into the room. He still couldn't see what was attacking him, but he could feel physical pressure this time around and could even touch the invisible object. Since he could touch the object, it means that he could attack it. So he quickly turned the second skin of his right hand into a drill and struck the invisible object grabbing him. He used all of his power for this attack, which meant that he used the forging pathway, strength pathway, and even the killing pathway for the attack. With 3 pathways working together, his power reached a height it had never reached before. His power output was 5 Tao status times 5 telekinesis metak plus 5 vengeful bones plus 5 splitting edge times 5 body plus 5 life ability plus 5 mind plus 5 will plus 5 soul plus 10 power core times 5 body lever plus 5 living armament plus 5 energy amplifier plus 5 force lever plus 5 lightning engine plus 5 bull strength plus 5 rhino strength plus 5 crocodile strength plus 5 bear strength plus 5 elephant strength plus 5 bleed plus 5 sting plus 5 weakness plus 5 multiple strike plus 5 compound damage times 413% overdrive plus 900% mental world, which is 2,584,968.75 units. All of this power was concentrated on the drill, so the drill was coated with red lightning, and when the drill made contact with whatever was holding him, it pierced the object. What followed was a great piercing cry of pain. Loki could hear it, and it sounded like the hissing of a snake. The pressure from the invisible grip also disappeared immediately. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the thing that had been attacking him revealed itself. It appeared as a giant white snake with its tail coiling around him. The first attack was also revealed to him. When the snake stopped being invisible, all of the venom that had been pouring on Loki's body also stopped being invisible. Loki finally saw that he was covered head to toe in a transparent liquid that was as clear as water, but as thick as oil. Even now, the transparent liquid was still trying to break through his second skin. It was a persistent attack that was slowly breaking through his defense. Apparently, the snake had been coiled in the corner of a room and had been spraying him with venom. But somehow, both he and the arrays in the house hadn't sensed the snake. If the snake hadn't tried to grab him, he wouldn't have known that it was nearby. So it seemed that his choice to go looking for help was a good one. As he thought of this, he sighed in relief and said to himself, that was close. The snake wasn't dead, though. He had only managed to injure it severely. There was a large gaping hole where he had struck the snake. The hole was an arm deep, but the injury wasn't enough to sever the snake in two. So it was clear that this injury was nowhere near enough to actually kill the snake. Part of the snake that had grabbed him was coiling and twisting in agony. The other part, which was the upper part, was trying to pull the snake away to escape. Since he had already started, Loki decided to finish what he had started. He created 4 more arms and bent down to deal with the giant snake. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 416. The giant snake fought back by swinging its body and striking him. As it struck him, the force of the blow sent him flying. But he still managed to grab the snake with his extra arms as he was sent flying. He made the extra arms coiled around the torso of the snake like ropes. This secured him tightly to the snake and allowed him to continue attacking it without worrying about the snake escaping from him. He used both of his hands for the attack. So both hands were drilled, which he plunged into the body of the snake and used to carve up its flesh. Because of his actions, red blood came pouring out from the body of the snake like water from a leaking bucket. The snake cried out in agony some more before it grabbed him with its mouth and bit him. As it bit him, it sprayed more venom all over his body. The force of the bite, combined with the power of the venom, finally broke the defense of the second skin. The venom was finally able to get past the shifting armor and reach his body. He felt pain immediately when the venom touched him. It was as if someone had poured acid all over his body. This was very effective against him because he had a body of metal. The snake didn't fare better, though. Because it had brought its head closer to Loki to bite him, Loki was able to reach its head with his drills. He used the drill in his left hand to target the snake's, while his other hand targeted the snake's neck. Both drills were successful in their endeavors. He managed to cut through the snake's neck and dug through its eye. But it was the drill on his left hand that dealt the killing blow. The drill in his left hand was able to penetrate deep into the snake's skull and crush its brain. This injury was fatal and instantly rendered the snake unable to fight. The snake went slack after he destroyed its brain, and it stopped biting him and fell to the ground. He managed to kill the snake, but the damage to his body had been done. His body was melting like wax because of the venom, and even though the snake was dead, its venom was still busy at work. Perhaps the worst part was that all of the power he could borrow from the snake was now gone because the snake was dead. After all, the vengeful Metak would stop working after the target of its vengeance was dead. The pain was bad, but the worst part was the weakness he was feeling in his body. His strong metallic body had become as soft as noodles and was literally melting into slag so that he couldn't stand up anymore. He fell to the ground, helpless to save himself. Even the second skin couldn't help him because it was made from metal and had already been mostly destroyed by the venom. As he lay there on the ground, he chuckled and said to himself, "Is this how I will die? Who would have thought that my weakness would be venom?" After joking, he said, "But seriously though, what kind of rank 5 snake is that strong? What kind of invisibility is that? And that venom can't be normal for it to affect me like this." As if to answer his question, someone began clapping nearby. This caught him off guard and made him alert, so he turned around to look at the source of the clapping. What he saw was a woman with pure, white alabaster skin. Her skin wasn't sickly like that of death cultivators. It was smooth and shone like marble. In fact, she seemed to be carved out of the most precious rock. She was a complete and total beauty with bountiful breasts and a wide hip. He could see all of these because she was completely naked. From what he could see, her serpentine eyes didn't diminish her beauty at all. The hair of various colored snakes that fell down her shoulders also didn't detract from her beauty. If anything, these inhuman things made her even more beautiful. Some people might feel giddy or proud that such an exotic beauty was standing naked in their room and clapping for them. But Loki only felt a chill down his spine when he saw her, because he saw a tongue of golden fire above her head, and because he recognized who she was. Race, demi-human. Tao status, 6. Energy quantity. Energy density. Energy rank, 6. Body, 5. Soul, 5. Mind, 5. Will, 6. Skill, 500%. Metak, Snake King Divine. When he saw this, Fenrir began to urge him to jump and take a bite out of her. Since he was reasonable, he thought to himself, this is bad. This is a bona fide divine being, not a crippled product like Slav. So this is bad. No wonder that rank 5 snake was so powerful. It turned out to be the beast of a beast tamer. And it is a divine beast tamer too. As he was thinking to himself, she finished clapping and said to him, "You managed to kill my pet despite being rank 5. I am impressed. No wonder you were able to kill Red." She glanced briefly at the corpse of the giant white snake before saying to him, "That makes 2 things I like that you've destroyed. But no matter. Your divine metax will make up for it." But Loki wasn't listening to her. He had stopped listening when she confirmed that she came for Lady Red and had voluntarily severed the connection between his mental world and his body. The act of severing his mental world essentially killed him. So he had committed suicide. She saw this and sneered at him. As she was sneering, she said, "You want to escape into the afterlife? As if I would let you." Comments. Chapter 417. After speaking, she manifested her mental world and sent it to grab his mental world. It was clear that she intended to capture him. As her mental world soared towards him, she said, "It is too late to escape. Not even death can save you from my hands. When I am done with you, you will wish you were never born." It should have been easy to capture the mental world of a rank 5 cultivator, but this particular attempt was far from easy. In fact, it turned out that it was impossible for her to capture Loki's mental world. This was because Loki's mental world wasn't moving through space. In fact, his mental world didn't move at all. It stood still right where it was. Yet, it disappeared from her sight. She could only watch Agape in confusion, wondering what had happened. She didn't know what had happened because she couldn't see the river of time. After escaping from her, Loki sighed and said, "And there I thought she didn't care about Lady Red and wasn't replying to the messages asking for help because she was planning to renegade on their deal. Who would have thought that she liked Lady Red enough to come avenging the death of her friend? What bad luck. I can concede that she is very powerful. I have to, since she could make a rank 5 snake become so powerful. But I still don't get how she found me. Did she use a special skill? Or was it one of her snakes that found me? Or could it be that every divine being can do what she did?" He couldn't answer these questions, so he could only shake his head and say, "At least, now I know how to reach this snake queen. I just have to kill Lady Red." Then he switched his focus to his surroundings. This is something he hasn't done in quite a while during the reversal of time, because he had performed this kind of thing too many times and had lost interest in sightseeing. But things were different this time around because he was no longer riding along with Fenrir. It seemed he had become Fenrir and was the one actually riding through the river of time, not Fenrir. This feeling made him say, "This must be because my mind has fused with Fenrir. Does this mean I can now control when to stop?" Fenrir was still rushing through the river of time, and his mental world is still attached to Fenrir. However, he can now see through Fenrir's eyes and hear through its ears. This level of connection and control gave him the idea to see if he could initiate the descent of Fenrir into the physical world instead of waiting for Fenrir to reach its limit. As he gave the order to stop, Fenrir stopped moving forward. Then it dropped out of the river of time to go back into his body. On its way down, the river of time became turbulent. He felt both Fenrir and his mental world tumble about as if something was kicking them. Aside from the disturbing turbulence, he also felt surprised because he had never been able to stop Fenrir before and because he had never experienced something like this before. He had two sources of surprise, so being surprised was his prevalent emotion. The fact that the experience was unpleasant but short also gave him less time to dwell on the unpleasantness. In what felt like an instant drawn out to be an infinity, he tumbled and fell back into his body. This time, the fusion with his previous self was instantaneous. There was no delay because there was no fusion of minds. His mental world directly took charge of his body, so he became aware immediately and could move his body quickly. After reviewing the memories of his previous self, he realized that he had still appeared on the day of his awakening. In fact, his awakening had happened less than an hour ago, and he had just made a deal with Amelia. So he was preparing to go to the earthly battlefield to meet with Amelia. This was why he was on his way to the central market in the city to gamble. But he had to stop his journey and find a corner to vomit. This was because he felt incredibly queasy. Apparently, the turbulence that he experienced just earlier was catching up to him. His vision swooned, and he swayed on his feet, unable to balance himself. This made it impossible for him to find a corner to vomit. He had to lean on the nearest building to puke. The building he was leaning on was the house of someone who didn't like people vomiting on his property. So the lady came out to shout at him. She came in an imposing manner and with a rank 3 cultivation. But even without doing anything, she scurried away when she sensed the heavy nature of his internal energy, which she sensed from his aura. So she left Loki to vomit in peace. It was a gift that he highly appreciated at this point in time. After spending a few seconds evacuating his stomach, he finally felt stable enough to walk. So he left the scene. As he walked away, he asked himself, what was that? Could it be because I have a mental world now? Or did I cause it because I stopped Fenrir manually? What has changed about me that might have caused this? In order to find answers to his questions, he used the power identification ability on himself. Age: 35 years, 3 months, 1 week, / 77 years, 9 months. Tao status: 5. Energy quantity: 11,796,480 times 5 is equal to 58,982,400. Energy density: 17, 17, 17, 17, 17. Energy rank: 5. Energy threads: 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 is equal to 900. Power core: 10. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.55. Mind: 1.55. Will: 1%. Skill: 413%, 415%. Comments. Chapter 4:18. When he saw his stats, he raised his eyebrow and said, "Interesting, very interesting." He was impressed by what he saw simply because his mind and soul stat ought to be 1.5 units each, since technically, he hasn't had time to strengthen them. But now, both of them are 5 units each. The rest of his stats appear to be behaving normally. His current body is still the weak mortal flesh that he used to join the Four Directions sect. Only his mind and soul stat look out of place. This made him smile and say to himself, "It seems I won't have to spend money to strengthen my mind and soul again. This is good. In fact, it is very good. But is this why I felt queasy and vomited earlier? Is the disparity between the mind and soul of my previous self the reason for the queasiness? Or is it just because my future self possesses a mental world while my previous one didn't?" Since he couldn't figure it out, he shrugged and said, "We will see if it happens next time. The conditions then should surely be different, so maybe I can use the differences in my condition next time to pinpoint the source of the anomaly." As he was saying this, he continued his journey to the central market. He went there to buy some of the branch metaks he was in need of that the market had in supply. The limited supply of the market in the city meant he could get up to rank 4 branch metaks for the forging pathway and the Mindhunter pathway. As for the killing pathway and the strength pathway, he could only get branch metacs for them up to rank 3. The disparity in ranks of the available branch metacs was because the demand for the branch metacs of the killing pathway and the strength pathway was poor. After all, this was the Four Directions sect, not the Swordways sect or the Martial Body. It was already a good thing that he could get some of the things that he needed here, so Loki couldn't complain. After he bought what he could buy, he decided to leave the Central Market. According to his original plan, he was to go to the barracks in the sect grounds to wait for the airship that would take him to the earthly battlefield tomorrow. He planned to go to the earthly battlefield to meet Amelia. In fact, he had already made a deal with Amelia to help her conquer the battlefield. But since he doesn't need her help anymore, and because he can now somewhat control how far he can go into the past when he reverses time, he decided to change his plans. Because of the change of plans, instead of going to the sect grounds, he decided to go to the edge of the city. This was because those who live at the edge of the city would be the weakest in the city and unable to interfere with what he wanted to do. So he passed the 7 rings of streets and roads until he reached the city wall. When he reached the edge of the city, he found a corner to stand in. Then he put his second skin into an overactive state. He urged his second skin to get to work producing far more metal than he needed to cover his body. This caused spherical tumors to grow all over his body. After the balls grew big enough, he let them drop to the ground. He also walked around the edge of the city as the tumors dropped, so that the tumors dropped at an interval of 50 meters between them. The tumors were shiny white like silver. As they fell to the ground, they rippled and transformed from a ball of liquid white metal into a small white statue of a puppy. When those puppies grew black tails, their unfocused eyes came alive. Then the puppies officially stopped being statues and began to move their limbs. The first thing the puppies did was to look around them and assess their surroundings for the best prey to target. So they turned their heads around and used their senses to examine the ground, the air, the buildings, and the people in the city. After they were done assessing all of their options, most of them decided that the people and other living things in the city would give them the highest return for their investment of time and energy. So all of the puppies decided to hunt the humans. Once their decision was made, they opened their mouths wide to reveal a maw ringed with multicolored teeth, with no surface of their mouth free from teeth. Then they ejected a black blanket from their maw that they used to cover the world before them. What ensued was chaos and carnage. The puppies had only one instinct, and that was to eat. They didn't care about anything else, including the power of the thing that they wanted to eat. They only want to indulge in gluttony. Now that Loki had given his instincts the freedom to wreak havoc and power to do so effectively, the result could only be a feast for gluttony. With one bite, the small puppies were able to swallow a house and everyone in a hole. Hundreds of people were gone in the blink of an eye. This was heaven to Fenrir, but it was hell to the inhabitants of the city. Because of this, the city was quickly thrown into chaos as people began shouting and running away for their lives. The city police were quickly drawn to the city to snuff out the disturbance or earn a lot of city tax through it. The police officers came with anger and pride. They came shouting and demanding the city tax. They came demanding money and threatened to arrest them if they didn't get their money. Comments. Chapter 419. Fenrir understood what they were saying, but Fenrir wasn't particularly interested in what they had to say. Fenrir only saw food and proceeded to do what it does when it sees food. The puppies all opened their mouths to engulf every police officer who approached them. They didn't care if the police officer was a woman or a man. They didn't care if the police officer was a rank 3 cultivator or a rank 5 cultivator. They also didn't care if the police officers came in a group of 3 or a group of 10. In fact, the more there were for them, the merrier it was for Fenrir. Fenrir ate everything that was in front of it and was within reach. So very soon, the police officers joined a throng of people fleeing for their lives. With the police officers failing to do their jobs, the inhabitants of the city lost all of their hope and any last trace of expectation of being saved. The resistance of the entire city collapsed even without any fighting, and the entire city became a scene of carnage. The carnage was clean, though. There was no blood or flesh lying around to indicate that a massacre had happened. This was because Finner was not a messy eater. Finner ate everything whole and left nothing behind. Not even the urine that leaked down the legs to the people, as fear gripped them when the black blanket covered them, could escape from Fenrir. Everything, including their clothes, always disappeared down the puppy's throat. As the puppies ate more and more, they became bigger and bigger. As they became bigger and bigger, they became stronger and faster. However, they didn't become more intelligent. No matter how much they ate, they didn't become more intelligent. They only knew to eat whatever was in front of them and didn't consider the consequences of trying to eat that object. This was the main reason why Loki had released them at the edge of the city. The other reason he started at the wall was to avoid someone strong noticing something wrong and crushing the puppies. The other reason was to avoid the puppies from being surrounded and overwhelmed. But the main reason he let them loose at the city wall was to give them direction and maximize their hunting. Since their backs were to the wall of the city, the only way forward for the innocent-looking and fluffy puppies was forward. This is the direction that he wanted them to move in. By going forward, they would all converge at the center of the city. In a perfect situation, he would be able to make the puppies surround the city before they attack it together at the same time. But the situation isn't perfect because he can't coordinate all of the puppies at the same time. So he can only use this method to nudge them in the right direction. At least, this way, everyone who escaped from the puppies would all escape in the same direction. So as long as he stands on the opposite side of the puppies, people will run into him. With this plan on his mind, he finished walking half of the city walls. For this half, he released a puppy every 50 meters. This way, everyone was rushing to escape in the direction of the other half of the city without puppies. As he flew over to stand in the way of the people escaping, he saw that the puppies had stopped being puppies. He saw that most of them have now grown to become as big as adult dogs. This size was still small in his opinion, but since they were only born recently and were still growing, he decided to withhold his judgment for the time being. He also saw many rank 4 beings escaping by flying into the air. So he created rail guns and pointed the barrel of the guns at them. Then he used the guns to shoot them down. He didn't shoot them with the red lightning so that they wouldn't turn into ashes. In fact, he didn't want to kill them at all. This was because living people were more nutritious to eat than dead people. His goal was to cripple them. It was why he shot them with an ordinary metal bullet. He didn't use any branch metax of the killing pathway. As he thought of this, he said to himself with longing, I wonder when I will be able to bring my branch metax with me when I reverse time. It should be possible when I advance to rank 6. If I can bring my branch metax with me, things will become easier and I won't have to run around looking for them anymore. If I could also bring back the strength of my body, that would be even better. Then he shook his head and said, but I doubt it is possible to bring the strength of my body, though. After all, my body is purely physical and doesn't have a strong enough connection to Fenrir to tag along the river of time. Ever since he advanced to rank 5, Fenrir has fused with his mind and has officially begun to stay in his mental world. His energy has become his power core now, and is no longer carried away when he travels through the river of time. As for his mental world, only Fenrir and the core metax are real. The branch metax within it are phantom copies. So even if the mental world carries everything within it to the river of time, it can't bring along the branch metax because they are fake. According to his estimates, the only way he will have the power to bring his branch metax along when he reverses time is when he becomes a divine being. Even then, he is not sure it is possible because Fenrir can only carry energy, mental things, and core metax. Comments. Chapter 420. His cave heaven will be a physical object, so it should be able to carry physical things. But he is not sure that Fenrir will be able to accommodate his cave heaven at all because it is a physical object. This uncertainty bothered him a little bit because it meant that he might not be able to carry his cultivation with him when he reverses time in the future as a divine being. But it was a side effect he was willing to bear if he could increase his lifespan. As he was thinking to himself, he made sure to shoot down anyone who so much as rose into the air or reached the city wall in the opposite direction. There were a lot of people doing this, and the 2 railguns became insufficient to suppress everyone. So he created 4 more arms and turned all of them into Gatling guns. At this point, he didn't care if they would die or not. He only cared if they would stay in the city or not. So his highest priority was to prevent them from escaping. After all, dead or alive, half-bred was better than none. This made it so that not only were white beasts chasing them from behind, but a man with guns was also chasing them. His resolve to keep them here at all costs, and his actions to make it so quickly, plunged the city into more chaos. This time, there was blood everywhere because he was playing with the food, not directly eating it. As he shot down people, and as Fenrir ate more and more people, he received notifications from the sect. The notifications were all about how much he would pay for everyone he was killing. People were dying by the droves, but the sect didn't appear to be willing to do anything to stop him. It seemed they were content to saddle him with more and more debt. However, as laid back as the Four Directions sect seemed about the massacre of a city, he knew that the Four Directions sect wasn't toothless or helpless to stop him. He knew that if he didn't pay his debt, the Four Directions sect would come after him with fury, and not even death would save him. But he didn't concern himself about what the sect would do in 1 month when he didn't have their money for them. For now, what he tried to do was stop as many people from escaping as much as he could. While shooting people, he also made sure to continue producing more vessels for Fenrir. This way, the number of the gluttonous Fenrir was increasing while the number of people was steadily decreasing. He was doing this when he spotted Skarg and Slav among the crowd of people escaping with the crowd of people. The two of them were on foot like ordinary people, and he would have missed them if he hadn't marked Slav earlier in the day when he awakened. Skarg was wearing a blanket that covered most of his body and had Slav in his embrace. He used the blanket to hide his identity, even though Slav told him that he didn't have anything to worry about. Skarg's idea was to hide somewhere in a basement and wait for all of this to be over. But Slav had insisted that staying in the city was more dangerous than trying to escape now. If anyone else had said this, Skarg wouldn't have believed them. But Slav had revealed the fortune seeker Metak earlier, so he trusted Slav's judgment. As it turned out, Slav was right. The two of them mixed in with the crowd, and even when Loki spotted them, he didn't shoot them. Loki sneered at the sight and said, "What a pair of loving father and son. I bet the father doesn't know that his son is taking him to his death. He doesn't know how exactly Skarg will die or the identity of who will kill Skarg, but he knows that Skarg will enter that cave and vanish. Then the mark on Skarg's body will turn into a seal. The seal will seal his core metak and energy well. That is something that only happens when someone dies. So he is sure that Skarg will die, and he is also sure that Skarg's death will have something to do with Slav. But he didn't plan to interfere with these turn of events, so he let them go. As for everyone else, he shot down as many of them as he could. When the people of the city realized that things were very bad, they began reaching out to powerful people for help. They contacted anyone they could come and help them. So the news that someone was attacking a city was spreading quickly. The fact that some people still escaped from the city, despite his best efforts, also made it easier for the news of the attack to disseminate. Soon, many people were talking about the attack. However, most people only found the news to be interesting. It was either that or they were scared. Not many people had it in mind to come over to stop him. Since the sect didn't issue a mission to stop the massacre, there was very little motivation to get involved in a matter that didn't concern them. Only the people who had loved ones in the city or thought themselves powerful enough to save some people came over to stop him. Some people came to stop him, but no one came to join him to attack the city. Everyone who came only did so to stop him. He didn't care much that he had no helpers and even welcomed the troublemakers with open arms. He killed everyone who thought themselves strong enough to stop him and fed them to Fenrir. Many rank 4 cultivators were the first to come because they didn't know his cultivation level. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 421. He had hidden the colorful mark on his forehead with his second skin, so these rank 4 cultivators thought that they stood a chance against him. This lack of information about his true cultivation caused another type of massacre to ensue, in which the people who didn't need to die and could have remained safe wherever they were came to him to kill them. After he killed the rank 4 cultivators, some rank 5 cultivator laps began to show up. There weren't many, though. 11 rank 4 cultivators had shown up to stop him, but only 2 rank 5 cultivators came to rescue people or stop him. He didn't hold back just because they were rank 5 cultivators. As soon as they appeared, he turned his guns to them and opened fire. One of them threatened him, saying, "You will regret this if you continue. You'd better stop now for your sake and mine, or you will offend someone you can't afford to offend." The other rank 5 cultivator said with a sneer, "Don't you know that this city is one of the properties of the Thorn House of Commerce? It seems you're ignorant of what will kill you." But Loki didn't care, and he didn't listen. Once he started shooting, he didn't stop shooting until the target had become riddled with holes. The 2 rank 5 cultivators were not spared from the rain of bullets from his guns that fell on them. In just a few seconds, the 2 of them were eviscerated. So all of their posturing and threats hadn't done them any good. He didn't care that his actions were offending many people or a certain chamber of commerce. And he wouldn't have cared about more people appearing to stop him if not for the fact that one of the people who came to stop him after killing the 2 rank 5 cultivators was someone capable of tearing through space to appear nearby. The person who came had a golden flame burning on their head. They were also golden from head to toe. It was as if they were made of money. Even their eyes were completely golden. There was no white or black in their eyes at all. The whole thing was one golden ball. So the divine being appeared to have been sculpted from pure gold. The man was also wearing golden robes. The robe was large and regal, and it flapped around in the wind. Loki thought that it was an extravagant robe because it was studded with gems of various sizes. Aside from the gem-studded robe, the divine being wasn't wearing anything else. Loki could tell because the robe wasn't tightened at all, and the wind was making it flap. As the robes flapped, what was underneath them became exposed to him, so he could see that the divine being was naked underneath the robe. What he found amusing about this was that the divine being didn't seem to care that he was exposed. If Loki had a guess, he might guess that the robes were mainly to make a statement about wealth. He didn't think that the extravagant robe was worn for decency or to cover up his nakedness. He was inclined to believe this since the divine being appeared to be a money cultivator, and the divine being didn't seem to care about tightening the robes to cover his crotch. After examining the divine, he spared some attention to the mode of transportation of the divine being. So his eyes glanced at the tear in space. The hole they tore in space was dark, and nothing could be seen through it. The divine being stepped out of this hole like it was a door and immediately fixated their gaze on him. As they stared at him, the hole in space behind them closed with a snap. It was as if it were the opening of a steel trap closing on itself, not a door. The hole created a thunderclap as it snapped shut on itself. What followed after the booming thunder of the hole closing was silence. This was because Loki had stopped shooting and had immediately focused all of his attention on the divine being. If not for the fact that Fenrir didn't care about the appearance of the divine being and was still rushing about to eat everyone and everything, the people below in the city would have also stopped whatever they were doing to pay attention to the divine being. Unfortunately for them, Fenrir was fearless and rampant, so they had to continue running for their lives. Some of them did so while shouting, so the city was still as rowdy as ever. Only the situation in the sky was saturated with an atmosphere of silence. Loki didn't know what to say when a divine being suddenly appeared and locked onto him with an angry gaze. He didn't know if he should ask what they came for or to apologize for what he had done. So he remained silent and stared at them, waiting to see what they would do or say. As it turned out, this divine being didn't have anything to say to him. They didn't speak and immediately attacked him. The shadow of a landmass appeared behind and above their head. This shadow was a massive object that grew bigger as it approached Loki. The divine being had thrown the shadow at Loki, which was why it was approaching him. Then they watched and did nothing. It was clear that they thought that this singular action would be enough to capture or kill him. When Loki saw this, he said to himself, "Let me guess. This should be one of the people that I was warned that I couldn't afford to offend. It looks like I went too far." After he said this, he didn't hesitate anymore and immediately committed suicide. Once his mental world detached from his body, it fled into the river of time. Comments. Chapter 422. On his way to the pass through the river of time, he grumbled and said, "Why does every divine being always try to use their cave heaven to suppress me? Don't they know that what they are doing is cheating?" Then he snorted and said, "I bet they won't like it if someone throws a mountain at their face like they like to do." He was grumbling about the tactics that divine beings always use from the start to attack him. But he didn't let this distract him from what he wanted to do. His plan is to reverse time to a few minutes before the divine being appeared and use that time to retrieve all of the vessels of Fenrir that he released into the wild before escaping himself. So he didn't hesitate to plunge down from the river of time a few moments later. The tumbling he experienced during the first time took place again. It felt as if he was falling down a flight of stairs before landing face first into the ground. The experience wasn't as painful as it was disorienting. When he came to, he had just left the awakening hall. Muni was even right beside him. Muni was immediately startled when he sensed a powerful sensation coming from Loki's body. He literally jumped away from Loki like a cat that had been startled. Loki himself didn't have time to bother with him because his stomach felt queasy and his vision was swooning. He quickly began to sway and had to sit down to prevent himself from falling over. As he sat on the stone, he heaved and vomited everything he had in his stomach. Not even his stomach acid was spared. Things were so bad that his small intestines also wanted to come up through his stomach and throat. He spent a few minutes enduring this experience. It was very bad for him, but it wasn't pleasant for Muni either. Muni was nerve-wracked during the whole process for fear of being blamed for whatever was happening. But Loki didn't blame him after he got his bearings. He couldn't be bothered because he had a lot more important things on his mind. After standing up, he had Muni lead him to the market on the sect grounds. When they got there, he borrowed money and gambled it to earn more. While he was doing the things he needed to do, he thought about why he had experienced the disorientation again. This was a dead end because the power identification ability showed that his state was identical to what it was in the previous timeline. The fact that he had appeared too far back into the past than what he originally intended also made the situation murkier. So he quickly reached a dead end in that line of inquiry. Since he couldn't find the answers he was looking for, he decided to give some thought to his loss in the previous timeline. As he thought of all of the large white dogs that he had left behind, he chuckled and said, "Talk about a classic case of biting more than one can chew. I literally couldn't chew what I had bitten because I had gone too far." After all of that killing and eating that Fenrir indulged in, his power core stat is still 10 units. This is because he didn't have the opportunity to recover the vessels of Fenrir and fuse them back with his existence. So all of the power that the vessels had acquired had gone to waste because of the appearance of that divine being. But he doesn't think that all of the time he spent acquiring the power was a waste because the experience taught him some valuable lessons. He nodded to himself and said inwardly, "At least I now know when to stop." That counted for a lot for half an hour of work. After he was done in the market, Muni took him for registration. Once he got his token, he went to the central market to gamble some more and buy some of the things he needed. He didn't try to reach out to Amelia this time around or sign up for any earthly battlefield. In fact, he didn't sign up for the heavenly battlefield either. His goal was only about maximizing the next hour or so. So after he bought the things that he could buy, he immediately went to the edge of the city. This time, he released the vessels of Fenrir in a semicircular pattern around the perimeter of the city in such a way that everyone escaping can only escape in the direction of the sect grounds. As usual, the appearance of the all-consuming beast threw the city into chaos. People began to panic when they saw people and buildings disappear down the throats of what appeared to be cute, fluffy dogs. When the inhabitants of the city saw who was responsible for the attack, they could hardly believe their eyes. No one who saw the puppies would have thought them capable of such carnage. It was truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. But as if things were not bad enough, they got worse when Loki took to the air, dropping more puppies to the ground and shooting the people trying to escape from anywhere that wasn't in the direction of the sect grounds. He only allowed people to escape into the sect grounds and didn't attack the sect grounds at all. As for why he did this, it soon became clear when the space in the sect grounds became full and everyone who had entered the sect grounds became trapped. When he saw that his plan had worked, he smiled and said, "Like rats caught in a barrel." Then he produced another vessel of Fenrir, which he dropped into the sect grounds. He also created another vessel at the entrance of the sect grounds. So there was no escaping for everyone who had been trapped in the sect grounds. Comments. Chapter 4:23. In no time, the sect grounds were cleared out of people and buildings. With space now available, Loki was able to funnel more people into the sect grounds like a shepherd is shepherding sheep into a pen. As usual, many people didn't like what he was doing. They tackled on him and called people over to help them stop Loki. When the rank 4 cultivators came, he killed all of them. All 11 of them were killed and swallowed by Fenrir. But when the rank 5 cultivators came, he decided to listen to them. One of them threatened him, saying, "You will regret this if you continue. You'd better stop now for your sake and mine, or you will offend someone you can't afford to offend." In response, Loki said, all right, I'll stop killing." He did what he said and stopped killing people. He also recalled the vessels of Fenrir back into his body. Clearly, he was being cooperative. Unfortunately, what he was doing still wasn't enough to satisfy the rank 5 cultivator. The rank 5 cultivator watched him work and saw the beasts that were running wild in the city earlier fuse with Loki's body. What he saw interested him, so he mentioned it to the divine being that sent him. The divine being had never heard of any metac that could do what Loki was said to be doing, so they became interested in the matter. They were so interested that they immediately decided to come over to see for themselves. A few seconds later, a large tear in space appeared above the city. The golden divine being came through the tear and immediately locked their gaze onto Loki. When they saw what he was doing, the eyes of the divine being narrowed at Loki, and they said to themselves, "It truly is a divine metac. It seemed I was right to come." Just like before, the divine being didn't bother to say anything to Loki. He immediately made his move to capture Loki. Once Loki falls into his cave heaven, then he will be able to control everything. Loki won't even be able to commit suicide or detonate his metacs, so he will be able to capture this new divine metac that Loki is flaunting in his face. This turn of events made Loki feel aggrieved. He truly felt cheated because he felt that he had already done his part, but they still refused to let him enjoy the fruits of his labor. He couldn't retrieve all of the vessels and had to commit suicide in order to escape. So this time, when he grumbled, he had a lot more choice words to say. However, this time, he made sure to descend from the river of time much earlier than he did before. So when he got control of his body again, he found that he was on his way to the central market to gamble, make more money, and buy branch metacs. The feeling of tumbling and falling down an invisible staircase when he descended from the river of time into his body happened again this time. But apart from a slight disorientation in his stomach where his power core is, his vision didn't swoon, and he didn't feel dizzy or nauseous. He didn't have to vomit at all, which made him excited. In order to find out why this had happened, he quickly used the power identification ability. Age: 35 years, 3 months, 1 week, / 77 years, 9 months. Dow status: 5. Energy quantity: 11,796,480 times 5 is equal to 58,982,400. Energy density: 17, 17, 17, 17, 17. Energy rank: 5. Energy threads: 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 is equal to 900. Power core: 1028. Body: 0.6. Soul: 5. Mind: 5. Will: 6, 1%. Skill: 415%. What he saw made him say, could it be that I didn't feel queasy because my power core has grown stronger, or because this version of myself in the past already has a mental world and a power core, unlike the previous versions that I fuse with? As he thought of these two options, he scratched his chin and asked himself, saying, or could it be both? It truly could be both of them. After all, they're both different. He was leaning towards the latter because he felt that the addition of the mental world and the power core into a body that didn't possess them before was a drastic change that should affect him more than a simple increase in the size and power of his power core. But he didn't have conclusive evidence yet, so he decided to wait and acquire more information before coming to a conclusion. In the meantime, his plan to devour the city is still on track. When he thought back to how he had been forced to give up over 90% of Fenrir's vessels, he chuckled and said to himself, "So you are a busybody. Good for you. I just hope that an enemy of yours won't try to use this as an opportunity to bait you." With that said, he laughed with mirth as he resumed his journey to the central market. On the way to his destination, he passed a lot of people. This is normal as there are always people coming and going. What wasn't normal was the gaze he used to look at them. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered to look at these people because they were weak and insignificant. Literally nothing about them could affect him, so there was no need to pay any attention to them. If it were possible to rob them of their money, he might have paid some attention to them. But he couldn't rob them because all of their money is usually in their accounts and tied to their lives, so he never bothered with them. However, now that he has become capable of eating them to gain power, these people have become useful sources of resources to him. They are now sources of food, so they have become important enough for him to pay attention to them. Comments. Chapter 4:24. In the previous timeline, he had only managed to take back 9% of the vessels of Fenrir that he released. This 9% was enough to bring his power core stat from 10 to 28 units, which is an increase of 18 units. With a ratio of 1 vessel to 2 units of power, if the remaining 91 vessels adhere to this ratio, he should have acquired 182 units more of power. So he should have acquired a total of 200 units in the previous timeline, but he was stopped short. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to follow his instincts and take a bite out of that divine being. He can already picture how juicy the divine being will taste when he tears into their body with his teeth and blood scatters everywhere. If it were a mortal, he wouldn't mind having a go at them. But he can't be frivolous about fighting a divine being because there's a risk of being captured if he loses the fight. He remembers his first experience vividly with being captured by a mental world, and he remembers his narrow escape from Slav's cave heaven and supreme attack, so he is wary of being trapped by anyone. Until he can ensure his ability to escape and commit suicide, he doesn't plan to confront a divine being. So, for now, he plans to take the loss when a divine being appears. However, he doesn't think he will have to wait for much longer before he can tussle with a divine being. As he thought of when he would be able to tussle with a divine being, he said to himself, "It should be very soon. At most, I will be ready in 6 rewinds and timelines." 6 reversals of time is how long it should take for him to reach a power core stat of 900 units. That is, of course, if he is allowed to retrieve all of the vessels of Fenrir that he releases. He was thinking about this as he went about getting things done. A few minutes later, the city went into an uproar because some beasts were attacking the city. Very soon, the city became full of the cries of people as they ran around for their lives. There was even a stampede of people. It made it easier for Fenrir to eat because people were falling over each other. Despite how good everything was turning out to be, Loki decided to call things quits when the rank 4 busybodies began showing up. Before the rank 5 cultivators arrived, he was already packing up. The rank 5 cultivators still arrived, though. But because he had already stopped attacking, they didn't have the opportunity to threaten him to stop. However, the rank 5 cultivator still found what he was doing interesting and still told the divine being about it. So the divine being came a few seconds later to see what Loki was up to. Loki had finished earlier, but he stayed behind because he wanted to have a good look at this nosy divine being. So when the divine being appeared, he was the one doing the glaring. As he glared at the divine being, he used the power identification ability. Race, human. Dow status, 6. Energy quantity. Energy density. Energy rank, 6. Body, 5. Soul, 5. Mind, 5. Will, 6. Skill, 500%. Metak, gold body divine. The golden divine being, who is usually referred to as Monarch Gold Body, didn't like how Loki was looking at him. He snorted and made up his mind to teach Loki a lesson. But before he could do anything, Loki had committed suicide and was gone. So his wish was unlikely to be fulfilled in this timeline. As soon as Loki entered the River of Time and went uphill a little bit, he stopped going forward and dropped out of the river of time. He did this quickly so that he would be able to come out of the river of time quickly and only reverse a short amount of time. Apparently, what he did worked because when he came to, he found himself just at the edge of the city about to start releasing vessels for Fenrir to run rampant throughout the city. He also didn't feel any need to vomit. There was only a slight discomfort in his power core as his mental world updated it with power that he brought back from the future. This made him say to himself, I might be right to suspect the complete lack of a mental world and a power as the source of the nausea and dizziness in my body after reversing time. If I am right, then I shouldn't experience that unpleasant feeling anymore as long as I don't reverse time up to the point when I just awakened. Then he looked around with a strange gaze and smiled before saying, It is time for another round. With his mind made up, he let the white tumor growing on his skin fall to the ground. Then he walked a distance of 50 meters before he let another tumor drop to the ground. While he was walking around, the tumors grew and turned into cute puppies. But these adorable puppies opened their mouths to reveal colorful teeth before they unleashed hell on Earth. Just like last time, Loki finished harvesting the city for resources before the 2 rank 5 cultivators came around. This meant that he was not interrupted by a divine being, but it also meant that this round of feeding could only provide 180 units of power from Fenrir. He doesn't know how much the first round could have provided because he never got to retrieve the vessels of Fenrir after the Golden Divine being interrupted him, but he knows what the second round of feeding could have provided. The second round of feeding could have provided 200 units in total, but he could only get 18 units from it due to an interruption. However, because he stopped the vessel from feeding much earlier, they could only provide up to 180 units. Comments. Chapter 425. The good news was that he was always able to receive the total 180 units because he stopped early. In fact, after the second or third time that he encountered the Golden Divine Being, he never encountered the Divine Being again. He was always gone before the Golden Divine Being appeared. So there was no risk of interruption, and he only had to complete 5 rounds of feeding for him to raise his power core stat to the limit of 900 units. When he achieved this lofty goal, he stood his ground and didn't run back into the past like before. He waited calmly for the Divine Being to arrive and prepared himself to face a great enemy. A few seconds later, the Golden Divine Being arrived with great fanfare, wearing a gem-encrusted robe that reflected light in an exaggerated and luxurious manner. The Divine Being saw anger in Loki's eyes. This made him look at Loki with contempt before putting his cave heaven into action. The power of his attack would be much stronger if he had made a move personally, but he didn't take Loki seriously at all, so he used his cave heaven to fight alone. Besides, his goal wasn't to kill Loki, but capture him. On the other side, Loki was taking this fight very seriously. He was so serious that he was using 3 pathways together. He created a hammer with the forging pathway and was empowered with the killing pathway before swinging the hammer with the full empowerment of the strength pathway. This put the power of the attack at 5 Tao status times 5 times 3 core metax times 25 stats plus 900 power core times 25 times 3 branch metax times 415% overdrive plus 900% mental world, which is 68,421,093.75 units. The power of the attack was so great that the hammer was shaking in his hands. And as he swung it, the air the hammer passed through heated up and exploded into a shock wave. Then the hammer exploded when it struck the cave heaven. The hammer behaved as if it were a bomb. When it made contact with the cave heaven, it discharged all of its energy and power into the cave heaven. This caused a blinding flash to appear before an explosion erupted between Loki and the cave heaven. Loki didn't resist the explosion as it pushed against him. He let it carry him away because he needed ample distance so that he could always escape from this divine being. But as he was sent flying by the explosion, his gaze never left the divine being. He wanted to see the effect of his handiwork and wanted to be able to know when to run. So his eyes were glued in the direction of the golden divine being. He was paying attention, so he saw the contempt on the face of the divine being disappear. Then he saw the contempt replaced by shock. Finally, he saw the shock replaced by pain. As he was looking, he saw the divine being open his mouth and cry out for some reason. Loki couldn't hear what the divine being was saying because another loud noise distracted him and covered up whatever the divine being cried out. The sound was a deep rumbling. It sounded like an earthquake. The sound reminded him of earth shaking or the quaking of a mountain as an avalanche rolled down its side. The sound was so loud that it seemed to be coming from the ground beneath them. It sounded as if the world was ending and the ground was opening up. But when he looked down, the ground appeared to be perfectly fine. So he had to look up at the other land masses in his immediate surroundings. When Loki turned to look at the shadow of the cave heaven, he saw that it was the source of the earthquake. The shadow was even shaking where it was in the air as if it would fall at any time. This shadow was black, and the cave heaven itself was obscured. But as the shaking sound intensified, the shadow seemed to crack, and light spilled out of it. Then the shadow split into many fragments. Loki was able to catch a glimpse of what was inside the fragments before they fell and disappeared into places unknown. What was left of the cave heaven was only a small fragment. This small fragment was about 10% of the initial size of the cave heaven. This was all the divine being could salvage from the wreckage of the foundation of his existence. This sight enlightened Loki, so his eyes lit up and he said, so that's why he was shouting. I bet the feeling was painful, and he was screaming in pain. I would shout out in pain if I were him too. The divine being heard what he said, but didn't refute him. In fact, the golden divine being didn't have the leisure to stand around. He only shot Loki a hateful glare and said, "You will pay for this." And he tore space open and was gone. This gave Loki a surreal feeling. As he tried to parse what he was feeling, he said in disbelief, "That's it? Is he gone just like that? I thought this would be more difficult." Apparently, what he was feeling was disbelief. He couldn't believe that it would have been so easy to defeat a divine being. From what he could tell, the power of the cave heaven was 3,600,000 units. He could also tell that the attack hadn't used any metax, so the attack was similar to the one Lady Red had used to bully him when they first met. This meant that the attack was an attack that he had created without using his full strength. In fact, the attack might have been created using an aspect in which the divine being is weak, just like Lady Red was using a mental attack to bully him, even though she was a forger. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 426. But regardless of how he had done it, the truth remains that he had caused a landmass as large as a small country to break up and had subsequently defeated a divine being. This made him feel immensely proud. From surprise to pride, the roller coaster of his emotions had only begun. After feeling pride, he felt bitter that the divine being had run away. Then he felt frustrated that there was no way for him to pursue. He had marked the divine being, so he knew where the divine being was. However, he had no way to reach the divine being because the mark didn't seem to be in the same dimension of space that he was in. He was feeling frustrated when he noticed the two rank 5 cultivators running for their lives. They had just witnessed him beat a divine being and were now running away to bear witness to the unbelievable event and spread it across the world. This made him say, "Crap, I'd better go." It is already a fact that his divine metak has been exposed. Now that it has been revealed that he can contend with divine beings, other divine beings will be drawn to him, and they won't underestimate him as the golden divine being did. In order to avoid being hunted, he decided to commit suicide and reverse time. So he immediately severed the connection between his body and his mental world before activating the rewind metak. This time, he let Fenrir reach the absolute limit of how far it could go in the river of time. This made him appear at the moment he awakened Fenrir. Immediately after he appeared, he felt a strong dizziness. He became so nauseous that he immediately bent over and vomited his guts out. He didn't even have time to sit down to vomit. Everyone around him either watched him in confusion or in fear. The ones that didn't realize that he was not a rank 1 cultivator were confused, while those who knew what the colorful mark on his forehead meant were shaking in fear. However, none of them knew why he was vomiting. Even the ones who knew that he was a great cultivator, not the weak reincarnation of one, only thought that this was a side effect of his awakening. But regardless of confusion or fear, they let him evacuate his stomach in peace. They gave him all the time he needed to get his bearings, which was all 1 minute and 32 seconds. After he was done vomiting, he straightened himself a little bit. Then he tore off his shirt to clean his mouth. When he was done, he turned to Muni and said, "Let's go." Muni immediately bowed and said fearfully, "Yes, Your Honor." He humbled himself to the limit and would have allowed Loki to walk over him if Loki asked for it. But Loki wasn't interested in any walking. He grabbed Muni and flew away with him in the direction of the market. On his way there, he thought to himself, saying, "That confirms it. I should only feel dizziness and nausea when I reverse time to a point in the past when I don't have a mental world or power core. Now that I've reached all the way to the past with my rank to cultivation, I shouldn't vomit again when I reverse time. So there is nothing to fear anymore. However, since the matter of the vomiting has been felt with, what should I do next? Should I continue to deal with that golden divine being? I should be able to deal with him in the period of his weakness. But he won't give me time and will run away. Unfortunately, the distance between us is too large, and I won't be able to catch up to him before he escapes. If only I had a partner to help me hold him back or distract him so that he can't escape." As these things ran through his mind, he suddenly got an idea. The idea was so good that his eyes lit up. Then he grinned excitedly and said to himself, "Exactly. That's what I should do." He was so excited that he rushed about trying to get things done quickly in preparation for his next fight with the golden divine being. When he got to the market and asked for a loan, the loan sharks had to find a way to acquire 1 million energy stones for him. This was because he was a great cultivator, not some rank 3 cultivator or a rank 4 cultivator. They wanted to lend him more as a sign of respect, but this was their absolute limit. After all, their initial goal had been to lend rank 1 initiates money, not to serve as a bank for a big shot rank 5 cultivator. Loki didn't mind that they could only afford 1 million energy stones for him. He was even flattered a little bit by the gesture. But when he went to gamble the money and was told by the gambling houses that they didn't have any money because they had lent all of their money to the loan sharks, he became displeased. Apparently, the 1 million energy stones that he was supposed to earn through gambling were what they had gathered to lend him, which meant the respectful gesture of the loan sharks had now made things inconvenient for him. Since things had reached this point, he snorted and left the market with the 1 million energy stones. There was no point in getting angry at this point, because anger wouldn't do anything useful. As he left, he said to himself, "I guess I just won't pay back the loan. Let's see what they can do to me if I don't pay back the loan." He doesn't plan to let this timeline continue for more than a day, even if he is successful with his hunt, so there shouldn't be any consequences for not paying the loan since he has a grace period of 1 month to start paying it. Comments. Chapter 427. It can be said that he plans to cheat the loan sharks. However, one entity that he didn't try to cheat is the 4-direction sect. He could have ignored the sect, not registered, not been saddled with the awakening debt, and gone directly into the city to kill people. But he didn't do that for one main reason. That reason is that he will be considered an external enemy attacking the sect if he doesn't register with the sect when he starts attacking the city. As a member of the sect has a go-to move that they can use when he starts killing the people of the sect or destroying buildings and other valuables of the sect. This go-to move is to find him and saddle him with horrendous debt. As long as the sect can pile huge generational debt on him, the sect won't care about what he is doing. They won't care until 1 month later, when it is time to pay the first installment of the interest. If he can pay the interest, then all will be well with the world. But if he can't pay the interest, then the sect will send someone to kidnap or kill him. However, even then, the sect's attitude towards him as a debtor will still be mild because no matter what he does, he will eventually die. And when he dies, his soul will fall into the grasp of the 4-direction sect because they have already marked his soul for debt collection. So the sect's attitude to a debt collector is to hunt him or patiently wait for him to fall into their grasp when he dies a natural death. But if he is not a member of the sect at all, and the sect can't pin debts on him, they will attack him with the full power of the sect. So instead of a single divine being appearing to kill him because he messed with the investment of their house of commerce, there could be more than one divine being coming to hunt him. Since he didn't want the intrusion and interruption of many divine beings, he had to register now. Of course, there is still the benefit of being able to hold up to 100 million energy stones in his account. No one will be carrying 100 million energy stones around. So when he goes gambling, he will need the sect's token to receive this earnings and carry them about. Transactions are also easy to do when they can be done instantly through the sect's token instead of counting energy stones one by one. So becoming a disciple of the sect is not such a bad thing. However, he didn't pay his awakening debt, and become an inner sect disciple after Muni helped him complete the registration because he had no need for the privileges of an inner sect disciple for his plan and for this timeline. He was still thinking about his plan when he left the sect grounds and went to the central market. When he got there, he gambled for a while in the central market to acquire funds. Then he spent those funds to buy branch metax. He earned a little over 100 million energy stones, but spent less than 10 million on the branch metax. The rest of the money was converted into energy stones. It was difficult to get 100 million energy stones in cash, but he found a way through the fact that energy stones varied in quality from low grade to mid grade to high grade and finally to top grade, with each subsequent grade possessing 100 times as much energy as the previous grade. That meant that a top grade energy stone was worth 1 million low grade energy stones. So he only needed 100 top-grade energy stones to carry 100 million energy stones around. Even so, he had to scour the city trying to get the 100 top-grade energy stones. He put in a lot of effort, but no one in the city possessed a top-grade energy stone. They only had high-grade energy stones. Apparently, only rank 5 cultivators used top-grade energy stones. And even then, they asked for 110 mid-grade energy stones or 11,000 low-grade energy stones for 1 high-grade energy stone, not 100 mid-grade energy stones. So he had to pay more for the high-grade energy stones. Because of this, the 93 million energy stones in his possession could only get him 8,454 high-grade energy stones. After he was done with the exchange, he thought about killing and robbing the people with physical energy stones. But he decided to put that plan on hold for now. For now, he put the 8,454 high-grade energy stones in a large sack, which he carried with one hand. Then he went to the edge of the city to release the vessels of Fenrir. It was after he successfully surrounded half of the city that he went to rob the people of their physical energy stones. His robbery yielded over 6,673 high-grade energy stones. This put his total wealth at above 15,000 high-grade energy stones, or over 150 million low-grade energy stones. While the vessels of Fenrir were wrecking on the city, they stood to the side and created another vessel for themselves. This vessel is different from the others because it was being fed with energy stones, not flesh. The puppy swallowed the entire sack of energy stones in one gulp. Then its size expanded rapidly until it became 15 meters tall. So it was as tall as a 5-story building. Loki nodded in appreciation as he patted the white wolf. Then he said, "You're a big boy, aren't you? Now go eat. Have you filled and enjoy yourself?" The giant white wolf bounded away as soon as he gave it permission. Its large body and great strength made it easy for it to smash buildings down and swallow buildings that were 10 stories tall in one bite. Such buildings were disappearing down its gullet every few seconds or so. Comments. Chapter 4:28. As Loki watched his handiwork wreak havoc on the city, he smiled and said, "We are halfway done with the plan. The other half will soon be done." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the city to examine the other vessels and check on their progress. He saw that most of them were still less than 1 meter tall. In fact, the biggest was still 50 centimeters tall. So no one could compare with the vessel he fed all of the energy stones to in size. And when he used the power identification ability on them, he saw that their power rating ranged from 10,000 units to 100,000 units. As for the giant wolf, it had a power rating of 15 million units. This made him say, So the exchange rate is 10 energy stones for 1 unit of power. Is that efficient or not? After wondering if the exchange rate was efficient or not, he shrugged and said, "At least the power is free. Well, mostly free. So I can't complain. It will have to do." With this done, he stayed in the air in a place where his position is visible to everyone and did nothing. He just stayed there with his hands folded across his chest while he watched the vessels tear the city apart. The disparity between the last vessel and the first batch that he created was wide because he hadn't created the first batch for long, so they hadn't had enough time to eat and shore up their power. However, this wide gap between them only got wider and bigger as time passed because the larger wolf was able to eat faster than its weaker counterparts. So the giant wolf will always remain stronger and bigger than the others. With a power output of 15 million units, the giant wolf can take on any rank 5 cultivator. And because its body is made of liquid metal, physical injury can be healed easily. Only energy or corrosive attacks can deal irreparable damage to it. With this kind of configuration, the giant wolf will be able to dominate the heavenly battlefield, but it still won't be able to contend with a divine being. This much is certain for the meantime. After all, he has already confirmed that even the weakest attack of the divine being is 3.6 million units. But if given time to eat more, the giant might be able to pull off a miracle. Unfortunately, the giant wolf didn't get the time it needed to reach such a lofty goal. This was because its big size caused a frenzy that pushed the city to its limit too quickly and drew attention to what was going on faster than before. Because of the appearance of the giant white wolf, the 2 rank 5 cultivators arrived earlier than before. And when they took one look at the wolf, they had no delusions about being able to stop the destruction of the city. So they immediately called for the reinforcement of a divine being. Their tone was very urgent too, so the divine being didn't doubt them and didn't dare to waste time. In just a few seconds after their arrival, the golden divine being also arrived. At first, the golden divine being was angry that he had been called. He thought that the 2 rank 5 cultivators were useless and had already begun to berate them. He said, "You useless bunch of waste. You only eat and eat, but do nothing. You're both a waste of..." He couldn't complete what he was saying because his eyes fell on the giant wolf and the other wolves running around the city, eating people as well as the buildings they were in. As a divine being, he was able to discern that these wolves weren't living things. This was because they didn't have any consciousness. So his eyes scanned the surrounding area for the source of the wolves until his eyes fell on Loki. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, "So it is the manifestation of a divine metak. What a boon. It seems this is my lucky day." As he spoke, he was already attacking. He had a smile on his face, but his cave heaven was already moving to crush and trap Loki. The shadow of a continent appeared behind him. This was his cave heaven. The cave heaven isn't actually in this dimension of space, but it can exert power in this dimension through the divine being. The fact that the cave heaven is in another dimension is why only a shadow of it could be seen. Not even the true size of a cave heaven could be determined through this shadow. Just like a mountain falling from the heavens can contain a whole small world in it, this shadow was created by something far larger than it appears. Loki knew this, but he wasn't daunted. He had been somewhat afraid during their previous clash in the last timeline. But now, he only felt confident. So it was with confidence that he raised the large cannon in his hands and pointed it at the shadow of the cave heaven. His actions made the golden divine being sneer and mockery. He even said in disdain, "What an idiot. Do you think possessing a divine metak makes you worthy of fighting a divine being?" Loki didn't reply. He was too busy waiting for the cave heaven to get too close to him and for Fenrir to finish with the second part of his preparation for him to speak. When the cave heaven reached a sufficiently distant distance from the divine being, such that it wouldn't be easy to retrieve it, Loki released the payload in the cannon. The payload of the cannon was a red ball of lightning. This was an attack created with only the forging pathway and the killing pathway, so it wasn't as powerful as the one he used before. But it was still more than capable of dealing with the cave heaven. Comments. Chapter 4:29. The ball of red lightning struck with a power of 5 doubt status times 5 times 2 core metax times 25 stats plus 900 power core times 25 times 2 branch metax times 415% overdrive plus 900% mental world, which is 30,409,375 units. This kind of power was 9.21 times greater than the power of the cave heaven, so there could be no resistance whatsoever. In fact, even before the red ball of lightning struck, the divine being was already panicking. As soon as he sensed the power in that ball of energy, he knew that he had messed up. So he quickly began to retrieve his cave heaven. His actions made it so that the shadow of the cave heaven started to become faint, and its size was becoming smaller and smaller. It was clear that cave heaven was escaping. This was a good idea on the part of the divine being, but it was still too late. The red ball of lightning struck the shadow, sank into it, and disappeared. There was no explosion, and Loki wasn't sent flying by anything. There was no rumbling of an earthquake or a landslide, yet the divine being still screamed. Because there was no explosion, Loki was able to hear the cry of the divine being clearly as he said, "Nu." The shadow of the cave heaven had disappeared completely with the red of lightning, so Loki couldn't tell how effective his move was. But he could tell that whatever had happened wasn't good for the divine being based on how the divine being was looking at him. The golden divine being looked at him with eyes full of fear and tears of red lightning running down his face as he said, "What have you done?" Loki only sneered before pointing at him and saying to Fenrir, "Fetch him for me." Down below in the city, a lot of things have happened. The most significant change is what has happened to the vessels of Fenrir. While Loki was confronting the golden divine being, the vessels had executed the second half of the plan. This part was for them to walk over to the giant wolf and merge with it. All of the vessels combined into one bigger and stronger white wolf. The wolf became so big that it dwarfed all the buildings around it. Even a black snake that served as its tail was now as long as the tallest building in the city. And it was strong too. Its power output was slightly above 20 million units, so it is no slouch. Even before Loki gave the order for it to fetch, the wolf had jumped into the air towards the divine being. It opened its mouth wide and created a black blanket that immediately enveloped the divine being. This way, the divine being won't be able to escape as he did before. This was Loki's plan. He created a powerful partner to help him in his fight against the divine being. And as he watched it unfold, his heart was full of anticipation. However, he also had a nagging suspicion that things might not go well. This was because the golden divine being wasn't resisting at all. The man was only glaring at Loki. Just as Loki was wondering how the divine being would turn the tide, the golden body of the divine cracked. Then the golden body shattered as red lightning exploded out of him. The red lightning belonged to him, and he recognized it, but he was still surprised to see it, especially since its return to the scene was so unorthodox. With the red lightning bursting out of the golden body of the divine being disappeared. Fenrir could only swallow the sea of red lightning, not the divine being. He was wondering what was going on when he sensed his mark disappear. This signified that either the mark had been removed or the divine being was dead. He was finding it hard to determine which had happened because the sect didn't send him any bill for killing the divine being. He looked warily for a surprise attack as he said, "Knowing the sect, if I killed their divine being, I should be drowned up to the gills with debts." He was waiting for the divine being to pop out or do something, so he didn't let down his guard. But he was still taken off guard by what happened next. The place where the divine being used to stand began to crack. Black cracks spread across the area. In the space there was torn open. A black pillar of light tore through space and rose into the air from the tear in space. The black pillar was so tall that it reached up to the clouds, scattered the clouds, and stopped at the very limit of the sky. As the black pillar rose into the air, the tear in the spacer got wider and wider. Then a large golden crystal came out of the tear and rose into the air within the black pillar. Loki didn't know what was going on except that the world was mournful. This was something that he could sense from the will of the world. The world was expressing sorrow for losing something. This had already given him a clue as to what was going on. Then everything clicked when he used the power identification ability on the golden crystal. Divine position, golden body. This golden crystal looked like a precious gem, but it was the largest gem he had ever seen. In fact, the gem was so big that Giant Fenrir looked like a puppy next to it. Since Giant Fenrir looked like a puppy compared to the golden crystal, he looked like an ant next to it. This reminded him of the first time that he met the Supreme Metak. As he looked at the golden crystal rising into the air, his eyes were full of greed as he said, "So this is the divine position of the golden body divine being." Comments. Chapter 430. His eyes were shining as he said, "That means that the golden divine being must be dead. Does that mean I am strong enough to kill divine beings now?" While he was asking himself existential questions, Fenrir had already rushed into the sky. The goal of this gluttonous puppy was as clear as day. Fenrir opened his mouth and spat out a black blanket that rushed to cover the golden crystal. But as the black blanket approached the golden crystal, it began to shake. Fenrir was unwilling to give up, so it pushed the black blanket forward. This insistence caused the black blanket to begin to crack. As soon as the first crack appeared, Loki felt a terrible pain lance through his head. It was as if someone had stuck a knife into his brain. The more cracks appeared, the greater the pain he felt. This pain made him quickly take back the power of his mental world that he lent to Fenrir. Without the black blanket to bear the brunt of the resistance of the golden crystal, all of the resistance fell on Fenrir. In just 1 second, Fenrir cracked and shattered. Then his shattered body was shattered again and again until he was nothing but dust. Loki's eye narrowed when he saw this. He also sighed in relief and said, "Fortunately, I didn't let my greed blind me." He is already half blind. This was because whatever had damaged his mental world had also damaged one of his eyes. The eye in question has lost vision and is cracked. Blood is also leaking from the damaged eye. His other eye is fairly better. Aside from the blood tear at the corner of his eye, he can still see through it. As for the damage to his mental world, it is not permanent. But for now, the glowing mark on his forehead has dimmed in brightness. Its brightness won't be restored until he has restored his injuries. It is clear that if he had let his greed make him approach the golden crystal instead of sending Fenrir, his greed would have truly blinded him. Something worse might have also happened to his mental world. He was grateful for Fenrir's sacrifice, but he wasn't reconciled to the turn of events. His heart was full of unwillingness as he said, "I killed him, so I should be able to get my loot. What else do I have to do to get my loot?" He was racking his brain about what to do when a surprised voice said, "Huh? Someone died? Who died?" Another person said, "It is Golden Body. This place reeks of his slimy merchant aura." Then a third voice said, "It has been a long time since one of us died. Who killed him?" The speakers of the voices were invisible to Loki, so it seemed like the voice was coming from the sky. And because the voices were as loud as thunder, it appeared that thunderclouds were talking to each other. He wasn't the only mortal who had seen the pillar, and he wasn't the only one who was hearing the voices in the sky. The voices were reverberating throughout the central domain, so nearly everyone could hear them. But only the rank 5 cultivators dared to appear and rise into the air. Most peculiar was that only rank 5 money cultivators rose into the air and approached the golden crystal. Loki was looking forward to seeing what they wanted to do when he heard that last line full of unfortunate words. When Loki heard them ask about who had killed Monarch Golden Body, he knew that it was time to leave. He was reluctant to leave as he hadn't gotten anything from killing the golden divine being, but he couldn't afford to wait anymore lest he be unable to leave later. So he severed the connection between his mental world and his body. Then he activated the rewind metak to make his great escape. On his way through the river of time, he thought back to what had just happened. Then he thought about the divine position and why he failed to grab it. As thoughts of various kinds swept through his mind, he said to himself, "It is honestly surreal. I expected him to take a beating with that attack, but I didn't want him to shatter and die just like that. And when he died, he didn't leave anything behind for me. I have to blame the red lightning for this, not him though. I am sure he would have wanted to leave something behind for me if he could." The memory of that golden crystal surged through his mind, and made him say, "That is a divine position. According to Lady Red, I need a specific key to gain access to it. Unfortunately, that key was lost when the Golden Man died. Maybe if I didn't use the red lightning, his divine metak wouldn't be destroyed, and my mark would be able to seal it and grab it for my use. With the divine metak on hand, I will have the key to access the golden crystal." As his thoughts swept in this direction, his eyes lit up with expectations. And as soon as he finished this train of thought, he said to himself, "In that case, I must have another go at him. I can't just let his death be in vain." He decided to have another try at taking over the divine position of a divine being, so he made sure to stop his ride through the river of time very early. When he returned to the physical world, he found himself at the central market looking around for high-grade energy stones to exchange for. He didn't put a stop to this and instead continued it. He went along with the plan he initially laid out and created many vessels for Fenrir, including one with a power output of 15 million units. Then he let it loose and let it destroy the city. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 4:31. As usual, people tattled on him. So, few minutes into attacking the city, the Golden Divine being arrived. While Loki was contending with him, the vessels of Fenrir had combined into one giant beast with a power output of 19 million units. Then Loki struck the cave heaven of the Golden Divine being. But he didn't use the lightning engine metak for this attack. So the attack was still a red energy ball, but there was no lightning in it. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to kill the Golden Divine being. The Golden Divine being was injured, but he didn't die, and he was able to escape. Loki couldn't tell where he had gone wrong because he couldn't see what was happening within the cave heaven with his attack. He could only give up with regret and reverse time so that he could give it another try. The next time he attacked the cave heaven, he used the lightning engine metak. But he didn't use the bleed metak of the killing pathway. But this configuration still failed to kill the Golden Divine being. When the Divine being realized that he had made a mistake, he immediately ran away in defeat, and Loki couldn't get to him. This frustrated Loki so much that he reversed time and used the combination of a lightning engine metak, the splitting edge divine metak, and the bleed metak. He wanted to kill the divine being and eat him before his body exploded. His plan was to have Fenrir swallow him before he explodes, so that when the golden crystal appears, it will appear inside Fenrir's stomach. That way, Fenrir can just digest it directly. Fenrir liked this plan as it involved eating, but Loki suspected that this plan was likely to fail. According to his estimates, Fenrir was going to explode when the golden crystal appeared within him. But as it turned out, he was wrong to believe this. This didn't mean that his plan succeeded, though. His plan still failed, but it failed because of something he didn't expect. His plan failed right from the start because the divine being didn't die. The red lightning was successful in hitting and entering the cave heaven, but it failed to kill the divine being as it did last time. This made Loki realize that things were more complicated than he expected. He tried again to replicate the instance where he killed the golden divine being with his red lightning. Since he had a perfect memory, he remembered exactly what he did, and he did it to kill the red ball of lightning. By replicating his actions, he hoped to replicate those feat. Unfortunately, he couldn't replicate that situation exactly because he could only control himself, not everyone else. He could control everything he did to the letter, including where he was standing in the air, where he was looking, the timing of his attack, and the posture of his attack. But he couldn't control how the vessels of Fenrir behaved or how the two rank 5 cultivators reacted to the vessels of Fenrir. The vessels of Fenrir were chaotic and roamed everywhere randomly. Their behavior affected how chaotic they made the city, which in turn affected the time that the rank 5 cultivators appeared, and their position when the two rank 5 cultivators appeared was usually different with each iteration. The two rank 5 cultivators were always afraid when they saw Fenrir, but depending on the time of their arrival, their fear could be mild or excessive. If they arrive early, the vessels will be weaker, so their fear would be milder. But if they arrive late, Fenrir will be stronger, and their fear will be excessive. Sometimes they got so afraid that the two of them contacted their divine being at the same time. The urgency of the two of them made the divine being appear early and always in a different position. All of the variables made it difficult for Loki to replicate the great feat, even after trying 8 more times with a ball of red lightning. At the end of the day, he gave up and decided to do something more useful with his time. As he flew back through the river of time, he said, "The main problem is that I don't know how he died in the first place. If I knew exactly what happened, I could try to replicate it better. As far as I can tell, that attack succeeded because of a fluke. Apparently, an attack of nearly 68.5 million units is not nearly enough to kill a divine being in a normal situation. If there is a glaring reason why he didn't die, it is the fact that he was able to use his divine metac after my attack. During my first successful attempt, he wasn't able to use his divine metac at all, but he was always able to use it later on when I used the red ball of lightning. So I must have done something to prevent him from using his divine metac in the first successful attempt. My best guess is that the red lightning struck something that was needed for him to use his divine metac, or outright destroyed the divine metac early on during my first successful attempt. Unfortunately, I can't confirm or disprove this hypothesis because I can't see what's going on in his cave heaven." After grumbling about it some more, he shrugged and said, "Forget it. It is not as if I can get his divine position, even if he dies. That red lightning would always destroy his divine metac if it succeeds in killing him. So I'm better off trying to create my own divine position. In that case, what I should do now is find a small world and use its living heart to elevate myself." He already has a small world in mind to use for this project. In fact, he has 2 small worlds that he can use. Comments. Chapter 432. The first option he has at his disposal is to use the small world that Lady Red plans to use to create her divine position. The second option is to use the small world that has been prepared as the heavenly battlefield. The first option will require him to find a way to find the small world and travel to that small world. After all, the small world is outside the blessed heaven world. It is not in a place nearby that he can stroll to. He is inclined to pick the second option for this reason, and because he won't have to fight the will of the world and the World King in the heavenly battlefield. Since the second option is so accessible and was of less difficulty, it wasn't difficult for him to pick this option. So when he successfully reversed time and reappeared in the physical world, the first thing he did was to become an inner sect disciple and register for the heavenly battlefield mission. As usual, he was placed on a waiting list. But this time, because he had signed up early, he was placed as number 3 on the wait list. This meant that he would be assigned to a heavenly battlefield in 2 months. After he is assigned, his heavenly battlefield mission will need time to prepare and recruit soldiers. So he will need to wait another month to 2 months before he can finally enter the small world and execute his dastardly plans. He didn't have a better option, so he could wait. In the meantime, he continued to gamble in the central market to earn money. After he was done gambling, he decided to have a meeting with his favorite information broker. He entered the shop and went to take his seat. The attendant immediately asked him, saying, "What can I do for you, honored customer?" He replied, saying, "Where is your boss? I want to see your boss. I want to see him or her now, so call them out for me." The attendant said in reply, "I'm sorry, but my boss is currently not available." This made him curl his lips and say, "What if I destroy this whole place and kill all of the workers? Will you be around then?" The androgynous voice from behind the screen didn't miss a beat as it said, "Even if you kill us, my boss won't show up, because that will only prove to him that you're a dangerous person whom he shouldn't meet with. Besides, our death won't affect my boss. He won't be the one to pay for our deaths. You will be the one to pay. After we are dead, he can just hire another batch." The attendant made good points, so Loki changed his tactics and said, "Never mind then. I will find him myself." With that said, the mark on his forehead flashed. Then his mental world swept forward towards the mind of the attendant and grabbed it. There was a slight resistance, but his mental world successfully grabbed her mind and pulled it into his mental world. In the physical world, her body was perfectly fine, but her eyes were vacant. She was a rank 3 cultivator without a mind palace, so her mind appeared as a ball of light. Since her mind didn't have an ego that rank 4 cultivators have, he decided to be her ego. He impressed his will onto her mind in order for her to answer his questions. But before he could do that, her mind began to unravel. This was because his mental world was digesting her mind. The pulling force of the black hole in his mind had taken effect on the ball of light and was pulling it towards the black hole like the white ocean below. But her mind was so weak that the ball of light was already torn apart before it reached the black hole. As the ball of light scattered, her memories surged into his mind. Some of the fragments of her mind fell into the white ocean below and were immediately dissolved. But he didn't lose every fragment to the corrosive water. He was able to grab hold of the memory he wanted by using the memory read metac. When he used the memory read metac, he discovered that her memories had become easier to read. Unfortunately, there was nothing left of her mind when he was done. What he saw made his eyes light up and say, "So their boss is a seer with a knowledge network life ability. What an interesting development. I have to admit that I didn't expect this." As he said this, he turned his attention towards what was happening in the physical world. In the physical world, the attendant's eyes became vacant, and she fell down dead. As soon as this happened, the other attendants in the room knew what had happened. Through the third eye on their forehead, they could see everything happening in the shop, so the death of one of them didn't escape their notice. With one of them dead, they all stood up and stared at him with hostility in their eyes. They didn't say anything, but their disapproval and hostility were clear in the glare that they gave him. Loki couldn't see them since they were all within booths, but he could sense that they were looking at him through the arrangement of their minds. However, he didn't seem to notice. He ignored their glares and strode forward. There was a booth blocking his way, but he broke it apart with a single swing of his fist. He hasn't refined his body yet, but his power core stat can be used to enhance his stats. Since his power core stat is at an extraordinary 900 units, the enhancement to his body is greater than whatever he could get by refining his body to rank 5. This is the source of his confidence in being willful. Comments. Chapter 433. Even though he doesn't have rank 5 branch metacs, and his body is very weak, he dares to flip this shop upside down just because he has the power core stat, and because the power core stat is at 900 units. As he thought of this, he chuckled and said, "I can even flip the entire city, much less some random shop in the city." As he spoke, he grabbed the notebook from the hand of the corpse of the attendant. Then he searched her body for the pen, which he took and prepared to use to write in the book. But before he could write, the other side wrote in the book, saying, "Honored guest, why have you sought me out?" Loki replied, saying, "I just want to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you." The other side said, "You are funny. Anyway, I won't meet with you. If you have something to say it now." Loki said, "How is it that a seer of your rank is messing around in the territory of the Four Directions sect? I wonder what the sect will think of you if they find out about you." Writings appeared in the book saying, "Believe it or not, I have broken no rules of the Four Directions sect. I should know because I am an inner disciple of the Four Directions sect." Loki shook his head as he wrote, saying, "Is that so? Why don't I believe you?" He didn't actually doubt this person. He was just asking questions to sniff out more information from them while he did something in the background. The other side didn't seem to notice what he was doing. They said, "The fact that I awakened the core metac of the Nexus of Truth sect doesn't make me a spy of the Nexus of Truth sect in the territory of the Four Directions sect." Then they said with impatience, "If all that you've come for is to create trouble, then you should get on with it. But if what you want is important and secret information, I believe that we can come to an arrangement. So what will it be?" Loki smiled as he wrote, saying, "Thank you for permission. I won't be polite then." As he spoke, his mind had already made contact with the mind of another attendant through the mind network metac. He found the mind to be normal except for one little thing. The mind of the attendant was a lake covered with white fog. The lake was calm with occasional ripples and gentle waves moving through its surface. This is what a normal mind should look like. But there is something that is out of place in this serene arrangement. This thing is the large tree that had been planted in the lake. The tree has its roots spread throughout the lake and the floor of the lake. The tree also doesn't have any branches. It is just one trunk that ends with a large fruit on top of it. Only a small part of the tree is actually above the surface of the lake. This is the part with the large yellow fruit on it. But the large fruit is an eye, not something that can be eaten. The large eye at the top of the tree makes the entire tree look like an eyeball with its nerve endings. The nerve endings are the tree trunk and its roots. So the eye has taken root in this attendant's mind, and its nerve endings have spread throughout the mind. When Loki saw this, he whistled appreciatively before saying, "So this is the knowledge network life ability. It is truly as insidious as its reputation makes it out to be. This eye is the manifestation of the knowledge network life ability. It is why this attendant possesses a third eye, even though he is not a seer. The truth is that this eye and the third eye of every attendant in this shop belong to one person. So it can be said that all of these attendants are only borrowing the third eye. Unfortunately for them, things are not so simple. Once the third eye has taken root in their minds, there is no going back. Not only is there no way to remove the eye without damaging the mind, but the mind has already been changed by the eye. In a way, the eye is a parasite, and all of these attendants have been parasitized. As Loki was thinking about this, the eye was scanning its environment. It was turning left and right, looking for invaders. Since it was about to turn in his direction, he decided to make a move. He extended the mental thread of the mind network Metak into the eye and traced its mental connection back to its source. What he found on the other side was a mental world. He had appeared within the mental world of another person, but instead of being afraid, he smiled and said, "Jackpot." As long as what he was dealing with was a mental world, not a cave heaven, he felt that he had nothing to worry about. So he prepared to get to work. Unfortunately, the owner of the mental world had discovered his intrusion at this point. The owner immediately moved to send him out. The rank 5 seer didn't fight him head on, but instead cut off the eye in the mind of the attendant that he used to gain access to their mental world. Without a channel to connect to the mental world, his connection was severed. This worked, but only for a while. Loki was soon back because he had already infiltrated the mind of another attendant and was using it to connect to the mental world again. As soon as he gained access to the mental world, he activated the mind node Metak and began constructing a mind node in the mental world. This way, he won't need the minds of the attendants to connect to the mental world. Comments. Chapter 434. The rank 5 seer immediately did the same thing he did the last time. He immediately cut off the connection of the knowledge network life ability. Unfortunately for him, Loki was ready. Loki activated the mind freeze Metak and froze the mental world. Then he constructed the mind node leisurely. After constructing the first mind node, he constructed the second one just in case. Then he got to work constructing mind bombs. One mind bomb would be enough to blow half the mind to pieces and leave the other half with fractures. But he didn't stop with just one mind bomb. He constructed 12 of them around the mind nodes in the arrangement of a clock. When he was done with this, he clapped his mental hands and said, "That should work nicely. Let's put it to work and see." Then he deactivated the mind freeze Metak. This allowed the rank 5 seer to resume his thoughts. His thoughts were still on cutting off the manifestation of his life ability in the mind of his thrall, who is called an attendant. He continued to do that as soon as he could think again. Not only did he shut off that manifestation, but he also shut down every other manifestation in his thralls in that city. That way, the intruder won't be able to take advantage of them again. But this was still too late because Loki had already constructed the mind nodes. When he noticed what had happened in his mental world, he realized that it was too late. He could only feel despair. His despair was so great that he immediately decided to commit suicide. This was because he believed that only death could save him from this unfortunate situation. He was right to commit suicide, but before he could execute his intentions, the power of the hypnotized Metak kicked in and swept through his mental world along with Loki's voice. Loki's voice came out of mind node, saying, "There is no need for such drastic actions. I'm sure we can talk things out and come to an arrangement. It was Loki who spoke, but to the seer, it was his inner voice that spoke. What this inner voice said was also convincing, so the seer decided to talk things out. Loki said, "As long as you answer all of my questions, I will let you go." This is a promise that even an initiate won't believe so easily, but the rank 5 seer didn't suspect anything at all. He immediately believed what Loki said and was willing to answer every question. He even sighed in relief and said, "As long as you let me go, I will tell you anything you want to know." The ego in his mind, which was the little man in his mental world, was the one who spoke. Without knowing it, the eyes of this little man had already glazed over, and he was talking without thinking things through. Loki wasn't one to stand on ceremony. He immediately asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. He said, "Are dragons extinct?" The seer immediately said, "Dragons are extinct in the blessed heaven world. They were hunted into extinction by the Four Directions sect, the Myriad Phenomenon sect, the Nexus of Truth sect, and the Martial Body sect." The Swordway sect hadn't been established when the dragons officially went extinct. It was said that the disciples of the Martial Body sect were the ones who hunted the most dragons. They used the flesh of dragons to create metax, and they used the reputation of killing dragons to become divine beings. But the dragons are only extinct in the blessed heaven world. They might still be present in other worlds in the Sea of Worlds. There's also a possibility that they might still be dragons hiding in the cave heaven of certain divine beings. The theory that dragons are hiding in cave heavens is valid, because cave heavens can hold living things. But if this is true, then it is possible that the ancient divine dragons are still alive. Loki's eyes gleamed when he heard this detailed answer to his question. When the seer was done speaking, he patted himself on the back and said, "I was right. This is better than forcefully searching his mind. This way, I can ask him as many questions as I want without his mind breaking up. What could be better?" Then he asked another question, saying, "I expected dragons to be very strong, considering how large their energy wells are said to be. If they are so strong, how could humans with an energy well of 90 units possibly defeat them?" This is another thing that has been bothering him a lot ever since he advanced to rank 5. His power core stat is 900 units, which makes it nearly impossible for any rank 5 cultivator to be a match for him. So he can't believe that humans were able to hunt dragons. His voice was laced with the poisonous power of the hypnotized metak, so there was no way for the seer to resist. The seer immediately replied, saying, "Dragons were talented and strong because they were the children of the world. I don't know exactly what being the children of the world meant, but I know that they had the support of the world and could automatically become divine beings after growing up. However, something happened to them that made dragons lose the support of the world. This weakened them in that they stopped being able to become divine beings. On the other hand, humans began to take their place and become divine beings. So it became easy for humans to bully and hunt them into extinction." This made Loki say, "Oh, is the fact that one can increase their talent when they become divine beings related to why dragons have such high talents?" The tiny man replied with glazed eyes, saying, "No, it is not." Comments. Chapter 4:35. The seer explained by saying, "Dragons are innately blessed and don't need to become divine beings to have extraordinary talent. It is humans that need to become divine beings before they can raise the limit of their talent. And that's only because talent stops being relevant when they become divine beings." Loki's brows furrowed when he heard this. As someone with a large energy well, which serves as the greatest part of his power, he didn't like the idea that talent would become irrelevant at rank 6. So he said, "How and why does talent become irrelevant as a divine being?" The seer said, "When a rank 5 cultivator advances to rank 6, their power core, which used to be their energy well, and their mental world will fuse to become their cave heaven. The outcome of this fusion will also determine the grade of the life fire. The higher the grade of the life fire, the longer the lifespan they will get, the longer the divine being can live, and the more difficult they will be to kill. So the size and power of the power core are very important to the power of a divine being. However, after the life fire has been ignited and the cave heaven has been formed, the size of the power core will become irrelevant because it will stop existing. Since divine veins possess infinite life energy, the size of the energy well and the speed of energy recovery will also be irrelevant, even if they exist. Loki sighed in relief when he heard that he hadn't increased the size of his energy well in vain. But there was still something he didn't understand about how to increase talents that he wanted to ask. He said, "Didn't you say that talents can be increased after becoming divine beings? How can it be done if talent becomes irrelevant at rank 6 and above?" The seer struggled for a bit before saying, "When a divine being runs out of lifespan and reincarnates, the talent of their energy well will increase because of the supply of infinite life energy from their cave heaven. They will even be able to break the limit of 90 units of talent without trying. But this is not a good thing when they become divine beings again, because their new energy well will fuse with their cave heaven when they ascend and dilute their life fire. This dilution of their life fire will make their life fire weaker and make it easier for them to run out of lifespan." When Loki heard this, he said, "So the more they reincarnate, the higher their talent will be, but the worse their life fire will become?" The seer nodded and said, "Exactly so. After a while, their life fire will refuse to reignite when they try to become divine beings. So they will fail the process of ascension, and their souls will disappear forever, never to reincarnate." This made Loki say, "Wow, I didn't expect that." Then he said, "Speaking of the process of ascension, what does it entail exactly?" The seer replied in a wooden voice like a robot, "With a divine metak connected to you as your life ability, you call to the divine position. The divine position will answer and will pull you up. If you're not interrupted on your way up, and if you don't fail to transform your existence, you will become a divine being. From that moment on, you will have a life fire, which you can use to gain more lifespan by burning special resources." In response, Loki raised an eyebrow and said, "Divine beings have to burn special resources for lifespan? I thought the extra lifespan was automatic." The tiny ego shook its head as it said in reply, "Extra lifespan isn't free. You have to sacrifice something to gain lifespan. Divine beings gain extra lifespan by sacrificing special resources to their life fire. The higher the grade of the life fire, the higher its efficiency in converting resources to lifespan. The maximum efficiency of conversion of the life fire is 50%. The lowest is 1%. Life fire that cannot reach 1% in conversion efficiency will fail to ignite and will lead to a failure in ascension. The consequence of such a failure is the destruction of the soul." After mulling over what the seer had said for a few seconds, Loki asked, "Does that mean that divine beings can have infinite lifespans as long as they have something to sacrifice?" The seer said, "Infinite lifespan is indeed possible. However, it is very difficult to achieve because, aside from using lifespan to continue living, divine beings also use lifespans to fight. So the more a divine being fights, the faster their lifespan will run out." Loki's eyes widened when he heard this. He said, "What the hell? What do you mean they use lifespan to fight?" The reply was, "Lifespan is the single most important resource to divine beings. They need to spend their lifespan to heal their injuries and to fight. So a divine being with a low lifespan will be easy to kill. For fighting, some lifespan is needed to use divine metaks to fight. Each activation of a divine metak will consume some lifespan. So even if one wins a fight with another divine being, it doesn't necessarily mean that they won't lose out. If they lose too much lifespan to make the fight not worth it, they will become easier to kill by another person. This is why divine beings rarely fight each other." When Loki heard this answer, he looked at the seer with a strange gaze and said, "How do you know so much about divine beings? I don't think this information is something most rank 5 beings should know." The seer has a pained look of struggle on his face again. Then he said, "I used to be a divine being." His words made Loki instinctively step back from him warily. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 436. Not only did Loki step back warily, but he also looked around and checked their surroundings to make sure that they were in a mental world, not a cave heaven. After all, even a fallen divine being should have a cave heaven. When he was sure that he wasn't mistaken and no one was playing a prank on him, he turned to the seer and said, "How did you turn out like this?" The pained look and signs of struggle appeared on the seer's face again. But the power of the hypnotized metak was too strong to resist, so he had to spill his guts. He said, "I died only to come back and find out that I had been replaced. The new divine being occupying my divine position went hunting for me and tried to kill me so that I would never be able to threaten her. She was a seer, so I couldn't hide from her. I had to fake my death by giving up my cave heaven. If I hadn't done that, she wouldn't have stopped searching. In fact, it could be said that I am already dead because I am no longer the person I was. I had to transfer my mind into this new body through my life ability. Then I came here to join the Four Directions sect." Loki nodded in understanding as he listened. After the seer was done talking, he asked, saying, "So, how do you plan to return to your lofty position?" The seer said, "I can't take back my divine position in my current state. My plan is to look for an alternative. So I spread my knowledge network throughout the central domain by installing an information broker shop in every city. If I can use my knowledge network to parasitize someone and help that person become a divine being, I can transfer my mind into their mind using my life ability and take their place. Then I can use their power to take back my original divine position." Loki was so impressed by this plan that he clapped. As he clapped, he said, "Good plan. Very good plan." Then he asked, saying, "Why haven't you succeeded, though?" The seer's eye twitched a little bit before he said, "Because becoming a divine being is very difficult. Every divine position is already taken and guarded jealously. In fact, there might be more than one person claiming ownership of a divine position and in possession of the secret recipe to refine the divine metak for that divine position. So as soon as a divine being dies, there will be plenty of people scrambling to replace them. This makes replacing a divine being nearly impossible. The alternative is to create a new divine position, and I am already working on that." When Loki heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Oh, are you already working on it? How far have you gone?" This time, the resistance was greater. He struggled not to spill his greatest secret, but he was still compelled to talk. He said, "I am currently in a small world outside of the blessed heaven world. I transferred my mind into the body of a native in the small world. Then I will use this native to become the world king of the small world. If I succeed, I won't have to fight the world king or the will of the world for control of the world. And if I fail, I can always transfer my mind into another body and start again. It is just that failure means I will have to wait a while for the previous world king to die." Loki began to clap again. As he clapped, he said, "I am truly impressed. I thought that I had you estimated, but it turned out that I had underestimated your capabilities." Now he was seeing just how insidious the knowledge network life ability was. Not only can the life ability be used to harvest knowledge from the minds of others by parasitizing them, but even the mind of the host can be transferred into a parasitized mind. This way, if the host is killed, they could just shift their minds to another body and continue their work. In a way, a cultivator with a knowledge network life ability is immortal. Of course, not everyone believes that. Many people believe that the new body is only someone with the memories and life ability of the previous host, not the exact same person. But what Loki found absurd is that even with this ability, someone was able to steal the divine position from the seer and turn him into someone who can only fake his death and struggle to become a divine being. However, he didn't dwell on this matter for long. And even though the seer suspected that Loki would covet his small world, Loki didn't give the small world a second thought. His focus had returned to his own plans and preparations. So he said to the seer, "Since you know so much about divine beings, you should know how powerful a divine being is. Tell me exactly how they produce power." The seer replied, saying, "In summary, the full power of a divine being is cultivation rank times stat times divine metak times cave heaven times law fragment. The cultivation rank is also the Tao status of the divine being. And as far as I know, it ranges from rank 6 to rank 8. I'm not entirely sure about rank 9. Their stat is the power of which part of they're using. This could be body, soul, mind, will, or all of them. It all depends on which part of existence the divine metac can use. The lowest limit is 5.5 units. I'm not sure what the highest is. The divine metac is the portion of the power output that is affected by the divine metac. There can be 1, 2, or 3 divine metacs working together. The power of each one ranges from 6 to 8. Comments. Chapter 4:37. The seer explained, saying, every rank 6 divine being must possess 1 divine metac. Rank 7 possesses an average of 2 divine metacs in its pathway. Rank 8 possesses an average of 3 divine metacs in its pathway. I'm not sure about rank 9. As for the cave heaven, it is the size of the cave heaven. The cave heaven increases the power of the divine being by 1 unit for every square kilometer. The lowest limit of the power of a cave heaven is 10,000 square kilometers. Below that, and the cave heaven will collapse. I have never heard any divine being who could survive with that small a cave heaven. Some divine beings can have a cave heaven up to 10 million square kilometers in size right from the start. Divine beings can also increase the size of their cave heavens. So a rank 6 divine being can have a cave heaven of up to 100 million square kilometers in size. Finally, there is the amplification of the law fragments. Law fragments are what give branch metacs their power. Rank 1 branch metacs possess 1 law fragment, and a rank 2 branch metac contains 3 law fragments. Rank 3 branch metacs contains 6 law fragments, and rank 4 branch metacs contain 10 law fragments, while rank 5 metacs possess 15 law fragments. Branch metacs can't withstand the power of a divine being anymore, so they are broken down for their law fragments. Divine beings accumulate these law fragments and gain an amplification of 100% for each order of 10 that they possess. That means 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 10 million law fragments will provide an amplification of 0%, 100%, 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, and 700%. But only law fragments of a single pathway can be accumulated by a divine being. The law fragments from different pathways will cancel each other out. On average, the power of a rank 6 divine being will be 6 cultivation rank times 5.5 stat times 6 divine metac times 100,000 cave heaven times 600% law fragment, which is 356.4 million units. Since 1 million units is considered 1 unit of world power, 356.4 million units can be called 356.4 units of world power or 356.4 units of divine power. Loki was enlightened by this detailed answer. A lot of the questions that he had before had been answered. When he was done digesting the information, he shook his head and thought to himself, damn it, the gap in power between rank 5 cultivators and divine beings is so wide. The power of rank 5 beings is in the hundreds of thousands, while that of divine beings is in the hundreds of millions. The difference is up to 1,000 times. No wonder divine beings don't take rank 5 cultivators and other mortals seriously at all. No wonder that golden body divine being looked down on me, even though I was using a divine metac to fight him. Just as cave heaven should have been able to suppress any other rank 5 being. When he thought of how divine beings were combining millions of law fragments to produce power, he shook his head again and said inwardly, they have the right to be pompous. I use 15 rank 5 branch metacs from 3 pathways to produce power, but that's only a total of 225 law fragments. A normal rank 5 cultivator will use 5 rank 5 branch metacs for a total of 75 law fragments. But they get to use 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million law fragment for power. When converted to branch metacs, those 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million law fragments would be rank 14, rank 45, rank 141, rank 447, rank 1,414, and rank 4,472 branch metax. So yes, divine beings deserve to be that strong. But then he remembered their cave heaven and how big an average one is. So he said to himself, isn't 300,000 kilometers square already much larger than many countries on Earth? And their cave heaven can theoretically be as large as a planet. No wonder they're called world kings in other worlds. And they throw those things at me. They throw it as if they're tossing a weapon or a stone at me, not a landmass bigger than islands at me. No wonder they are so cocky. I haven't reached their level, and I'm already feeling cocky. So they have the right to look down their noses at mortals like me. The more he thought about what he had just learned and used the new knowledge to assess his previous experiences with divine beings, the more he shook his head and marveled. And this was just the lower limit of the power of divine beings. When he thought of the upper limit of the power of divine beings, he agreed completely with whoever had first called them divine beings. He had been thoroughly enlightened. But he still had one thing he didn't understand about the power of a divine being. So he asked, what if the divine being used their cave heaven to attack? What will be the power output then? The seer said, an attack using only the cave heaven and no divine metac will produce a power that is equal to cultivation rank times cave heaven times law fragment. In that situation, the same divine being will only be able to produce power of 6 cultivation rank times 300,000 cave heaven times 6 law fragment, which is 9.9 world power. A power output of 9.9 world power is 36 times weaker than a power of 356.4 world power, which the divine being can produce at their peak, but this weaker power is free. The divine being won't need to spend any lifespan to produce the power of 9.9 world power, so they can produce it freely. Comments. Chapter 438. Then his tone became grave as he said, however, using one's cave heaven to attack an enemy directly also comes with the risk of destroying the cave heaven. If the cave heaven is destroyed completely, the divine being can die. They can also fall from their position as a divine being even if they are still alive. Loki nodded in understanding and said to himself, no wonder the go-to move of every divine being when they fight me is to use their cave heaven. They don't think I am worth spending their lifespan to fight. Then he looked at the seer again with eyes full of appreciation and said, you are my little treasure. The seer bowed and said, I am glad that I could be of help. Loki smiled and said, don't worry about your freedom. I will let you go when I am done with you. Then he skipped over the topic and said, now, about the sea of worlds that you mentioned earlier. How large is it? And is the blessed heaven world the biggest world in it? The seer didn't notice anything wrong and still believed him wholeheartedly. He immediately replied to the question, saying, the sea of worlds is just like its name. It is a sea of worlds. It is all that exists in our universe. His voice was monotonous and androgynous as he said, as far as I know, no one has been able to count how many worlds are in the sea of worlds. But I do know that the blessed heaven world is probably the biggest in the universe. This answer surprised Loki, who said, really? There is no world that can compare in size. The seer nodded and said, there are other super worlds like the blessed heaven world, but there are currently no other worlds that can compare in size to the blessed heaven world. This is because the blessed heaven world is constantly growing by absorbing other smaller worlds. There are at least 3 other super worlds in the universe that are currently known, but I have never heard of a world as big as the blessed heaven world. So I doubt that there is anything bigger than the blessed heaven world out there. When he heard this, Loki frowned and said, why is it that only the blessed heaven world assimilates other worlds? Why can't other worlds also devour each other? The seer said in reply, any world can devour another world as long as there is a large disparity in their power and size. So a super world can assimilate a large world, and a large world can assimilate a medium world, while a medium world can assimilate a small world. But 2 small worlds can assimilate each other. However, the distance between worlds is very far, and worlds are scattered throughout the sea of worlds and rarely meet. Since they can't meet, they can't eat each other no matter the difference in size. The reason the blessed heaven world can consistently assimilate other worlds is that it can catch those worlds and pull them over. Before Loki could ask more questions, the seer made things clear by saying, to be specific, the blessed heaven world can capture other worlds because the founder of the myriad phenomenon sect was born in this world and was able to construct a powerful array for grabbing and capturing worlds. The achievement of the founder of the myriad phenomenon sect was a long time ago, but as far as I know, no one has been able to replicate their feat, so no one has been able to grow by consistently assimilating worlds. Loki nodded in understanding before saying, I have always wanted to know this. Why did so many pathways disappear? This time, the seer shook his head and said, I don't know. There is no definite answer. My best guess based on the available information is that the founders of those pathways died forever. This is because the DMadLords did indeed fight when they were spreading their Daos and establishing their sects throughout the Sea of Worlds. But some people believe that those DMadLords might have transcended the Sea of Worlds, as stories about ancient cultivators indicated. Some others say that the DMadLords simply withdrew their Daos from the world, so no one is sure. Loki frowned when he was in that shop when he heard this. Then he asked, saying, why would DMadLords spread their Dao? Are they doing so to grow stronger? Is there really a level beyond rank 9? The seer shook his head again and said, I don't know, but I will suggest that we stop thinking and talking about them. This warning made Loki raise an eyebrow and say, why not? It is not like they can hear us. The seer struggled for a bit before saying, I don't know what they are capable of, but I do know that prevention is better than a cure. After all, we only have one life. Loki believed that he possessed more than one life and could risk some of his lives to test out dangerous hypotheses like this. But then he remembered how Slav, a crippled DMadLord, had nearly stopped him from using the rewind metac to reverse time, so he decided not to test the power of a complete DMadLord. After making his decision about this, he said to the seer, forget it. We have more important things to do. Then he said, what are the requirements to advance to rank 6? I want the exact details. The seer was expressionless as ever as he said, a rank 5 cultivator that wants to advance to rank 6 must have reached the peak of cultivation before they make the attempt. Their control of metacs and their internal energy must have also reached 500%. The third requirement is that they must have a Dao heart that is at rank 6. The final requirement is that they must have level 5 Dao status. His voice was as if he were reading from a book. Knowledge came pouring out of him without much effort and without much emotion on his part. Comments. Chapter 439. Loki thought that he was done speaking when he heard the seer say, take note that those are only the minimum requirements. Failure to meet any of these will lead to failure to advance, even if the rank 5 cultivator possesses a divine metac as their life ability, and there is a divine position receptive to that divine metac. But aside from the minimum requirements, there are other things that the rank 5 cultivator has to pay attention to that will affect the extent of success and the quality of their life fire. The most important miscellaneous requirement is the size of the power core during advancement. 50 units is the minimum size that can form a cave heaven. But the higher the size of the power core, the bigger the cave heaven will be and the higher the quality of a life fire. According to calculations, the quality of a life fire is equal to power core / 1000 plus power core times 100. So someone with a power core of 50 units will only have a life fire with a conversion efficiency of 4.76%, while someone with a power core of 90 units will have a life fire with a conversion efficiency of 8.26%. Don't take the difference between 8.26% and 4.76% lightly. After all, that's an increase of 73.53% from 4.76% to 8.26%. That 73.53% will show up everywhere from the increase to lifespan to sustainable power output and the ability to heal wounds. And if you can get a dragon heart, you can double the size of the power core to 180 units. That will create a life core with a conversion efficiency of 15.25%. Is still a far cry from the 50% that dragons were capable of, but that's still something. When Loki heard that formula, he had already split part of his attention to calculate the quality of a life fire that he could create now. The result of his calculation was that with his power core of 900 units, he could create a life fire with a conversion efficiency of 47.37%. This brought a smile to his face. Of course, the seer couldn't see the smile on his face. After all, he was still in the blessed heaven world while the seer was outside the world in a small world. In fact, the seer couldn't see his face at all. The seer could only hear Loki's voice in his mind. Meanwhile, the seer was still talking. He didn't stop talking until Loki said, "Dragons can only acquire 50% conversion efficiency? Why is that? I thought the size of their energy well was in the tens of thousands." In reply, the seer shook his head and said, "Dragons didn't have energy wells that were tens of thousands in size. That is only a myth. According to the confirmed record, they only had a maximum of 1,000 units. That is the hard limit of any life form." Loki nodded, but he still asked, saying, "Why is 1,000 units the limit?" The seer shrugged and said, "I don't know, but I do know that the normal limit of ordinary races is 100 units. So humans are not the odd ones out with a limit of 90 units. In fact, it can be said that humans are extraordinary compared to other creatures. Dragons are the odds one, and that's because they were beloved by the world and had their talents supplemented heavily by the blessing from the world. It is not as if anyone could reach the limit of 1,000 units. Only dragons could reach it by cheating. So it should be considered a good thing that the limit of the size of the energy well of an organism is 1,000 units. If not for this limit, dragons would be stronger than they were, and things might have turned out differently even if they lost the support of the world." Loki nodded before saying, "Please continue with what you were saying about the miscellaneous factors that affect the success of transforming into a divine being." So the seer nodded solemnly and said, "The size of the energy well also affects the size of the cave heaven when it is first made. Usually, the size of the cave heaven is equal to the total internal energy divided by 6. Therefore, a rank 5 cultivator with a power core of 90 units at the peak of rank 5 with energy density level of 20 and a total internal energy of 47,185,920 units will have a life fire conversion efficiency of 8.26% and a cave heaven of 7,864,320 square kilometers." This information brought a smile to Loki's face, but he didn't stop to dwell on how large his cave heaven would be when he finally creates it. He listened attentively as the seer said, "The second miscellaneous requirement for increasing the quality of the life fire and increasing the chances of success is gaining external assistance. In my previous sect, the Nexus of Truth sect provides external aid by allowing their disciples to achieve level 6 Tao status. Here in the Four Directions sect, they offer something called the title of the most useful soldier in the heavenly battlefield. Those who get that title will have an increase of 50% in their chances of success. There's also the fact that anyone who gets that title will be protected by the sect during their ascension. So anyone who wants to stop them from becoming divine beings will have to pay a terrible price to do so." This made Loki roll his eyes and say, "Of course, they won't stop anyone who wants to harm the Ascendant. They will only ask for a higher price for standing by and letting it happen. It is typical Four Directions sect behavior." The seer didn't hear this, so he continued to say, "These two miscellaneous requirements are the most important, but the second one isn't as important as the first one." Comments. Chapter 440. Then the seer said, "Since the quality of the life fire can't be increased, and the quality of the life fire will only reduce with each reincarnation, the life fire that the divine being makes on their first attempt is usually the highest quality that they can ever achieve. The only way I know to increase the quality of a life fire after reincarnation is to increase the size of the energy, well, far more than the increase in talent gained from being the reincarnation of a divine being. The reincarnations of divine beings do this by either fusing their power core with the heart of a dragon or the heart of a world. Even then, these miscellaneous requirements should always be treated seriously by first-time ascenders. Loki nodded in understanding while he thought long and hard about what he just learned. He was thinking when he suddenly remembered something to him. What he remembered made him chuckle as he said, "I know someone who wants to steal the living heart of the small world that will be used as a heavenly battlefield. He is a friend of mine. Is his plan feasible?" The seer thought about the question for a long time before saying, "That plan can only succeed if the person who wants to execute it is a divine being and a strong one at that. This is because there are usually at least 5 divine beings stationed at the heavenly battlefield to prevent someone from doing something like that. Stealing the world's heart should be easy, but getting away with it will be very difficult. This is because even if the thief is stronger than all 5 divine beings in charge of protecting the world, fighting all 5 of them at once will consume an exorbitant amount of divine energy or lifespan. By the time they defeat the 5 divine beings, the lifespan that will be gained from the small world might not be worth the trouble at the end of the day. Then there is the fact that even if they defeat the 5 divine beings, there are still many other divine beings from the 5 sections. In summary, I will not recommend trying to take the living heart of the small world. After all, success means endless trouble, while failure means death." Loki smiled and said, "I will tell my friend what you recommended. I'm sure that he will be grateful for your advice." Then he said, "I have another friend who is planning to steal a supreme metak for himself. What do you think he should do to ensure his success?" The seer's eye twitched before he said, "I don't think that is possible at all. At the very least, that friend of yours should be another DMadLord before he attempts to steal a supreme metak." Loki said non-committally, "Oh, is that so? Why would he need to be that powerful? What if the supreme metak is just lying there by the side of the road, and he doesn't need to fight anyone for it?" The seer still shook his head and said, "I don't know much about rank 9, but I know that a supreme metak isn't some helpless object. Even a divine position can't be taken by anyone simply because it is lying there by the side of the road. So I don't think a supreme metak will be easy to take." He made good points, so Loki nodded and said, "Fair enough. I will tell him what you said." Then he chuckled as he said, "I guess he will be disappointed to hear this. After all, he will have to wait a long while before he can dream about stealing a supreme metak." As he said this, he racked his brain for more questions that he wanted answered. But no matter how he racked his head, he couldn't come up with something that he wanted to know right now. So he shrugged and said to himself, "He isn't going anywhere anyway. He will always be here, so I can come and find him when I have something to ask." He quickly made up his mind about what to do. Then he summoned his mental world through the mind node. The seer sensed the danger and wanted to escape, but Loki calmed him down by saying, "Don't worry. Everything is all right. I will take care of you." He used the power of the hypnotized metak, so the seer relaxed. The seer even nodded in agreement and said, "Everything is all right." He was thoroughly convinced that everything was fine, so he didn't resist or try to escape as a black blanket shrouded his whole mental world. Then the black blanket shrank his mental world and left with it. In the small world where the seer was, his body slumped and his eyes dimmed. He had died just like that without any apparent injury. This won't be the first time he has died, but his death is very different this time. This time around, his death isn't the process of shedding his body and attaching his mind to another body. His death is complete in both body and mind. Loki didn't allow him to activate his knowledge network life ability to copy his mind and run away with it. So his days of cutting off his body like a lizard cutting off its tail in a bid to avoid death are over. In a shop in the Central Market, the attendants had slumped to the ground ever since the seer deactivated the eye in their mind. They were still alive, but their mind had become crippled. In order to put them out of their misery, Loki killed them. He would have liked to kill every attendant in all of the cities of the Central Domain just to be sure that the seer couldn't escape death. But he couldn't do that and had to be content with ensuring the death of only the attendants in this shop. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 441. After he was done with clearing up his traces, he left the shop and took to the skies. His destination was the heavenly city above the skies. For now, he plans to update all of his branch metaks and prepare for the heavenly battlefield. When he stayed in his room in the heavenly city and witnessed the capture of a small world, he understood far more than he did during the fight time he saw the scene. First, there was a roar of anger that was so loud it shattered glass and windows, plates, and cups. Then the roar shook the floating city and caused it to sway. This time, the roar of anger didn't cause his head to buzz when he heard it. He was able to hear the sound and remain unaffected. He was also able to hear another much quieter roar of unwillingness from the will of the world. This was something he didn't hear the first time around. He had seen this scene many times before and had long lost interest in it. But now that he was different and could see things differently, he decided to see the scene again and see if he could learn new things from it. When he reached the window of his apartment and looked out, the first thing he saw were the people who had fainted across the city. These people were lying on the ground with blood leaking from their ears and noses. This sight made him say, "It must be pretty uncommon for a small world to be captured and subdued near the heavenly city for these people to be caught off guard by the collateral damage of the battle. If this level of disturbance is common, then these people should have prepared better to deal with it. With this level of preparedness, most of them would have died if this roar of anger were a common, everyday occurrence." As he was talking to himself, another sonic attack came out of nowhere and struck the city. This roar was louder than the previous ones. It was also more pitiful. He heard a loud, piercing scream of sadness in that roar, saying "No." The scream shattered the fragments of the shattered glass from before and caused the world to sway beneath him. But none of these affected him. His gaze had moved up to the limit of the heavens to see what was going on. As he looked up, he saw a large crystal ball descend from the black veil in the sky. This crystal ball itself was small and about the size of the heavenly city, but what was inside, it was hundreds of kilometers across. So while the crystal ball looked humble on the outside, on the inside, it was as large as a country, so it was many times bigger than the floating city. Cracks had spread all over the crystal ball, so he could see what was inside it. He could see the large continent as large as a country within the crystal. He could see an entire world within the crystal that was complete with a sky and a sun. This confirmed the identity of the crystal ball as a small world. As for why a small world had found its way to the heavens of the blessed heaven world, his gaze moved around and found the answer when he saw the golden chains binding the crystal. In the past, these golden chains were invisible most of the time. They would only flare into existence anytime the large crystal tried to disengage and return to the area beyond the black veil of the heavens. But now he could see the golden chains all the time. Not only were they binding the crystal, but they also extended below and above the crystal world to form an all-encompassing golden net. He also saw that not only were the chains preventing the small world from escaping, but they were also dragging and pulling it down to the ground of the heavens. Then he saw someone with a golden fire burning on top of their head appear and enter the crystal world. What followed was another roar of anger. A voice of anger came from the crystal world, saying, "Get out. Get out now." When Loki heard this shout, he snickered and said, "As if they will leave." Just as he expected, the divine who entered the small world didn't get out. What came next was a loud bang that shook the entire crystal world. Then Loki heard another scream, "Die for me. D. This was said as a scream, so the voice was loud. In fact, the voice sounded and behaved like an explosion in that it created shockwaves. Loki could see the air around the crystal world expand and explode just before the shockwaves struck the floating city and caused it to sway all over again. The ground began to shake beneath his feet again, but Loki wasn't paying it any attention. He was too busy looking at the struggle in the sky to care about anything else. He didn't take his eyes off the spectacle in the sky, so he saw that there was someone in the crystal world who was resisting the divine being who had invaded. The fight between the two of them was causing intense flashes of light, like the solar flares on the surface of the sun. This time, he could see what was going on within the small world. So he saw the fight between the two individuals, even though it wasn't clear because of the far distance. What he saw made him say, "That must be the world king fighting for his world." But he is already at a disadvantage, even with the full support of the world. The World King was a rock giant the size of a mountain. The rock giant was so large that it reached the limit of the world. But the enemy was no slouch either. Comments. Chapter 442. The invading divine being was also so large that she reached the limit of the world. And this divine being also possessed a golden mane and other features that made it appear to be a humanoid lion. When he saw this, he nodded to himself and said, "That divine being must belong to the martial body sect. Only the people of the martial body sect should be able to borrow the strength of animals or transform into animals." While he was talking, the two giants were pummeling each other. Each time their fists connected with each other, there was a burst of light and energy from the point of contact. The burst of light was intense and of various colors. The intensity of the light was so high that it caused a storm to appear within the small world. This storm expanded quickly and twisted the space around the crystal world into something resembling a whirlpool of energy. This whirlpool was colorful because of the different shades of color of the energy discharged from the fight between the two parties. As he watched, he noticed that the rock giant was losing. The rock giant was falling apart under the intense blows of the giant humanoid lion and was trying to heal by absorbing sand and soil from the ground through its feet. Unfortunately, the speed of its healing wasn't as fast as the rate at which its body was breaking under the violent ministrations of the giant humanoid lion. The faltering of the World King also affected the small world in that the large crystal as a whole was falling closer to the ground. The will of the world was also panicking and shouting at the invader to leave. To top things off, the rock giant was also roaring in anger. Finally, he saw a white flash of light and heard a loud, booming thunderclap as the body of the rock giant shattered. Then he heard another scream from the World King, saying, "No!" The sky of the small world was immediately dyed red. Then, violent waves of energy erupted from the crystal world as gales of wind that swept through the heavens of the blessed heaven world. The gales of wind struck the floating city and forced it to become a boat in a storm. The heavenly city was jostled left and right as if it would capsize. But as bad as things were for the floating city, the situation of the crystal world was much worse. The crystal world appeared to have given up resistance and was being pulled to the ground rapidly and easily. The surface of the crystal world had also become cracked. Some parts were even missing. Colorful ripples of energy leaked through these holes in its crystal shell and made it look like the world was bleeding. The sight of all of that energy bleeding away like blood caused his stomach to rumble in hunger. And as usual, Fenrir told him to rush forward and eat to his heart's content. But he ignored Fenrir and watched as the crystal world fell straight towards the white sandy desert ground of the heavens like a meteor. It left a streak of red like blood in the sky before smashing down and kicking up a dust storm. He knew that the fight had ended, so he left the window to return to his room. As he turned around, he smiled and said to himself, "It is my world anyway, so there is no need for me to jump out now." For the next few days and weeks, he stayed in his room and didn't leave it for most of the time, but he left occasionally to gamble in the city. Over the period of 3 months, he earned a lot of money. Then he converted his earnings from the bets into physical energy stones. This time, he was able to exchange his money for top-grade energy stones. So even though he earned about 509 million energy stones, he was able to carry everything in a small sack. He was on his way back from his daily gambling when he heard about the outcome of the heavenly battlefield that had started a month ago. Two people were in the market shopping together. They were both women who appeared to be friends and were both rank 4 cultivators. Loki was passing by when he heard what they were saying. He was interested in what they were saying, so he lingered. He heard the woman with the black hair say with a sigh, "The myriad phenomenon sect didn't number on everyone. It was a close call that anyone managed to survive what they cooked up." The other woman, a woman with red hair, asked in surprise, "How come? I thought those scholars were weak." The first woman replied, saying, "I heard that they set up a powerful rank 6 array and used it to borrow the power of the world." The red-haired woman exclaimed as she said, "Rank 6? That's too powerful. I thought they were rank 5 cultivators." How did they manage to build a rank 6 array? The other woman explained, saying they worked together to build it. I heard about 50 rank 4 cultivators worked together to build it. 3 rank 5 cultivators also helped in building it. When the red-haired woman heard this explanation, she nodded and said, with that kind of power, it is no wonder they nearly killed everyone. So did they win? The raven-haired woman shook her head and said, it was worse than that. It would have been better if they had won directly, because what happened was worse. The will of the world took control of the array and began to use it to kill everyone. The people of the myriad phenomenon sect were the first to be attacked by the array. Then the array attacked everyone too. The other woman began to laugh when she heard this. Her laughter was one of derision and ridicule. Comments. Chapter 443. Her voice was dripping with disdain as she said, they thought they could control divine power, but it turned out that they had only overestimated themselves. Serves them right. The raven-haired woman snorted before saying, don't be so happy yet. I didn't say that they were all killed. In fact, most of them survived. This information turned the face of the red-haired woman sour. She frowned as she said, what happened? Her friend replied, saying, as it happened, the scholars were prepared for this outcome. They had a talisman that had been prepared to target the will of the world and quickly released. I was too far away when it happened, so all I saw was a white flash of light. But some people who were close by saw what they did, so they said that the talisman released white silk that entered the array and wrestled back control of it. Then she shrugged and said, anyway, they got back control of the array. Then they controlled it to create an elemental storm that covered the whole world. The elemental storm then proceeded to attack everyone from the 4 sections. I experienced the elemental storm personally, so trust me when I say it was as if the world was ending. The earth beneath my feet was breaking and swallowing everything. Then it grew spikes that rose into the air to stab the targets. That was just the earth. The air had also turned hostile. There was a terrible wind that was as sharp as blades that moved through the small world, cutting enemies into pieces. Fire erupted from the ground to incinerate enemies, and raindrops that were as sharp as spears were falling from the sky. It was truly the end of the world. I almost died. Loki wasn't surprised to hear this, as he had seen something like this in the minds of the disciples of the myriad phenomenon sect when he took control of them. But the other lady was surprised to hear about it. Her mouth was agape in shock as she listened. When her friend was done speaking about that near-death experience, the red-haired woman asked in disbelief, how are you still alive despite how bad things were? At this point, the friend sighed and said, it is all because one of the rank 5 cultivators of our sect had a rank 6 zombie. That zombie was able to destroy the core of the array, which put a stop to the elemental storm. Then the rank 6 zombie marched through the world with an army of hundreds of thousands of undead, killing everyone. That's how we were able to turn the tide. The red-haired woman finally relaxed when she heard this. She patted her chest to calm her beating heart and said, so we won? This question made her friend chuckle and say, we won. But it nearly wasn't so. The red-haired woman rolled her eyes and said, oh, come in. What happened again? The raven-haired woman shook her head as she said, you should have been there to experience it yourself. I had just barely escaped the elemental storm, and the army of undead was sweeping through the world when the pillar of light suddenly appeared. Apparently, while the will of the world, us, and the myriad phenomenon sect were at each other's throats, the nexus of truth sect had found the symbol of authority and had taken control of it. If not for the fact that they had to keep possession of the symbol of authority for 24 hours uninterrupted, we would have lost. Even then, we nearly lost because they had this rank 5 seer who could copy any ability used against her. At this point, the speaker had become animated. She was waving her hands to gesticulate, and her voice had risen by a pitch. She said, there were 2 seers working together, and they were very powerful. The one who could copy abilities was able to copy the hammer of our rank 5 forger and do something to the hammer that turned it into a white phantom hammer. Then the seer used the white phantom hammer to attack everyone, including the rank 5 forger. The rank 5 forger also turned her hammer into a white phantom, but it was too late. The white phantom hammer of the seer struck her and killed her. Then she turned to her friend and asked with bright eyes full of excitement, saying, "Can you believe that?" She was killed by her own hammer. It was an absurd sight. Her friend shook her head to indicate her disbelief, but the raven-haired woman ignored her reaction and continued to speak. She said, "I ran away when I saw this. I didn't dare stick around for fear of being implicated. But the rank 5 money cultivator that was leading us wasn't so cowardly. That rank 5 money cultivator stepped forward to fight, but she was blinded by another seer. She couldn't see, so she couldn't use her life's worth life ability. Then the seer that can copy any ability smashed her to pieces with the hammer. She paused to swallow her saliva and wet her tongue, but she was soon speaking again. I ran for my life when I saw this. I was so sure that we would lose that I only wanted to be able to survive. At the end of the day, it was the last rank 5 cultivator on our side, the death cultivator with the rank 6 undead giant, that was able to turn the tide. The undead giant wasn't able to kill the seers, but it was able to force them to give up the symbol of authority. The two sides traded control of the symbol of authority many times. They also chased each other around the small world, killing everyone they encountered. Eventually, the undead giant was able to hold onto the symbol of authority for 24 hours straight. That's how we won. Comments. Chapter 444. The red-haired friend said, "So if we didn't have a rank 6 undead giant on our side, we would have lost? That's unbelievable." Her friend nodded in agreement before saying, "Truly, the rank 5 death cultivator was instrumental in our victory. I wasn't surprised at all when she was rewarded with the title of the most useful soldier. She truly deserved it." The red-haired woman chucked as she asked, saying, "So when do you plan to return to the heavenly battlefield?" The person who was asked shook her head like a drum and said, "Never again. I'm not going to put myself through that kind of experience as long as I have a choice not to." Of the 500 rank 4 cultivators that entered the world, less than 50 survived by the end of the heavenly battlefield. So the casualty rate was higher than 90%. As for the rank 5 cultivators, of the 15 of them, only 5 survived. That's a casualty rate of 66%. It is better than what the rank 4 cultivators went through, but it is still bad. Right now, I would rather be stuck at rank 4 than risk my life for the faint chance of advancing to rank 5. I just want to enjoy myself in your embrace for the rest of my life." As she said that last statement, she buried her face in the chest of her red-haired friend. Then she shook her head within the cleavage of the bountiful bosom. In response, the red-haired woman giggled and slapped her shoulder slightly before saying, "You thug. I hope you don't suffocate down there." The raven-haired woman said, "If I suffocate on your tits, I won't mind. It is honestly a better way to go than being smashed in a meat paste by a hammer. Speaking of smashing, prepare yourself for what I have in store for you. When I'm done with you, you won't be able to walk right." Loki decided that the useful part of their conversation was over, so he decided to leave. On his way back to his room, he said to himself, "So that crazy bitch eventually won the title of the most useful player. I'm not surprised. That rank 6 undead giant of hers was phenomenal. If I hadn't taken advantage of its weakness, I wouldn't have been able to defeat her. The people of the Myriad Phenomenon sect are truly something. If not for that crazy bitch, they would have won. I guess they deserve to be taken seriously. And there is the nexus of Truth Sect too. That copycat of theirs is truly formidable. She copied the hammer and was even able to know that the hammer was mutated. Then she proceeded to use the hammer to kill its owner. What a riot. He had missed that heavenly battlefield because he is no longer a rank 4 cultivator. When he signed up, he couldn't be an ordinary soldier. He had to be a commander and leader, so the sect had to give him his own team of 100 rank 4 cultivators. Now that he heard what had happened in his absence, he remembered his experience with that particular heavenly battlefield and how it had turned out. As it turned out, his presence in that heavenly battlefield had changed a lot of things. This thought made him curl his lips and say, "I wonder how my presence in my upcoming heavenly battlefield will affect the outcome. We shall soon see." With that, he returned to his room leisurely. He has already been assigned to a heavenly battlefield, and it is scheduled to be held in 1 month. So he didn't have to wait for much longer. A month came and went quickly. Soon, it was time for Loki to take to the battlefield. But first, he appraised his condition with the power identification ability. Age: 35 years, 3 months, 1 week, / 77 years, 9 months. Tao status: 5. Energy quantity: 11,796,480 times 5 is equal to 58,982,400, 94,371,840 times 5 is equal to 471,859,200. Energy density: 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Energy rank: 5. Energy threads: 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 plus 180 is equal to 900. Power core: 28, 900. Body: 0.65. Soul: 5. Mind: 5. Will: 6, 1%. 6, 2%. Skill: 415%. 438%. He has reached the limit of cultivation thanks to all of the energy stones that venerate. This achievement then led to an increase in the quantity and density of his total internal energy. The quantity of his total internal energy has gained a newfound importance ever since he learned that it would determine how large the initial size of his cave heaven would be. So now that he is seeing that his total internal energy is 471,859,200 units, he can't help but look forward to when this is converted into the size of his cave heaven, which will directly affect his power. After looking at his stats and attributes for a while, he took to the air. Then he flew in the direction of the air dock. This was because the airship that would be taking him and everyone else should be at the dock. When he got there, he discovered that he was the first rank 5 cultivator to arrive. This made him chuckle and say to himself, "It seems I'm the most eager for this. I can't blame the others for being so laid back." The other 2 rank 5 cultivators didn't come until 3 hours later, when every rank 4 cultivator had arrived. Only then did the airship take off and sail in the direction of the heavenly battlefield. Every rank 4 cultivator on the airship had sealed their lips and were quiet. They didn't want to make any noise that might offend the 3 rank 5 cultivators. Their silence turned out to be a good idea, because the 3 of them were currently busy discussing with each other, and their discussion was not exactly amicable. Comments. Chapter 445. With the conversation of the 3 rank 5 cultivators not going well, any rank 4 cultivator who irritates them at this point would be in a lot of trouble. The 3 of them were talking to each other silently, using their mental world to send mental information to each other. The one who initiated the conversation was the enslavement cultivator. The enslavement cultivator was the only woman among the 3 of them. She started the conversation by saying, "I want to receive the title of most useful soldier. That means I want us to win. It also means that you 2 must perform well in battle." The other rank 5 cultivator, the Mind Hunter, sneered and said, "You don't have to tell us to perform well before we decide to perform well. You're not our leader. You're just another commander like us." She immediately retorted by saying, "I may not be your leader, but I am clearly the best among the 3 of us. My strength thus qualifies me to lead us. If we work together and combine our power under my guardian eye, winning this heavenly battlefield is more than assured." This time, the Mind Hunter chuckled in disdain before saying, "How delusional. I didn't think anyone could be full of themselves to this extent. How did you come to the conclusion that you're better than everyone else? Just because you carry a lot of bugs in your body? I'll tell you now that whoever told you that has lied to you. They told you a cruel, unkind lie." He pointed at her and said, "Quantity is most often inferior to quality." When he said quality, he pointed at himself. This way, he was able to make his point very clear. The enslavement cultivator didn't deny the claims that she was delusional. Instead, she asked, saying, "If I am not the best, who is?" After speaking, she examined the Mind Hunter from head to toe before saying, "Are you supposed to be the best? I don't think so. In response, the mind hunter snorted and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. You're just too stupid to understand. Bugs have eaten your brain and lowered your intelligence too much. The enslavement cultivator didn't like this statement at all. She immediately fired a retort, which was met with a quick rebuff. The two of them sniped at each other again and again while Loki watched silently. He was examining their physical appearance as well as their life ability. From what he could see, the mind hunter might be right. The enslavement cultivator is a fairly tall woman with a generous amount of secondary female characteristics. But she couldn't be considered beautiful because her skin, from head to toe, is riddled with holes. The holes in her skin were created by her life ability, which is called insect hive. It is why wasps can be seen moving in and out of her body through the holes in her skin. So it can be said that her life ability has transformed her into a living insect hive. Aside from making her ugly, it has also turned her into a one-man army. As he looked at her, he thought to himself, saying, no one can tell how many insects she has in that body of hers. She can have up to 1 million if she is rich. She can even have up to 100 rank 5 insects within her like that. No wonder she believes that she can win the title of the most useful soldier. Then he glanced at the mind hunter and examined him too. The mind hunter is a man with blue hair and blue eyes. These two features make him a handsome man, but these two features are also manifestations of his life ability. From what he could see, the life ability of the mind hunter is the psychic flame life ability. This is a life ability that can create an inextinguishable flame in the mind of the target. The psychic flame will burn thoughts and memories, and will grow stronger the more emotional the target becomes. And even if the target is stronger than the mind hunter, the psychic flame will still stick to their minds, slowly torturing them. The only way to put out the mental flame is to cut off every thought on the surface of the mind or kill the creator of the flame. Since the flame can attack many individuals at the same time, and enslavers need the mind to control their slaves, Loki believed that the mind hunter was at an advantage against the enslavement cultivator. But he didn't tell the two of them his conclusion. He only watched them argue until they grew tired of arguing and decided to drag him into the matter. The enslavement cultivator turned to him and said, "What do you think? Isn't it a good idea that we combine our strength under one command instead of scattering? Don't you think I am right to assume leadership of that command?" The mind hunter also turned to look at him and said, "I believe that it is a better idea for us to work separately. I think the only reason she wants us to work together is so that she can limit our contributions and do the bulk of the work so that she can win that title. Don't be fooled by her. If she is as strong as she claims, she should be able to do well on her own." The two of them stared at him, waiting for his opinion to break their ties. Loki considered the question for a bit before replying. In his opinion, he thought that there was no bad idea between the options of combining and working together or scattering and working separately. He thought that both options had their merits. In the case of working together, obviously, combining their strength will increase their power and make it easy to defeat everyone that they encounter. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 446. The case of the people of the myriad phenomenon sect, and what they were able to achieve by working together, is an example of what could be achieved by cooperating and concentrating their power. But on the other hand, working separately will prevent them from being wiped out when they meet an especially tricky enemy. The case of the 3 rank 5 cultivators who fought the money cultivator with the life's worth life ability and were all killed is a classic example of this. So it was difficult to determine who was right and who was wrong. But it was easy for Loki to decide what to say because he didn't care about who was right and who was wrong. The only thing he cared about was his plan for this heavenly battlefield. So his answer should be something that aligns with his plan. So he said, "I think we should work separately. That way, it will be difficult for our enemies to kill us in one fell swoop." The mind hunter was satisfied with his reply, so he said to Loki with a smile on his face, "Good choice. It is decided then. To everyone their way, and to everyone their methods." Unsurprisingly, the enslavement cultivator didn't like what he said. She sneered at him and said, Are you coveting the title too? Then she pointed at the Mind Hunter as she said, it is one thing for him to covet the title, and he has a good shot at it. But you? You would be dreaming to think that you could win that title. She continued to berate him by saying, aren't you a forge cultivator? I heard that a forge cultivator was smashed to pieces in the last heavenly battlefield with their own hammer. I hope that you don't turn out like that. The Mind Hunter came to his rescue by smiling and saying, I doubt that will happen to him. After all, his life ability is the armored shell. With this kind of life ability, he will be very difficult to kill. Even if someone copies his life ability, they still won't be able to kill him with it since the life ability has a weak attack power. He seemed to be speaking up for Loki, but he was actually insulting Loki in another way. So they were both using the information he had provided when he signed up against him. Loki thought about how easy it would be for him to eat the two of them, but he held back from devouring them in one bite. Instead, he smiled at them and didn't say anything. No matter what they said, he didn't react at all. The Mind Hunter had stopped making jest of him after his comment about how the armored shell life ability had a weak attacking potential. But the enslavement cultivator had a lot more to say about how a weak person like him should work together with someone stronger. When she saw that nothing she could say could elicit a response from him, she huffed in disdain before saying, it seems your skin is thick enough. I hope it will remain this thick when you fail to win the title. Only after saying this did she decide to ignore him. Since the three of them didn't have anything more to say, they decided to end their meeting and go their separate ways. Loki and the Mind Hunter kept to themselves. They became silent, but the enslavement cultivator turned to the rank 4 cultivators and began to address them. She said, we have decided to go with the usual plan. If you see a manifestation of one of us, you should make your way to us, and we will protect you. She continued to say things that they never talked about or decided. But neither Loki nor the Mind Hunter refuted her. The two of them knew what she was doing, but they weren't interested in speaking up against her since they had decided to act separately. In fact, the Mind Hunter thought that what she was doing was pitiful and laughable. So he sneered at her while she spoke. As for Loki, he looked on in silence while thinking to himself, saying, this must be her plan to create an army. Since she can't make us work together with her, she is going for second best by making the rank 4 cultivators work with her. Now that I think about it, isn't this the same thing that happened in my previous heavenly battlefield? The 3 rank 5 cultivators had a meeting, then one of them spoke up, saying that everyone should congregate around the manifestations of their life abilities. Could it be that both the Death Cultivator and the Money Cultivator wanted to win the title of most useful soldier, just like the Mind Cultivator and the Enslavement Cultivator? Then the Money Cultivator failed to make everyone follow her. So she decided to create an army with the rank 4 cultivators. This thought made him chuckle and say, if that is so, then will the Enslavement Cultivator die, just like the Money Cultivator, while the Mind Hunter wins the title, just like the Death Cultivator? And what about the Forger Cultivator among them? What did she want to achieve? What was she aiming for when she signed up for the heavenly battlefield? He knew why he was laid back among the 3 of them, but he couldn't understand why the rank 5 Forger in the previous heavenly battlefield had been laid back too. After thinking about it for a while, he shrugged and said, her goal shouldn't matter anymore now. After all, she is dead. Whatever she was planning has died with her. But it seems we did have a lot in common. We are both forgers and have mutated life abilities, but have kept our mutated life abilities a secret. Then he chuckled and said, since she gave us forgers a bad name by dying to her life ability, it must be up to me to make us forgers look better. Comments. Chapter 447. While he was deep in thought, he saw the blue eyes of the Mind Hunter light up with a full glow before his hair caught fire. Not many people noticed this change because the changes were actually mental, not physical. To those who couldn't see mental constructs, the Mind Hunter looked the same. Only those who could see the mind and mental constructs noticed this change, and even fewer people realized what it meant. When Loki saw what happened with the Mind Hunter, he furrowed his brows because it meant that the Mind Hunter had activated his life ability. If this life ability has been activated, it is likely that the Mind Hunter had attacked someone. So he looked around for signs of an attack. He checked every rank 4 cultivator, but didn't see any blue flame attached to the mind of anyone. So he stopped being worried and relaxed. But the enslavement master couldn't relax. She was frowning in displeasure because what the mind hunter just did had affected her plans. She had sent a tiny insect to sneak up to the mind hunter and attach to his robes. The insect was a wasp called the fairy fly, and it is smaller than a mite, but the mind hunter had noticed and had attacked the insect. The success of the mind hunter in foiling her plan can only mean that he is thoroughly vigilant against her, as that is the only way he can notice something so small trying to sneak up to him. Even if he had an edge in noticing the approaching insect by seeing its mind, the fact that he was willing to attack some random insect proves that he is suspicious of her and unwilling to give her any chance to take advantage of him. She finds this frustrating because it means that the mind hunter will definitely compete with her for the title of the most useful soldier. Not only that, the fact that he could find and attack her insect means that she won't be able to gain any advantage over him with her insects. These two things made her worried, and her mind became full of plans for the heavenly battlefield in an attempt to come up with a solution. On the other hand, the mind hunter had a harmless smile on his face as if nothing had happened. Just like that, the airship traveled through the heavens to the site of the crash of a small world. When they arrived, Loki realized that he had seen this small world before. This small world appeared to be a large crystal ball. It was about 5,000 meters across, and its crystal shell possessed a shiny silver sheen. It was the same silvery color of his life ability in its natural state. There were also cracks spread all over the surface of the shell. These cracks have healed in that they have closed up, and he can't see the insides of the crystal through them, but the fracture lines across the crystal surface are still visible. Despite all of these changes, he recognized the small world to be the same world he saw 3 months ago. He remembered that he had witnessed the subjugation and crashing of this small world. Even now, he can still remember the pangs of hunger that Fenrir had disturbed him with upon witnessing the downfall of this world. This brought a smile to his face. He smiled as he said to himself, "We meet again, old friend. This will be a lovely reunion, I promise you." The world didn't hear his thoughts or reply, so he couldn't be sure if the world was happy to see him. But he was sure that Fenrir was glad to meet this small world again. In fact, he could feel Fenrir licking its lips. But this might not be because Fenrir is glad to meet this particular small world. After all, any small world could make Fenrir salivate in anticipation. Unfortunately, no matter how eager Fenrir was, they couldn't indulge in their gluttony just yet. They had to wait for the other sects to arrive. Then they had to wait for the permission of the divine beings before they could partake in what promises to be an all-you-can-eat buffet. As it turned out, the Four Directions sect was not the first to arrive. The Swordway sect was the first to arrive. When their airship arrived, they found a large flying sword already there waiting. There were soldiers on the flying sword wearing either white robes or red robes. All the soldiers wearing white robes had a sword, while the ones wearing red robes held a sword or a range of other weapons from spears to whips. The Four Directions sect was the second to arrive, while the Martial Body sect was the third to arrive. The giants and other warriors came riding a large flying whale. The fourth to arrive were the Nexus of Truth sect and the Myriad Phenomenon sect. The two of them arrived together from the same direction and stopped together. The circumstances of the arrival of these two sects caused the people from the Swordway sect and the Martial Body sect to become worried and frown. This was because the way the Nexus of Truth sect and the Myriad Phenomenon sect came together might be a coincidence. But if it wasn't, it indicated that something wasn't right. Only the people of the Four Directions sect weren't worried about two sects working together. This was because they were already used to the other sects working together against them. A few minutes later, after the arrival of the last sect, 5 divine beings arrived. Each one was a perfect being made manifest. Their bodies might not have been made of gold, but they were still sculpted from perfection. The divine beings didn't look at them or spare them a glance. They simply took their place above the small world and ignored everyone else. Comments. Chapter 448. Loki liked this situation where the divine beings ignored them more than everyone else and even made sure to make himself look more unremarkable. He achieved this by making sure that the energy chamber containing the vengeful bones metak had been deactivated and that he wasn't using his second skin. These are things that he had done before he left his room to go to the air dock. But he was still making sure that nothing was out of place. A few seconds later, one of the divine beings announced to everyone, "You may begin." Then the divine being became quiet again. It was as if it had taken all of his strength to say those words. No one had any complaints about this. No one even noticed how unwilling the divine being was to talk to them. Everyone was too busy focusing on the small world and their impending battle to care about the demeanor of a divine being. Only someone who was secretly monitoring the behavior and reaction of the divine beings noticed something like that. So only Loki and one other person noticed this. Both of these people were also the only ones who breathed a sigh of relief when the divine beings continued to ignore them. Since they had been given permission to act, every soldier surged from their modes of transportation and rushed towards the small world. Their behavior indicated a certain level of eagerness despite the inherent danger involved in the enterprise. Loki and the other 2 rank 5 cultivators led their soldiers into the small world. As soon as they sank into the crystal shell, they disappeared from the blessed heaven world. While the mortals were jumping into the small world, the divine being from the 4 directions sect, a woman called Monarch Astrobody, said to the other 4, "I am willing to wager that this round will end in the victory of the small world. Who is interested in betting?" As she spoke, her body glitched, and she turned into a 2-dimensional form. But the glitch was for an instant. Her body filled out a moment later, and she returned to being a 3-dimensional being. The divine being from the Martial Body sect, another woman called Monarch Bull Strength, asked, "How exactly will they win?" This woman had 2 huge black bull horns on her head. It made her look menacing, but her huge chest dispersed the menace about her. Monarch Astrobody replied, saying, "It will be a total wipe. All of them will die." In response, Monarch Bull Strength shook her head and said, "I don't think there will be a total wipe. They may be mortals, but they're not that useless. They should be able to protect themselves somewhat and survive." Monarch Astrobody smiled and said, "Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is?" Monarch Bull Strength also smiled and said, "Why not? I am willing to bet that at least 1 person will survive from each of the 5 sections." The divine being from the Myriad Phenomenon sect, a man called Monarch Talisman Paper, said, "Count me in. I want to bet that at least half of them will survive by the end of the month." He was a pale white man, as white as a sheet of paper. There were also writings on his skin of various colors, ranging from red, yellow, green, blue, to black. The divine being from the Swordway sect also joined in betting. He was a man, and his title was Monarch Thousand Cuts. Monarch Thousand Cuts looked ordinary enough, but his skin was crisscrossed with white scars. The scars were plentiful. They covered every inch of his body, including his eye. The last divine being, the one from the Nexus of Truth sect, didn't join in the bet. Their gender and appearance couldn't be discerned because they appeared to be a shadow. They were a 3-dimensional shadow, though. So they had form, and they weren't an image formed on the ground because of the absence of light. All 5 divine beings were different. Just like divine metaks, no 2 divine beings were alike in appearance. They all had distinct features that set them apart. Despite all of these differences, the 5 of them had 2 things currently in common. The first thing they had in common was that they were not wearing clothes. They don't wear clothes because they serve no purpose to them. A cloth won't block the sight of another divine being from seeing their nakedness, so there's no use wearing it. They also don't wear clothes because clothes can't survive their travels through the various dimensions of space. Only special clothes can survive passing through space tiers, but those special clothes are usually more expensive than they are worth. Only divine bodies or divine materials can survive passing through spatial tunnels and space tears. And even when they do survive the trip, they will be worn down and have to be repaired for every trip, or they will break apart. Rather than spend so many resources on looking good, they would rather spend the resources on increasing their lifespans. After all, lifespan is far more important than anything else. so divine beings rarely wear clothes. The second thing that all of these divine beings have in common at this moment is that none of them believes that this heavenly battlefield will end in the victory of the 5 sects. They are of this consensus mostly because this world isn't actually a small world. According to their observation, this world is a medium world, so the world is very old, and the will of the world has had time to grow and become smart. It is rare that there will be a world that can defeat the combined armies of the 5 sections. Such worlds never appear among small worlds, but the possibility of them appearing in a medium world is significant. Because of this set of circumstances, the expectations of these divine beings for the heavenly battlefield are very low. Comments. Chapter 449. They don't expect that the battle will be done in less than a month, and they don't expect their side to win. In fact, they are already betting on how many people will survive the heavenly battlefield. None of the soldiers knew that they were most likely being sent to their deaths. But even if they knew, there would be some people who still wouldn't be willing to give up. Loki and one other person are people who would be willing to give up after coming so close to their goal. On Loki's side, his vision disappeared for a brief moment as he was transported into the small world. When he regained his vision, he found himself in a desert. As far as he could see, there was golden sand and rolling dunes. There was a sandstorm rolling across the desert. There was no plant or animal in sight. There was only sand and more sand. But Loki wasn't fooled into believing that this desert was barren and lifeless. He could tell that this desert was full of living things of various kinds. This was because he could see the minds of various things around him. Right now, he was looking at the sandstorm. From what he could tell, there were more than 100,000 minds in the sandstorm. This made him curl his lips and say in jest, "Does this count as a city? It should, right?" If he were to ask the inhabitants of that sandstorm this question, they would surely claim that the sandstorm is a city. This is because they are wind elementals and built this sandstorm from the ground up, just like any city. Just to be sure, he decided to ask the inhabitants of the city. He also had other questions, such as where their world guardians are, so he decided to ask them some other things too. He stayed where he was and extended his mind into the sandstorm with the Mind Network Metac. Then he used the Memory Reading Metac to get the information he wanted. He could have used the Thought Reading Metac and the Hypnosis Metac to slowly interrogate the mind of the target and safely extract information from them. But that would be too slow for his liking. He wanted the information fast, and he didn't care about the consequences of his impatience. Plus, there were many targets to extract information from, so he shattered the minds of many wind people to get what he wanted. From their minds, he learned that this world is a world inhabited by beast people of various races and elementals of various kinds. These wind people are just one of the races of elementals. The sandworms beneath his feet are examples of beast people. These sandworms are not humanoid at all. This isn't strange or out of place in this world because no beast race is humanoid. But every race of beast people is intelligent, social, and has formed a community. Some are even on their way to building a civilization by building cities and establishing systems of government. The elementals and the beast people form the main inhabitants of this small world. They grow old, reproduce, and die. None of them can cultivate and grow stronger beyond what their race is capable of. So they're like normal people from his past life on Earth. Above this class of inhabitants are the gods. These gods are great beings of great power and are worshipped by the inhabitants of this world. The people he extracted information from didn't know how gods came to be. They all believed that gods are forces of nature that have existed since the beginning of the world. According to history, there are supposed to be 5 gods. They're the wind god, the storm god, the fire god, the sea god, and the mountain god. The mountain god is said to be the strongest. After reviewing the information he had acquired, he said to himself, the gods should be the world guardians. The mountain god should be the world king. The mountain god should be the one who fought the divine being and lost. So there should be only 4 world guardians left. If I am right, then the symbol of authority should be with one of the world guardians. It is either that or they left the symbol of authority somewhere to hide it. Hiding it is not a bad idea. And if I were them, I would have the sea god hide the symbol of authority somewhere in the seas. That way it will be difficult to find. Then he remembered something, which made him shake his head and say, "But if they leave the symbol of authority just lying about, it will make it too easy for one of the seers to find and take it. Then again, there are only 4 world guardians and 15 rank 5 cultivators. They are outnumbered nearly 4 to 1. So it should be easy for the world guardians to be defeated even if they work together to guard the symbol of authority." His voice was laced with pity as he said, "So no matter what they do, they will lose, and they will lose quickly. What a shame." Then he looked up at the sky and said, "This is all the fault of the will of the world. Why did it create so few world guardians? Isn't that too stingy? It also didn't allow the inhabitants of this world to grow stronger. So even rank 4 cultivators can act without restraint in this world. Why would it hoard its resources like this? Doesn't it know that the stronger the people of its world, the stronger the cumulative resistance of the world will be against invaders? Whatever. I shouldn't complain. After all, this situation is good for me too." As he said this, he began to make his move. The first thing he did was to reactivate the energy chamber with the Vengeful Bones Metak. Then he activated the Shifting Armor Metak. Comments. Chapter 450. When the Shifting Armor Metak was activated, a white, silvery liquid oozed out from his power core. The silvery liquid spread all over his body to form a layer of another skin. While this was happening, he was undressing. He removed all of his clothes and was completely naked by the time the silvery liquid had spread all over his body. Then the silvery liquid transformed in shape and color to form a layer of armor around his body. The armor was thick, so he became bigger and taller. The armor itself was black. It covered every part of his body, including his eyes. In fact, his entire head has been covered by a helmet, but he can see through it. With this done, he took to the air and went in the direction of the biggest sandstorm city. He is going there because that's where he can find a lead on the wind god's position. According to his unwilling informants, the wind god is not a stationary god. The wind god is always moving around, so it will be difficult to find the wind god. However, the headquarters of the largest religion of the wind god has been established in the largest sandstorm city in the desert. The clergy of this wind religion usually keep track of the position of the wind god. So if there is anyone who knows where he can find the wind god at this moment, that person would surely be at the headquarters of the wind religion. As he flew through the world, Fenrir urged him to let it loose. It was a tempting offer, but Loki didn't indulge in his gluttony just yet so as not to alarm the 5 divine beings. What he didn't know was that the world guardians were already hunting the invaders according to their level of threat. If he had started to devour the people of the world wantonly, the will of the world would have considered him the most dangerous invader and would have prioritized his elimination. Currently, the will of the world was giving directions and instructions to its world guardians. The will of the world was like a commander who was mobilizing its troops to eliminate the invaders one by one. The will of the world was using every tool at its disposal for this battle. In fact, it had turned the whole world against the invaders in its bid to get rid of them. The enslavement cultivator was the first to bear the brunt of this resistance. This all started when she released a cloud of insects and sent them to scout the world as soon as she entered the world. Her insects found a mud swamp that was actively moving about as if many snakes were buried in it. She couldn't see mines, so she didn't know that this mud swamp was a city of earth people. She only thought that there was something beneath the swamp. And when she saw the alligators in the swamp, she thought that was all. She immediately set her insects upon the alligators to attack and kill them. But every insect she sent into the swamp was killed. She didn't know that the mud people were killing her insects and only thought that the mud was peculiar. So she continued to send bigger and stronger insects into the swamp. She was indeed a one-man army with a lot of troops at her hand. So even though she was fighting a city of tens of thousands, she was still able to come out victorious. She was able to kill many alligators despite the fact that the alligators were being protected by the mud people. And when the turtles and frogs came from the surrounding area, she was able to kill them, too. But there didn't appear to be any end in sight, as various creatures kept congregating in her position to kill her. They didn't stop even though she had killed thousands of them. She didn't mind this, though. She was willing to kill as many creatures as were sent to kill her, no matter how many of them there were. She even said, "Bring it on. I'll take on whoever and whenever." With more than 100,000 insects at her disposal, she was full of courage and was ready to execute a massacre. However, she couldn't keep up with this boast when the storm god showed up. The storm god had come because she had killed too many people. When it arrived, dark storm clouds covered the world, and a terrible wind began to ravage the world. The storm god came riding on the storm clouds. It was a giant eel that was so big that it put the largest python to shame. The storm god was an electric eel, but it was big enough to have a weight competition with a blue whale. It was also blue and had a single purple horn on its head. As soon as the storm god appeared, the storm cloud that had blotted out the sun began to produce rain. Then the storm god attacked her. The storm god didn't leave the storm clouds. It stayed there while it produced arcs of lightning from the whiskers beside its mouth and sent them down through the rain. As long as something was under the storm clouds and was touched by the rain, it couldn't avoid the lightning bolts. All the storm god did was roam around the storm cloud, spreading the storm clouds around and striking everything beneath it with lightning. The arrival of the storm god quickly turned the tide for the world. The enslavement cultivator was quickly put in a sorry state because all of her insects were being killed. No matter how many insects she released, they were all burnt to a crisp. Even she was in danger of being turned into charcoal by the lightning, so she ran for her life. Unfortunately for her, there was no escaping because the storm god had her surrounded. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 4:51. The storm god was only one being, but the storm it was controlling made the situation seem like it was all around her, striking her from every direction. As she ran for her life, she thought to herself in fear, "We are doomed. This is not a small world. This is not a small world." Then she screamed to the sky, saying, "Wait, let's talk about this. I'm sorry for invading your world. I promise to stop killing your people if you let me go." She was surrendering to the enemy, and it wasn't a pretense. She wasn't lying at all about giving up. Her promise was sincere, but the storm god didn't even consider accepting her surrender. Lightning bolts continued to smash down from the sky, striking her again and again. The barrage soon became too much for her to bear, and she was soon struck down. When she fell to the ground, every creature in the surrounding area swarmed her. They tore into her body with their teeth and claws as if they hated her. The storm god stood above them, watching to make sure that she died. It didn't leave until she was dead. One of the creatures that attacked her was a centipede. At least, this was what it looked like to other centipedes. This creature looked like an alligator to other alligators and looked like a frog to other frogs. When everyone was done tearing the enslavement cultivator apart, they scattered and went their separate ways. This creature also separated and left the swamp jungle. The creature was actually flying through the air, but everyone who couldn't fly thought that it was walking on the ground like them. This remained the case when she left the swamp. The true form of this creature is a hazy mist. The hazy mist is in a humanoid form with 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head, but no one could see this. Every creature that looks at this hazy mist will only see another being like them. This is because this being is actually a disciple of the Nexus of Truth sect. As a disciple of the Nexus of Truth sect, it is up to her to find the truth or determine what the truth is. She is a deceiver, so her main power is distorting the truth. After she escaped danger, she breathed a sigh of relief and said to herself, "Fortunately, I am a shapeshifter or I would be screwed." Her life ability is the main reason she could survive while the enslavement cultivator had died, even though the 2 of them had appeared near each other and had been within the sight of the storm god. She had initially pretended to be an insect in order to sneak up on the enslavement cultivator. Her plan was to ambush and kill the enslavement cultivator. If the storm god hadn't arrived when it did, she would have succeeded with her surprise attack. But now that she thought about how the storm god had interrupted, she could only say, "It is a good thing that the world guardian came and stopped me when it did. If it hadn't come and I had revealed myself to the world, there would be no escaping for me. From now on, I have to forget about fighting and killing anyone. I have to stay hidden until the end of the month if I am to survive this heavenly battlefield." And she thought about how the others were faring. What she estimated of their condition made her shake her head and say, "We are doomed. We are soon doomed, and it is the fault of the divine beings. How divine beings have stolen all of our power and are hoarding it for themselves. Their endless greed has made it so that the 5 cultivators can't even compare with the world guardians of a medium world. Who would believe it now when we claim that we are supposed to be the world guardians of a superworld?" She doesn't think that the power of the world guardians of this world is too wide. She only believes that the power of rank 5 cultivators is too weak, and she blames divine beings for this. In the blessed heaven world, there's a massive gap between the power of divine beings and rank 5 cultivators. But according to what she knows, in a large world, this gap shouldn't be so wide. She has been able to pinpoint that the massive gap was created because rank 5 cultivators can't advance with the aid of the world anymore. Instead, rank 5 cultivators have to rely on themselves. Rank 5 cultivators use fragments of a dead world heart to advance. And when they finally advance, they still have to expand their existence and grow their power core before they can reach their full power. Even the world guardians of small worlds have better treatment than this. In a small world, a world guardian will automatically reach their full potential as soon as they become a world guardian. So the world guardians of small worlds don't have to eat weaker cultivators with their life ability or absorb divine energy from the sect to grow their power core. However, there is no difference between the power of rank 5 cultivators and the power of the world guardians of small worlds because both of them use their potential as the basis of their power core. So no matter how they achieve full power core, the limit is 100 units. In fact, since the cultivators of the blessed heaven world can raise their talent to 90 units, they are usually much stronger than their counterparts, the world guardians of small worlds. This difference in talent is usually why a small world will hold a competition before selecting a new world guardian. This will ensure that the new world guardian will be the best of the best. Unfortunately, things take a worse turn when a world becomes a medium world. Comments. Chapter 452. At that point, a medium world can double the innate potential of its world guardians. So a creature with a potential of 80 units will have a power core of 160 units after they become a world guardian. As if that isn't bad enough, the medium world can also raise the talent of its world guardians all the way to the limit of 100 units. So their power core can reach 200 units. The extra power that the world grants the world guardians is why the world guardians can wield forces of nature. In the case of the storm god, the extra power from the world is why it can control storms in this world. When a small world becomes a medium world, the medium world will cut down on the number of world guardians it can have so that it can double the power of its world guardians. So the mark of a medium world is the shift from prioritizing quantity to prioritizing quality. These privileges are why the world guardians of medium worlds are much stronger than rank 5 cultivators. This shouldn't have been so if rank 5 cultivators were allowed to become dragons. Large worlds can produce dragons by increasing the talent of their chosen world guardians all the way to 1,000 units. With this kind of power, the power of rank 5 cultivators won't be so insignificant compared to the power of divine beings. At the very least, divine beings won't be able to suppress them with their cave heaven without risking massive destruction to their cave heaven. So divine beings will have to use their precious lifespan to attack rank 5 cultivators. This will force divine beings to take them seriously, not treat them as insignificant ants. She doesn't know exactly how the divine beings had done this, or when they did it, or who exactly robbed her of her right. But whenever she thinks about what she is losing out on, she can't help but curse the divine beings. But cursing is the only thing that she can do now. And even when she curses, she has to be silent about it for fear of being exposed. After cursing, she found a cave to hide in. She doesn't plan to leave the cave until 1 month later, when the heavenly battlefield will end if there is no winner. However, as bad as things were, not everyone was in danger of dying. Some people were lucky to encounter world guardians that they could resist. The rank 5 pill refiner is an example of this lucky situation. She encountered the fire god because she set fire to a forest. The fire god is a giant winged red python. Its usual mode of attack is to create large balls of fire that it hurls at its enemy. It has been doing so to the rank 5 pill refiner. The pill refiner is running ahead while the fire god chases her from behind. There are large balls of red fire as big as 3-story buildings rotating around the fire god. The fire god throws these balls of fire at her while replenishing them by exhaling flames. She couldn't dodge all of the balls of fire and was struck by them many times. But she was able to survive by using her life ability to block the balls of fire. Her life ability is the pill fire ability. Its manifestation is a blue flame that she can use to attack enemies. By throwing the blue flame at the balls of fire, she can detonate them or redirect them from hitting her. She can also consume the balls of fire and turn them against the fire god. When she consumed a ball of fire, it turned into a blue ball of fire. Then she threw the ball of fire back at the fire god. But her attack didn't hit the fire god because the giant body of the fire god scattered into many tiny snakes of fire. The snakes of fire scattered in various directions and effectively avoided the ball of fire. Then the flames recombined into the body of the fire god. The fire god decided to increase the pressure on her when it realized that its current tactics weren't working. Instead of throwing the balls of fire at her, it sent them above her. Then it controlled the ball of fire to rain down at her as spears of fire. This time, the attacks were too fast and too many for her to avoid or deflect with her life ability. She could only block them by turning the blue fire into a canopy above her head. But the power of the spears of fire was too strong, so she couldn't block for long. In her desperation to escape death, she flew to the ground and entered it. She dug through the ground so that she would escape from the god of fire. But the god of fire wasn't helpless against this tactic. The flying giant python liquefied its body and turned into lava. Then the lava seeped into the ground and pursued her. The two of them had slowed down after entering the ground, but the fire god was faster because it could flow through the tunnels that she had dug, while she had to overcome the resistance of the soil and dig tunnels. This situation made it so that the fire god was catching up to her faster than before, instead of being unable to continue chasing her because of its large size. She realized that she had underestimated the fire god, so she rushed back to the surface to avoid being caught. The fire god also came up to the surface to continue chasing her. When it did, it transformed back into its giant python form. But when it was done transforming, she had already created some distance between them. The fire god didn't mind the increase in the distance between them. It only sneered as it created giant balls of fire and sent them up into the sky to rain down as spears of fire. Comments. Chapter 453. However, just as the move of the fire god took effect and the spears of fire began to fall on her, she dived back into the ground and disappeared from sight. She didn't block the attack at all and instead sought refuge in the safety of the ground. The fire god thought that she was only delaying the inevitable, which made it laugh in mockery. Then it turned into lava and pursued her through the ground. Unfortunately for it, things weren't so simple. Just as it transformed into its lava form and entered the ground, she left the ground and flew away into the sky. So the fire god had to transform back into its giant physical form to pursue her. However, after it was done transforming, the fire god discovered that she had run into the ground again. The fire god also discovered that the distance between them had become wider. At this point, the fire god couldn't mock her anymore. After all, it now had two unpalatable choices. It could transform and continue to chase her on the ground, only for her to widen the distance between them by jumping out of the ground soon after, or it could give up and let her escape. The fire god decided to give up on her. Instead of wasting its time dealing with someone it was ill-equipped to handle, it decided to spend its time doing something worthwhile. It was actually needed somewhere else to deal with someone more important, and the will of the world was urging it to go now. So it glared at her before turning away. But it promised to come with another world guardian the next time it came to hunt her. The pill refiner immediately took the chance to run to meet up with the other rank 5 cultivators from her sect. There were no manifestations of their life abilities, but she knew where they were and how to get to them. In fact, there were no manifestations of life abilities at all. Not one manifestation of a life ability, real or fake, was high up in the sky this time around. At this point, no one was wondering why this was the case. Everyone knew why everyone was keeping a low profile. However, not everyone was doing poorly. Some were even doing better than escaping with their lives. One person in particular was strong enough to fight a world guardian to a standstill. This person was a swordsman from the Swordway sect. This swordsman had appeared above the sea. Even though he didn't kill anyone, he was still attacked by the sea god because he had appeared too close to the sea god. The sea god was a giant octopus. The head of the octopus was so large that it appeared to be an island when the swordsman first saw it. A moment later, the swordsman was sure that it wasn't an island because the island grew large tentacles that it threw at him. The sea god also riled up the surrounding sea area and caused pillars of water to strike him. The swordsman had used the sword step metak to dodge the pillar of water, but the pillars didn't fall back into the water after they missed him. Instead, they spread out at the top and combined to form a canopy above him. In just a few seconds, the canopy had come down to meet the sea, thereby turning into a dome. The dome of water sealed the escape of the swordsman, while blades of water fell from the dome to strike the swordsman. The sea god also attacked with its 88 tentacles, so there was a barrage of attacks from below and above. Anyone else would have been easily overwhelmed by this, but not this swordsman. The swordsman used the sword dance metak and the sword step metak to weave through the attacks. Then he used his life ability, the sword counter, to attack the sea god. The sword counter life ability is an advanced form of the sword deflect metak. It is similar to the sword deflect metak in that it only needs to produce up to half of the power of an attack to take effect. But when it takes effect, it will redirect the attack back to its source, not just block it. So the swordsman was able to use the power of the sea god against it. This is how he was able to fight the sea god to stand still. Until something changes, like the swordsman growing tired or running out of energy, the two of them will continue to be in a stalemate. The swordsman knew that he couldn't continue to hold back the sea god, so he wanted to escape. But the sea god refused to let him escape. The sea god was always attacking him, so he had to block the attacks and didn't have the time to escape. This made the swordsman say in despair, "It seems this is how I will die." Then he smiled and said, "If I can die, then the others will not have a good time either." He can only take consolation in the fact that he is not the only one who will die. While this is not helpful to their situation, it is true that many people are dying. The rank 4 cultivators are dying in droves. A single passing of the storm god could kill all 500 rank 4 cultivators. But the world guardians mostly ignored the rank 4 cultivators. The world guardians didn't actively hunt them because they didn't need to. The world guardians were all busy hunting rank 5 cultivators. They actively sought out the rank 5 cultivators to kill them instead of hiding and hoping to keep their symbol of authority safe for 1 month. However, even though the world guardians weren't hunting the rank 4 cultivators, the rank 4 cultivators weren't having things easy either. This was because they were being hunted by the world and the descendants of the world guardians. Comments. Chapter 454. The inhabitants of this world can't cultivate and have to rely on their racial advantages. But there are some special creatures that were born with innate super strength. The special creatures were born by world guardians. These creatures inherited a part of the power of their parents and can easily reach rank 4 in power. This makes them more than capable of killing the rank 4 cultivators. There are also a lot of these special creatures because of the long history of the world and the proliferation of the bloodline of the world guardians. There are millions of these special descendants and thousands of them at rank 4, which makes them an army that outnumber the rank 4 cultivators 10 to 1. The descendants of the World Guardians were sent after the rank 4 cultivators, while their ancestors, the World Guardians, were sent after the rank 5 cultivators. As a result, every invader was being hunted by the world. This made it so that no one from the 5 sects had the time and leisure to fight each other. What should have been a three-way fight between the sects and the world had turned into the sects running for their lives. In just one day, the Four Directions sect lost 1 rank 5 cultivator, the Myriad Phenomenon sect lost 2 rank 5 cultivators, the Martial Body sect lost all 3 rank 5 cultivators, and the Swordway sect lost 1 rank 5 cultivator. None of the rank 5 cultivators of the Nexus of Truth sect had died. This was because all 3 of them had tricks up their sleeves for surviving. The 3 rank 5 cultivators of the Nexus of Truth sect possessed the shape-shifting life ability, the Eye of Illusion life ability, and the Shadow Clone life ability. So there were 2 deceivers and 1 seer. Their survivability wasn't a fluke, as even their various rank 4 cultivators had the highest survival rate. The seers and deceivers can hide or avoid danger as long as they don't kill the inhabitants of this world or expose themselves to the will of the world. All in all, a total of 7 rank 5 cultivators had died in one day. This is nearly half of the total of 15 rank 5 cultivators. If not for the Nexus of Truth sect, it would be a safe bet to say that every rank 5 cultivator would be killed in less than a week. Of course, Loki didn't feel that the situation was that bad. In fact, he didn't feel any stress because no one attacked him for half a day. This didn't change until he reached his destination. His destination was the largest sandstorm city in the area. When he found it, he went to work trying to find the Pope of the Wind God religion. He couldn't use his eyes to pick out the most important-looking wind elemental because all of the wind elementals looked the same to him. They looked like invisible air. He had to hijack the mind of one of the wind elementals and have it find the Pope for him. When one wind elemental ran out of options and couldn't go further, he would switch to the next most powerful wind elemental in the city and have them find the Pope. His quest started with an elemental at the edge of the city. From there, he reached the boundary of the inner city. The elemental had to stop here because he was a low-born citizen who couldn't enter the inner city. So he used the mind of the low-born wind elemental to hijack the mind of a high-born one and gained access to the city. This high-born wind elemental was able to reach all the way to the religious grounds before he was stopped. The high-born wind elemental couldn't continue because he wasn't allowed to trespass on religious property. So Loki had to jump ship and move into the mind of a priest. The priest took him into the inner sanctum of the church, but he could go no further. The only way to make progress was to hijack the mind of a bishop. At this point, Loki had gotten the information he wanted because the bishop knew where the wind god should be at this point in the year. But Loki wanted to see what was so special about the Pope, so he had the bishop continue on his quest. From bishop to cardinal and from cardinal to Pope, he finally found who he was looking for. This switch also went from rank 2 being to rank 3 being, and finally to the rank 4 Pope. Apparently, these people were descendants of the wind god and were related to each other in one way or another. Unfortunately for them, they still weren't strong enough to resist his mental tricks. After he hijacked the mind of the Pope, he asked him some questions. It was during this endeavor that he learned that the wind god had stopped going its usual route and was now attacking invaders. This made him slap his forehead and say, "So I've been wasting my time all along looking for the World Guardians. If I had just indulged my gluttony a little bit, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. It was a good thing that I found this Pope. It knows more about the World Guardians than the other clerics." Then he chuckled and said, "But aren't the World Guardians of this world a little pompous? What makes them think they can hunt every one of us? With just the 4 of them? I don't think that's going to be enough. No, I don't think it is going to be enough at all." As he said this, he shook his head and chuckled with mirth. His chuckle was one of amusement, and he looked as if he was here for a stroll in a park. But his carefree behavior didn't stop him from taking action, and it was harmful action too. Comments. Chapter 455. The mark on his forehead flashed briefly before a large black blanket covered a part of the sandstorm. Then the black blanket receded into his mental world, carrying everything that it had covered with it into his mental world. After taking a bite out of the sandstorm city, he took another one, then another one, and a third one. This black blanket is not his mental world. It is an ability of his mental world to take things from the physical world and put them into his mental world. Every rank 5 cultivator can do this. But the mental world of rank 5 cultivators is fragile. They can't just put anything into their mental world, just like mortals just can't put everything into their mouths. Most of the things in the world are things that aren't compatible with their mental worlds and will cause them injury when introduced into their mental world. This injury will remain and won't heal until they remove the foreign object from their mental world. Only a few special materials can enter the mental world of rank 5 beings without injuring them. But that is not the case for him. At the very least, he hasn't found something that he can't eat. As long as the black blanket can cover the object, he can eat it. The only problem that he has ever encountered when trying to eat something was when he tried to cover an exposed divine position, but failed to cover it with the black blanket. Both he and Fenrir had suffered because of that failure. However, this sandstorm city isn't an exposed divine position, so it had no way of injuring him as he tried to eat it. All of his attempts to bite and eat it were successful. His attacks quickly caused chaos and panic to spread through the city. The wind elementals of the city immediately turned against him to attack him. They swarmed him and wound around him to cut him into pieces and ground those pieces to dust. But all their attacks failed after encountering his armor. Their attacks were so weak that they couldn't even make him use up a lot of energy to defend himself. Their only advantage was their numbers. There were millions of them, and tens of thousands of them or more were always attacking at any given moment. This translated to forcing him to consume a lot of energy to defend himself. However, he still didn't feel any strain on his energy reserve because he could easily replenish his internal energy by eating them. So he didn't feel tired at all and was always able to engulf and devour more wind people. One strange thing that he discovered was that the wind people refused to give up despite the overwhelming failure of their attacks and the large number of casualties that they were sustaining every moment. This made him say to himself, "This is not what I'm used to at all. They should be running away for their lives instead of rushing up to me to die. I thought these people were supposed to be intelligent. Actually, in a normal situation, these wind people would have prioritized their self-preservation instincts. But this situation isn't normal because the will of the world has overridden their instincts to force the inhabitants of this world to continue to attack the invaders until the last man. The will of the world doesn't hope that one of them will be able to kill him. The main goal of the will of the world is simply to tire him out. By forcing him to use up his energy now, it will be easy for a world guardian to kill him. This is a simple plan that has worked several times today. The enslavement cultivator of the Four Directions sect is a casualty of this plan. Unfortunately for the will of this world, Loki only looks like the other invaders. He is actually very different. He is so different that even a knowledgeable seer capable of copying abilities had never seen him before. Loki didn't know what the will of the world was planning for him. All he knew was that instead of making him work to catch and eat them, these wind people were making it easy for him to snack on them. He could only chuckle and say, "I think it is safe to say that these people aren't playing hard to get like the people of the Crystal City. I had to surround the people in the Crystal City, stop them from escaping, and trick them into the sect grounds before I could eat them. Even then, they still told on me and called a big boss over to deal with me. The behavior of these wind people is a welcome change, but I do hope they call someone stronger over to deal with me. They should do it quickly, too. After all, I'm not doing this for jollies. I have real work that I need to get done." Then he sighed and said, "It is a pity that Fenrir is too eye-catching, or I would put it up to this for me." He thought that with a lot of Fenrir's vessels helping him, they would be able to quickly finish off this city. Unfortunately, he didn't want to draw any unwanted attention to himself at this point, so he didn't let Fenrir come out and decided to do the job himself. The good news was that Fenrir didn't mind and was fine lounging in his mental world, eating wind people. The bad news was that even after eating all of the wind people in the sandstorm, no world guardian showed up. So he sighed in exasperation for a while. Then he marched on to find another city. When he found the second city, he attacked it just like he did for the first one. He didn't even need to move closer to this city, because the people of this sandstorm city were already rushing over to attack him as soon as he was spotted. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 456. A world guardian still didn't show up after the second city, so he moved on to the third one. He was halfway done eating the third city when an unexpected guest showed up. The unexpected guest was a man with blue eyes and blue hair. He was the mind hunter on his team. The man came up to Loki, shouting as he said, "What are you doing? Do you want to bring the whole world down on us? Are you crazy?" After shouting, he said, "Don't you know that the more natives we kill, the more hostility from the world we will draw? Do you want to die?" Loki glanced at him before saying, "If this place is so dangerous, why are you here?" The mind hunter lied, saying, "I'm just worried about you and came to warn you." Then he said, "By the way, what is this thing that you're using to kill them? It looks powerful." In response, Loki rolled his eyes and said, "You only came because you covet my power. When you lie next time, use a better lie. At least, don't underestimate the intelligence of your fellow rank 5 cultivators." Loki exposed his true intentions with those words and even ridiculed him, but the man wasn't ashamed. Instead of feeling shame, he only felt anger. He sneered at Loki and said, "Here I thought I could play around with you for a while, and if you're reasonable, I will let you go. But it seems you want me to use force on you." His words dripped with mockery as he said, "Not only do you want me to use force on you, but you also don't think I'm strong enough to force you. Where did you get your source of confidence? Do you think the shell on you will protect you from me?" He is not a divine being, so he can't destroy someone's mental world. Once the target dies, their mental world will slip away into the afterlife and carry away the memories of their actions with it. So when the rank 5 enemy reincarnates in the future, they will remember him. But he won't know them and won't be able to guard against them. This is why he was hoping to use a non-violent approach to get what he wanted from Loki. Unfortunately, Loki was not appreciative of his consideration and exposed him as if he were begging to be looked down on. So he has decided to torture Loki for a while to teach the forger a lesson. He sneered and said, "You will regret what you just did. I'll make sure of it. Not only will I burn your mind to force you to give me your secret, but I will also burn your mind after you've given me your secret. You will beg for death, but I won't grant it. Your mind will have to give up, or you commit suicide before you can die." His eyes blazed as he spoke. A blue fire immediately sparked into existence on the shell of Loki's mental world and began to burn his mind. In response, Loki said, "How annoying." Then he covered the mind hunter with a black blanket. The mind hunter was still sneering when he saw Loki do this. He even said, "Do you think you're the only one with a mental world? Do you think I am as useless as these people that you've been bullying? Let me tell you now that you're messing with someone you shouldn't have dared to." As he spoke, the multicolored mark on his forehead glowed brightly, and a blue blanket erupted from his forehead. The blue blanket clashed with the black blanket and created a reaction similar to an explosion. The explosion caused by the clash between the influence of the two mental worlds was supposed to injure Loki and make him suffer a backlash. After all, he was the one who bit more than he could chew. At the very least, Loki's mental world should crack. That's what the mind hunter expected. As someone in possession of a cave heaven, he was very confident of his estimates. So he was very surprised by what happened next. The black blanket didn't explode and return to its origin as he expected. Instead, it gripped him with an all-encompassing and invisible force. Then his whole world turned pitch black because of the absence of light. The power of the black blanket caused his body to freeze. He became incapable of moving a single muscle, so he couldn't open his mouth to beg for mercy. At that moment, he felt terror and fear. He didn't want to die, so he didn't dare to delay and quickly called out his cave heaven to resist the power that had imprisoned him. His cave heaven appeared like a light in the darkness. As the cave heaven appeared, the darkness around him loosened, and the force binding him eased its power. It seemed that he would be able to break free. However, the force of the darkness only reduced in power. The force didn't disappear completely. At best, he could now talk, but escaping was out of the question. He quickly used his newfound privilege to speak to say, "Don't do this. I'm sorry for how I behaved. Let me make it up to you." In response, Loki said in disdain, "If you were a divine being with a divine position, you would have the right to be cocky and disrespectful to me, because you would be able to escape now. But you're not, so you're screwed." This wasn't what the Mind Hunter wanted to hear. But since begging didn't work, he decided to resort to using threats. So his face became contorted by rage as he said angrily, "Do you think you will get away with it if you kill me?" It was a rhetorical question. He wasn't expecting an answer from Loki, and he immediately said with venom, "I will always come for you." Comments. Chapter 457. He raised his voice and glared at Loki as he said, "I will reincarnate after you kill me, and I will tell everyone that you have a mental world that can eat anything. I will hunt you and obstruct you every step of the way. If you kill me, I will become your worst nightmare." When Loki heard this, he finally said something that the Mind Hunter wanted to hear. He said, "You have a point." Then he said nothing else and continued to pull the Mind Hunter into his mental world. As the Mind Hunter was pulled, his body shrank in size and became more and more powerless to stop the inevitable. Since Loki wasn't going to be reasonable and succumb to benefits or threats, the Mind Hunter lost all hope and began to curse him. He said, "You damn cocksucker, you will die a painful death. You will suffer for the rest of your days. I wish death upon you forever and ever." But Loki didn't listen to him. Loki was wondering if he should continue eating him or if he should release him for a brief moment to destroy his cave heaven before trying to eat him again. This is a decision that he was prompted to make when he noticed that the cave heaven was not under the influence of his mental world. As he watched, he noticed that the cave heaven was in another dimension, and he hadn't really made contact with it, so he might not be able to eat it. At the end of the day, Loki decided that he didn't want to risk anything. He felt that releasing the Mind Hunter might create an unfortunate situation in which the Mind Hunter uses the brief moment to escape. After making his decision, he said to himself, maybe the cave heaven will be exposed after its owner dies. Even if it is exposed for a single second, that will be enough to grab it. He had decided to prioritize killing the reincarnated divine being now, so that there would be no chance of his plan for this heavenly battlefield being interrupted. As for what will happen after the heavenly battlefield in some later future, he decided to worry about it later if it ever becomes an issue. However, this didn't mean that he had given up on taking that cave heaven. If he could get a brief opportunity to capture the cave heaven and eat it, he would do so in order to destroy any seed of trouble. While he was considering his future and thinking of important things, the Mind Hunter was thinking about something equally important. The Mind Hunter was thinking about his past and how he shouldn't have come here. He was still angry about what Loki was doing to him, but he had vented most of his anger, so he had time to say to himself, I regret coming here. I shouldn't have tried to sneak into this world. I shouldn't have coveted that strange power when I saw it. What I should have done is to focus on my goal of finding and killing the World Guardians for their power core. Then I should have ended everything by winning that most useful soldier title. Even if I coveted the strange power to eat anything, I definitely shouldn't have come up here to demand it. I should have used more subtle methods. He had gone through a lot of effort to pretend to be an ordinary rank 5 Mind Hunter and sign up for this world. He had been cautious every step of the way and never dared to expose himself. When the 5 divine beings appeared, he had feared that he would be exposed. But he managed to evade their sight and successfully entered this medium world. Things should have worked out well for him from then on. He should have acquired the power core of the World Guardians of this medium world and used them to increase his talent. Then, he should have secured the support of the sect through the most useful soldier title so that his return to power would be smoother. This was a plan he concocted over 3 months ago when he first saw the medium world appear in the heavens and be subdued. He had decided to risk coming to this particular world because only the power core of the World Guardians of medium and large worlds can improve talent. Of all the dangers that he envisioned that he could encounter, he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of another competitor like him. He was sure that only a divine being could kill him, not another soldier or a world guardian. He always thought of himself as an apex predator without any threats in this medium world. So he had been full of confidence about the success of his plan when the divine beings didn't spot him. It was because of his confidence that he swaggered over to Loki to extort the secret of Loki's power out of him. But he realized too late that there was another hidden apex predator like him, and that it was a bad idea to try to use force against that hidden apex predator because this predator is stronger than him. Unfortunately for him, it is too late for regrets. He can only make up for this mistake in his next life. This was his last thought before he disappeared into Loki's mental world and down Fenrir's endless gullet. The only saving grace was that his cave heaven didn't follow him down into that endless gullet. As Loki watched with expectation, the shadow of the cave heaven faded and disappeared. This made him disappointed, and he shook his head in pity. Since the nuisance was gone, he resumed eating the poor wind people of the third sandstorm city. This city is called Sandville, and even though it was different from Crystal City back in the central domain, Loki thought that they tasted the same. Comments. Chapter 458. By the time he was done eating the city, no World Guardian had shown up. This gave him another round of disappointment. The fact that all of this eating isn't making him stronger in any way, because he has reached his limit of growth that Fenrir can help him with, also increased the impact of the disappointment. After all, eating entire cities has now become a chore that he doesn't want to do, not something beneficial to look forward to. Unfortunately, this was the best way he knew to attract the ire of the world. There was nothing better to do to make a World Guardian come to him. So he sighed and said, I guess I have to eat a fourth city. If that won't work, then I will eat 10 cities in a row. If that still doesn't work, then I will eat this entire desert. Let's see how the world will react then. As he said this, he made sure to use his mental world to transmit his words into the surroundings. That way, the will of the world will hear him. He did this so that the will of the world would take him seriously. He is sure that he could destroy this world, specifically by eating it a little bit at a time. But he doesn't want to resort to something so noisy since it would draw the attention of the divine beings above. If he were alone with the world, he would give this option a shot in a heartbeat. But he is a thief trying to steal an entire world from right under the noses of the caretakers of the world. So he can only be sneaky about his scheme. This means that his threat to eat the entire desert is actually a bluff. But his threat to eat a fourth city and 10 more cities after that is very real. The will of the world doesn't know which one is a bluff, though. After hearing his threats, it hurried the nearest World Guardian to him. Actually, the will of the world didn't need to hear his threats to take him seriously. The will of the world had already recognized the danger he posed to the world when he put away an entire city without so much as a belch or a bulge in his stomach. That kind of eating capability has to be taken seriously, so the will of the world wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible. Unfortunately for the world, there were only 4 World Guardians, and they were all busy hunting other rank 5 cultivators. The world couldn't spare the manpower needed to hunt him, so he had been allowed to roam free, eating cities as if they were cakes. It was only recently that a World Guardian became somewhat free. The World Guardian was only partially free, but the will of the world urged them to deal with Loki as soon as possible. This particular World Guardian is one of the most difficult World Guardians to kill. So even though Loki had strange capabilities, the will of the world was sure that the World Guardian would be able to deal with him, or at least stall him until another nearly unkillable World Guardian shows up. Loki was in the middle of eating the 4th city when the World Guardian showed up. He sensed the energy fluctuations even before the World Guardian arrived, so he stopped what he was doing to look in the direction of the new guest. What he sensed brought a radiant smile to his face. His face couldn't be seen because of his helmet, though, so no one knew that he was happy that a World Guardian had come after him. Since the target he was after had arrived, he decided not to play with the wind people anymore. So he said to the sandstorm that was battering him in an attempt to tear him apart, "Playtime's over." As he said this, he waved his hand and released red lightning into the surroundings. He didn't spend time concentrating energy to make the attack more powerful, but the hastily made red lightning still spread into the surroundings, killing everything it touched. The World Guardian in the distance sensed that he was killing people and hissed in anger. Its hiss of anger turned the clouds in the sky into clouds of fire. The sight was imposing. Loki saw this and said, "How cute! How adorable! You're so cute that I could just eat you up." He was joking, but he was also serious. As it is, only time will tell how serious he was. But for now, it was certain that the World Guardian didn't appreciate his joke. His joke only angered it, so it made the cloud of fire fall down as a rain of lava. The World Guardian didn't even wait to see the result of that attack. It also created large balls of fire that were bigger than houses and threw them at Loki. Even that second attack wasn't enough to vent its anger. It wanted Loki to disappear immediately and at all costs, so it fell to the ground, turned into lava, and spread into the surroundings. Its actions turned the whole area into a lake of fire. Then it made spears of fire to shoot up from the lake of fire into the air where Loki was flying. This way, both heaven and earth had been turned against Loki. The fire god had learned its lesson and was going all out to secure all of Loki's escape route. Now that it had done all of these, all it needed to do was wait and see how the invader would die. So its lava eyes were wide open as it saw a black blanket appear around Loki and swallow every attack that came near Loki. This sight was incomprehensible to the fire god. Its lava eyes widened in shock, and its brain stalled trying to parse what had happened. Comments. Chapter 459. No matter how the fire god thought about it, it couldn't understand what had happened. So it decided to give up and continue to attack. It thought to itself, saying, if one didn't work, then 5 should work. If 5 won't work, then 500 must work. But before it could make another move, its mind froze. This caused all of the environmental phenomena to lose their support, so they began to fade away. The fire clouds disappeared and took their rain of lava with them. The ground cooled and hardened into rock while the spears of fire stopped shooting up at him. Even the body of the fire god transformed back into its physical form. This physical form was halfway into the ground, with only the wings and the tail of the fire god on the surface. While this was happening, Loki smacked his lips and said, "So weak. It didn't even crack 1,000,000 units of power. It is just too weak." The ability to eat things directly with his mental world is something similar to how divine beings suppress rank 5 cultivators with their cave heaven. It is an attack that he can only use to suppress the weak. His mental world is fragile. So if he dares to eat something too strong for him, he will fail to eat that thing, and his mental world will be injured. This risk increases further when he tries to eat an attack. In fact, it can be said that eating people is his weakest mode of attack, and should only be used on something that can't resist. Unfortunately for this fire god, even with how risky what he was doing was, the power just wasn't good enough to take advantage of his weakness and make him regret trying to swallow fire. As it turned out, not only did he not regret eating the attacks, but he also did so while sparing the mental power to attack the mind of the fire god. He didn't try to kill the fire god immediately because he had information that he wanted to learn from the fire god. So while the fire god was still frozen, he planted a mind node in its mind. Then he proceeded to interrogate it about the location of the symbol of authority. He doesn't plan to keep the symbol of authority when he gets it and hand it over to the divine beings. His main purpose in searching for the symbol of authority is to use it to connect to the heart of the world. Once he gets access to the heart of the world, he plans to eat it. He doesn't plan to use the heart of the world to create a divine position and become a divine being. At least not yet. He can't become a divine being yet, because he has yet to reach 500% energy manipulation skill. There is also the fact that he will be attacked during the process of ascending, and if he doesn't have enough strength to defend himself, his ascension will be interrupted and he will fail to become a divine being. He always thought that ascension would be instantaneous or secretive, but he learned from the seer of the information broker shop that this wasn't the case. Another thing that he learned from that rank 5 seer who used to be a divine being was that reincarnated divine beings can use the hearts of worlds to increase their talent. So he decided to give that a shot instead of trying to become a divine being. And if his plan doesn't work, and his talent doesn't increase, and he fails to acquire enough strength to steal this world from the 5 divine beings, then he will have to use one of the other 2 small worlds that he knows about. As this thought raced through his mind, he remembered how eating the power core of the world guardians of the previous heavenly battlefield had increased his talent. This pleasant memory made him lick his lips and say, "It should work. After all, if a little of it is so good, then the whole thing must be better." While he was thinking about his plans, the interrogation of the fire god had been completed. He learned from the fire god that the symbol of authority was given to the wind god to keep. This is because the wind god is the second most difficult world guardian after the fire god, and because the wind god is the fastest world guardian. This information caused Loki to snort and say, "What a boast." Then he sneered and looked at the helpless fire god at his feet and said, "Is this what you mean by difficult to kill? Just because it can turn into lava? What's difficult to kill about that? Even that Mindhunter would be able to deal with you." After mocking the fire god and its claims of being unkillable, he returned his attention to his plan and what he should do now. When he thought about the wind god and how difficult it would be to catch the world guardian, he said to himself, "What am I to do now? Am I to chase the wind god around? What if it doesn't want to meet me? For sure, it won't want to meet me. After all, I have revealed my strength, and it is in charge of protecting the symbol of authority, so the smart thing for it to do is avoid me at all costs." The more he thought about the situation, the more troublesome he realized that it was. Of course, he could decide to wait for 1 week for the position of the Guardians to be revealed, but he doesn't want to wait that long. After thinking about the problem for a while longer, he decided to do something that he had never done before. His idea made his eyes gleam sharply. Then he glanced at the helpless god and said, "Don't fail me now." Comments. Chapter 460. He said to the fire god, "I will now send you to your maker." Isn't that great? He said that, but he still didn't release the fire god. What he did was to mark the fire god. Then he pressed his hand on top of the fire god's head to crush it. The fire god can avoid this kind of physical attack by turning into a nest of fire serpents. But Loki had convinced it not to try to avoid the danger. His words were very convincing, so the fire god lay there as he crushed its head. But even this wasn't enough to kill the fire god. The support of the world meant that it could continue to live without its head. It can even heal the injury to its head if Loki gives it the chance to. But Loki didn't give it the chance to recover. He also shattered the fire god's mind. Then he got to work cutting the fire god to pieces. All of his actions finally worked to put the fire god to death. At this point, the mark on the fire god tried to seal its power core. This is the normal process of events that will take place when there is a mark on a slain enemy. But Loki prevented the mark from sealing the power core. Instead, he let the mark stay in the power core. His decision allowed the power core to appear. It rose from the corpse of the fire god as a ball of shining light. The light that the power core was producing was multicolored and beautiful. Loki watched it with rapt attention. He saw the light of the power core dim as it began to fade away. This sight confirmed that the power core was being retrieved by the will of the world, but he still did nothing to stop it. A few seconds later, the power core disappeared completely. So he had lost the power core. But instead of being sad, he had a smile on his face. As he smiled, he said, "So you didn't fail me. Good job." He could sense that the mark had reached a bigger source of power. This source of power was in another dimension, so he couldn't reach it by walking over to it. But he didn't mind that he couldn't get to the heart of the world yet. He continued to smile as he allowed the mark to turn into a seal. Unfortunately, the seal refused to work. This was because the will of the world had taken control of the power core and had assimilated it. So now, he will have to seal the will of the world if he wants to seal the power core. For him to seal the heart of the world, he will have to kill the world. This is something that won't be easy to do at all. This made him snort and say, "Fine, be that way. See if I care about you swallowing my Trojan horse." Since he couldn't get back the power core or seal it, he decided to give up on getting it back. He decided to be content with getting something else, so he sat down on the ground and activated the siphon ability. This heart wasn't a divine being who didn't have an energy well. In fact, the whole heart of the world was a large and powerful energy well, so the siphon ability was able to take effect on it. Immediately after the siphon ability took effect, the world shook around him. The vibration wasn't something that could be hidden. The 5 divine beings above were able to sense it. The sensation of a shaking world couldn't be hidden from the 5 divine beings. All of them opened their eyes and looked at the small world with curiosity. Unfortunately, the shell of the world was blocking their sight, so unless they break parts of the shell, they won't be able to see what's going on inside it. So they decided to open the shell to see what was happening. The duty of cracking the shell open fell to Monarch Bull Strength. This giantess roared and punched the shell of the world with all of her strength. She didn't use her divine metak for this attack, so it didn't consume any of her lifespan. The situation hasn't reached a point where she has to consume her lifespan, so she held back from doing so. But she is taking this situation seriously, so if she encounters something that needs her full strength, she won't hesitate to use some of her lifespan. None of them will hesitate either. They are all taking this situation very seriously. After all, the cost of a problem with the heavenly battlefield can cost more than a few years of lifespan if they don't handle it well. After Monarch Bull's strength cracked open the shell of the world, Monarch Talisman Paper used a talisman to keep the crack in the shell open. Then they took turns using the hole to see what was going on in the world. The crack had created a small hole the size of a fist, so it couldn't be used to enter the world. They could only peek through the hole at the world below. As they examined the world, they heard the continuous roar of anger of the will of the world. The will of the world said something along the lines of, "Thieves, all of you. You invaders are all thieves and snakes. You take like parasites feasting on blood. Now I am weakening and dying." The will of the world wasn't exactly straightforward and fluent like this. Its words were scattered and short, but they were able to put together their meaning into several sentences. For what they could hear, the will of the world was angry about losing something and didn't like that it was weakening. These were all normal things that they should hear from a disgruntled will. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 461. As divine beings, they've heard this kind of lamentation from worlds many times, so they weren't surprised to hear the will of the world say them this time. They continued to examine the world for any anomaly, but saw nothing out of place. Since there was nothing out of the ordinary going on, the 5 divine beings allowed the crack to heal. Then they went back to doing their jobs of making sure that nothing would go wrong with the heavenly battlefield. Monarch Astrobody, the divine being from the 4 Directions sect, smiled and said to Monarch Talisman Paper, "It seems you've lost your bet. More than half of them have died, so you can never win this bet." Monarch Talisman Paper snorted in displeasure, but he didn't deny the statement. He had truly lost, and in one day, too. Even if he wanted to wiggle his way out of this, there was just no way he could defend the loss of more than half of the soldiers. Instead, he said to Monarch Astrobody, "Don't be so glad just yet. It is not certain that every one of them will die and you will win your bet. They have already killed a World Guardian, which means that they have the power to threaten this world. If they can kill one World Guardian, then it is unlikely that all of them will die." But Monarch Astrobody continued to smile as she said, "1 World Guardian out of 4 died, while 7 rank 5 cultivators died out of 15. I think that is a worthy trade. That is a rate of 25% World Guardians for 46.67% rank 5 cultivators. At that rate, every one of them will be dead by the time all of the World Guardians are dead. But don't take my words for it. Time will tell if I am right or wrong." She was clearly optimistic about her chances, but Monarch Bull Strength wasn't optimistic at all. Monarch Bull Strength had bet that at least 1 soldier would survive from each sect. But things weren't looking good for her. The situation wasn't promising because all 3 rank 5 cultivators from the Martial Body sect are dead, and there are fewer than 10 rank 4 cultivators from the Martial Body sect still alive. With this kind of result, it is only a matter of time before the Martial Body sect is wiped out completely. This made her grit her teeth in anger and say, "How can they be this useless? Not only are they embarrassing my sect, but they are also making me lose a bet. This is simply unacceptable." In response, Monarch Astrobody chuckled and said, "You can't really blame them for their failure. I'm sure that they are strong, but what can they do if they are heavily outnumbered?" Monarch Talisman Paper nodded in agreement and said, "The problem with them is that they don't have good survivability and escape capabilities. Once they're surrounded by every inhabitant of the world, what can they do?" But Monarch Bull Strength shook her head and said, "Their performance is still bad. The fact that the entire world is against them doesn't excuse them from such a poor performance, when the weaklings from the Nexus of Truth are surviving in overwhelming numbers." Monarch Astrobody laughed when she heard this. She didn't say anything, but her laughter spoke volumes. The divine being from the Nexus of Truth sect didn't say anything about this claim that the people of the Nexus sect are weak. The shadowy figure of the divine being remained motionless and silent. Monarch Thousand Cuts of the Swordway sect said, with some expectations, "If they can kill one World Guardian, it means that they can kill another one. As long as they kill one more Wheel Guardian for me, I will be satisfied." To which Monarch Talisman Paper said in disdain, "Of course, you have to be satisfied with that because it will make you win the bet. If you don't become satisfied, I don't know what else you could possibly want more." Monarch Thousand Cuts didn't defend himself. He only chuckled, but even this chuckle of self-satisfaction was grating for Monarch Talisman Paper to hear. Monarch Talisman Paper felt cheated that Monarch Thousand Cuts had only bet that 2 World Guardians would be killed. Of course, when that bet was made, no one thought that there was anything wrong with it. No one thought that the bet was too easy because no one expected the soldiers to be able to kill even 1 World Guardian. But it seems that they had underestimated the rank 5 cultivators of their world. While the rank 6 cultivators were discussing with each other, Loki was sitting on the ground like an innocent passerby. There was no shell, armor, or second skin around him, so he appeared in his true form. He had deactivated his life ability so that it wouldn't be discovered. Then he sat down like he had done nothing wrong. As he was sitting, he heard a loud sound like thunder. But the sound was also heavier than the sound of thunder because the world had shaken when it occurred. To be exact, the sound felt like the beating of a bass drum. But it also possessed a high-pitched component similar to a whip moving faster than the speed of sound. Finally, it came from the sky, so it sounded like thunder. The sound made him look at the sky, so he saw that the sky had cracked and split open. Then he saw the eyes of giants looking through the massive crack in the sky. The whole experience made him feel like an ant within a bottle with humans looking down at him through the open end of the bottle. He felt small and insignificant. This feeling made him covet the power of divine beings even more. He also felt giddy and drunk, but that wasn't caused by his envy of the power of divine beings. Comments. Chapter 462. He was sure that his feeling of intoxication came from what he was siphoning from the heart of the world. The feeling was so great that he felt like he was ascending to godhood, and he felt that he could do anything he wanted. He looked down at his hands and said in awe, "This must be raw, unadulterated power. I feel like I'm growing stronger every moment. Is this what being a dragon feels like?" What he is feeling is a little bit exaggerated, but the feeling of growing stronger every moment isn't an illusion. He is truly becoming stronger and stronger. His power core is truly expanding with every second of the siphon ability active. All 5 energy chambers are growing bigger and stronger. The rate of growth of his power core is 1 unit per second, and this 1 unit isn't the empty capacity that he will have to fill up by eating other people. This 1 unit is a full and complete addition to his power core stat. It was as if he was siphoning the lifeblood of the world, not just energy. And there didn't seem to be an end to how much he could siphon. Because of how fast he was draining the heart of the world, he had filled up one of his energy chambers to the brim in 14 minutes. So an energy chamber had gone from 180 units to 1,000 units in less than 15 minutes. But he didn't stop there. Since there was still more lifeblood to extract, he decided to fill up the other energy chambers too. He doesn't plan to stop until he has filled up all 5 of his energy chambers. This was good news. The bad news was that his extraction was painful and detrimental to the world. If the will of the world knew that he was the one responsible for this theft, it would have sent every world guardian after him. Not only that, but it would have also sent every living thing in the world that could move to kill him. But the will of the world didn't know that he was the perpetrator of the unforgivable atrocity that was going on. So the will of the world didn't have someone to concentrate its anger and frustration on. The will of the world could only attack every invader randomly. This was bad for everyone else, not for Loki. Loki didn't mind that everyone else was dying, and he could handle himself in a fight even without his life ability. The bad part came from the fact that the world began to shake again after a while. Many earthquakes happened spontaneously and simultaneously in different places around the world. This caused disasters of various kinds to follow. Because of the earthquakes, mountains collapsed, landslides swept through the world, cracks opened in the ground and swallowed everything. Volcanoes erupted, tsunamis rose, and drowned everyone. All of these things created a lot of noise that drew the attention of the divine beings again. The divine beings had to investigate again because the world was acting as if it were under attack by someone capable of destroying it. If they didn't know better, they would think the world was dying. The world was howling in pain and cursing every invader. It was doing this at a higher pitch and tempo than was normal for its current state. This indicated that the world was under attack. So they cracked the shell again to take a look. But no matter how they looked, they still couldn't find anything wrong. So they decided that the will of the world was only throwing a tantrum. The 5 divine beings didn't see a problem that needed fixing, so they ignored all of the howling. Even though the world looked like it was at the brink of destruction, they didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until the crystal shell and the space within the world began to crack that they realized that the situation was very serious. This is because a world without its shell cannot continue to exist. At this point, they had to admit that the world was dying. So they expanded one of the cracks and used it to gain entry into the world. The first thing they did after entering the world was to search around for a problem. When they didn't see a problem, they decided to go to the core of the world, to where the heart of the world was. When they got to the heart of the world, they found it dim and listless. This caused their eyes to twitch in surprise. The heart was a crystal that should be as bright as the sun and shining with multicolored light. The whole core of the world should be filled with a rainbow light. But what they found was a crystal that could barely light up in the darkness. What they found indicated that there was a massive problem, and it was with the heart of the world. But they still couldn't tell what was wrong. All they can tell is that the world is definitely dying. What's worse is that the situation was getting worse every moment. This prompted Monarch Astral Body to say, "What is going on? Is it committing suicide?" Monarch Talisman Paper, who is highly sensitive to energy, shook his head and said, "It is more like it is sending its energy away. I believe that it is trying to create a dragon." These words made Monarch Bull Strength say, with an incredulous expression on her face, "What kind of nonsense is that? Everyone knows that medium worlds can't create dragons." In response, Monarch Talisman Paper shrugged and said, "I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you shouldn't take what I said seriously. After all, it was only a suggestion." In the few seconds that they were talking, the heart of the world had dimmed again. This made them feel a sense of urgency. Unfortunately, they still hadn't discovered the source of the problem. Comments. Chapter 463. While the divine beings were fumbling around for a solution, the heart of the world dimmed again. This time it went out completely. Then it began to fall into the main dimension. This signified that it had died. This made Monarch Talisman Paper hold his forehead and say, "We are so screwed." Then he said to the others, "A medium world is not so easy to find. How do we pay for this? Should we pay in lifespan or go looking for a replacement?" Monarch Bull Strength answered with another question. "How many years of lifespan do you suppose will be enough to make up for this?" Monarch Talisman Paper replied, saying, "It depends on how we frame this. If we claim that the world killed itself, and our claim is accepted, we won't have to pay much. But if we are judged to have killed the world and taken its essence for ourselves, then we will surely have to pay more. Monarch Astra Body shears this and shook her head, saying, "What a loss. I shouldn't have signed up for this." Monarch Talisman Papers said, "Anyway, we can talk about this later. For now, what we should do is remove every rank 5 being from the world." Monarch Astra Body nodded in agreement and said, "That's a good idea. We shouldn't delay, or we wouldn't even have this empty shell of a world to show for our efforts." Monarch Thousand Cut also said, "We might not be able to save this world, but we can still use it as an earthly battlefield." With that said, the 5 of them went back to the main dimension. They appeared exactly where the dead heart of the world should have appeared. With the heart of the world dead, the space of this world has become fragile. Powerful and heavy creatures will be forced to fade out of the world like small fish are dropped from the gaps of a net. So in theory, they don't need to do anything to remove every rank 5 being from this world. But some rank 5 beings might have too strong a bond and connection to this world and might not be displaced on time. The World Guardians are an example of this. These World Guardians can continue to stay in this world until their presence causes too much destruction for the world to withstand. At that point, the destruction of the world will cause the World Guardians to be eventually displaced. But these divine beings don't want to wait for that to happen. They don't want this world to be on the brink of collapse before all the rank 5 beings are evicted. So they want to take matters into their own hands. While they are at it, they will also take the dead heart and divide it among themselves. A dead heart isn't valuable to them, as its main use is to help rank 4 cultivators advance to rank 5 by fusing with fragments of it. They can still use the dead heart to cultivate subordinates, but they can't use it to create lifespan, so it is of little value to them. However, considering that they have made a loss on this job, they're not willing to let anything go. As it is said, half bread is better than none. Unfortunately for them, when they reached the main dimension, they couldn't find the world heart. What they found was a rank 5 cultivator stuffing the world heart into his mental world. They saw the world heart disappear into the mental world of one of the rank 5 cultivators of the Four Directions sect. What they saw made them so angry that even their glares could kill. Loki was sitting there, acting all innocent, when a large, multicolored rock the size of a mountain appeared before him. To be exact, the rock had appeared right on top of him. The rock was in the shape of a crystal gem. The shape of the rock reminded him of the divine position, but this rock was dim. The rock had cast a shadow on him, so he looked up to see it. When he saw the rock falling on him, he instinctively used the power identification ability on it to know what he was dealing with. World Heart, half dead. This sight made him open his mouth in shock and say no way. This was what was on his mind when the rock landed on his head and pushed him into the ground. If not for his recently enhanced body gained from borrowing some power from the heart of the world, he would have been crushed to death. At first, he thought that this was the revenge of the world. He thought that the world wanted to crush him to death with its heart, but he changed his mind when he sensed his seal on the world's heart. He sensed that his mark had finally been able to seal the heart of the world after the heart became too weak to resist it. Then the deal had influenced the heart to drop near his position when the heart became unable to stay in the core of the world anymore. So it was his greed that nearly got him killed by being crushed by the heart of the world. After understanding this, he stopped blaming the will of the world and began stuffing his face. He immediately tried to devour the half-dead heart. Because the heart had already been sealed by Fenrir, the black blanket was able to cover it completely, shrink it down, and swallow it into his mental world. He had just done this when the 5 divine beings appeared and glared at him. He didn't even bother to argue or plead for forgiveness. He simply had nothing to say since he was caught in the act. So he said, "I guess my time is up." Even before he spoke, he had already severed the connection between his mental world and his body. So just as he finished speaking, he had activated the rewind metac. Comments. Chapter 464. The 5 divine beings were caught off guard and could only watch him go. When they realized that something was wrong, he was already gone. When Loki entered the river of time, he realized that something was different this time around. What was different was that he felt bloated and heavy. His mind felt sluggish, so he couldn't control where to stop. He could only allow Fenrir to go upstream until Fenrir had to stop or got too tired to go further. This was because his mental world was too busy digesting the mountain in his mind. When he had tried to fuse with the fragment of a dead heart, it had taken him more than an hour to fuse with it and use it to advance to rank 5. But things were more difficult than that this time around. This time around, he is fusing with an entire heart, and the heart isn't dead. The heart is only half dead, so one can imagine the difficulty of fusing with it. What's more is that the heart is near dead because he had siphoned its essence. If that essence is returned to the heart might not be half dead anymore. As it turned out, he was in possession of a lot of essence. In fact, he had 5 energy chambers full of it. So by fusing with this half-dead heart, he is returning some essence to the heart. However, the heart can't return to being the heart of a world anymore. This is because the heart doesn't have a world to be the heart of anymore. The only thing the heart has is one mental world. So whatever the heart will become, it must have something to do with the mental world. And whatever the final product of the fusion will be, it will also be affected by Fenrir. So this fusion is a very serious matter. In fact, he was still dealing with it when Fenrir reached the limit of the river of time, came out of it into the physical world, and dropped into Loki's body in the past. As his mental world fused with his body, the fusion was accelerated. This was because his power core could now form in his body and then partake in the fusion. The byproduct of this fusion caused some of Loki's power to be revealed in his aura. An aura of ancient might emanated from him and pressed down on everyone in the awakening. The power of the aura was so great that it made them breathless. As the majesty of his powerful presence fell on them, they became lightheaded and began to swoon. Then they began to faint one by one. The rank 1 initiates were the first to faint. They fell down en masse like a pack of sheep surrendering to a wolf. There was no resistance on their part. Even Slav fell to the ground and fainted. Then Muni followed along a few seconds later. This left Loki as the only one still conscious in the awakening room. He realized that the fusion would take a long time, so he sat down on the ground to become comfortable. Then he focused his attention on his mind. When he had advanced to rank 5, the fragment of the heart of the world had fused with both his energy well and his mind palace. The result of the simultaneous fusion was a power core and a mental world. This time, the heart of the world was fused with both his power core and his mental world. But it wasn't fusing with them separately like before. Instead, it was taking the 3 of them and combining them together. Loki had heard something about this from the rank 5 seer of the information broker shop. So he had an inclination of what the result of the fusion could be, and his heart was full of expectations. He remained seated on the ground for more than 6 hours. Everyone remained unconscious because his majestic presence was still pressing down on them. The pressure of his presence was both physical and mental, so their minds would remain scattered as long as he remained near them. It was nearly 7 hours later when the fusion finished, and he regained control of his power. Because of this, his majestic presence was finally curbed, and the people were spared from suffering in his presence. While everyone began to regain their consciousness, he used the power identification ability on himself to see how far he had come. Race, dragon. Age, 35 years, 7 months / 77 years, 9 months. Tao status, 5. Energy density, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Energy rank, 5. Dragon heart, 901,000. Cave heaven, 2 to the power of 19 times 1,000 divided by 6 is equal to 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body, 0.65. Soul, 1.55. Mind, 1.55. Will, 2%, 5%. Skill, 438%, 439%. Core Metak, Fenrir, power identification. Tracking, Seal, devouring. Siphon, power shifting. Divine Metak, rewind. Splitting edge, mind freeze. Nanite, vengeful bones. When he saw how far he had come, he clicked his tongue and said to himself with satisfaction, those 4 months were not a waste. I would totally do it again. There are two main changes to his state of existence since the heavenly battlefield started. The first change was that he stopped being a human and became a dragon. The physical feature that indicates that he is no longer a human is the singular golden horn on his head and the transformation of his black pupils into golden hexagonal pupils. Aside from these changes to his body, he looked no different from other humans. But anyone who has seen or killed dragons before will be able to tell at a glance that he is a dragon pretending to be a human. This new identity of his made him say to himself with mirth, "So will I be hunted for my dragon heart now too?" He was joking about being hunted, but this is a possibility that he takes very seriously. Comments. Chapter 465. He has to take the possibility of being hunted very seriously, especially now that he has become a dragon, which makes him a rare commodity that everyone, including divine beings, would kill for. So in order to avoid trouble, he activated the new divine metak of the forging pathway. This new divine metak is the nanite divine metak. The nanite metak was created when his life ability fused with the telekinesis core metak in his body. It is essentially his body behaving like the shifting armor ability. This effect is achieved with nanotechnology. So when the nanite metak was activated, his body was able to transform according to his wishes. The nanites that make up his body shifted according to will and reshaped his body into whatever he wanted. He used the nanite metak to remove the golden horn and change the shape of his pupils. Unfortunately, he couldn't change the color of his pupils because the light in his eyes wasn't created by his body. The golden light was being created by his newly acquired cave heaven. But he was still satisfied with this. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Gone are the days when my life ability was my second skin. It has now become my body." After admiring his body for a while, he went back to reviewing the changes that he had undergone. The first important change was the change of his race to that of a dragon, and it was caused by the upgrading of his power core into a dragon core when he siphoned essence from the heart of the world. The upgrade of his power core into a dragon core happened when all 5 of his energy chambers reached 1,000 units in size. Then, when his power core fused with his mental world, they created his cave heaven. Unfortunately, when his power core fused with his mental world, it shrank in size because it had to give up the majority of its essence to create the cave heaven. His power core shrank from 5,000 units to 1,000 units to create the cave heaven. This is a loss, but the cave heaven kind of makes up for this loss. As he thought of his cave heaven, he focused on it a little bit and saw a landmass that was 87.381 million square kilometers. This landmass looked like an ordinary continent. It had rolling mountains and hills, but it was barren. The entire surface of the landmass is bare. It is sandy in some places and rocky in others. There are no plants and there is no water. As the god of this world, he knows that there are no living things in this world. There aren't even bacteria here. The whole world is sterile and pure. The world may be dead, but when he looked around at this world, he felt pride. His voice was full of pride as he said, "Planet Earth is only bigger and fuller than me." But that's only for now. He is referring to the fact that the surface area of planet Earth is 510 million square kilometers, while his cave heaven is 87.381 million square kilometers. So this makes Earth bigger than his cave heaven. Earth is about 5.83 times bigger, but he is not willing to concede defeat just yet. His main source of confidence that he will be able to overtake Earth is that his cave heaven can grow in size, while Earth can't. There's also the fact that his cave heaven has a star of its own. Earth, on the other hand, has to share a star with other planets. In his cave heaven, there's a black star in the sky above the land. The star is a circular black sphere, but the edge of the star is shining a bright white light. This makes the star look more like a quasar. In fact, he felt it was more accurate to call the black star quasar, since it is actually made of a black hole. So not only does his cave heaven have a star all to itself, its star is a black hole, which far outclasses some average yellow star in prestige and power. As for Earth's possession of living things, he, too, can have living things just as soon as he ignites his life fire and becomes a divine being. So it is only a matter of time before he outclasses Earth in every way. That's for the future, though. For now, his cave heaven has granted him some benefits that make all the risks he took worth it. The first benefit is that his energy chambers have now fused into one, and he can now use more than 5 pathways. He is not sure if this is because the cave heaven made Fenrir stronger, or if it is because he has both a dragon core and a cave heaven now, or if this is entirely because of Fenrir, though. The only thing he is sure about is that this benefit has something to do with his cave heaven. He is certain of this conjecture because he had only 5 energy chambers and could only use 5 pathways when he gained his dragon core. It was only after he gained the cave heaven that he gained the power shifting ability. The only shortcoming of this new power shifting ability of Fenrir is that it can only work with divine metax. He can't use mortal core metax anymore, as Fenrir has become his soul and only core metac. The presence of his power shifting ability is also why he lost his life ability. Part of the shifting armor life ability went into creating the nanite divine metac, while the remaining part of his life ability and the rest of his core metax went into Fenrir to create the power shifting ability. For now, he doesn't know the full benefits of this power shifting ability, so he can't say definitively if the exchange was worth it. /N. Please don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 466. In fact, not only does he not know the full benefits of the power shifting ability, but he also doesn't know the full benefits of the cave heaven either. He is currently only aware of the most obvious benefits. So only time will tell just how much the power shifting ability is capable of. As for the second benefit of his cave heaven is the fact that he can now bring back the power of his body into his past. This benefit was combined with the benefit of his mental world to ensure that he can now bring the power of his body, mind, and soul into the past. As usual, he is not sure if this is solely because of the nanite metac and its effect on his body, or if this is solely because of his cave heaven. But he is sure that it has something to do with his cave heaven, since the creation of his cave heaven is the reason the nanite metac exists at all. This benefit is why his body, mind, and soul are all of 5 units. Unfortunately, as great as this is, this benefit also comes with a disadvantage. This disadvantage is that he can no longer carry his cave heaven with him to the past. From now on, he can only take changes that occur to Fenrir with him through time. He can't take his cave heaven or the divine metax in his cave heaven through time anymore. This is because his cave heaven has become a physical object, and physical objects can't travel through time. This made him sigh and say, "I expected it, but it is still a pity." He was thinking about this as he walked up to the black star in the sky. Then he entered the black star and came into the core space of this cave heaven. The distance between him and his destination was traversed in the blink of an eye. In fact, he only took 1 step to reach his destination. It was as if distance in this cave heaven is meaningless to him. This core space was pitch black. The space was also small, with a hazy barrier serving as its boundary. There was a statue of a wolf at the center of this core space. The wolf looked like it was carved out of multicolored stone, and it was shining with a dim, multicolored light. There are currently 5 objects orbiting the multicolored wolf. These 5 objects are a white shimmering crystal butterfly, a single red line, a small white blanket, a small cloud of tiny particles, and a blood-red bone. They're the 5 divine metacs currently in his possession. The 5 objects are the rewind metac, the splitting edge metac, the mind freeze metac, the nanite metac, and the vengeful bones metac. The 5 of them are his most precious treasures. They couldn't fuse with the world heart, so they were separated from Fenrir. This is why they can no longer follow Fenrir through the river of time. He didn't like this development, but he could only accept it. So he shrugged and said, "You lose some, and you win some. That's just life." Then he grinned with anticipation and said to himself, "Speaking of winning, what can I win now?" He has a lot of things that he wants to win now. He would like to increase his talent to its previous peak of 5,000 units. Unfortunately, he can't achieve this anymore because he only has one energy chamber now, and this energy chamber has reached its limit. Aside from the issue of talent, the most important one is that he wants to officially become a divine being. Only by becoming a divine being will he be able to extend his lifespan and gain the power to roam the sea of worlds to find more interesting things to eat. In order to achieve this goal, he began reviewing his options. The first option that came to mind was interrupting the divine being called Monarch Wintersword, who will ascend in 5 years' time and take her place. This is something he can do now. He doesn't have a life ability, but he doesn't need one to become a divine being. As long as he has a divine metak, he can use that divine metak to take over the divine position or use it to create a new divine position. This is an extension of the power shifting ability. This ability made him give up on his 5 divine metaks and his life ability, but it has also made it possible for him to make use of any divine metak from any pathway. Plus, there's the fact that his ability to engulf and devour things now, that he has a cave heaven to back up the ability instead of his weak mental world. So that ability has become much stronger, and he should be able to use it to defeat a newly ascended divine being. This possibility makes the plan of taking down Monarch Wintersword somewhat feasible. But he doesn't want to wait 5 years before he can become a divine being, so he decided to shelve that plan. He shook his head and said, instead of fighting Monarch Wintersword and the divine being who helped her to create her divine position, I should target something within my hand's reach. When he thought of something within arm's reach, he thought of a certain golden divine being that he could kill when he was much weaker and didn't have a cave heaven. He also thought of the many small worlds that he could use to create new divine positions. He decided not to bother with the heavenly battlefields anymore because they are too troublesome. But this still leaves Lady Red's small world and the rank 5 seer's small world. All of these options made him lick his lips and say, why should I choose one of them? Why not use all of them? Comments. Chapter 467. With his decision made, he took one last look at Fenrir. Then his mind left the core space and returned to controlling his body. By this time, everyone was beginning to stir. Muni had the strongest mind among them, so he was the first to wake up. Muni had woken up for a while, but the man had bowed his head and said nothing because Loki had his eyes closed and was busy thinking. When Loki finally opened his eyes, he saw Muni standing nearby. So he said, let's go. Muni agreed with him immediately. He didn't ask where they were going at all. His instinct was to agree and keep his questions to himself. Muni took him to register at the sect ground. Then they went their separate ways. He didn't go to the market in the sect grounds because he thought that it would be more efficient for him to get what he wanted outside the sect grounds in the central market. The time he will spend in the market in the sect grounds, all to earn 1 million energy stones, now seems too much for him. He is now confident that he can earn money faster outside of the sect grounds. As Muni left, Loki watched him go while wondering if he should use the Nanite metak on Muni. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, Muni is only rank 3, so the result won't be that useful to me. If only he were rank 4, I might consider it. So I have to let him go. Muni didn't know that he had escaped from Loki because he was too weak to be useful. However, his ignorance didn't stop him from sighing in relief after he left Loki. On the other side, Loki entered an alley when he got into the city. Then he used the Nanite metak to change his appearance again. After he changed his appearance, he went to the central market. The first thing he did there was to borrow money. He pretended to be a rank 4 cultivator and was able to borrow 10 million energy stones. Then he used this money to gamble. After earning some money, he went to buy some branch metaks. But he didn't go and fight someone with a branch metaks. Instead, he found a room to sit in and practice his energy manipulation skill. He wants to advance to rank 6 as soon as possible, but he can't advance now, even if the opportunity were dropped into his lap, simply because he hasn't met all of the requirements yet. He has yet to reach the limit of 500% energy manipulation skill. Currently, he has only reached 439%, so he has 61% left to go. This is why he decided to spend some time fixing this problem. He expects that with his new and improved talent, it would take him about a year to accumulate 61% more energy manipulation skill. However, training revealed that he didn't need that much to achieve it. As soon as he tried controlling Metax, he received seamless feedback from every Metac. The sensation was as if there was no gap between him and the branch Metax again. It was as if he had been controlling Metax with a lag and delay in the connection before. But now all of the lag had disappeared. He knew that this must have something to do with his cave heaven. His cave heaven granted him perfect control of Metax. But he wasn't sure if this was solely as a result of the superiority of his cave heaven over Metax, or if Fenrir's new state as the heart of a world had something to do with it. Anyway, as he controlled branch Metax, he felt his skill of manipulation soar every minute. He gained an average of 1% every minute, so all it took him was 1 hour to complete his obstacle. Even after it was done, he still couldn't believe that the skill of energy manipulation was so easy to acquire. But when he thought about it, he felt it was a little bit reasonable for this to be the case. After trying to figure out why it had been easy for him to achieve 500% of energy manipulation skill, he came to a conclusion and said, it has to be something about the cave heaven. A cave heaven controlling Metax is like a puppeteer controlling sock puppets. It is a dimensional reductive influence where intent is translated into action without any loss or misunderstanding during the translation process. Normally, those who have cave heavens already have 500% energy manipulation skill, so they might not notice the ease with which they control Metax. But I'm an outlier who got the cave heaven through Fenrir, which is why I get to enjoy this benefit so well. Then he smiled and said, since I don't have to hold myself up cultivating anymore, I should get on with planning how to ask for that golden divine being's help in ascending to become a divine being myself. The way he put what he had in store for the golden divine being amused him so much that he laughed. As he laughed, he stood up and left his room. He went into the city and used a new branch Metax he bought an hour ago to find Rusty. When he found the master of the Rusty Bolt Society, he took over the man's mind. He took over Rusty's mind for 2 reasons. The first one is to have Rusty send all of the money in his account to Loki. After Rusty did this, he sent Rusty to heaven to help him buy the rank 5 branch Metax that he needed. This is the second reason that he hijacked Rusty's mind. While Rusty went to buy the branch Metax that he needed, he continued to roam around the city searching for rank 4 cultivators. When he found them, he would hijack their minds and use the hypnotized Metac to coerce them into giving him their money. Comments. Chapter 468. His ultimate goal is to target the golden divine being. In the past, he would rush to have a confrontation with the golden divine being. But this time, he is taking his time to prepare. He has decided to spend some time acquiring the best branch Metax and accumulating all of the wealth in the city. Only when there is no room to grow in the city anymore would he initiate the final plan. This period of preparation took 8 days. When he was done, he had every rank 4 cultivator under his control, over 1 trillion energy stones in his account, and 210 million energy stones in his hands in the form of high-grade energy stones. Most of the 1 trillion was earned from the betting arena through his sect token. The people of the city didn't possess a combined wealth of 400 million energy stones. Half of that 400 million was the 210 million of physical energy stones. At this point, his preparation was ready. So he began the second part of his plan. He used the nanite Metac to create a vessel for Fenrir. This vessel was then fed the 210 million energy stones. This helped the vessel reach 21 million units in power. After the vessel was created, he set it loose on the city. But he didn't let the vessel use the power of his cave heaven to engulf and devour the world. This was because the power to engulf the world had become too powerful now. If he let Fenrir use his cave heaven to engulf this city, the power of the attack would be enough to cover the city completely. So all that Fenrir would need to eat the city would be 1 bite. Since he didn't actually want to destroy the city and only wanted to use it as bait to draw the golden divine being out, he didn't let Fenrir borrow that power. This frustrated Fenrir, but the vessel still went about biting people and buildings with its teeth. Loki went ahead to create more vessels for Loki using the nanite Metac. These vessels worked together to wreak havoc in the city. And because they couldn't engulf and swallow things whole, They created a mess while eating. In no time, blood began to flow through the city. Body parts and random flesh were discarded everywhere. This created a more impactful sight that riled up the people of the city even more. Because the vessels had to use their teeth to eat, their speed of eating was slow. So more people could escape from the city. In order to prevent people from escaping, he had the rank 4 cultivators that he had recruited surrounding the city and forcing people back. This caused the city to fall into more chaos. This time, no rank 4 helper came to the city. This was because the people who called for help mentioned the many rank 4 cultivators attacking them. So, rank 5 cultivators were the first batch of people sent to stop the destruction of the city. When the rank 5 cultivators came, they saw the big wolf and immediately decided that they couldn't handle it. They quickly called for backup and reported to a divine being. The divine being that came was the golden divine being. As soon as the divine being appeared, Loki locked his eyes on him. Then he used the power identification ability. Race, human. Available lifespan, 10 years. Cultivation rank, 6. Cave heaven, 100,000 square kilometers. Body 6. Soul, 5.5. Mind, 5.5. Will, 6, 11%. Insight, 6. Law fragment, amplification 152, 863, 500%. Divine metak, rank gold body 6. When he saw this, his eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, saying, I knew it. I can see more information with the power identification ability now. This must be because of the enhancement of the cave heaven. While he was examining the golden divine being and feeling happy that every aspect of the power of a divine being had become exposed to him, the golden divine being was also examining him. What the divine being saw about Loki made him take Loki seriously. The first thing that the divine being saw was that he possessed a cave heaven. This was because his cave heaven wasn't hidden at all. So every divine being can see that he possesses a cave heaven. Not only can they see that he possesses a cave heaven, but they can also tell the size of the cave heaven. So the divine being was able to tell his cave heaven was 87,381,333 square kilometers in size. When the golden divine being saw this, the first thought that went through his mind was that Loki was the reincarnation of a divine being. At first, this brought a smile to his face because it meant that Loki should be in the possession of a divine metak, or at least have a secret recipe for producing that divine metak. But then he frowned and said to himself, a reincarnated divine being should know better than to attack a city and not escape, when it is common knowledge that most of the cities in the central domain were established by the houses of commerce, such as the Thorn House of Commerce, to earn money. Since he didn't understand what was going on, he decided to use his insight stat to find out what was going on. He was willing to use the insight stat, even though it would cost him some lifespan to use, and even though he was already running low on lifespan simply because he was taking Loki seriously. If Loki were an ordinary mortal, he would never dare to spend so much lifespan digging up his past, because he had recently suffered a near-death experience, which shattered most of his cave heaven and depleted his years of stored lifespan. That near-death experience weakened him into becoming the weakest member of the Thorn House of Commerce, and that is why he was the one they sent to deal with this problem. Comments. Chapter 469. As he used the insight stat, his mind connected to the divine constellation of the blessed heaven world, and he mobilized his power to see everything that Loki had been doing recently. The divine constellation is the foundation of a world like blessed heaven world with many divine positions. This divine constellation can be considered the operating system of the world. It is aware of everything that has happened in the world throughout its existence. Access to this divine constellation is a privilege that only world kings, or in this case, divine beings, have. Once connected to the divine constellation, a divine being can use the insight stat to review the information that the world has about the target. So, after activating the inspiration stat, he saw Loki stand above the city waiting for something while doing nothing. Then he saw some beasts attack the city. After that, he saw Loki create those beasts that were attacking the city. As he continued to watch, he saw the giant wolf and how it was produced. He also saw how Loki earned his money. All of this information flashed across his mind in reverse, as if he were reversing the playing direction of a movie. When he saw Loki waiting in the sky without bothering to escape or hide, he knew that something was wrong. Alarm bells rang through his mind as he tore open space and ran away. He was passing through the tear in space when he thought to himself with a chill, "It is as if he has been waiting for me. What is he up to? Is someone scheming against me? Is it that woman? Does she want to finish what she started?" Then his eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he said, "She can forget it. I won't let her have my divine metak. I would rather destroy it and die than let her have it." It was after he had disappeared that he saw the part about how Loki had created the large wolf. This only reinforced his suspicion that Loki didn't need to expose himself like that and had the capability to hide himself while he attacked the city. So he didn't turn back at all. Meanwhile, Loki was stunned into silence. What he just saw made him freeze, and even the attack that he was preparing had stalled. The golden divine being had taken one look at him, stared at him for a while, then had escaped instead of looking down at him and attacking him. So he stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. As he stood there, he wondered to himself, saying, did he go to call for help? He shouldn't have escaped, right? Why would he do that? Is there something on my face that makes me look dangerous? He had been looking forward to a battle to the death that would hopefully lead to his ascension. But the person he wanted to fight to the death with apparently had other plans. No matter how unwilling he was to accept this turn of events, and he was very unwilling, he had to accept it and move on from it. So he activated the rewind metak. He activated the rewind metak for a fresh start. His plan had failed, but he also didn't want the repercussions of attacking the city to interfere with his future plans. As he activated the rewind metak, the shimmering crystal butterfly began to glow. Then it flew into the river of time, carrying away his will, consciousness, and memories with it. It didn't take Fenrir or anything else with it. The butterfly flew upstream across the river of time into the past for what felt like hours. Then it stopped at the point when Loki first awakened. It had stopped at this point because Loki didn't possess the rewind metak beyond this point. In fact, Loki didn't possess an energy well beyond this point, so it couldn't go further. After it reached its limit, the butterfly descended into the physical world and merged with Loki. This was also the time that Loki was fusing with the world heart. So his cave heaven was just being formed when he suddenly received memories of the future things that he did in the previous timeline. The memories that the rewind metak brought to him were obviously bad news, and he should be in a bad mood because of it. But his mood was worse because of how he had received the bad news. As he thought of how the rewind metak had taken effect, he said bitterly to himself, "Not only can I not control when I stop in the river of time, but Fenrir doesn't even follow me anymore. It is just one bad news after another." The more he thought about it, the unhappier he became. He sighed and said, "It seems I was wrong. At this rate, even changes to Fenrir can't be brought back. This will remain so until Fenrir can fuse with the divine metaks again and carry them. Unless I give up on the cave heaven, Fenrir won't be able to enter the river of time. So the alternative is to make Fenrir so powerful that it can enter the river of time while simultaneously supporting my cave heaven. If I could find something else to serve as the core of my cave heaven, things would be even better. Fenrir will be free to do whatever it wants and won't be held back by the cave heaven." After experiencing the recent reversal of time, without Fenrir, he had narrowed down his problem. He has figured out that the main reason why Fenrir can't enter the river of time anymore is that Fenrir has become the heart of his cave heaven. His cave heaven is a large physical object, so it can't enter the river of time. Therefore, Fenrir won't be able to enter the river of time as long as it continues to serve as the heart of the cave heaven. Comments. Chapter 470. The only good thing about his inability to take nothing through time other than his memories was that the rewind metak didn't consume his lifespan to take effect. So things aren't all bad. But he is still unsatisfied with this and wants something better. Fortunately, this experience has inspired him and has given him some ideas about what to do to solve the problem. He began to think more about these possible solutions while also considering his next plans. He spent the next couple of hours sitting there while his cave heaven formed, and people lay unconscious around him. When the cave heaven had finally formed, he left the awakening room with Muni. This time, he is still going to attack the golden divine being. He hasn't given up just yet. He would need to fail at least twice before he gives up. As he thought of his plan, he said to himself, "Of course, I won't do the same thing I did last time. Since he doesn't want to fight me, I will take the fight to him." It is said that doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different result is insanity. He is not insane. So he plans to take the golden divine being off guard by attacking them immediately after they appear. His goal is to cripple the body of the golden divine being or grab the divine being with something and hold on to them so that they can't escape. This way, he will be able to force a fight and have his way. In order to achieve this plan, he went all out. He spent 1 month earning a lot of money. Then he created several large wolves that he set around the city. These wolves were to attack the golden divine being, no matter where he appeared. Unfortunately, this plan didn't work. It even failed faster than before. This was because not only did he have a large cave heaven, but he was also actively attacking a divine being. The golden divine being ran away immediately after he sensed danger and didn't bother to use the insight stat to figure out what was going on before retreating. So even before the tear in space that he used to arrive, he stepped back into it and ran away. Loki was dismayed by this turn of events and thought that this would be the end of it. But then he saw something that made his face light up. He and the vessels of Fenrir had blanketed the whole area with the engulfing power. In the past, this wouldn't have been able to affect the divine being or stop him. But things were different this time around because he had a cave heaven. His cave heaven is also in another dimension, and this dimension is aligned with the dimension that the cave heaven of the divine being was in. So this time, the black blanket of engulfing power was able to make contact with the cave heaven of the divine being and grabbed it. This turn of events had surprised Loki, so he was a little slow to react, but the golden divine being wasn't surprised at all. Monarch Golden Body said to himself, "I knew it. There was something wrong here." Then he roared in anger and said inwardly, "I won't let you have your way. Either I have it or no one does." The first thing he did was to resist, so he used all of his power to punch the black blanket that was covering him and his cave heaven. This power consumed 6 years of his lifespan and created a power so great that the black blanket around him was torn apart. Unfortunately for him, this attack only freed him from the engulfing force. It didn't free his cave heaven from the black blanket. The problem was that his cave heaven was too small and weak. His cave heaven couldn't win in a clash with Loki's cave heaven, so he would need to take action again to free his cave heaven. However, he couldn't take action again because he only had 4 years of lifespan remaining. He had 10 years of lifespan remaining, but had just used up 6 of them. There was no way around it. As a rank 6 divine metak, his gold body metak must always consume 6 years of lifespan for its activation. So now that he doesn't have a lifespan anymore, only death awaits. As this realization dawned on him, he sighed in defeat. Then he chose to commit suicide. To be specific, he chose to destroy his core divine metak. In any other situation, he could have died with grace. This is because as long as his cave heaven remains, he can always return to his position. He should be able to have this confidence since he made the gold body metak himself with a mutated life ability. So only he and the sect should know the method to refine the gold body metak. With this kind of monopoly on the information, no one will be able to replace him while he reincarnates. But he can't be relaxed this time around because his cave heaven has been grabbed. This means that after he dies, his divine metak in his cave heaven will be taken. With these kinds of circumstances, he is sure that if he dies, he will surely be replaced by another person, and his cave heaven will be destroyed. So rather than let an enemy do this to him, he would rather destroy his divine metak and preserve a chance at returning. As soon as he made his decision, his cave heaven fractured and broke apart. Then, the cave heaven fell apart. As his cave heaven scattered and was engulfed by the black blanket, the divine position within the cave heaven became free and rose up from the debris. This time, Loki didn't feel any backlash even though the black blanket was surrounding the divine position and was trying to eat it. The black blanket was still torn apart by the divine position, though. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 471. The divine position broke away from the black blanket and rose into the air. In the past, just being near the divine position would have nearly blinded him. But he didn't feel any pain right now after a direct clash with the divine position. So, even though he had lost the divine being again, Loki's eyes were full of excitement, and he was very happy. This was because he hadn't felt any pain when the divine being tore the black blanket apart with his punch, or when the divine position broke through the engulfing force. His eyes were shining as he said to himself, "So, this is another benefit of a cave heaven. Not only can I now devour cave heavens, but I also don't have to experience any backlash when my devouring fails. It seems this is because the cave heaven is more durable than the mental world." The thing was that he hadn't actually attacked the golden divine being with his cave heaven. He had only used Fenrir's devouring ability, but had enhanced the power of the devouring ability with his cave heaven. So it shouldn't have been surprising that when the attack failed, his cave heaven was perfectly fine. But he was surprised because when he had done the same thing with his mental world, he always experienced a painful backlash whenever the devouring attack failed. His mental world also couldn't help the devouring attack target and touch cave heavens. So he had more than one reason to be surprised and happy. A few seconds later, the golden crystal the size of a mountain rose into the sky, and everyone in the world could now see it. Loki took this as a sign to escape. He had failed again, but the situation was very different from the last failure. So when he committed suicide, he did so with a smile on his lips. Another thing that was different was that he didn't need to commit suicide anymore to reverse time. He could have just activated the rewind metac to send his memories into the past. But for some reason, he chose to commit suicide this time before activating the rewind metac. When he committed suicide, his cave heaven collapsed and scattered away from him. Without his cave heaven, only Fenrir and the 5 divine metacs remained. Then Fenrir devoured the rewind metac before activating it. The rewind metac had fused with Fenrir as it was activated, so it took Fenrir into the river of time. With Fenrir along for the ride, he could also decide when to stop, so he had regained some control over how far he would go in time. His control was somewhat shaky as the fusion of Fenrir and the rewind metac was only temporary. So he didn't stop one day in the past like he wanted to. He could only stop for 1 week in the past. He was in the city planning the ambush when Fenrir returned with the rewind metac from the future. His eyes became unfocused for a while as he digested the memory. Then his eyes snapped wide open with brilliance. He was excited because he had received good news. His excitement was also compounded by the fact that his plan had worked. His eyes were shining as he said, "So it worked. As long as I discard my cave heaven beforehand, Fenrir will be free to come. This means I can now bring any changes to Fenrir in the future into the past with me when I reverse time. This is good news. It is cause for celebration. And it seems my plan with the golden divine being will also work. But how do I stop him from killing himself? Or how do I kill him before he can kill himself? If he kills the golden divine being first, his mark will turn into a seal that will capture the divine metac after his death. But if the golden man destroys the divine metac, then he won't be able to get it. This created quite a dilemma for him. He thought long and hard for a solution, as it had become the greatest obstacle to his becoming a divine being. After spending a few minutes thinking about it, he came up with a tentative solution. In fact, he came up with 2 solutions, but he doesn't have much hope for their success. As he thought about the 2 solutions, he said to himself, if he were immortal, the mind freeze metac would surely be able to freeze his mind. But his cave heaven isn't a mental structure anymore. I doubt the mind freeze metac can freeze his cave heaven and prevent him from destroying it. I think the siphon ability has a better chance of killing him before he can kill himself. Now that Fenrir can interact with cave heavens, I should be able to mark his cave heaven and extract whatever energy he uses. But divine beings have infinite energy, so I doubt the siphon ability can kill him directly. Not unless I can extract the energy in his core directly, the way I extracted from the heart of that world. These are his two plans. One is to prevent the Golden Divine Being from killing himself, while the other is to kill the Golden Divine Being before he can kill himself. These are all plans that he couldn't hope to succeed in if he couldn't affect Cave Heavens now and prevent the Golden Divine Being from escaping. But even now that he had a certain chance of success in trying them, his expectations for them are very low. Since he didn't have a better choice, he could only go ahead with the plan. He also made certain changes to his previous plan to ambush the Golden Divine Being in order to maximize the success of the two solutions he came up with. The main change he made was to stand in the air at the very center of the city instead of standing at the edge of the city. Comments. Chapter 472. After he positioned himself at the edge of the city, he created several large wolves to stand around the city to form a city wall. This arrangement was to make sure that the position of the Golden Divine Being relative to him and the wolves would be constant, no matter where the Divine Being appears. This time, the vessels of Fenrir behaved themselves because he could control all of them directly and perfectly, just like he could control Metax perfectly. This is another benefit of his cave heaven. So he was able to make them lie in wait without any trouble. After making his preparations, he finally gave the vessels permission to attack. This served as the spark that threw the city into chaos. As shouts ran out in the city beneath him, he waited in silence. He didn't bother to look in a certain direction, as where the Golden Divine Being would appear is random. He could only heighten his senses and wait patiently. While he was waiting, time ticked by slowly. Seconds turned into a minute, and a minute turned into several minutes. Not a lot of time had gone by, but it all felt like an eternity to him. He felt as if the world had slowed down around him until time was moving at a crawl. This feeling didn't end until he heard a crashing sound as if glass was breaking. He had heard this particular sound many times before, so he knew that it was the sound space made when it was being torn. So as soon as he heard that sound, his head snapped in the direction of the sound. He thought that time was slow before, but he was wrong. As he attacked the Golden Divine Being, time seemed to move even slower until it neared the point of being frozen. But this was only an illusion. Time was still moving normally. Just as he turned his head to look at the source of the crashing sound, he had already projected the power of devouring from his cave heaven towards the direction of the sound. All the vessels of Fenrir down below were also doing the same thing. So the black blanket had reached the Golden Divine Being and covered them just as his eyes fell on the golden body. As soon as his eyes fell on the Golden Divine Being, he saw their cave heaven appear to resist the black blanket. He immediately marked the cave heaven. He was delighted when his mark actually landed on the cave heaven. But he didn't let this distract him from doing what he planned. He didn't waste any time before he executed both of his solutions simultaneously. On the other side, the Golden Divine Being hadn't even stepped out of the tear in space when he was attacked. He was only halfway out when he saw a black force surging towards him, so he didn't hesitate to step back and escape. As a man who had just escaped a dangerous situation and was already with 1 foot through the doorway of death because of his dwindling lifespan, his first instinct when something was wrong was to run. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't run because the black force succeeded in submerging him. Now that this force has bound him, if he is to escape, he has to fight his way out. But before he could make a move, his mind slowed down. He had the insight stat, so he knew what was happening to himself. He could tell that a powerful mental power had invaded his cave heaven, entered the core of the cave heaven, and was freezing his life fire. He could resist this mental power, of course, but it will cost him some lifespan to do so. With how precarious his situation was, he didn't think twice about resisting this mental power. He didn't hesitate at all to consume some lifespan to resist. Unfortunately for him, just as he was resisting the mental power, something latched on his life fire and was extracting his lifespan. Whatever was extracting his lifespan was also doing so at the rate of 1 year of lifespan per second. Thanks to his insight stat, he could tell exactly what was going on with him. But even with everything so clear, he was still stunned and confused. However, despite this double combo, he was still able to resist the mental power. He was also able to use his divine metak to break away. But this was all he could do. By the time he realized how bad the situation was, he could only say, "What is going?" He couldn't complete that question because he ran out of lifespan. His life fire went out, and he died. What should happen next is that his cave heaven fades away. But the black surging force still had his cave heaven in a death grip. And his divine metak had also been captured. Everything that happened had happened over a span of 2 seconds. When it was over, Loki was still tense and on tenterhooks. It wasn't until he saw the cave heaven fly over to his cave heaven and was swallowed up that he realized that the fight was truly over. As the divine position appeared, he finally let himself relax. He exhaled heavily and said, "I finally did it. If it was this difficult for me, even though the divine being was so weak, how can any rank 5 cultivator fight a divine being?" Unfortunately, he couldn't dwell on that question for long because the divine position required his attention. The divine position hadn't gone with the cave heaven. It had separated and begun its upward journey into the sky. It was the cave heaven that was being devoured by Fenrir. The assimilation of the cave heaven of the golden divine being increased the size of his cave heaven. But he didn't pay attention to that at all. He knew that he was running out of time. So he separated the gold body metak and activated it. As soon as he activated the gold body metak, the divine position responded. Comments. Chapter 473. As the divine position responded, the shining golden crystal, the size of a mountain, in the sky stopped ascending to the sky. Instead of rising higher into the sky, it began descending. It lowered itself from the sky and fell in Loki's direction. To be specific, the divine position was lowering itself in the direction of his cave heaven. The gold body metak is in his cave heaven, and since the divine position is moving towards the source of attraction, it must enter his cave heaven. In order to speed up his ascension, he flew into the air to meet the divine position. He also raised his cave heaven higher towards the divine position. Just as he expected, the divine position didn't reject him. When his cave heaven made contact with the divine position, there was no backlash whatsoever. The divine position simply sank into the cave heaven and disappeared from sight. In his cave heaven, he saw that the golden crystal mountain approached the black star where the core of his cave heaven is. Then the golden crystal mountain entered the black star. As he watched, the divine position came into the core of the cave heaven and fused with the newly acquired gold body metak. The fusion occurred with an audible click. It was as if something had clicked together in a machine. The tiny divine metak merged with the giant crystal mountain and created something that could only be called the miracle of life. He saw a spark appear on the golden crystal before it caught fire. Then the golden crystal flared into a star. The star was a massive ball of fire burning with power and authority. After the star blazed into existence, the black star in the cave heaven became brighter, and the cave heaven broke some of the restraints of space. Even though the cave heaven remained in the same place relative to his position, it had actually begun to exist in another dimension. And in this new dimension, it was rising higher and higher into the sky. He was curious and wanted to see what that dimension was. But he couldn't dwell on his curiosity because his cave heaven was still undergoing changes that were affecting him. The next change that his cave heaven underwent was the flooding of his cave heaven with energy. The energy was coming from the new star in the core of the cave heaven. As the star burned, it produced a massive amount of energy, which it released into the cave heaven. This energy was the same internal energy that he had always been using. He had always been the one producing this energy by virtue of being alive. But now, the golden star was producing the energy, and it was doing so in such a quantity that the energy was too much for him to use. The energy was practically overflowing from within him. In a few seconds, he was full. This state of existence and the golden sun in his cave heaven then triggered a transformation of his existence. As a mortal, the limit of his stats had always been 5 units. Only his was able to go beyond rank 5. But reaching rank 6 hadn't been easy at all. However, as the infinite energy surged within him, his existence seemed to expand and swell like an inflated balloon. After swelling for a while, the shackles limiting his growth of power snapped, and he was freed. His body, mind, soul, and even his will began to change. They all improved in quantity and quality to create a divine body for him. Then the ones at the limit of 5 units immediately jumped to 5.5 units. To top things off, he gained a new stat called the insight stat. This insight stat felt more like an improvement of his perception. This was because, as soon as he gained it, he began to perceive extrasensory information. Because of the insight stat, the world changed before him, and he became aware of the many-layered dimension of space. For the first time in his life, he saw another reality layered on top of the reality he was used to. He saw that beneath him was a black river. He saw many dead people in this black river. He was sure that they were dead people because they were pale and hollow with vacant eyes, and because he recognized most of them. Most of the people in the river were people who used to live in Crystal City and had just been killed. This confirmed that they were dead people. They were all floating in the river. As he watched, the black river carried them away to an unknown destination. After watching for a few seconds, he stopped looking at the river of dead people and looked up into the sky. He saw another sky there that was different from the sky of the blessed heaven world. This sky was white, which formed a contrast with the black river below. Its color made it appear as a white sheet in the sky. What was odd about this white sheet was that it extended beyond the blessed heaven world. So it was a sky that wasn't limited to the blessed heaven world. He was curious to see the limit of this second sky, but he was more interested in finding his cave heaven. So he continued looking. His eyes roamed the dimensions and pierced this second dimension to a third dimension. While the second dimension looked nothing like the blessed heaven world, the third dimension looked similar to the blessed heaven world in terms of appearance. There were even buildings, and as he looked down, he saw the crystal city down below. However, this dimension didn't have any sunlight, but it wasn't dark. Instead, this dimension was gray. Everything about this dimension was gray, including the soil, the moving people, the city, and the sky. The only things that were colorful were the stars in the sky. Comments. Chapter 474. As he looked at the sky of this third dimension, he saw his cave heaven. His cave heaven is now one of the stars in the gray world. It was blinking as if it were a star very far away from him. He saw that the stars in the sky had formed a constellation. And even as he looked, he could tell that the stars near his cave heaven all belonged to the money pathway. The stars of the money pathway formed a small constellation. There were 4 other constellations nearby. He recognized them as belonging to the other 4 pathways of the 5-direction sect. He could even see the supreme Metax shining like the sun at the center of the constellations. He saw other constellations belonging to other pathways and sects, too. So there were more than 100 stars in the sky, making up a total of 14 pathways. He was curious about why cave heavens were hung high in this sky. So he tried to bring down his cave heaven. But he quickly discovered that no matter how he tried to bring down his cave heaven from the sky of this third dimension, it didn't budge. However, he was able to pinpoint the source of anchorage based on the resistance he felt when he tried to bring the cave heaven down. He realized that it was the newly acquired divine position that was keeping his cave heaven in the sky. His insight stat used this information to help him determine that as long as he was alive, his cave heaven would remain in this sky. He also discovered that he could connect his mind to the constellation of stars through the insight stat to learn information about a target that the blessed heaven world knows. This discovery took him by surprise. He had become a big and powerful divine being, but his mouth still opened in surprise. His awe only increased when he tried to check the past of a random person and caught a glimpse of what they did this morning. But he stopped checking their past a few seconds into the process because he realized that the power came at the cost of some lifespan. As a new divine being, he doesn't have a lot of lifespan to spare. So he said, "Forget it. I'll try it out later. Besides, I have more important things to deal with now." While he was advancing, the other divine beings had noticed. Even though the world hadn't announced the ascension of a new divine being, all of the divine beings had still noticed because they saw one cave heaven blink out of existence earlier, only to be replaced by a new one. They were undoubtedly curious about what had happened. Some of them were so curious that they began using the insight stat and spending some of their lifespan to find out what had happened. As soon as these curious people began trying to gain access to his information, he discovered it because he also had the insight stat. He also discovered that he could resist their probing attempts by spending some lifespan. The need to spend some lifespan to protect his secrets made him sigh and say, "Without lifespan, a divine being is nothing. I truly need to work on getting more lifespan." Then he shook his head and said, "That will be for later, though. For now, I have to dine and dash." As he said this, he spread his lips and grinned widely. Even the golden flame above his head flickered in excitement because of his mood change. Even as he grinned, he took action. He didn't appear to do anything where he stood. But that was because all of the action he needed to take was going on in his cave heaven. In the core of his cave heaven, the multicolored statue of Fenrir moved. The statue walked over to the star that had appeared in the darkness, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed it whole. The divine position didn't resist him because he was the god of this world. Besides, Loki was now in control of the divine position, so it was swallowed without resistance. The repercussions of this action were immediate and heavy. As soon as Fenrir devoured the divine position, the star representing the position of the gold body dimmed and disappeared. Then his cave heaven began to fall. In his body, he lost the insight stat. This made him lose the perception of the various dimensions of space. The source of infinite energy had also dried up, so his swollen and inflated existence immediately collapsed in on itself. His body, soul, and mind began to shrink too. They fell from 5.5 units to 1 unit. His life fire went out, and his body began to shrivel like a mummy corpse. All in all, he felt as if he was dying, so the changes to his body were an exact representation of what was going on. These changes didn't escape the notice of the divine beings either. They couldn't tell what was going on in his cave heaven, but they could tell that he was not doing well. They could also see that his divine position was gone. All of these things were unprecedented, so it was not a wonder that they wanted to know what was going on. In no time, many divine beings broke through space and descended on his position to know what exactly was happening to him. But Loki didn't give them the chance to satiate their curiosity. When the divine position began to fuse with Fenrir, he activated the rewind metac. So, just as the divine beings grabbed his body, the crystal butterfly at the core of his world took Fenrir into the river of time. He escaped into the past just like that. When he returned to the world, it was the moment when his cave heaven finished forming. His cave heaven had just solidified, and he was about to admire it. Comments. Chapter 475. He had appeared at this particular point in time because it was as far as the rewind metac could bring Fenrir and the divine position. Any further beyond this point required too much energy for the rewind metac to continue moving. So he was sitting down, relishing the changes and improvements that a cave heaven has provided to him, when Fenrir came running from the future with a divine position in its stomach. A divine position was created using the heart of a world as the ingredient, but a divine position is not the heart of a world. The two of them are not the same thing, but he has had a lot of experience fusing with the heart of a world. Besides, this fusion isn't to create a cave heaven for him. He already has a cave heaven, so the fusion this time was faster than before. The fusion only took 23 minutes instead of 6 hours, like the fusion of the heart of a world and the subsequent creation of a cave heaven. After Fenrir finished fusing with the divine position, its multicolored body turned completely into gold. Fenrir became a statue of gold, but its body wasn't made out of stone like before. Its body had become a translucent crystal, so it looked like Fenrir was carved from a golden gem. Then a golden spark appeared at the center of Fenrir's body, which caused Fenrir's body to catch fire. The fire was golden and pure and bright. As it burned on Fenrir's body, it turned Fenrir into a bright star within the core of cave heaven. This was the same thing that happened earlier when the divine position accepted him and entered his cave heaven. The only difference now was that there was no infinite energy surging into his cave heaven from the core of his world. His cave heaven still had to rely on him for its energy, but this didn't stop the subsequent changes from taking place within him. The lack of energy to fill him to the brim didn't stop the shackles limiting his growth from breaking. This time, the infinite energy surging within him isn't the reason his limits were broken. Fenrir is the reason his body, soul, and mind can now grow beyond 5 units. Fenrir is also the reason he gained the insight stat. This is all because even though Fenrir doesn't possess infinite energy, Fenrir possesses infinite potential and is capable of helping him grow without limit as long as he devours great objects of power. Since there was no infinite energy, his stats didn't jump to 5.5 units. But when he eats the right thing, Fenrir will make sure that his stats go beyond 5.5 units without the aid of any divine metak. This kind of potential is something he is looking forward to seeing how far it will take him. But for now, he wants to enjoy the feeling of becoming a divine being. It is a wonderful feeling that he didn't have time to enjoy in the previous timeline when he ascended. He was distracted at that time because of everything that he was seeing thanks to the insight stat. As his shackles were removed and his body changed, Fenrir, at the core of his cave heaven, became the foundation of his consciousness. The little man in the cave heaven that represented his consciousness fused with Fenrir, so he has completely become one with Fenrir in both body and mind. Meanwhile, his body in the physical world also began to change. His body went from being solid to being an empty, phantom shell, and then it became an invisible mass of energy that only those who can see mental constructs can see. His body went through these 3 phases one after the other, again and again for a long time. The insight stat helped him determine that the change was caused by his body, mind, and soul fusing together. The fusion of his body, mind, and soul wasn't complete, but it created a product called the divine body. This divine body lost its organs and became a construct of pure energy. So his body no longer possessed lungs, a heart, blood vessels, muscles, bones, a brain, and other internal organs. He didn't feel any different because of the absence of his internal organs, aside from the fact that he didn't need to breathe anymore. But he knew even without the insight stat that he had now become more difficult to kill. However, the insight stat still provided the specifics of his situation by helping him determine that he can heal any injury, including regrowing body parts now. In fact, he can also regrow his head if it is crushed or beheaded. This made him shake his head in wonder and say, a divine position is definitely more powerful than the Harda world. They may be created from the same thing, but the will of the world of the blessed heaven world has done something to the divine position that makes it capable of turning a mortal into a divine being. As he said this, he admired his body for a while. He doesn't have a mirror, but he can see every inch of his body as clear as day with the insight stat. His perception was able to examine every part of his body, including where his eyes couldn't reach. Thanks to the insight stat, he saw that his body had become taller, but his teeth had grown longer, and golden fur had grown all over his body. He also saw the black snake he now had for a tail attached to his butt. His teeth were black, though. In fact, his entire mouth, including his tongue, was black. But there was a golden horn on his forehead, and his eyes were golden hexagonal. All in all, he had become a humanoid wolf. To be specific, he had become a humanoid golden Fenrir. His appearance made him chuckle and say, "It has been a long time coming." /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 476. He was chuckling as he said, I knew this day would come ever since Fenrir fused with my energy well at rank 2. It took more than 18 years to go from fusing with my energy well to becoming Fenrir. How time flies. Then he became serious as he said, but I should change how I appear before someone spies on me. The insight stat is only an extraordinary perception. It can't be used to read thoughts, but it can definitely be used to see every physical change that someone has undergone throughout their life. He still doesn't plan to stay in this timeline for a long time and plans to make a quick cash grab before reversing time again. So any problem he creates in this timeline is only temporary for him. But just to be safe, he decided to change how he appeared. In order to change his appearance, he activated the nanite metak. It worked, and his appearance became that of an ordinary human. But this success consumed 6 years of his lifespan. This was a vast difference from when he could use divine metaks without any lifespan. This made him say with bitterness, "I guess this is the price I have to pay for becoming a divine being. Every use of a divine metak will involve my divine position and life fire, so it will cost lifespan. And branch metaks can't withstand the power of my divine position, so they have become useless to me." Then he activated the power identification ability. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 35 years, 2 months. Cultivation rank, 6. Cave Heaven, 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body, 5'6". Soul, 5. Mind, 5. Will, 6%. Insight, 6. Law Fragment, Amplification, 21, 100%. Core Metak, Fenrir, Power Identification. Tracking, Seal, Devouring. Siphon, Power Shifting. Divine Metak, Rank Rewind, 6. Splitting Edge, 6. Mind Freeze, 6. Nanite, 6. Vengeful Bones, 6. He should have had 41 years of lifespan, since he had a total of 77 years to live and had only lived 36 years of it. But the activation of the nanite metak had taken 6 years from him, leaving him only 35 years of lifespan to work with. As for the 2 years' worth of lifespan that he drained from the golden divine being, it didn't follow him into the past. He also didn't see the gold body divine metak among his repertoire of divine metaks. For now, he can't tell why this is the case, but he has an inkling as to why this happened. When he saw that the power identification ability didn't consume any of his lifespan to work, he sighed in relief and said, "Old Fenrir is still reliable." But this doesn't change the fact that times have changed for me. He looked at his new stats and said, "The days of using branch metaks and the energy manipulation skill are over for me. Even internal energy has reduced in usefulness. Internal energy is only to activate my law fragments and use them to enhance my power. Now, what I need is lifespan and a lot of it. As for my power, it will come from divine metaks, my cave heaven, my stats, my law fragments, and Fenrir. At least, Fenrir and my cave heaven will work for free for me. Even better is that Fenrir can help me gain more lifespan. So things aren't so bad." Then he smiled and said, "Fenrir is good to me, but that won't be so for everyone else." At this time, everyone in the awakening room had begun to stir. Their groans as they stood up drew Loki's attention, so he turned to look at them. As his eyes scanned them, he saw nearly everything about them. He saw how strong their bodies, souls, and minds were at a glance. He was also able to see their minds. This was without the aid of any mental metaks. It was all because of the insight stat. Not only that, but he also discovered that he could read their minds. This was because they didn't have any mental palace to guard their mind, so all of their thoughts were exposed to him. The only thing that he couldn't see about them was their energy well. Their energy wells appeared to be a void within them. Nothing could be seen in that void. He couldn't even tell the size of the void. The sight of so many people made him wonder to himself, saying, "I wonder how much lifespan I will gain from devouring these people." Then he shook his head inwardly and said, "Forget it. Let me register with the sect before I start destroying sect property. Besides, if eating mortals was worth it, there would be no mortals left alive in this world. All the divine beings would be feasting on mortals day and night until mortals have been hunted into extinction. Or could it be that eating mortals can grant more lifespan, but divine beings are prohibited from hunting mortals? I will ask my informant later. For now, the hunt is the priority." After making up his mind, he said to Muni, "Take me to register." Muni bowed and obeyed immediately. He didn't even say anything to indicate that he heard the order. He behaved as if he were mute as he led Loki away. This was because he was too afraid to speak. He doesn't even know what cultivation rank Loki is at because he can't sense any energy from Loki's body. In fact, Loki looks like an ordinary mortal to him. But he doesn't believe that Loki is an ordinary person because he had initially sensed a massive amount of energy and power from Loki's body before he fainted. Then, when he woke up, he found out that everyone had fainted except this seemingly ordinary mortal man. And when he looked at this ordinary man, he saw a golden flame above his head. The golden flame was burning silently without any heat or brightness, but he didn't dare to underestimate it. Comments. Chapter 477. The sight of that golden flame made him decide not to make any mistake by saying something he shouldn't say. His mind is made up to only do what he was asked and not say anything unless he is asked to speak. Loki noticed the little thoughts going through Muni's mind and chuckled to himself. Muni didn't know what was funny, but he didn't dare ask. He also didn't dare to look up at the divine being. In fact, he kept his eyes on the ground as if he didn't want to miss a single step. In this way, the two of them walked all the way to the Secretariat in total silence. One of them was walking while the other one was floating by his side with a golden flame burning on his head. Loki's appearance nearly gave the attendant at the Secretariat a heart attack. But even though the attendant's heart wanted to give out in fright, the man didn't allow himself to faint. He waited until he was done serving Loki before he allowed himself to faint. This sight also brought a smile to Loki's face. As he left the Secretariat, he said with satisfaction, "Power is very good. It is the best." After Loki finished his registration, he went looking for Rusty. Thanks to his insight stat, he could see the entire city at a glance. Not even walls could block his sight, so he knew where everyone in the city was. Once he spotted Rusty, he used his cave heaven to create a tear in the dimension of space he was in. He tore the hole directly into the third dimension, which is the gray dimension. Then he entered the tear in space and moved into the third dimension. As he entered the tear in space, he felt his body shift a little bit in order to help him acclimate to the changes in circumstances. Unfortunately, his clothes couldn't adapt like his body. His clothes were shredded into dust as he crossed the tear in space. So even though Loki didn't feel any discomfort, this was enough to tell him that the extra dimensions weren't places for mortals to trespass. There was also the fact that there was no air in these extra dimensions. Loki didn't feel anything amiss about this, and neither did the dead souls in the black river below. But he was sure that a living mortal would find these circumstances to be unbearable. When he reached the third dimension, he looked up at the sky for a brief moment. He saw the stars twinkling in the sky. However, he didn't see his own star. He wasn't surprised by this development since he knew that he hadn't become a divine being because of a divine position from the blessed heaven world. His ascension was all thanks to Fenrir, so he has no right to stand among them in the sky. He could also tell that he could never reach the stars in the sky, so he didn't bother to go after them to attack them. Instead, his gaze shifted back to beneath him where the Crystal City lay. He had entered the third dimension from inside Crystal City. But now that he was in the third dimension, Crystal City was below him, and it looked flat. Upon taking a closer look, he saw that everything was flat. It was as if the whole world had become a picture while he had stepped out of the picture. The whole world had become a vivid map before him. From his position, he could see every city in the central domain, including the cities at the world barriers. Everything was exposed to his eyes, and it looked as if he only needed to reach out to touch them. This superior position grants him a positional advantage to view the world from a greater height, but also makes it impossible for him to interact with the world. So if he wants to interact with the world, he will still have to return to the physical dimension. Another thing that he noticed was that there were no humans in this third dimension. In fact, he couldn't see any living things from insects to birds. The whole place was barren of life. He was thinking about this as he picked a location in the picture of the city below him and tore through space to reach that point. In response to his will, his cave heaven moved and a tear appeared before him. When he stepped out of the space tear, he found himself in the same room with Rusty. He wasn't surprised to be in the same room with Rusty, but Rusty was definitely shocked to see. But the man didn't fight or shout at the sudden intruder. Instead, Rusty felt his knees and put his head on the ground. His presence made Rusty feel overwhelming fear, so his voice was shaky as he said, "I am at your service, my lord. I will do anything you want me to do. Just say the word." That was what he said, but what he was thinking to himself was vastly different. He thought to himself, saying, "What have I done to encounter this calamity? Was I cursed in my last life?" What he wanted was to be as far away from this place as possible, and what he wished for was infinite speed so that he could move as far away as possible. Unfortunately for him, wishes aren't horses. He can't have whatever he wants by wishing, and he can't say whatever he wants to a divine being either. He has to say something pleasant that won't get him killed. Loki could tell what Rusty was really thinking, so he knew that Rusty wasn't really happy to see him. But he didn't care about this. Rusty's thoughts and opinions didn't matter for what he wanted to do, so he walked over to Rusty and put his hand on the kneeling man's head. Comments. Chapter 478. He felt Rusty shaking beneath his hand, so he said in encouragement, "Don't worry. I'm granting you great power. When I am done with you, you will become stronger than ever. All your fears will melt away, and you will become a new superior creature." As he said this, he activated the nanite metak. Because of this, 6 years of his lifespan were immediately removed from his body. Rusty also began to change. The nanite metak grabbed a piece of Rusty, tore it from his body, transformed this piece into metal, enhanced the power of the metal, and returned it to Rusty. Rusty's body had become a jigsaw puzzle game. The nanite metak took out each piece of the puzzle and converted it into enhanced nanites. Then it returned the enhanced puzzle pieces to the jigsaw. Each puzzle piece was as small as the size of a molecule, so the absence of each of them wasn't enough to kill Rusty. But the process of the removal, transformation, and return of the puzzle pieces was very painful. The process was so painful that Rusty roared in pain. His body became weak, and he slumped to the ground, wailing in pain. But Loki held his head and kept him upright. As Rusty changed, his appearance remained the same, but the durability of his body had changed drastically. In fact, he could no longer be called a human. Loki was satisfied with this sight. He even smiled and said, "At what point is he no longer Rusty, though? Will it be the moment I started changing him, halfway through the change, or at the end of the transformation?" He couldn't find the answer to this question, just like how he couldn't determine when a ship changes into another ship when every part of the ship is slowly replaced with new parts until the whole ship has been replaced. What he knew for sure was that Rusty had changed. And when the change was over, Rusty had now come under his control. Just to be sure, he used the power identification ability on Rusty. Race, human golem. Thou status, 3-6. Energy density, 16. Energy rank, 4. Power core, 70,000. Body, 5-6. Soul, 4. Mind, 4. Will, 4-6. Skill, for 100%. Metak, telekinesis metak. Power engine life ability. His gaze was full of admiration as he looked at his creation. He said to himself, "I was never a man for golems. Who would have thought that this is the way that I would make golems?" Then he nodded and said, "If this isn't the apex of forging, I don't know what is. After all, what else can forge other people into weapons for me to control?" Rusty has now become his golem. So even though he still looks like a human, he has become a puppet that can act autonomously to execute orders that Loki gives to him. Rusty's power has also been improved because he was forged into a more powerful weapon. This is why Rusty's Tao status went from level 3 to level 6. He directly gained Loki's Tao status. The size of his energy well also went from 70 units to 1,000 units. But the power of his mind and soul remained the same. His cultivation also remained stagnant at rank 4, but his will has increased from rank 4 to rank 6. The nanite metak can't change the mind and soul, which is why Rusty body and soul remain constant. On the other hand, the nanite metak can change and improve the body, which is why his body has been improved to 6 units. Loki wasn't surprised to see the improvement in Rusty's body, since the nanite metak had also improved the power of his body after he advanced and used it to change his appearance. But he was surprised to see the improvement in Rusty's will. After thinking about it, he said to himself, "Could this be because my will is now his will?" The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. So he nodded and said, "It should be so. Since I control him, my will is now his will." That means anyone who wants to take over his mind, be they enslavement cultivators, mind hunters, and other forgers, will have to contend with me. All in all, he was satisfied with the result of his effort. What remained was for him to put this new tool to work. So he said to Rusty, "Attack the city. Kill everyone you see, destroy everything in your way, and kill whoever comes to stop you." Rusty nodded and said, "Your wish is my command, my lord." This time, there were no rebellious thoughts in his mind. He didn't question Loki's order either. He simply went to where his mech was. When he reached this black mech, he opened it and got into it. Then he activated the mech and left with it. A few seconds later, he had opened fire upon the city. Rusty went through with the order, even though he had noticed the mental and physical changes that Loki put him through. He knew that he didn't used to be like this, and he knew that he didn't like Loki before. But all of these changes felt natural to him. Even though he had suddenly become extremely loyal to Loki, who is a complete stranger to him, this loyalty has become a part of him, so he didn't question it. Because of his extreme loyalty, he didn't consider holding back on the city at all. His mind was made up about destroying the city simply because that's what Loki asked him to do. So he didn't hesitate to kill his concubines and friends when he spotted them. Loki nodded in satisfaction. Then he grinned and said, "Now we wait." If he wanted to destroy this city, he could have done so in the blink of an eye. He wouldn't even need to consume any of his precious and limited lifespan to do it. Comments. Chapter 479. A single sweep of his cave heaven would crush everything and everyone in the city, and a single bite with Fenrir would devour the city whole. It would all be so easy to do, but he didn't take the easy route. This is because his goal is not to destroy the city. Destroying the city will come later when he wants to see how much the city will taste and how much he will gain from eating a city. For now, though, his goal is to draw a certain golden divine being out. In order to achieve this goal, he can't appear himself, or the target will be too wary and will run away. As a divine being himself, he knows the value of lifespan and can imagine just how cautious someone with 10 years worth of lifespan left will be. A divine being like that will only be capable of one attack, so they won't want to get into a fight with another divine being. If he were the golden divine being, he would run away at the slightest appearance of danger. This is why he has decided not to appear, and instead sent someone whom the golden divine being should be able to handle without using up his limited lifespan. With the plan already in place, he stood back to watch. He stayed hidden in that room while his perception spread throughout the city. He is sure that the golden divine being will find him as soon as they arrive, since he currently doesn't have the means to hide from other divine beings. But that is a problem that he will have to deal with in the future, and he already had planned for it, so he didn't worry about it for now. While he was pretending to hide, Rusty was dealing massive damage to the city. He was still a rank 4 cultivator, but his Dragonheart power core made him more powerful than rank 5 cultivators. So no one could stand in his way. Many rank 4 cultivators showed up only to be swiftly dispatched by Rusty. Then, a rank 5 cultivator came. Rusty killed that rank 5 too. When one rank 5 cultivator didn't solve the problem, they sent 2 rank 5 cultivators. But this still failed to stop Rusty. He was still killing and destroying everything around him like he was ordered to do. So the Thorn House of Commerce reached its limit and decided to send the big guns. Loki was looking forward to the moment his prey would appear when he received notifications from the sect, letting him know that he would have to pay for all of the death and destruction that Rusty was creating. These notifications made him look at his token with mirth. He didn't plan to pay the money, but he wanted to see how the sect had decided to take advantage of him now and laugh at it. He was looking at the notifications when he saw the notification for Rusty's death and how much he would have to pay for killing Rusty. This notification enlightened him and made him say, "So the sect believes that Rusty is dead. No wonder they consider everything he is doing as my fault." He was mulling over this when he suddenly felt a faint vibration in the barriers of space. The faint vibrations combined with his insight stat to help him determine that someone was about to tear a barrier of space in his vicinity. This thought flashed through his mind just as the tear in space appeared, and a crashing sound of glass breaking was heard. Then, an annoyed and irritated golden divine being stepped through the tear in space. But just as the golden divine being appeared, he sensed the presence of another divine being nearby. He didn't even hesitate to escape before rushing away. The golden divine being immediately stepped back into the tearing space. But Loki was already nearby and had grabbed his arm. Loki smiled and said, "Don't be scared. I've only come to talk. I have no ill intent towards you." Of course, he was lying. What he was doing was stalling for time while the siphon ability went to work on the golden divine being. But even if he was speaking the truth about having no ill intentions, the golden divine being wasn't going to believe him. And now that the golden divine being felt himself lose lifespan inexplicably, he didn't hesitate at all. The golden divine being immediately activated his gold body attack and used it to empower his body before he struck Loki with a punch to the face. His fist landed on Loki's face with so much force that the explosion created by the collision of his fist and Loki's force destroyed a third of the city beneath them. Unfortunately for him, Loki's hand didn't leave his arm. Loki was still holding on with a strong grip. This was despite the fact that he had attacked Loki with a power of 6 cultivation rank, times 6 stat, times 6 divine metak, times 100,000 cave heaven, times 6 law fragments, which is 129.6 units of divine power. And when he looked at Loki's face, he saw that Loki was still smiling. It can therefore be said that his attack had failed completely. While smiling, Loki said, "My turn." Then he struck back with the power of the Vengeful Bones metak. He had defended earlier with a 6 cultivation rank, times 6 stat, times 6 divine metak, times 87, 381, 333 cave heaven, times 2 law fragments, which is 37,748.7 units of divine power. But now that he was retaliating, he attacked with the power of 37,748.7 plus 129.6 units of divine power, which is 37,878.3 units. This power is 292 times greater than whatever power the golden divine being could muster. So when Loki's fist struck him, his golden divine body was shattered and scattered into the wind as chunks of molten gold. After the power of the attack shattered the body of the enemy, the residual power of the attack caused the air to explode into a tsunami of force that swept through the city below. This tsunami directly leveled half of the city into rubble. Comments. Chapter 480. Only half of the city was leveled, because only that part was exposed to the residual power of the attack. The other part of the city was unscathed simply because it was not in the line of fire. The part of the city that was leveled disappeared completely. The rubble was pushed some distance away, while the original place in the city had been replaced by a large pit that the tsunami of force had dug up. Despite how devastating the power of that attack was, it wasn't enough to kill the golden divine being. The life fire of the golden divine being was still burning, so he is still alive. What he needs to do now is heal the injury to his body. Since Loki had attacked him with a rank 6 divine metak and an amplification of 100% by his law fragments, he would need only 12 years of lifespan to heal the injury to his body. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have that much lifespan left. There was also the fact that the siphon ability was draining him of his lifespan at a rate of 6 years per second. However, as long as he possesses a lot of money in his account, the sect will help him heal his injury and reforge his body by consuming the money in his account. If he doesn't have any more in his account, then any valuable object in his possession can also be used to heal his body. The gem-studded cloth that he likes to wear is an example of a precious object that can be used to heal his body. This is not something that any divine being can do. Only the divine being with the gold body metak of the pathway of money can do this. As a member of the Thorn House of Commerce, he is somewhat rich and has a lot of money in his account. So if given time, he can still heal his injuries despite the lack of lifespan. But before he could heal, the mind freeze metak struck him. When this happened, his life fire began to slow down as if to freeze. This time, he had to expend his lifespan to resist the mental influence trying to slow down his mind. If he didn't resist it, his life fire would freeze, and his body would not be able to heal, even if he had an infinite amount of money. So he hurriedly began to resist the effect of the mind freeze metak. Unfortunately for him, the combined pressure of the mind freeze metak and the siphon ability left him no chance whatsoever of making a comeback. His situation was so bad that he didn't even have the chance to commit suicide before his life fire went out. When his life fire went out, the star shining in his cave heaven went dark, and the golden flame burning on top of his head went out. His golden body, which was trying to reform, finally gave up its attempt to do so. The pieces of molten gold turned into gold dust that was blown away by the wind. All that was left was an ownerless cave heaven. Loki grabbed the cave heaven while he said to himself, "That fight was inefficient. I shouldn't have let him punch me at all. I should just have attacked twice instead of defending once while attacking once." He felt that he had been wasteful in that fight, since it had cost him a whopping 18 years of lifespan for the 3 moves that he made. The Vengeful Bones metak had been used twice, which cost 12 years of lifespan, while the Mind Freeze metak was used once at the cost of 6 years of lifespan. It was true that the Golden Divine Being had been able to attack him because he was trying to give the Siphon ability time to work. Since the Siphon ability had proven itself to be able to extract 6 years of lifespan per second, he couldn't really blame it. Apparently, the Siphon ability has improved in power now that Loki has become a divine being. With this kind of improvement from 1 year of lifespan per second to 6 years of lifespan per second, he could only smile and say, maybe it was me who overreacted. It is true that the damage caused by my punch and the extraction of the Siphon ability was enough to kill him. In fact, even defending against that punch of his while extracting his lifespan would also be enough to kill him. But I just couldn't take any chances. I had to put pressure on him and overwhelm him so that he wouldn't be able to commit suicide. With the mind of a divine being, he only needs 1/100th of a second to commit suicide. If he had committed suicide, I would have lost everything and had to start over again. As he was ruminating on the fight, a small black force field was projected from his cave heaven. This black force field covered the ownerless cave heaven and dragged it into Loki's cave heaven. Then Fenrir devoured the cave heaven. While this was happening, the divine position had appeared and was rising into the sky. But that's not what it looked like in the 3rd dimension. In the 3rd dimension where the stars reside, the divine position is still in its position in the sky. It had only dimmed, but it was still there waiting for another cave heaven to attach to it. So the ascension of the divine position into the sky of the 1st dimension is more of a reflection of the availability of the divine position. It is not the real state of the divine position. When Loki saw this, he said, "But who can determine which one is real? Is the 3rd dimension more real than the 2nd dimension?" Before he could continue with this train of thought, Loki had finished digesting the cave heaven and had converted the cave heaven into some lifespan and law fragments for him. A/N. Please don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 481. The amount of lifespan that he gained from eating that cave heaven made him smile and say, 316 years isn't so bad. And the law fragments, too, are excellent. I dare say that it is a generous amount of law fragments. He had gained 316 years of lifespan and 152,863 law fragments. The 316 years of lifespan is the square root of the size of the cave heaven that was devoured, and it more than made up for the cost of acquiring the cave heaven. The 152,863 law fragments also raised his total law fragments from 21 to 152,884 law fragments. This will raise the boost of the law fragments from 100% to 500%. This made him say, all in all, it is a worthy investment. With this much lifespan, I can finally give the seal ability a try without waiting for someone to die. What he gained from devouring that cave heaven was satisfactory, but lifespan and law fragments aren't the main things he started this hunt for. His main goal is still the divine position. So as he was speaking, he had already activated the gold body, divine metak. This caused the divine position to respond and begin descending towards him. This time, when the divine position entered his cave heaven, it found the core of his cave heaven to be a bright star, not a black star. But this didn't prevent the divine position from entering the core of his cave heaven to seek the gold body, divine metak. A few seconds later, the divine position had fused with the gold body, divine metak, in the core of his world. The product of their fusion ignited and turned into a star. So 2 stars had appeared in the core of his cave heaven. The presence of 2 stars in the core of his cave heaven didn't change him fundamentally. He was still a rank 6 divine being. But the divine position did grant him infinite energy, which raised his base stats from 5 units to 5.5 units. The divine position also granted him access to the constellation of stars in the 3rd dimension. With this access, he can now spend some lifespan to check the past and history of target. These changes to his existence made him nod and say to himself, so not every divine being can check the information of everything that has happened in this world. Only the divine being of this world can check the information of things in this world. After he said this, he frowned and said, but why is Fenrir no longer interested in eating this divine position? Does it mean that this divine position will offer me no more benefits? Do I have to eat a different divine position or not bother with divine positions again? Usually, when Fenrir encounters something powerful, it has the urge to eat it. This happened the very first time they killed the golden divine being, and his divine position was exposed. Fenrir wanted to eat it at all costs. At that time, he had been surprised by the fact that he had killed the divine being and hadn't moved. But Fenrir had rushed after the divine position to eat it. That's how much Fenrir wanted to eat the divine position. Of course, Fenrir had failed in its attempt back then. It wasn't until later that he managed to eat the divine position. But now that the divine position is on a platter and ready to be eaten, Fenrir is no longer interested in eating it. This kind of thing has only happened when Fenrir has had too much of something to eat. It happened with core Metax and the power core of World Guardians. So he knows from experience that eating something when Fenrir doesn't feel any allure for that thing is unlikely to yield anything useful. But he still wants to try. He also wants to see if he can take back the lifespan that he just earned with him into the past. So he still made Fenrir devour the divine position. But he didn't stop there. He also devoured his cave heaven. Then he activated the rewind metak and went into the river of time. When he came to, he had just finished fusing with the divine position and had become a divine being. At this time, the next thing he would do was check out the extra dimensions. Then he would take some time to admire his new divine body. But instead of enjoying his newfound power, what he did was to use the power identification ability to check his state of existence. Race, Dragon. Available lifespan, 41 years, 2 months. Cultivation rank, 6. Cave Heaven, 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body, 5'6". Soul, 5.5. Mind, 5.5. Will, 6%. Insight, 6. Law Fragment, Amplification, 21, 100%. Core Metak, Fenrir, Power Identification. Tracking, Seal, Devouring. Siphon, Power Shifting. Divine Metak, Rank Rewind, 6. Splitting Edge, 6. Mind Freeze, 6. Nanite, 6. Vengeful Bones, 6. When he saw this, he asked himself, saying, I haven't used the Nanite Metak yet to change my body, so the power of my body should be at 5 units, not 6 units. My mind and soul also should be at 5 units. So the question is, what caused the increase in power? Is it Fenrir's doing alone, or is it because of the divine position that I brought back? Then he shook his head and said, I can't figure it out. So I have to devour a divine position again to see if there will be another increase in my power. But 3 things are clear. The first is that I can no longer bring divine metax back with me. I also can't bring law fragments with me. The third thing is that I also can't seem to bring extra lifespan with me into the past. The third thing made him sigh and say, "This is so frustrating. If I had known, I would have just spent the extra lifespan on making Fenrir improve the power of my stats." Comments. Chapter 482. Before he went to fight the Golden Divine Being, he had 35 years of lifespan left. He spent 6 years of that on Rusty and another 18 years while fighting the Golden Divine Being. So he had spent a total of 24 years of his lifespan on that ambush. The total amount of lifespan that he had left after that fight was 11 years. Then he had gained an extra 316 years worth of lifespan. This put his total at 327 years of lifespan. Yet, when he reversed time, all of that lifespan didn't come back with him. It was as if he had lost them along the river of time. This loss made him gnash his teeth in frustration. Then he spent 6 years of his lifespan changing how he looked. He used the nanite metak to change his appearance into that of an ordinary human. This time, the power of his body didn't increase. It remained at 6 units. Loki wasn't surprised by this and knew that it was because the nanite metak wasn't strong enough to raise the power of his body beyond 6 units. This made him say, note to self, find a way to improve the rank of metax. Fenrir should be able to help me do that now with the power shifting ability, but I wonder how other divine beings do it. As he said this, he had Muni take him to register. Then he proceeded with the plan he used in the previous timeline. Since the plan worked well without a hitch, he felt no need to change it. So he converted Rusty into his golem and used the golem to bait the Golden Divine Being. Then, when the Golden Divine Being came, he proceeded to kill them. After he killed the Golden Divine Being, he took their divine metak for themselves. With the gold body metak, he took the divine position. Then he devoured the divine position and returned to the past. As soon as he returned, he checked the state of his existence using the power identification ability. This time, there were no changes. Just to be sure, he repeated the whole process. Since there was no more consumption of lifespan when he reversed time, he had no reason to hold back in order to confirm a hypothesis. It was after the third that he devoured a divine position and experienced no changes that he accepted that devouring that same divine position was no longer useful to him. As for how devouring other divine positions would turn out, he was eager to give it a try. Right now, he has 3 feasible methods to create a divine position. One of those methods is through a certain information broker. Since he had a lot of information that he wanted to know, he decided to meet the information broker. But first, he still went to hunt the Golden Divine Being. This was partly because of the free and unlimited internal energy that he could get from the divine position. But the main reason he wanted to hunt the divine being was to earn lifespan and law fragments to use the infinite energy for. He knew that he could also gain lifespan from mortals. And even though he could only gain 1 to 9 years worth of lifespan, depending on their rank of cultivation. But he planned to eat the city after he had eaten the Golden Divine Being. In this timeline, he planned to learn how to grow stronger by learning how to increase the size of the cave heaven, advance the rank of cultivation, and increase the rank of metax. This means that he will stay in this timeline for a very long time to come. With this being the plan, he can't run away after he becomes the new monarch gold body. So he stood his ground and waited as the divine beings noticed the changes that had taken place with the divine position. He also activated the gold body metak and let it change his body. This way, he can use money to heal his injuries and not only his lifespan. But the main reason he used the gold body divine metak was to avoid the fact that he had other divine metaks that could affect the body. After he activated the gold body divine metak, he thought to himself, saying, since I need money to heal now, I need to make a lot of money, which means I have to pay all of my debts to the sect for wreaking so much havoc on their city. Then he chuckled and said to himself, I wonder how much the sect will ask me to pay for eating a whole city of people, including the sect grounds. As long as it is not as expensive as the heart of a world, I should be able to afford it. While he was thinking about the consequences of eating the people down below in the city, divine beings had appeared and had begun to investigate what had happened. One of them said in a surprised voice, "Someone died? Who died?" Another person said, "It is Golden Body. This place reeks of his slimy merchant aura." Then a third voice said, "It has been a long time since one of us died. Who killed him?" A fourth voice said it with certainty. His death must have something to do with his replacement. This made someone else laugh and say, "Of course it must have something to do with the replacement. Poor Gold Body wasn't dead for 2 seconds before he was replaced." It is as if the person who replaced him knew that he was going to die soon. These divine beings were joking. They knew that Gold Divine Bodies was probably orchestrated by his replacement or someone supporting the replacement. But they were not concerned about it. They were so unconcerned about Gold Body's death that they didn't bother to use some of their lifespan to check how everything had happened. They were content with having fun and jesting about the situation. Comments. Chapter 483. One of them said to another divine being, "Life's worth, did you kill Gold Body?" Another divine being said, "That's true. Didn't you try to kill him earlier, Life's worth? You must be happy that he is dead now." A third divine being took this opportunity to chime in, saying, "I do wonder why you picked someone else to replace Gold Body, though. I always thought that you went after Gold Body because of his divine metak." More divine beings began to ask Life's worth more questions about Gold Body's death. Instead of checking what had happened themselves, they decided to pester Life's worth about Gold Body's death. Of course, Life's worth wasn't happy about Gold Body's death. She's especially incensed that Gold Body had been replaced by someone else. She was the one who beat up Gold Body until he became too weak. Now that someone had finished what she started, she felt cheated. She felt that she had been taken advantage of. And as someone who always coveted the Gold Body metak, this automatically made Loki her enemy. As someone who cared a lot about what had happened, she was willing to spend some of her lifespan to know what had happened. She wasn't the only one who wanted to know how Gold Body had died and had been replaced. Loki was now connected to the constellation of stars, so he was immediately notified that some people wanted to check his information. Then he was given the option to block their inquiries. In fact, he was also given the opportunity to search for their information through the constellation of stars. He said yes to both options. He chose to expend some lifespan to block their inquiry. He also spent some more of his lifespan checking some surface information about them. He checked for their identities, so he immediately discovered that the people probing for his information were Monarch Life's Worth, who had nearly killed the previous Monarch Gold Body and 2 other divine beings. He couldn't determine the identity of the other 2 divine beings because his inquiry about them was blocked. But his inquiry about Monarch Life's Worth went through. However, regardless of success or failure, his attempt still cost him some lifespan. Both he and the people who blocked his inquiry consumed some of their lifespan, so he wasted 10 years of his lifespan for nothing. Only Monarch Life's Worth didn't consume lifespan because she didn't block his inquiry. So the 10 years of lifespan he spent helped him to acquire information about how she wanted him dead and why she wanted to kill him. The same thing happened in the inquiry about his information. He had blocked the inquiry of the 3 divine people, which led to both him and them consuming their lifespan. He had spent 50 years of his lifespan blocking Monarch Life's Worth inquiry. As for the other 2 unknown divine beings, he had to spend 100 years of his lifespan blocking each of them before they gave up on getting his information. So all in all, this single wordless exchange had cost him 260 years of lifespan. He had 333 years of lifespan before the meeting, but now he only had 73 years left of it, just after 10 seconds. This made him say to himself, "These divine beings really mean business." But the other 2 unknowns mean business more than life's worth. They must be richer than she is. I suppose she wasn't unscathed from that fight with the previous Gold Body. This exchange had helped him acquire obvious and hidden information about the 3 people who were trying to know more about him. At the very least, he knows that those 2 unknown divine beings are rich because they can spend 100 years worth of lifespan on trying to get his information before they give up. As for Monarch Life's Worth, she wasn't even willing to spend 10 years to block his inquiry and was only willing to spend 50 years of her lifespan to get his information before she gave up. What he didn't know was that, by blocking their inquiry, these three people had decided to take him seriously as a worthy opponent. If he had allowed them to search his information anyhow, they would have taken him as a newbie whom they could boss around. Since he resisted, they discovered that they would have to spend a lot of their precious lifespan before they could take him down. They also couldn't tell how large his cave heaven was or which divine being had helped him kill and replace Goldbody, so none of them decided to attack him now. Meanwhile, the divine beings were still chatting and teasing Monarch Life's-Worth. They were mostly divine beings from the Four Directions sect, though. The divine beings of the other four sects just watched on from their corner of the world. In the past, the speakers of the voices would be invisible to Loki, and it would have seemed like the voice was coming straight from the sky. But this time, he could see the people speaking, so the voices didn't seem so mysterious anymore. He still couldn't see the faces of the speakers, though, but he knew which stars in the constellation of stars were speaking, and he could spend some lifespan to determine the identity of the speakers. He himself didn't say anything. He wanted to wait and see what was going to happen. If no one makes a move on him, he will leave and go on with his life. As it turned out, his caution was prudent because some divine beings decided to descend on his position. There were two of them coming for him. The two divine beings tore through space and appeared on his left and right. He recognized the one on his right. She was a lady with a body that seemed to be made out of strings of gold coins. Her name was Monarch Life's-Worth. Comments. Chapter 484. The second person who appeared was a man. Their body was normal and wasn't made with inanimate objects, but their bodies were tattooed with numbers, and the numbers were always changing. Loki didn't know who the second person was, so he didn't know if they came to fight him. Either way, he prepared himself to fight two people. As he examined them, he said to himself, "A public battle is bad as it would expose my capabilities. But it shouldn't reach that point because if they fight me, they will surely be weakened themselves, and they will be weakening themselves in front of everyone. I don't doubt that they have an enemy who would be willing to take advantage of their weakness, so they shouldn't fight me in front of everyone. But if I have to fight, I should target the mortals below first. When I eat the mortals, I will gain more lifespan that I can use to fight." While he was speaking, Monarch Life's-Worth snorted and said, "You know who I am, and you know what I want. Now, will you give me what I want, or do you want me to fight for it?" Before he could reply, the other man said, "I am Forced Exchange. I am a member of the Thorn House of Commerce. I am here on behalf of the Thorn House of Commerce to have a deal with you. But first of all, I want to congratulate you on your ascension. We are all impressed that a rank 5 cultivator with the Goldbody life ability has survived despite the constant hunting of Goldbody. Not only did you survive, but you even managed to replace Goldbody. This is worthy of admiration." When Loki heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You're not here to fight? I thought you would be the most angry about the loss of Goldbody." Forced Exchange chuckled and said, "Goldbody had already been replaced. What we should do now is try to make up for his loss. No matter what we do, it won't change the fact that he is dead. You're a money cultivator, so you should know that we don't do wasteful things. This is why I am here to make a deal with you. This deal will give us an opportunity to make up for our loss." Loki nodded in understanding before saying, "What if I refuse to make a deal with you?" Forced Exchange smiled as he said, "In that case, we will have to swallow our loss and wait for Goldbody to reincarnate. When he reincarnates, we will help him replace you." Loki didn't mention the fact that Goldbody was not going to reincarnate. Instead, he asked a question, saying, "So what is this deal of yours?" Forced Exchange said in reply, "We don't want much. All we ask is that you surrender your cave heaven and attach it to the cave heaven of our leader. Once you surrender your cave heaven, the entire Thorn House of Commerce will protect you. Even if Goldbody reincarnates and returns, we will side with you in your struggle for the divine position. And right now, we will help you fend off Life's-Worth." Monarch Life's-Worth was not happy to hear this. She scowled and glared at Forced Exchange as if she would attack him if he said another word. But Forced Exchange ignored her. He smiled at Loki harmlessly and said, "So what do you think about my deal?" He pretended to think about it for a while before he said, "What if I tell you that Goldbody can't reincarnate? What kind of deal do I get then?" This time, both forced exchange and life's worth were taken aback. The two of them immediately used their insight to check the validity of the information. Since they couldn't check the information through Loki, they checked through Goldbody. They wanted to see if Goldbody's cave heaven was in the second dimension, where the remnant of the dead go after death. As they searched for the whereabouts of Goldbody's cave heaven, they both hoped that Loki was just making stuff up. Even Monarch Life's Worth was hoping that Goldbody hadn't been foolish enough to fight with his cave heaven. She gritted her teeth as he said inwardly to herself, his cave heaven should be too weak to fight with. As long as he didn't show off his cave heaven, he should be able to return. She wanted the previous Goldbody to be alive so that when the old and new Goodbody fight, they can weaken each other, and she can take advantage of their conflict to easily bring them down. But when the result came in, she cursed out loud, saying Dan Goldbody. He couldn't even do something as simple as preserving his life. What kind of useless divine being is he? Even though Goldbody was gone, never to return, Forced Exchange still defended him by saying, he wouldn't have turned out like this if not for you. You were to blame for all of these. Then he turned to Loki, wondering how Loki had pulled this off. Of course, he didn't think that Loki was the one who killed Goldbody. There is no way that he will believe that a rank 5 cultivator managed to defeat and kill a divine being, even if that divine being has been beaten to a very low point. At best, he can accept that Loki defeated Goldbody, but he can never accept that Loki was able to stop Goldbody from escaping, kill him, and destroy his cave heaven while still being immortal. Goldbody should have been able to escape into another dimension if he couldn't defeat Loki. No mortal would have been able to stop Goldbody from escaping. So he is sure that another divine being helped Loki by stopping Goldbody from escaping. Comments. Chapter 485. The problem with the hypothesis that Loki had an helper is that as long as Goldbody is fighting another divine being, he would never bring out his shoddy cave heaven to fight with it. Therefore, even if Goldbody had died, his cave heaven should be safe after his death. There are only a few special ways to attack the cave heaven directly. This is why he never expected that Goldbody would be gone forever. But now that he knows that Goldbody was gone forever, what he wants next is to know how Goldbody died and how his cave heaven was destroyed. Unfortunately for him, Loki is adamant about keeping the fight a secret. Since Loki has decided to keep the fight a secret, any means to investigate it through the divine constellation will be blocked by Loki. He will have to spend so much of his lifespan that Loki gives up before he can learn the information he wants. But even if he manages to make Loki cave in, he would still have to get through Loki's helper. If that mysterious divine being also blocks his inquiry, all of the lifespan he spent to force Loki would have been for naught. As this thought and many others went through his mind, he said to himself, how desperate am I to know what happened? Will it even change anything if I knew how Goldbody died? Aside from knowing who is supporting this new Goldbody, it is not as if I could bring the old Goldbody back. At the end of the day, reason overtook his curiosity. So he smiled again and said to Loki, in that case, the Goldbody we knew is gone and should be forgotten. As his one and only replacement, I offer you an invitation to take his place and join our Thorn House of Commerce. Loki also smiled as he said, what are the benefits of joining your Thorn House of Commerce? I hope I don't have to surrender my cave heaven anymore. He doesn't even know what exactly surrendering his cave heaven is and what benefits can be gained from it. But he doesn't like the sound of it at all. In response to his question, Forced Exchange shook his head and said, surely you jest. If you weren't, then it seems that you don't know that I was joking earlier when I suggested you surrender your cave heaven. So you shouldn't take that offer seriously. As for this offer, you will become a partner of the Thorn House of Commerce. You will have a share in our profits based on your contributions. You will be able to retain your freedom as a partner, but we won't be obligated to protect you from enemies. You will truly be in your own, like the previous Goldbody. He spoke as if it would be a good thing for him to be alone like the previous Goldbody, but he glanced at life's worth as he spoke. His behavior was as if to remind Loki of what had happened to the previous Goldbody and who was responsible for a large part of it. Monarch Life's-Worth also noticed what Forced Exchange was doing, but she only snorted and said nothing. Then her eyes gleamed when she heard the new Goldbody say, What if I reject your offer? Am I to believe that you will also come after me? Forced Exchange shook his head as he said, We are not that kind of people. We won't force people to join us. Monarch Life's Worth chose this moment to say, what he means to say is that they never fight people who are hale and hardy. They only pick on the weak and near death. They will wait for me to weaken you before they come to pick your bones clean. This statement made Loki ask, saying, if that is so, why didn't they take down Gold Body when they had the chance? Monarch Forced Exchange answered his question by saying with pride, that's because we have a non-aggression clause. We have sworn an oath and made a contract not to attack each other in the Thorn House of Commerce. This information explained a lot of things, so Loki said, I see. Then he said, am I right to think that if I don't join the Thorn House of Commerce, I won't be able to enjoy this benefit? Or you mean to say that you never attack anyone when you said that you don't try to force people to join your House of Commerce? In response, Monarch Forced Exchange only chuckled. He didn't say anything more because everything that he needed to say had been said. Loki thought about the offer for a while. As he did so, he glanced at Monarch Life's Worth. He saw that she looked nonchalant and unconcerned about his decision. Her behavior made him review everything she did ever since she appeared before him. He remembered that she had been angry about his being offered to surrender his cave heaven. Then she exposed the fact that the people of the Thorn House of Commerce couldn't be trusted to keep their noses out of his business if he didn't accept their invitation. After thinking about the situation for a while, he said to Forced Exchange, what do I need to do to become a member of the Thorn House of Commerce? His reply put a big smile on Forced Exchange's tattooed face before he said, excellent decision. You won't regret it. Then he said, it will take a while for me to prepare everything we need for the contract. When I am done, I will reach out to you through the divine constellation. At this point, he glanced at Monarch Life's Worth as he said, in the meantime, I wish you good luck. Since he had said everything he wanted to say, he tore through space and left. This left him alone with Monarch Life's Worth. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 486. He didn't say anything to her, and she didn't say anything to him. The two of them just stood there looking at each other. As he looked at her, Loki was sure that she was contemplating whether to attack him or not. So he began to review how the previous Gold Body had nearly died at her hands. She sensed his inquiry, but did nothing to stop him. So he saw how she had taken Gold Body off guard and struck him with the full power of her divine metak. She had used the Life's Worth divine metak to borrow the power of the supreme metak of the money pathway and use that power to strike Gold Body. The attack had worked as Gold Body had no way to dodge the attack. The attack was more like a curse, so Gold Body couldn't avoid it. The only thing Gold Body could do was resist death with his lifespan. But Monarch Life's Worth refused to give up and continued to seek his death with the attack. This forced her to consume more lifespan, but it would ensure Gold Body's death. Gold Body couldn't avoid the fate of dying even by running away. The power of death clung to his body tightly, slowly destroying his cave heaven. So if he would die, he would die permanently. Monarch Life's Worth asked him to surrender the Gold Body divine body, and she would let him keep his cave heaven. But if he gave up his divine ability, he would fall from his divine position and stop being a divine being. So she was forcing him to choose between permanent death and becoming a weak mortal. As bad as being a mortal was, at least with a cave heaven, he would be able to reincarnate, and he might have another chance to become a divine being. But Gold Body refused to hand over his life's work to her. As the only person who could forge the Gold Body divine metak, he was sure that she would try to get rid of him after getting the divine metak, so that he wouldn't be able to threaten her control of the divine position. Even though Monarch Life's Worth promised to sign a contract, not to try to kill him, and even though she also offered for him to surrender his cave heaven to hers, Gold Body refused to listen to her. Up to the point when he lost 90% of the size of his cave heaven, he refused to give up. He only tried to run away from her, but his attempt to escape from her was not successful. She thought that his resistance was folly, as he was definitely going to die, and there was nothing to gain by resisting to the bitter end. Monarch Life's Worth said this many times as she pursued him. But as things turned out, his resistance had meaning when Goldbody ran up to his partners in the Thorn House to commerce. At this point, his cave heaven had reduced in size by 99%, and he was near death, but his so-called partners didn't step up to protect him. Instead of protecting him, they chose to watch him die. Goldbody didn't seem to be surprised by this. Loki believed that this was because they didn't have any obligations to protect him. However, even though they didn't protect Goodbody, it was certain that after his death, Monarch Lifesworth would not be able to escape from them. As vultures, the money cultivators were content with waiting for Monarch Lifesworth to tire herself out before striking her and taking both the Goldbody Metak and Lifesworth Metak for themselves. Monarch Lifesworth realized that if she continued to try to kill Goldbody, her chances of surviving the subsequent hunt after Goldbody's death would reduce precipitously with each year of lifespan that she spends on killing Goldbody. With this kind of danger hanging above her head, she decided to give up on killing Goldbody for the time being. She decided to pick up from where she left off in favor of preserving her life. Unfortunately for her, Loki came along and took what she worked for. So now, she has to decide if she's going to do the same thing she did to old Goldbody to this new Goldbody. This decision is not an easy one to make. She for sure wants to kill Loki. But after thinking about the hidden divine being that finished Goldbody off, she became hesitant to make a move. But she didn't want to leave just yet. She continued to glare at Loki while contemplating various things, such as making a move against him to force out the person supporting him. When she couldn't make up her mind about what to do, she decided to make another attempt to discover how exactly Goldbody had died. So she used the divine constellation again to see what had happened. Loki was presented with another choice. He could resist, or he could allow her to get whatever she wanted. He decided to resist. His decision to resist came at a cost to some of his lifespan. He spent 40 years' worth of lifespan, to be exact, to stop her from getting the information she wanted. After she spent 40 years of her lifespan for nothing, Monarch Lifesworth said to herself, "That makes at least 120 years' worth of lifespan that he has spent. No new divine being can have that much lifespan unless there is someone supporting them with resources." She hadn't really made that inquiry just to see what had happened. Her main goal was to force Loki to give up and see if he had someone supporting him. If Loki had given up and let her see what happened, she would be able to see for sure if he had a helper, and she might even be able to find out who the supporter was. Comments. Chapter 487. And if Loki had resisted as he did, where he spent 50 years to block her first attempt, 10 years to know her identity, 20 years to see her previous fight with Goldbody, and another 40 years of lifespan to resist her second inquiry, it also proves that he has another divine being supporting him with resources. After all, a human cultivator should have a max of 120 years worth of lifespan. A new divine being shouldn't have time to gain extra lifespan yet. So a new divine being shouldn't be able to spend 120 years resisting without keeling over in the process. Now that she had determined that someone helped Loki increase his lifespan, what she needed to do was clear. But she was unwilling to do it, so she continued to glare at Loki. After 11 minutes of glaring and not doing anything, Monarch Lifesworth finally said to him, "Watch your back." Then, she too tore a hole through space. She entered that hole and disappeared from sight. With her gone, everyone else lost interest. They stopped looking down and all looked away. Loki felt their gazes disappear before secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Then he said to himself, "I only have 13 years of lifespan left." But all in all, that didn't go as badly as expected. He understands that the repercussions of his replacement of Goldbody could have been worse, and he had even prepared a fight to the death, which is why he didn't complain now, even though he is so near death. After reviewing the short meeting with the two parties, he remembered that he had received some messages during the meeting. So he took out his token to check the messages. When he looked at the token, he saw that there were a lot of messages. He also saw that most of them were notifications for his debts. He ignored all of the notifications about his debts and only checked the most recent message on his token. It was a message from the sect congratulating him on his advancement. The message said, "Congratulations on your ascension. You have become a divine being of the money pathway today. Because of this, you have been promoted to the position of elder of the Four Directions sect. As an elder, you have gained access to the sect council. You have also gained access to the disciple identity system. You have also gained access to the bank account management system. There were some more privileges that he had gained, but these three were the most important ones. Of the three, the sect council was the most important. As he read about the sect council, he saw the description that said, "The sect council is where certain decisions, such as where the next earthly battlefield that falls under the control of the Four Directions sect will be placed, will be decided. Every elder will be allowed to cast their vote on these decisions. Each elder will be worth the same number of divine positions that they possess. Each votes they're casted to create favorable benefits for the sect will be rewarded with divine merit points. With divine merit points, the Tao status of elders can be increased." The more he read about the benefits of the sect council, the more impressed he was by it. He even said, "Is this a dream? Can the Four Directions sect really give people free benefits and power without taking anything from them?" Then he saw the part that said, "If you cast a vote in favor of a decision that created a detrimental outcome to the Four Directions sect, your divine merit points will be subtracted to make up for the loss. If you don't have divine merit points, your Tao status will be demoted to make up for the loss." When he saw this part, his lips twitched, and he said, "There it is, the poison that was hidden by the sweet covering." This time, he wasn't surprised to see that the sect was going to make him accountable for every decision that he made. In fact, he felt that this was more natural, so he didn't feel anything out of place even though there was a risk of having his Tao status demoted for making a bad decision. He chuckled wryly to himself as he continued to check the other privileges. What he told the disciple identity system could be used to determine the identity of someone from non-disciple to outer disciple or to inner disciple. He was not impressed. He was not impressed with this privilege because he wasn't interested in changing the identity of mortals. Then, when he saw that he would need to spend divine merit points to use this privilege, his meager interest waned, and he decided to disregard it. On the other hand, access to the banking account management system was more interesting in that this privilege could be used to freeze someone's account or nullify their debt. It could also be used to lend money to mortals like money cultivators and increase the interest rate on the loan. But when he saw that he could only do this, and he would still need to spend his divine points to make use of the privilege, he lost interest in it. Instead, he went looking for how to earn divine points and how many of them he would need to advance his Tao status. His search led him to various missions under the Elder Mission section. This Elder Mission section is a secret section that is only available to elders of the sect. So it is one of the privileges that he just gained. As his eyes roamed over the missions, he saw that they all involved fighting, and most of them involved fighting on another world. Apparently, the Four Directions sect has many battlefields all over the Sea of Worlds. This made him say, "What a greedy sect. I thought they were greedy enough with the way they are fleecing the people of the blessed heaven world, but apparently, that isn't enough for them. They also fleece other worlds too." Comments. Chapter 488. Then he shook his head and said, "How did the Four Directions sect become such a behemoth anyway? Is there no place safe from them? Is the entire Sea of Worlds to tremble at the mention of their name?" He sounded like he was lamenting the state of the world, but what he was really doing was feeling sorry for himself. He was feeling anxious that, with the way the Four Directions sect and other sects are expanding through the Sea of World, there would be nothing left for him to take when he is strong enough to compete with them. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only sigh in pity while he continued to look through the list of things he could do to help the sect expand. He saw on a list that there were very few missions that involved doing things in the blessed heaven world. One of them was attacking and subduing small heavens that had been captured in the heavens. After looking through the list of missions, he went to look at the requirement to raise his Tao status. His eyes widened when he saw that he would need 1,000 divine merit points to raise his Tao status from level 6 to level 7, and he would need 1,000,000 divine merit points to raise the Tao status from level 7 to level 8. His eye twitched, and he said in anger, "The mission to subdue a small world will only reward 10 divine points." So they want me to subdue a small world 100 times before I can be promoted to level 7 Dao status. What greedy cheaters! He was furious, but he didn't dare to make his complaints out loud for fear that someone he couldn't afford to offend would hear him. Now that he has gained access to the divine constellation and can use it to acquire information, the fact that the sect has always been able to know when he killed someone has gained a new meaning for him. He has also gained a newfound understanding of why the information broker had been unwilling to talk about DMadLords. He, too, has to be afraid of them, if only because he doesn't know what they are capable of. Without becoming a divine being himself, he could never imagine that there were many dimensions of space. It wasn't until he became a divine being that his worldview expanded and he became aware of the extra dimensions and the divine constellation. Just like he was largely ignorant of the capabilities of divine beings and didn't know that they could check his whole history, there is no way he can be sure that DMadLords can't know when he is talking about them and learn what he said about them. This thought went through his mind as he realized that there was no way to raise his Dao status to level 9. The absence of this crucial information made him chuckle and say to himself, "I would be surprised if they offered a way to make me become a DMadLord." After chuckling, he said, "I guess I will just have to get that information on my own. I should ask my informant while we chat about other things." He was already tearing through space as he said this. The space he tore went right from the first dimension into the third dimension. When he got into the third dimension, he looked at the picture of the world at his feet. Then he picked the nearest city and jumped into it from the third dimension to the first. A few seconds later, there was the sound of breaking glass as space was torn aside. A dark hole also appeared after space was torn open. Then he stepped out of the tear in space. Many people in the city noticed that he appeared above the city. His appearance filled them with fear, and they began to panic. Everyone became frantic and rushed to leave the streets. They all ran into their homes, as if their walls would protect them from him. From his position above the city, he looked at them below with an indifferent gaze. They all looked like ants to him. In fact, they were ants that he could eat. The only reason he hasn't eaten them yet is that he doesn't want to expose his capabilities to the other divine beings. For one, he doesn't know if a divine being is watching him secretly. Secondly, he doesn't want to give the other divine beings a reason for them to inquire about his information, only to have to spend all of the lifespan he will gain from eating the mortals on stopping the inquiry of the divine beings. Thirdly, this city could also be an investment of a certain group of divine beings, like the Thorn House of Commerce, and he didn't want to offend them and create new enemies by destroying their investment. So, for now, he is only willing to take action in a place that isn't right under the nose of so many divine beings, and where everything that takes place here is accessible by the divine constellation of the blessed heaven world. While he was thinking about this, his gaze scanned the city and didn't stop until he found his destination. Then he tore through space and dipped into the third dimension. A few seconds later, he tore through space again and appeared in a room in the central market of the city. This room was also in a shop. The shop was an information broker shop. As soon as he appeared in the room, he attacked all of the people in the room. His goal was to kill the attendants, but he didn't hold back from killing everyone at the same time. He simply nudged his cave heaven a little bit and made it crush the whole shop from the third dimension. All 10 people in the shop were crushed to death along with the shop. 6 of them were attendants, while the other 4 were people who came to the shop to buy information. Golden tickets / power stones, bonus chapters. 1. 50/500, first bonus chapter. 2. 100/1, 000, second bonus chapter. 3. 150/1, 500, third bonus chapter. 4. 200/2, 000, fourth bonus chapter. 5. 300/3, 000, fifth bonus chapter. Comments. Chapter 489. 3 of the attendants have his tracking mark on them, plus the one on Slav, the one on Monarch Life's Worth, and the one on Monarch Forced Exchange. This made a total of 6 of his tracking marks. This is every tracking mark that he can use at this point. He gained an extra tracking mark when he advanced to rank 6, And it seems the tracking marks are capable of so much more than telling him the direction of prey. So his tracking ability can be said to have undergone both quantitative and qualitative improvements ever since he became a divine being. After killing them, the sect sent a bill for the lives of the 10 people. He ate the bodies of the 4 bystanders and the 3 attendants without his tracking mark on them. He ate them by covering their corpses with the black force field. The black force field grabbed them, shrunk them, and took them back into his cave heaven. The black force field dragged their corpses into the core of his cave heaven and right into Golden Fenrir's jaws. Then Fenrir got to work eating them. A second later, Fenrir had digested their corpses. The amount of lifespan he got from eating their corpses was disappointing. There were a total of 4 rank 3 cultivators, 2 rank 2 cultivators, and 1 rank 1 cultivator. So he should have earned open parenthesis 4 times 3 close parenthesis plus open parenthesis 2 times 2 close parenthesis plus open parenthesis 1 times 1 close parenthesis, which is 17 years of lifespan from eating them. But he only earned 7.5 years worth of lifespan. This pitiful amount of lifespan was disappointing, but it still increased his total lifespan from 13 years to 20.5 years. The increase in lifespan is good, but he still said to himself, note to self, eat them while they are still alive before their souls and energy will start to dissipate. Because they were dead before he ate them, he only got half of the normal amount of lifespan from the 4 rank 3 cultivators and only 1/3 from the rank 2 and rank 1 cultivators. The corpses of the 3 rank 3 cultivators gave him more than those of the corpses of the rank 2 and rank 1 cultivators because they possessed their life abilities. But the wastage of lifespan was still significant and unpleasant to him. When he thought of losing 50% worth of his lifespan like that, he couldn't help but say, I may think they are ants, but I still value their lives and won't let their worth go to waste just like that. While he was contemplating whether the true value of a person's life is how much he will gain from eating them or how much the sect assigns to them, he watched his marks disappear from the room and leave the blessed heaven world completely. When he saw his tracking marks leaving the world, he didn't panic. Instead, he began to wait in anticipation. As for why his mark was leaving the blessed heaven world, he wasn't surprised because he had orchestrated it. He orchestrated it by killing all of the ascendants at the same time and then eating the ones he didn't put the tracking mark on. The information broker sensed the sudden death of the 6 attendants from where he was. But he didn't know what had happened because the attendants hadn't had time to tell him. Fortunately, there was a way for him to find out what had happened. He could retrieve the eye in their minds and digest all of the information within it. As a manifestation of his knowledge network ability, it is easy for him to retrieve the eye from across a great distance. It would only take a few seconds to do so. What he didn't know was that Loki had only allowed the eye to be retrieved because he didn't seal it with his mark. He also didn't know that he wasn't retrieving only an eye and was also dragging a tracking mark to his location. Even when the tracking reached him and attached itself to his mind, the information breaker still didn't notice. He only went ahead, trying to digest everything that the eye had seen. When Loki sensed that the fish had bitten his bait, he cracked his neck in preparation, and he said in anticipation, I wouldn't have had to do this and go through all of this stress if I could still use branch metax. But I am looking forward to leaving the blessed heaven world. As he said this, he tore through the dimensional barrier down to the 3rd dimension. From there, he looked in the direction of his mark. The position of his tracking mark was very far away, even into the 3rd dimension where the concept of distance had shrunken. So even if he walked through the 3rd dimension, it would still take him days to reach his destination. Fortunately, he knew exactly where to go, so he didn't have to fly there through the 3rd dimension. He used the link between him and his mark to tear through space and appear at the location directly. This is an ability that he just discovered that he could use the tracking mark for. He isn't sure if the tracking mark could be used for this when he was a mortal or if it only gained this capability when he became a divine being, the way the siphon ability recently gained its ability to extract lifespan, and the way the devour ability recently became capable of digesting things into lifespan for him to use. But he is sure that even if the tracking mark was capable of being used like this, He couldn't have utilized this ability for this because he wasn't aware of extra dimensions and couldn't transverse through them. He was thinking about this with a smirk on his face when he suddenly ran face first into a wall. He recognized the wall after examining it for a second. But what he recognized turned his confusion because of running into a wall into surprise because he didn't expect this wall to be here. Comments. Chapter 490. After he recognized the wall, he said in surprise, "How come the world barrier is here? Is it everywhere in every dimension?" The world barrier has a fearsome reputation in the world, but he wasn't willing to give up on what he wanted to do just because he encountered the world barrier. He only had 20.5 years worth of lifespan left, so he had to go somewhere to replenish his lifespan and prepare for his next step. Already, he had begun to feel the drain on his internal energy. If he didn't have infinite internal energy, he would have been drained dry. He continued to press on into the wall by using the power of his cave heaven to create a path for himself. As he walked through this path, nothing happened. This lack of danger made him entertain the idea of eating the crystal wall. After thinking about this idea for a while, he decided to go through with it. He summoned the Devour ability and took a bite out of the wall beside him. Unfortunately, the black force field failed to gain purchase on the wall. The black force field was like oil on water. It slid off the wall without doing anything to it. So he shrugged and continued his journey through the wall. Nothing else happened to him until he left the other side of the wall. This made him snort and say with pride, "Here, I thought the world barrier would be more fearsome. I guess only mortals have to fear it." Then he continued his journey. He encountered another world barrier a short distance away. This one was at the very edge of the world and indicated that he was leaving the blessed heaven world, not just the central domain. He still didn't stop and went ahead to walk through the world barrier. As usual, the wall only drained some of his internal energy. It didn't do anything else to him. From there, he gained access to the vast, empty space between worlds. This space was completely dark and bereft of light. It was pitch black. The darkness made it easy for even a divine being like him to get lost. If not for the tracking mark guiding his way, he would have stepped back into the blessed heaven world because he knew that going further without guidance would only lead to getting lost. After a few seconds of traversing the darkness of the third dimension, he finally encountered another wall. As his insight stat swept through this wall, he was able to determine that this was the crystal wall of the small world that he was going to. This made him say, "So it isn't only the world barrier that appears in the third dimension. Even crystal walls also appear." Then he shrugged and said, "I suppose it is appropriate that crystal walls also exist in the third dimension. After all, what kind of defensive measures would they be if any divine being could bypass them easily?" As he ruminated on the defensive power of crystal walls, he attacked the wall in front of him with the devouring ability. This time, the black force field managed to grip the wall, so he was able to take a bite out of it. Unfortunately, all he gained from the crystal wall was some energy. Since he already had an infinite supply of energy, this energy was useless to him. However, the devouring had managed to open up a hole in the crystal wall for him. Before the hole could heal, he stepped through it and gained access to the small world. Even though he was successful in gaining access to the world, he still complained, saying, "Not only have I lost the ability to use branch attacks, but even entering a world has become prohibited. What else will I have to lose in my pursuit of power?" He was being sarcastic, of course. He didn't really have anything to complain about, as he believed that gaining more power was always good. On the other hand, the will of this world had begun to panic. It was completely frightened by his intrusion, especially since it didn't have a world king to protect it. The world is still in the process of raising and selecting a world king. So Loki could go directly to the heart of the world without fighting a world king. But he didn't do that now. Instead, he appeared in a place deep underground. When he appeared, he was above an ant. The entity bearing his mark was a literal ant, not in euphemism for a weakling. The ant was also a giant ant, so it wasn't exactly weak. The ant was even bigger than Loki. It was the size of a 3-story building. He had appeared just above the head of the giant ant. The giant ant was in a giant cavern filled with other giant ants. These other giant ants were tending to the giant ant beneath him. As he looked around, he noticed that the giant ant beneath him was at the center of the cavern. He also saw that this giant ant had a large, soft abdomen and was laying eggs every second. This made him say, "This must be an ant queen. The rest should be the workers and soldiers." Then he chuckled and said, "Who would have thought that the information broker was an ant queen? Then again, it suits him. It is just like him to have attendants everywhere working for him, like worker ants, slaving away for the colony." No one responded to what he said because he had used the mind freeze medhack to freeze the minds of everyone in the cavern. So both the ant queen and every ant in the cavern had frozen and become immobile. The mental influence of the mind freeze medhack lingered in the cavern, so that fresh ants that entered the cavern were also frozen as soon as they entered the cavern. This gave him the peace and quiet to do his work. A/N. Please don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 491. He had frozen the mind of the Ant Queen because he didn't want the mind of the information broker to escape from this host. This move had cost him 6 years of his lifespan and reduced his total lifespan from 20.5 years to 14.5 years. His total lifespan was further reduced by another 6 years when he activated the nanite medhack on the body of the Ant Queen. So his total lifespan fell to 8.5 years. He had spent 12 years of his lifespan on this one Ant Queen, but he considered the expenditure to be worth it. His face was even full of expectations as he modified the ant's body. Even though this Ant Queen is a world guardian, its body couldn't resist his power and was slowly being changed. The process was painful, but the Ant Queen didn't feel any pain because its mind was frozen. Since the Ant Queen was so big, the process of converting its body into a golem would take longer than it took to convert Rusty into a golem. The fact that he was also actively trying to reforge the Ant Queen's body into a factory also extended the time needed for the conversion. In order to avoid dying because he ran out of lifespan, he decided to replenish his lifespan while he was busy converting the Ant Queen. So he released a black force field from his hand and swept it through the cavern. Because of his actions, the cavern was cleared of ants in just 3 seconds. Only he and the Ant Queen remained in the giant cavern. Even the unhatched eggs had been swept away by him, too. His actions were silent, but this didn't stop the ant colony from going into a frenzy. The ants wanted to rush into the cavern to check on the queen, but froze at the entrance of the cavern and formed a blockade that prevented the ants behind them from entering the cavern. The ants that were blocked became anxious and tried to force their way through into the cavern. But it was all in vain. After all, the only outcome for their effort was for them to either reach the entrance of the cavern and freeze, or be unable to reach the entrance. They didn't know why they couldn't get into the cavern, so they were becoming more and more anxious. Loki saw this and was pitiful of their plight. He released the black force field again and used it to clear the entrance of the cavern. By sweeping the black force field farther into the tunnels of the ant colony, he cleared the way for more ants to enter the cavern and be frozen by the mental influence of the mind freeze medhack. Then he devoured them to make room for more ants to be frozen. He kept himself busy doing this while he worked to create his first factory golem. Throughout the entire process, he had a smile on his face, so it was clear that he was in a good mood. The fact that his lifespan was increasing rapidly brought a smile to his face. He was in such a good mood that even if his modification of the Ant Queen failed, he would still be happy. Most of the ants were at rank 3. This is because this is the level they reach naturally when they mature. Rank 1 and rank 2 ants are still considered juvenile and young ants. Only the soldier ants were capable of reaching rank 4. There were a few soldier ants in the cavern, but there were no rank 1 and rank 2 ants. The rest were rank 3 worker ants, which ensured that the minimum amount of lifespan that he got from the ants was 3 years. In just a few minutes, he had reached 300 years of lifespan. More ants were still coming, so he was sure to gain even more lifespan. This made him glad for making up his mind to come here. After an hour, his lifespan had crossed 1,500 years. Then this fell when he decided to spend 50 years on his body, soul, and mind to raise them from 5.5 units to 6 units. He wanted to raise his stats from 6 to 7, but he had to stop here because Fenrir couldn't support that much growth yet. Apparently, he would have to raise his cultivation to rank 7 before he could continue increasing his strength. He was thinking about this when he sensed that the transformation going on beneath him had been completed. With this done, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then he summoned his cave heaven. As his cave heaven appeared, he tore a hole through the barrier of the dimension, shielding the cave heaven from the first dimension. When the tunnel was created, he placed the entrance of the tunnel in front of the giant ant. Then he ordered the ant queen to enter the tunnel. The ant queen obeyed him without hesitation and went into the tunnel. It passed through the tunnel into his cave heaven. He immediately checked to make sure that the ant queen was fine. When he was sure that everything was all right, he closed the tunnel to his cave heaven. Then he looked around the giant cavern and said, "It seems I don't need to hold back anymore." As he said that, he let the full power of his devour ability explode out of him. This caused an ocean of power in the form of a black force field to erupt out of him. This ocean of power covered a distance of 9,347.8 kilometers in every direction. If this 9,347.8 kilometers were the length of a square, the square would possess an area of 87,381,333 square kilometers, which is the current size of his cave heaven. But right now, this length of 9,347.8 kilometers covered every direction around him to form a sphere in which the power of the devour ability was rampant. Everything within the sphere was devoured by the black force field. Comments. Chapter 492. This sphere of influence happened to breach the surface of the ground, so everything with it, including the trees and other animals, was devoured. Even the air in the atmosphere caught within the sphere was devoured. The soil was also devoured, so when the black sphere disappeared, there was only a large cavity with a radius of 9,347.8 kilometers. The absence of air also created a vacuum that caused the air to PP as the atmosphere collapsed inwards on itself in a bid to fill up the vacuum that he created. The sphere had also breached the bottom of the small world. So the cavity made the small world look like a cookie that someone had taken a large bite out of. At the center of this sphere was Loki. He was currently intoxicated and felt like eating more things. The feeling of pleasure that he gained from eating things so great that he closed his eyes to relish the experience. Meanwhile, the will of the world was wailing in pain and was cursing him. After a while of cursing, it began to beg him to spare it. But Loki ignored all of these to focus on digesting everything that he just ate. A few seconds later, he had finished digesting everything. So he licked his lips and said, "No doubt about it. Fenrir and I were made for each other." He wanted to eat more things, but he held himself back from rushing over to devour the world. This was because he had more important things to do with the world other than eating it. Instead of eating more, he used the power identification ability to check his state. Race, dragon. Available lifespan, 41 years, 6,024 years. Cultivation rank, 6. Cave heaven, 87,381,333 square kilometers. Body, 6. Soul, 5.56. Mind, 5.56. Will, 6%. 7%. Insight, 6. Law fragment, amplification 152, 884, 500%, 212, 966, 500%. Core metak, Fenrir, power identification. Tracking, Seal, devouring. Siphon, power shifting. Divine metak, rank rewind 6. Splitting edge 6. Mind freeze 6. Nanite 6. Vengeful bones 6. Gold body 6. Almost everything checked out. He was familiar with every change in his existence and had even intentionally initiated the changes, like the time he ate a lot of ants to increase his lifespan and the time he spent 150 years of his lifespan to increase the power of his body, soul, and mind to 6 units. But there was one change he wasn't expecting, and it was the increase in his law fragments from 152,884 to 212,996 units. 152,884 units is what he should have gained after eating the previous gold body, so the increase of 60,112 units must be from the things he ate since then. He hadn't been expecting the increase of 60,112 units because he hadn't expected to gain law fragments from eating normal things. He only thought he could earn them from eating divine beings. This made him rub his chin and say, "I should ask my informant about this too." After checking his state of existence, he decided to speak with the information broker. So he split his attention to chat with him while he went around the world searching for the world guardians and marking them. He used some of his internal energy to form an avatar of himself before the Ant Queen. This avatar was just a mass of white light, as it was made from energy, not flesh and blood. As soon as he appeared, the Ant Queen bowed her head and said to him, "Master, I am at your service." Its voice was a deep, bass-like voice. Both its posture and its voice were used to express its loyalty to Loki. Loki let his eyes roam over his creation with satisfaction, while he said, "First of all, what is your name?" The Ant Queen said in reply, "I am Hammock, Master." Loki hummed in response. Then he said, "Hammock, I have great plans for you. But for now, I need some information from you." Hammock immediately said, "I will do my utmost to help you with whatever it is you want to know." Loki hummed in response again before saying, "How do divine beings grow stronger? I mean, how do they increase their cultivation? How do they gain a longer lifespan? And how do they increase their stats? I also want you to tell me how they increase the rank of metax. After that, you should tell me how they increase the size of their cave heaven and how they gain more law fragments." Then he changed his mind and said, "You know what? You can answer the question however it is easier to explain." Hammock nodded in understanding before he replied, saying, "The rank of cultivation becomes tied to one's Tao status after they become divine beings. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. This arrangement is a good thing in that we don't need talent to advance anymore. As long as we earn enough merits, the Supreme Metak will raise our cultivation up to rank 8. When Loki heard this, he interrupted, saying, "What about after rank 8? How are we supposed to achieve rank 9 and become Tao Lords ourselves?" In response, the Ant Queen shook its head and said, "I don't know." Loki was somewhat disappointed, but he couldn't blame Hammock, so he said, "You may continue with your explanation." So Hammock continued his explanation. He said, "Another benefit of having our cultivation tied to our Tao status is that cultivation after rank 6 is no longer possible in the Sea of Worlds. I don't know if it was possible to cultivate beyond rank 6 with one's power in the past, but I'm sure that it is nearly impossible to cultivate like that now. I said nearly impossible because there are certain rumors that it is possible, but I have never seen anyone cultivate beyond rank 6 in the Sea of Worlds, and never have I ever heard of any confirmed case." Comments. Chapter 493. Hammock was answering the question when he said, "Every world king is stuck at rank 6. Only we who are cultivating the Tao of Tao Lords can continue to increase our cultivation. This gives us an advantage over world kings in the Sea of Worlds. As for the bad repercussions of this arrangement, the most obvious one is that we have to work for the sects if we want to advance our cultivation. Without merit points, no amount of talent and hard work will help one advance in rank, regardless of how they became divine beings. The second handicap is that we can never go against the sect, or our cultivation will be stripped away from us. If we break a rule or betray the sect, our cultivation can be reduced from rank 8 to rank 6. His voice became faint as if he was recollecting something as he said, "I think it is possible for the rank to fall to rank 5. I have never seen it happen, but I've heard it happen before." Loki was only listening partially at this point. His mind had become clogged with numerous conspiracies when he heard the second disadvantage of the fusion of cultivation, rank, and Tao status. The massive light that he was using as his avatar flickered as he thought to himself, saying, "So we have to work for the sects in order to grow stronger, and we can't betray the sects, or they will remove our power. This is very suspicious. I won't believe that this arrangement is natural at all. After all, how did the founders of the sect raise their own cultivation to rank 9 before all of these? I don't think sects were present since the beginning of the world, so there must have been a time when divine beings didn't need to raise their cultivation rank by working for sections. But for some reason, that way to raise cultivation rank without Tao status has disappeared. The main beneficiaries of the disappearance of the previous method of raising one's cultivation are the sections. So I am willing to bet that the sects have something to do with the disappearance of that method. If it were anyone else, I might consider that I am overreacting. But I've seen how the 4 directions sect fleeces people, and I've seen how they enslave people even beyond death. So making the normal way of cultivation disappear and forcing everyone to work for them seems like just the thing they will do. I have Finra, but will Finra be enough to help me bypass this restriction? What if they remove my Tao status one day? Will I lose everything I've worked so hard for? This scenario is highly possible, as it is certain that he will betray the sect. There is just no way that he will be content with toiling away for the sect for the rest of his life. So at one point in time, he will fight the sect. Since his betrayal is certain, it is prudent that he start preparing for the fallout right now. But even just thinking about the problem was giving him a headache. Even his physical body in the first dimension was now frowning in thought. While he was embroiled with his thoughts, Hammock had finished with his explanation of how divine beings increase their cultivation. He had now moved on to another topic. He said, the most important thing for a divine being is lifespan. Lifespan is even more important than cultivation rank. This is because without a lot of lifespan to use, a divine being would be easy to kill. An increase in cultivation rank will provide an increase in power, but without lifespan, the divine being won't be able to make use of that power. This is why the resources needed for increasing lifespan are so important. Fortunately, there are 2 ways to increase one's lifespan. There is the essence from the hearts of worlds, and there are the divine resources that can be earned from the second heaven. This information made Loki ask in confusion, "What second heaven? Do you mean the second dimension?" Hammock nodded with his ant head and said, "They're the same thing. Some people also call the second dimension the spirit dimension, while the third dimension is called the astral dimension." Having got what he wanted, Loki said, "I see. So what were you saying about divine resources?" Hammock said in reply, "The second dimension is where remnants of the dead go to after they die. When living and non-living things die, their existence scatters and falls into the second dimension as remnants. These remnants rise up to the second heaven in the second dimension, the way things fall to the ground in the first dimension. When they reach the second heaven of the second dimension, some of these remnants like to clump together into ores that can be mined. The resources mined from the ores of the second heaven are called spirit stones. They are used together with world essence as currency among divine beings because both of them can be sacrificed to increase lifespan. There are other forms of remnants other than ores. There are spirit plants and spirit animals in the second heaven, too. These spiritual creatures are sacrificed to their life fire to increase the law fragments of the cave heaven. However, very few people would directly sacrifice the spirit creatures. Most would keep the spirit creatures in their cave heaven to raise them. That way, they can have a continuous supply of law fragments over time. When Loki heard this, his eyes widened, and he said, "Wait a minute. Aren't these spirit creatures created from the remnants of dead things? Are you saying they can grow and reproduce?" Hammock nodded as he said, "They can indeed grow. As long as they have ample energy to absorb, they will grow in size. Then, after they reach the point where their size has become too much for them, they will split into 2. Comments. Chapter 494. Hammock's voice was deep and low as he said, "Spirit creatures don't reproduce sexually and don't give birth. So even one spirit creature can turn into 1 million of them over time." Hammock then became wistful as he said, "Spirit creatures are valuable and complicated creatures. Raising them is also complicated if one wants them to grow quickly. But every stress involved in taking care of them is worth it. Not only can spirit creatures be sacrificed for law fragments, but they can also be sold to the sect as the sect needs them to produce branch metax and core metax. So raising spirit creatures can also be used to earn divine merit points. But not everything is good about raising spirit creatures. The main thing we have to watch out for is the attacks of other spirit creatures on the cave heaven or the sudden rebellion of the spiritual creatures within the cave heaven. Loki raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Then he said, "Spirit creatures can also fight? I thought they were dead." In response to the question, Hammock chuckled and said, "Spirit creatures aren't dead or alive. They are more like manifestations of the various concepts of things in the first dimension. And like I said earlier, the remnants that make up these spirit creatures like to clump together. Their instinct is to combine, not to split. They have to be forced to split to keep them weak because they can become too strong if they are allowed to combine endlessly. In the wild, the spirit creatures can combine into a terrible force of nature. Their instinct to combine also makes it easy for them to sense and find each other. So they can find your cave heaven and attack it if you have a lot of spirit creatures in their bid to find more of themselves to combine with." This information made Loki shake his head and say, "Why don't you sacrifice the original creatures and items in the first dimension to the life fire, instead of waiting for them to enter the second dimension? See, since the law fragments are in everything in the first dimension, it would save so much effort to make use of the source directly. Why go through all of that trouble raising spirit creatures and fending off attacks?" But Hammock shook his head and said, "It is true that everything in the first dimension possesses law fragments, but the law fragments in a creature or item are a chaotic mixture of various law fragments. To sacrifice them directly to the life fire would be akin to swallowing deadly poison. It is similar to swallowing poison because the law fragments of other pathways are detrimental to divine beings. So it is best to wait for living beings and objects to get to the second dimension when their remnants have been scattered. At that point, remnants of the same type containing the same law fragments will come together and combine. So a single spirit creature or spirit item will contain only the law fragments of the same kind. That way, by sacrificing a spirit creature, one can ensure that they will only get the law fragments of the desired pathway." Loki nodded in understanding when he heard this. Now he understood why everyone wasn't going around sacrificing everything. But now he had to figure out why he was able to go about sacrificing everything in the first dimension to his life fire. The first reason that came to his mind was Fenrir's devourability and the power shifting ability. Anyway, he was nearly certain that Fenrir was the reason he didn't have any restrictions on the types of law fragments that he could have. But just to be sure, he asked Hammock, saying, "Can dragons use many pathways, or do they also have restrictions on pathways and law fragments?" Hammock immediately replied, saying with certainty, "As far as I know, only DMadLord can have more than one pathway. It is not possible for anyone to use more than one pathway. Even dragons were not exempt from this rule." Loki nodded in understanding as he said, "I'm guessing this restriction on the pathway is also why divine beings don't sacrifice mortals directly to earn lifespan." Hammock nodded and said in agreement, "Mortals of any race are the most poisonous things that divine beings can sacrifice directly. Their bodies are full of so many chaotic law fragments that a single mortal can wipe out years of accumulation of law fragments from a cave heaven." Loki had been enlightened, so he said, "I've got it. As long as a divine being does well in the second heaven, they can grow their lifespan and law fragments without limit. I'm guessing that's where the divine beings are all the time." Hammock sighed and said, "I too used to spend all of my time in the second dimension. Hunting for small worlds can grant a small fortune of world essence, but finding them and reaching them is not easy. And some small worlds have powerful world kings to defend them. Some of those world kings can even kill invaders. And even if a world king is defeated, the fight will also lead to a loss of lifespan because the essence of the world heart is not enough to make up for the lifespan used up in the fight. So it is more efficient to spend time in the second dimension hunting and mining resources. At least this way, we will have enough lifespan to prepare for the next life leech." Just the thought of a life leech brings so many unpleasant memories. Loki immediately interrupted, saying, "What's a life leech?" At this point, the ant queen paused to brush its head with its antennae. Apparently, what it wanted to say required it to compose itself somewhat. When it was done grooming itself, it continued speaking. It said, "A life leech is the period of time we divine beings pay rent to the supreme metak. We pay the rent with some of our lifespan, and we pay it every 10 years. Comments. Chapter 495. Loki thought that he had misheard and expressed his disbelief by saying, "I'm sorry. Did you just say we pay rent? For what?" To which Hammock said, "We pay rent for the privilege of being able to raise our cultivation rank while others can't." Loki still didn't believe what he heard. He found it all incredulous from the beginning to the end. He couldn't help but raise his voice and say, "So you're telling me that not only do we have to work for the sect like slaves, but we also have to pay for the privilege of being slaves. And to top things off, what we work for is not our permanent property, as it can still be taken from us. Is that everything you're saying?" Hammock replied, saying, "Yes, that's all." Then the Ant Queen went silent, waiting for Loki to say something. When it waited a few seconds and didn't hear anything from Loki, Hammock decided to continue speaking. He said, "Rank 6 cultivators have to pay 10 years worth of lifespan for each 1 year that their divine position enjoys the privilege of being able to rise in rank. That made 100 years of lifespan that I had to pay for every 10 years. In 100 years, rank 6 cultivators will have paid 1,000 years worth of lifespan. The life leech used to be every 100 years, but the 4-direction sect changed it to every 10 years a while back, and the other 4 sects also went with the change. I hear that rank 7 and rank 8 cultivators have to pay even more. I don't know, because no one likes to talk about how much lifespan they've lost, and when the life leech is, because during the period of life leech, the cultivator will be drastically weakened by the loss of lifespan." Loki finally had something to say. He sneered and said, "I bet they made the change to every 10 years because they want to maximize how frequently they collect the rent. If they make it every 10 years, a divine being that dies frequently won't be able to avoid paying their rent by dying just before the life leech comes." Hammock said, "I am not sure anyone can avoid the life leech. It can be delayed by death, but it can never be avoided. As soon as the 10 years are over, the life leech will come." So Loki was wrong to say the motivation for the change in the frequency of the life leech was to prevent people from avoiding paying. But even though he was wrong, he still continued to sneer as he said, "Why am I not surprised that the life leech can't be avoided?" Hammock didn't know what to say about this. At the end of the day, he decided that he could only continue to answer the question about how divine beings become more powerful. He said, "The remaining aspects of the power of divine beings are their stats, their cave heaven, and the rank of their metaks. I will start with explaining how to improve the most difficult one. Improving stats has become the most difficult thing to do for divine beings because the period of organic growth is now over. No stat can be raised by hard work anymore. Every stat now requires a supporting divine metak to raise it. And since every divine metak is unique and difficult to create, not many people will be able to raise their stats, no matter how much lifespan or power they have. Not even the will stat can be raised by refining the Tao heart anymore. The maximum level of Tao heart that one can reach naturally is level 6. A level 7 Tao heart will need a divine metak that can support it. Even with a supporting divine metak, the divine metak will require some lifespan to use. So improving the stat with a divine metak is not free. In fact, improving the stat is expensive and costs a lot of lifespan." Loki didn't interrupt him with any question, so Hammock was able to continue answering the question in peace. He said, "The next most difficult aspect of power for a divine being to raise is the rank of a divine metak. This is somewhat easy to accomplish because there are 2 feasible methods to do so. The first and most straightforward method is to pay the sect some divine merit points for the secret recipe for upgrading the divine metak. This method only requires working hard for the sect for a few years. Unfortunately, this method can only be used if someone has upgraded your divine metaks before and the sect has records of it. If you became a divine being by creating a new divine metak and divine position, the sect won't be able to help you, and you will have to work this path alone. There's also the fact that even with a secret recipe, you won't be able to upgrade the divine metac yourself. This is because upgrading divine metacs requires a refinement skill that only cultivators of the pill refinement pathway possess. This time, Loki had to say something. He said, so every divine being has to solicit the help of pill refiners to upgrade their divine metacs? Wouldn't that make pill refiners very powerful? Hammock nodded in agreement and said, it does make pill refiners very powerful. But not every pathway requires the help of pill refiners to upgrade their divine metacs. Forgers, talisman masters, and array masters can upgrade their divine metacs on their own. And not every pathway has to go to pill refiners. So cultivators can come to forgers to upgrade their divine metacs. This answer was full of a lot of information, which enlightened Loki, but also made him suspicious. When he thought of what was common between the 4 pathways that could upgrade their divine metacs on their own, he discovered something that made them similar. So he said, these 4 pathways either belong to the myriad phenomenon sect or used to belong to the myriad phenomenon sect. It seems that whoever created the 4 of them believed in self-sufficiency. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 496. Hammock replied, saying, maybe self-sufficiency was a priority when the 4 pathways were created. But it is not as if other pathways can't refine and upgrade their own divine metacs. It just requires something called the mastery of the pathway. The mastery of a pathway is the level of understanding of the mechanics of operation of a pathway. It is gained by observing the operation of the supreme metac with the insight stat. This brings me to the second option of upgrading divine metacs. When your mastery of a pathway is high enough, not only can you use the secret recipe to upgrade a divine metac yourself, but you can also come up with the secret recipe on your own and create more divine metacs on your own. However, this method is expensive to use because using the insight stat to comprehend the pathway costs lifespan. And if your insight stat is weak, you can send up to 10 times more lifespan to gain the same amount of mastery compared to someone with a higher insight. In response, Loki nodded and said, I see. So one is the easy method that requires hard work, and the other one is the difficult method that requires both hard work and a lot of lifespan to use. But Hammock shook his head and said, the first option also requires some lifespan to use. After all, you will still need to pay the people who will help you upgrade your divine metac. It is just that there is a set amount of time and resources that you need to spend for you to use the first method. As for the second method, there is no fixed amount of time or lifespan that you have to spend before you get what you want. You can spend 10,000 years worth of lifespan and still get nothing for your effort. So, for the second method, there is no end in sight, and it is uncertain if you will ever be able to acquire the mastery you need to upgrade your divine metac. As for the first method, it is straightforward with less uncertainty. But both of them will require a lot of resources for the final upgrade of the divine metac. One would need a lot of spirit creatures and a lot of branch metacs and core metacs from a sect. Loki couldn't help but sigh and say, this is so complicated. For now, I don't see why anyone would want to use the second option if it is similar to gambling. Hammock shook his head again and said, actually, the first option, where you pay others in the sect, is the shortcut. The second option, where you need to gain mastery, is the true method, as mastery of the pathway also grants other benefits other than being able to upgrade one's divine metacs. Loki was skeptical, and it showed in his voice as he said, benefits like what? Hammock immediately said, the mastery of a pathway will determine how a divine being can combine the divine metacs of a pathway. Divine beings can have more than one divine metac, but they can't easily combine the divine metacs the way mortals combine branch metacs, because each divine metac represents a divine position, and it is difficult to make divine positions work together. In general, the adept level of mastery is required to transform a mutated life ability into a divine metac. The master level of mastery is required to use a rank 6 divine metac to raise one stat, even if that divine metac supports that divine metac. Then the Grandmaster level of mastery is required to use a rank 7 divine metac to raise a stat and make 2 divine metacs work together to create greater power. The Great Master level of mastery is required to use a rank 8 divine metac to raise one stat and make 3 divine metacs work together. Those last 2 are also the levels of mastery required to come up with the recipe for an upgrade of a divine metac from rank 6 to rank 7 and from rank 7 to rank 8. As for a rank 9 metac, I don't think creating one is possible. Only the supreme metac can be rank 9. At this point, Loki was nodding in understanding. He was also smiling, and his smile was a large one. He was smiling because he happened to be able to use a divine metac to raise his stats without the master level of mastery. He is also able to combine divine metacs without the Grandmaster level of mastery. He has the power shifting ability to thank for this. But what's even better is that the power shifting ability is capable of more than this. There is the fact that the power shifting ability can even help him combine the divine metacs of different pathways without any problem. However, this still isn't the best that the power shifting ability can do. The more he thought about the capabilities of the power shifting ability, the wider his smile became. His physical body was the one smiling, not his avatar, so Hammock didn't know that he was pleased with himself. Hammock continued answering the question as he said, "So, gaining mastery is the true path. Anything else is a shortcut that will make you unable to make full use of the divine metac." Loki suddenly remembered the previous identity of Hammock. So he said, "When you were a divine being, what was your highest level of mastery?" This question made Hammock sigh before saying, "I was only at the adept level. If I were given some time, I would have reached the master level." Mortals can achieve the adept level of mastery as long as they reach rank 5 and spend a lot of time using their life abilities. As for the master level, divine beings have no problem reaching that after living for a while. It is the Grandmaster level and the Great Master level that require a lot of active investment. Comments. Chapter 497. Loki nodded in understanding before saying, "Now, let's talk about the last aspect of the power of divine beings. How do divine beings increase the size of their cave heaven?" To which Hammock said with his deep baritone voice, "Increasing the size of the cave heaven is the easiest way to increase one's power, if only for the fact that it doesn't require spending some lifespan to do. You just need to find a cave heaven and fuse it with yours. You fuse it by covering the cave heaven with yours and assimilating it into your cave heaven. Of course, you can only fuse the cave heaven of another cultivator or pathway with the same kind of law fragments as yours. Plus, there's the obvious fact that cave heavens usually belong to someone, so you will probably need to fight the owner of the cave heaven, which will require that you spend some lifespan. But if you're lucky to stumble onto a cave heaven with an owner that is currently in the cycle of reincarnation, as long as you have more law fragments in your cave heaven than the amount of law fragments in the free cave, you will be able to fuse the free cave heaven with your cave heaven without any problem." When Loki heard this, he said, "So you can't fuse a cave heaven that has more law fragments than yours?" In response, Hammock nodded and said in agreement, "Yes. You also can't fuse a cave heaven that is bigger than yours." This reminded Loki of something, which made him say, "I guess this is how small worlds can't assimilate each other, and only bigger worlds can assimilate smaller worlds." Hammock nodded again and said, "Exactly. The two situations are similar." Loki remembered something else, which made him chuckle and say, "Let me guess again. Divine beings can't sacrifice cave heavens to their life fire." But Hammock said, "That is not the case, Master. Divine beings can also sacrifice cave heavens directly to their life fire, but it can only be done with cave heavens of the same pathway, and is only done when a cave heaven has too many law fragments or is too big to fuse." Then he shook his head and said, "But because it is possible doesn't mean it is advisable. Cave heavens that are sacrificed will only provide some law fragments and a little lifespan. A sacrifice to the life fire will be subject to the efficiency of the life fire. So, sacrificing the cave heaven will only provide a percentage of the total amount of law fragments and lifespan possible. In the case of a divine being who ascended with an energy well of 90 units, their life fire will have an efficiency of 8.26%. So if they sacrifice a cave heaven of a size of 1 million square kilometers and 1 million law fragments, they will only get 0.0826 times square root 1, 0.00000 lifespan, and 0.0826 times 1 million law fragments. Such a sacrifice will grant 82 years and 82,568 law fragments. On the other hand, even though no lifespan will be earned when a cave heaven is assimilated, fusion will increase the size of the cave heaven by 1 million square kilometers and the law fragments by 1 million law fragments. 1 million square kilometers and 1 million law fragments will increase power far more than an extra 82 years of lifespan, and 82,568 law fragments can. Besides, there are other methods to increase lifespan, while fusion is the only way to increase the size of the cave heaven. So fusion is always encouraged and preferred to sacrifice. What Hammock said reminded Loki of how he had earned 316 years, or square root 100,000 square kilometers of lifespan from eating Goldbody's cave heaven, not 50% of it as a dragon should. This made him gain a newfound appreciation for Fenrir's devourability. After all, Fenrir seems to be twice as good at eating as dragons. Hammock, who was oblivious to his thoughts, finished his answer by saying, and that is how divine beings grow stronger in the aspect of cultivation rank, divine metak, stats, law fragments, cave heaven, and gaining more lifespan. Is there anything else that you want to know, Master? Before Loki answered the question, he thought back to his recent experience. He remembered how he technically had two divine positions, one in Fenrir and the other in the Goldbody metak. Then he remembered how Monarch Lifesworth wanted his Goldbody metak and began to wonder if her situation would be similar to his. He also remembered the conditions that forced exchange had first offered him. This memory then made him wonder why divine beings came together to form a house of commerce in the first place if they were only going to watch and do nothing while their partner was killed. After thinking about all of these things, he chuckled as he said to Hammock, "I have so many things that I want to know. Where do I even begin?" Then he said absent-mindedly, as if he was ruminating about something while speaking, "I guess I should start at the very top. Then we will slowly work our way down together." So he said to Hammock, "You have said that divine beings can have more than one divine position. How will the divine positions be arranged in their cave heaven? How will the divine positions affect their life fire? And what are the benefits of having more than one divine position?" Hammock thought about the question briefly before saying in reply, "There is nothing complicated about having more than one divine position. All the divine positions will sit in the core of the cave heaven without interacting with each other. So there shouldn't be a problem having two or more divine positions. In fact, I can't think of a single disadvantage of having more than one divine position. All I can think of is her benefits. With two divine positions, your power will double if you can combine them." Comments. Chapter 498. Hammock paused for a while before saying, "Two divine positions will also give you two life fires. The two life fires are the same, but if one goes out for any reason other than the lack of lifespan to continue living, the other one can take over." Loki expressed some disbelief as he said, "There are really no disadvantages?" This prompted Hammock to think deeper about the question. He was thinking for a few seconds when he suddenly remembered something. He started by exclaiming and saying, "Ah, I forgot about that. A disadvantage is that there will be more people trying to kill you the more divine positions you have. After all, there are a limited number of divine positions. The increase in aggression from others is why it is recommended to wait until you reach rank 7 before getting a second divine position, and to wait until you reach rank 8 before getting a third divine position. That way, you will have the strength to defend your extra divine positions. The main disadvantage of having multiple divine positions is that your life leech will increase. With 2 divine positions, you will have to pay double the life leech, and with 3 divine positions, you'll have to pay triple the life leech, and so on." This made Loki curl his lips and say in mockery, "Right, the life leech. It is the payment we give to the sect for allowing us to work for them. He knows that, technically, being able to raise one's cultivation rank is a valuable privilege that shouldn't be taken for granted, especially since the divine beings without pathways don't get to raise their ranks. However, something about the whole arrangement irks him. It could be the fact that he has to earn divine merit points before he can upgrade his cultivation rank, or the fact that any increase in his cultivation rank is borrowed power, or the fact that he still has to pay for this privilege to work hard just to borrow more power. No matter how he looked at the whole arrangement, he was being cheated, and he didn't like being cheated. Just thinking about it made him snarl in displeasure. But he restrained his displeasure in favor of asking Hammock some more questions. He said to Hammock, "What does it mean to surrender my cave heaven? What are the consequences of doing so?" Immediately after he heard the question, Hammock shook his head vehemently. He was still shaking his head as he said, "Surrendering your cave heaven is very bad. It means to allow someone else to assimilate your cave heaven while you're still alive. Nothing good can come out of that." This answer and Hammock's behavior while answering the question made Loki's eyes widen in anger in the first dimension. In the cave heaven, the voice of his avatar was raised as he said, "What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Who would willingly do such a thing?" In response to the question, Hammock said, "Surrendering your cave heaven doesn't actually mean death. You will still be alive after the deed, but your life and death will fall into the hands of the person you surrendered the cave heaven to. There are also benefits involved. The main benefit is that both you and the person you surrendered your cave heaven to will gain a larger cave heaven and more law fragments. This is because you will both share the cave heaven." But Loki still sneered and said, "So what if there are mutual benefits? What's to stop the other person from killing you so that they can hoard all of the cave heaven and law fragments for themselves?" Hammock nodded before saying, "The other person will have to protect you because as long as you're alive, they will get to borrow the power of your divine position and divine metak for themselves. That is, of course, as long as their mastery of the pathway is higher than yours. If one day your mastery of the pathway is higher than theirs, then it will be you who gets to borrow the power of their divine position and divine metak. So whoever has the higher mastery gets to use the divine position and divine metaks of both of you. And whoever has the highest mastery usually gets to have the power to decide the life and death of other people. Because of this, even though it is important that you remain alive so that they can continue to borrow your power, they're still going to kill you when they sense that your mastery is about to catch up to theirs. This is why only divine beings without any better choice will choose to surrender their cave heaven." He was thoroughly enlightened, so he was nodding to himself in the first dimension. But in the cave heaven, he continued to ask questions. He said to Hammock, "Why do cultivators form houses of commerce? What are the true benefits?" This question made Hammock sigh before saying, "Houses of commerce are what we call alliances. There are many forms of alliances among divine beings. The house of commerce is just a form of an alliance, and it is particular to money cultivators. All alliances are formed based on the foundation of a contract of non-aggression. By agreeing not to kill each other, divine beings will have enough faith to engage in trend or even work together to achieve a common goal." Loki was somewhat surprised to hear this. His voice was full of surprise as he said, "Is that it? I thought there would be more nefarious motives for creating a house of commerce. I guess I'm becoming too suspicious of everyone." Hammock racked his head to find an answer that would please Loki. When he found a somewhat nefarious reason, he quickly said, "Alliances also serve as the first step in convincing someone to surrender their cave heaven. Once the threat of being betrayed and killed is removed by the alliance, the benefit of becoming stronger when you surrender your cave heaven might tempt you into surrendering your cave heaven." Golden tickets / power stones, bonus chapters. 1. 50/500, first bonus chapter. 2. 100/1, 000, second bonus chapter. 3. 150/1, 500, third bonus chapter. 4. 200/2, 000, fourth bonus chapter. 5. 300/3, 000, fifth bonus chapter. Comments. Chapter 499. As it turned out, Loki was truly pleased to hear this. When he heard what Hammock said, he nodded and said with pride, "I knew there was something fishy about the whole thing." Then his eyes narrowed as he said, "It seems that forced exchange still hasn't given up on making me surrender my cave heaven. I guess I have to teach him a lesson." Hammock was glad that he had said something pleasing to his master, but he didn't want to mislead his master, so he still said, "To be honest, an alliance isn't completely bad. The opportunity to work with other divine people without worrying about them stabbing you in the back is a welcome one. This is especially the case in the second heaven, where divine beings can't use the power of their cave heaven. It is very easy to be besieged by spirit creatures, so having more people working with you is good. There is also the fact that you can use the power of your alliance to steer the direction of the development of the sect by using the combined voting power of everyone in the alliance to vote for favorable conditions for everyone in the alliance. For example, in the case of a house of commerce, the money cultivators can use this alliance to make changes in the sect that will favor money cultivators and suppress the cultivators of the other pathways. If Loki were stuck with using one pathway, he would have liked to use the power of the masses to suppress other pathways. But since he could use any pathway he wanted, he didn't take this so-called advantage of an alliance seriously. What he was more interested in was the second heaven and how divine beings couldn't use the power of their cave heaven there. He wanted to know why that was the case, and he wanted to know what kind of power they could use there. But before he asks about these things, he decides to ask about something else that Hammock's talk of voting had made him curious about. So he said to Hammock, "Why are we voting anyway? Where is the founder of the sect? Why can't they decide everything about the sect?" When Hammock heard this question, he immediately began to shake his head again. His reaction was similar to when he heard the question about surrendering one's cave heaven. But this time, there was a hint of fear in his expression. Even his voice was fearful as he said, "No one has seen a DMadLord, and no one knows where they are. No one even knows if they are alive or dead. It is their supreme metak that handles everything in their absence." Then he lowered his voice and whispered to Loki, saying, "It is rumored that DMadLords are everywhere. A divine being of the seer pathway once tried to find DMadLords and went bad. She could only rant and rave that DMadLords were everywhere in the sea of world." The way Hammock was behaving rubbed off on Loki and made him cautious too. He looked around to make sure that no one was listening to them, even though no one should be able to hear what they said since they had spoken in his cave beaven. A cave heaven is supposed to be a microcosm that is independent of the outside world, so no one else should have any power in his cave heaven. But when he remembered that he currently had a divine position belonging to a pathway in his cave heaven, he decided not to take any chances and moved to change the subject as quickly as possible. He said, "So what was it you were saying about the second heaven? Why can't we use our cave heaven there? If we can't use our cave heaven, then what can we use?" Hammock seemed to relax after hearing this question. He would have continued to flack about DMadLords if Loki had insisted because he couldn't disobey orders. But he would have been terribly uncomfortable doing so. Now that the topic had been changed, he was happy to go along with the change. He answered the question by saying, "The second dimension is for the dead. Cave heavens can't operate in the second dimension because they would be forced into an inactive state. Only the cultivation rank, stats, and divine metaks can be used for power in the second heaven. That means the power of divine beings here is cultivation rank times stat times divine metak." Since he had gotten all the answers he wanted, he said to Hammock, "Now tell me, what exactly is your plan for this small world? How do you plan to make the will of the world make you the world king?" This question made Hammock somewhat excited, so his eyes widened, and he spoke rapidly as he said in reply, "The criteria for becoming the world king are very simple. Actually, I just need to kill half of the other world guardians. Since there are 5 of us, I need to kill 2 world guardians and absorb their power core. Once I have 3 portions of power, I will be able to synthesize the symbol of authority and ascend to become the world king." Loki immediately smiled and said, "I see. In that case, let's make you a world king as soon as possible." As soon as he said this, the sound of space shattering rang throughout the cave heaven. Then a tear in space appeared in the sky. The tear in space led from the cave heaven to the first dimension. Specifically, it led from the cave heaven to the small world. Hammock could tell this because he could see the scenery of the small world through the tear in space. A tunnel had opened behind the tear in space that led to the first dimension. Hammock could see through this tunnel, which meant that whoever was outside of the tunnel would be able to see him through the tunnel and even enter the cave heaven through the tunnel. Comments. Chapter 500. As Hammock was looking through the tunnel and wondering what his master was up to, Hammock saw a giant gorilla on the other side of the tunnel. He also saw a troop of gorillas surrounding this giant gorilla. Hammock himself was big for an ant. He was standing at 3 stories tall, so his height was impressive. But this giant gorilla put him to shame in terms of size. The giant gorilla was a silverback of this troop of gorillas, so it was the biggest and strongest. It was large enough to fill up the whole space of the giant cavern that Hammock had been using as his base before Loki arrived. The other gorillas were as big as Hammock. But despite how big this gorilla was, Loki was able to pick up the gorilla by the scruff of its neck. The gorilla roared and tried to get away, but it was as if Loki were a human picking up a petulant kitten. Just like a petulant kitten couldn't overpower a human, all of the giant gorilla's resistance was for naught. And the troop of gorillas, trying to fight Loki in a bid to save their alpha, was all swept away by one burst of a black force field from Loki. When the forest and all of its family disappeared, the giant gorilla roared in anger and pounded Loki's hands with its fists with the power of hammers striking an anvil. But just like hammers striking an anvil, the anvil and Loki's hands were fine. Loki even grinned and said, "How cute." Then he tossed the giant gorilla into his cave heaven. The giant gorilla was thrown down the tunnel that Loki had opened into his cave heaven. The giant gorilla tried to stop its descent by grabbing the edges of the tunnel and using them to hang on. This time, Loki wasn't in the mood to joke around. He gently flicked the giant gorilla's head to make it dizzy. He didn't use his full strength for fear of killing the gorilla by mistake. When the giant gorilla became dizzy, Loki pushed it down the tunnel. He practically stuffed the giant gorilla into the cave heaven as if he were stuffing a rat into a sack. Meanwhile, the will of the world was roaring in anger. But Loki ignored the will of the world and went to find the next world guardian. In the cave heaven, the giant gorilla fell to the ground with a thud. Loki could have caught its fall and made it land gently, but he had no intention of treating his food well. At this point, the giant gorilla had woken up, but it couldn't move a single muscle. This was because Loki didn't want it to move a single muscle in his cave heaven. This is his cave heaven, and he is the absolute god of this world. Whatever he wants goes, so anyone who enters this place can be suppressed with a single thought. Only someone much stronger than Loki can break the suppression of his cave heaven. Since the gorilla was already too weak to resist Loki when it was outside of the cave heaven, there's just no way that it can turn the tables now. In fact, it is certain that its fate is now sealed. The best it can do is glare at the mass of light. His avatar ignored the gorilla's resentful glare and said to Hammock, "Get to work. A world guardian is coming soon, so you'd better be quick." Even as the avatar spoke, Hammock could already see a giant wolf through the tunnel in the cave heaven. He could also see that this giant wolf was being treated like a wayward puppy with the way Loki was manhandling it. Hammock didn't want to delay his master's plan, so he immediately set to work. He opened his giant mandibles and bit down on the gorilla's neck. Then he worked to cut off the gorilla's head. Clearly, what Hammock was doing to the gorilla was dangerous and could very well lead to the giant gorilla's death. But the giant gorilla didn't try to resist at all. The giant gorilla just lay there and let Hammock kill it. It didn't even roar in pain or shout in anger. This was all because Loki didn't want to hear a single thing out of the gorilla and had suppressed its throat. All in all, Hammock was able to easily kill the gorilla. Then he went to work digging through the body of the gorilla for its power core. After Hammock found the power core, he swallowed a whole. This was just in time for him to begin working on the giant wolf. The giant wolf had fallen into the cave heaven sometime during the process of beheading the giant gorilla. So it had witnessed the gorilla's fate and knew what was about to happen to it. Unfortunately for it, even with knowledge of what was going to happen, it still couldn't stop its fate. Hammock was still able to walk over to it and kill it easily. Loki watched all of these happen with interest. As he watched, he said, "It was as easy as pie." This is something that Hammock had been working toward achieving for a long time. But Hammock had to be careful and had to use trickery. However, Loki had come made it all so easy. He had made becoming a divine being feel trivial. As he reveled in this feeling, he decided that he quite liked it. In fact, he could have killed all the World Guardians for Hammock. But he didn't want to interfere with the process too much and cause Hammock to be disqualified. So he only made it easy for Hammock to kill the World Guardians. He himself watched and waited until Hammock was done. Then he brought Hammock out of his cave heaven into the small world. Hammock's presence in the small world seemed to trigger the world. The world began to vibrate with anxiety and excitement as it channeled all of its power into Hammock. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 501. Loki could sense the will of the world's desperation for a protector. It was clear that the world wanted someone that could defeat and hopefully kill him. But what he sensed made him chuckle and say inwardly, is it that it doesn't notice that the old Hammock is dead? Or is it that it sensed this but doesn't care? Or that it sensed it and cares, but it can't change the protocol that it put in place to select the next world king? Hammock now possesses 3 portions of world power, so he has now met the requirement to become the world king. So being chosen to become the wheeled king shouldn't have been an unexpected development, if not for the fact that the current Hammock is just a golem. However, Loki didn't care for whatever plan the will of the world was up to. After all, Hammock is now his puppet. He stood to the side with his arms folded across his chest as he watched Hammock ascend. He was keeping his presence low, but there was no way his presence could be hidden. In this small world, he was a literal colossus. In fact, the space of this world didn't want him here and was rejecting him. But his existence refused to budge. He was like a mountain, and the resistance of the world was like the waters of a lake washing against him. The collision between his power and the power of the world forced him to use his cave heaven to resist. Because he had used the power of his cave heaven to fight back, his figure was forced to appear as a giant in this small world. The will of the world seemed to be trying to stop him from interrupting Hammock's ascension. It didn't seem to know that both it and Loki were on the same page regarding Hammock's ascension. As Hammock's master, Loki felt the changes that the ascension was making to Hammock. He sensed clearly that Hammock's body was changing into a divine body. This meant that Hammock would be able to traverse the extra dimensions soon. This made Loki shrug and say, "Not that I care. As long as he can create divine-grade ant drones for me, I will be satisfied." His goal for letting Hammock become a world king is so that he can have a factory that can produce divine-grade mechanical ant drones for him. If this plan doesn't work, he would assimilate the world and use it to expand the size of his cave heaven. The plan to assimilate the world is his second plan. He came up with it after hearing about the way divine beings increase the size of their cave heaven. He is sure that this second plan will work since his cave heaven is bigger than this world. But even if it doesn't work, he still has a third plan. The third plan is to eat the world completely. This is the second plan he had before he heard that he could assimilate this world. Now, it is his third plan, and he is sure that it will work since the Devour ability has yet to disappoint him. As for using the heart of this world to create a new divine position for his other divine metax, he doesn't plan to do that. This is because there is nothing to gain from doing so. Since Fenrir has advanced to rank 6, he doesn't need to get a divine position for his other divine metax to use them at their full power. It is just like how he only needed to advance one pathway to advance the other pathways when he was immortal. So he doesn't need a divine position for his other divine metax. But if for some reason he still goes ahead to get a divine position for them, the only thing that he will get is exposing the fact that he has other divine metax on hand. Hammock already said that he needed to be at rank 7 to defend possessing 2 divine metax, and he needed to be at rank 8 to own 3 divine metax without being besieged by rank 7 divine beings who only have 1 divine metax or rank 8 divine beings who only have 2 divine metax. With this kind of knowledge on hand, it is not far-fetched that there will be many people who would want to tear him apart for having 6 divine metacs. Even a DMadLord might be alarmed by a single divine being possessing this many divine metacs, when a pathway usually possesses a maximum of 20 divine metacs. He is somewhat confident that he can avoid exposing his identity by using the nanite metac to change how he looks. By looking like someone else, it should be difficult to tell that he is the current monarch old body. But if changing his physical appearance isn't enough to protect his identity, and he is exposed for having many divine metacs, which all belong to different pathways, then he is sure that DMadLords would like to have a chat with him about how he has managed to achieve something like this. And to top things off, even if he succeeds in getting divine positions for all of his 6 divine metacs without any issue and without alarming anyone, there is the matter of the life leech to deal with. Right now, he only needs to pay 100 years of lifespan every 10 years. But if he gets 5 more divine positions, he will need to lose 600 years of lifespan every 10 years. That's 6,000 years of lifespan every 100 years. With all of these possible problems to look out for, it just isn't worth it for him to get another divine position. He thought about how he only had a little over 6,000 years of lifespan now and had to take pit a third of a small world to get it. So he decided that it would be a waste to hand over so much lifespan to the sects just like that for something he doesn't need. A/N. It has been over 500 chapters now. If you haven't written a review, go and do so now. Write a review wherever you're reading this note. The God Eater needs your support for it to continue, so do your part to help it continue. Thank you. Comments. Chapter 502. With his mind made up about not giving the sects more of his lifespan when he doesn't need to, the heart of this small world can only be eaten or used for something more useful than eating. Those 2 options are the top contenders for what he plans to do with this world. He is actually curious to see if eating a new divine position would change anything in Fenrir. But this is an experiment he is only willing to try later, when he is about to restart a timeline. If he eats this world, he will certainly grow stronger by gaining more law fragments and more lifespan to use his power. But he already has a lot of lifespan, and there are other ways to gain law fragments. So he decided to use the heart of the world to create a powerful minion. If this minion idea works, he will have powerful tools that he can use without having to spend a lifespan to activate. Not only that, but these ant drones would also be useful in the 2nd dimension, where the power of cave heavens can't be used. He was thinking about this when he felt the changes in Hammock begin to wind down. Since Hammock hadn't turned into ashes and was radiating immense power, this indicated that he had successfully completed the process of transformation into a divine being. This made Loki nod in satisfaction and say, "I never doubted you." He was talking about his nanite metac, not Hammock's talent. Hammock's talent and qualifications had been improved after the nanite metac transformed him, and Hammock had even become a dragon, so there was no way that Hammock would have failed to transform. There was also the fact that the will of the world was taking care of Hammock. So Hammock had double the insurance of successfully ascending. But just as Loki was feeling satisfied, he felt a tug on Hammock's mind. He felt that something was influencing Hammock's mind and trying to take control of it. There was only one entity in this world who could contend with him, and he had also heard about how the will of a world once took control of a rank 6 array, so he was quick to pinpoint the perpetrator who was trying to wrestle away control of his puppet. His face was slowly contorted by anger, and he even growled at the will of the world. But the will of the world refused to stop trying to take control of Hammock. This made him snort and say to himself, so that's why it didn't care that Hammock had changed. It was willing to help Hammock ascend because it planned to take control of Hammock from me. As he was thinking to himself, his gaze pierced the barriers of the extra dimensions and locked onto the core of the world in the 3rd dimension. Unfortunately for him, this world now has a world king. So as he was watching, he saw the core of the world fade away from sight. Then it disappeared completely. In the meantime, he was still wrestling control of Hammock with the will of the world. The problem with this is that the will of the world has a deeper connection to Hammock that it can use to control Hammock. After all, he only changed Hammock's body, while the will of the world improved both Hammock's body, soul, and mind. Plus, The will of the world has access to his mind, while he doesn't. The nanite metak can't control the mind. It can only control the body. So at best, he can make Hammock unable to move his body, while the will of the world can prevent Hammock from listening to his orders. As the struggle continued, he quickly realized that he was losing ground. This made him curse and say, "If only I had a metak for enslaving things." On the other hand, the will of the world was literally the amalgamation of the consciousness and will of every living thing into his world. So Hammock's mind is a part of it and can be influenced by the will of the world. This was why he lost total control of Hammock's mind and could only maintain control of Hammock's body after a while. But even this wasn't easily achieved. He has to continue to activate the nanite metak, which is constantly consuming his lifespan, for him to achieve this. Fortunately, he has been able to hold on with the nanite metak. But this has put both him and the will of the world at a stalemate that doesn't appear to be broken anytime soon. In the meantime, unless he killed Hammock, he wouldn't be able to reach the core of the world to directly attack it. This has put him in a strange chokehold. This chokehold is because the will of the world has given him a choice to make between two options. He can either continue to spend his lifespan in order to maintain the stalemate, or he can destroy his puppet. Both options will involve him losing something. When he realized this, he laughed out in anger. Then he said, "I won't even play around with you. I am done playing with you." He could kill the heart of the world at any moment because he has already marked the heart and can use the siphon ability on it at any moment. But he doesn't want to damage the heart since that will also damage the final product. So he decided to use another method to break this stalemate. This other method wasn't to eat the world while the will of the world watched in anguish, unable to do anything to stop him. That option would also damage the final product. What he did was to go over to Hammock, grab the giant ant, and stuff it into his cave heaven. Hammock didn't try to stop him because the ant queen couldn't move its body. The will of the world couldn't stop him either. Comments. Chapter 503. Once Hammock fell into Loki's cave heaven, his body became suppressed without Loki spending more lifespan to keep the nanite metak active. Hammock's connection to the small world was also cut off, so the will of the world couldn't control him anymore. Without the World King to defend the world, the core of the world was exposed again. This put a smile on Loki's face. Of course, the will of the world was incensed by the changes he had made. It roared in anger at him, calling him a filthy, cheating invader. But Loki didn't mind being called these things. He flew leisurely into the core of the world, as if he were in his backyard. The world around him trembled and quaked, trying to expel him, but he refused to budge. When he got to the core of the world, he summoned his cave heaven in its full form. Then he expanded the cave heaven outwards from the core of the world to cover the whole small world. As his cave heaven overlapped with the small world, it began to assimilate it. This was not a result of using the Devour ability. Fenrir had nothing to do with this. It is just him using his cave heaven to subsume the small world in a bid to expand his cave heaven. So this is the fusion of the small world with his cave heaven. It is his second plan after the plan to make Hammock a world king. Just as he had expected, the small world began to resist this assimilation. Unfortunately for it, his cave heaven is much bigger than it. His cave heaven is 87,381,333 square kilometers in size, while this small world is only a little over 10 million square kilometers. It also didn't have as many law fragments as his cave heaven, so its fate was sealed. The small world could only struggle in vain. After a few minutes of back and forth, it lost the tug of war against Loki's cave heaven. Then it was pulled into the cave heaven. Everything in the small world went into Loki's cave heaven, so the space where the cave heaven was became completely empty. Only Loki was still standing in the void of space. He looked around to make sure that he didn't miss anything. When he didn't see anything else, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned back towards the blessed heaven world. He had his mark in the blessed heaven world, so he was confident in being able to find his way back. But he quickly realized that he didn't need the tracking mark to tell the way. This was because he had a direct connection to the blessed heaven world. This direct connection to the blessed heaven world was through the divine position of the gold body Metak. With this divine position anchoring his cave heaven to the divine constellation in the blessed heaven world, he can always find his way back to it. This made him say, "It seems it is not easy for a divine being to lose their way in this void." I'm impressed again by the capabilities of divine beings. As he was speaking, he was already tearing through space in the direction of the blessed heaven world. There was a vast distance between him and his destination, but the third dimension was able to help him shrink that distance, so he could cover that distance in a few seconds, not years as he should have. However, he still had to contend with the walls around the blessed heaven world. Without passing through the world barriers, there was no way for him to return. Of course, he didn't have a problem passing through the world barriers. He just found the walls tedious to pass through because he had to walk through them and could shrink space within them. While he was returning to the central domain, his cave heaven was undergoing some changes. The most obvious change was the increase in the size of his cave heaven. There was some rumbling as the landmass of his cave heaven shifted to accommodate the small world. There were also deeper vibrations in the small world as its core was forced to fuse with the core of the cave heaven. The heart of the world was forced into the core of the cave heaven. This presented Loki with three choices. He had to choose between killing the heart of the world, eating the heart once and for all, or leaving the heart alone if he didn't want to eat it. Hammock never told him about what to do in this situation, so he decided to ask Hammock. When he asked Hammock what to do, Hammock could only shake his head and say, "I don't know what to do. I have never heard of any divine being assimilating a small world. It is just not possible without their cave heaven shattering because of all of the chaotic law fragments in the small world. So this is unprecedented. In fact, it shouldn't be happening. I still can't even believe that it is happening." Loki was still unwilling to give up, so he said, "What usually happens when a cave heaven is assimilated? What will happen to the core of the assimilated cave heaven?" Hammock immediately latched onto this question like it was a rowboat in a storm. He used the question to regain his bearings and anchor himself in an area he was familiar with. After thinking about the question for a few seconds, he nodded and said, "The core of the assimilated cave heaven will fuse with the core of the host cave heaven, and everything within the core of the assimilated cave heaven will now belong to the core of the host cave heaven. But that's only in the situation if the owner of the assimilated cave heaven is dead. The situation becomes extremely complicated if the owner of the assimilated cave heaven is still alive." Comments. Chapter 504. Loki immediately asked, saying, "You can assimilate a cave heaven belonging to a living divine being?" Hammock nodded and said, "Yes. That's exactly what happens when a divine being surrenders their cave heaven." So Loki nodded in understanding and said, "That's true." Then he said to Hammock, "You may continue with your explanation." Hammock obliged by saying, "If the owner of the assimilated cave heaven is alive, as in a situation of surrendering a cave heaven, the core of the assimilated cave heaven will still fuse with the core of the host cave heaven. But everything in the core of the assimilated cave heaven won't belong to the host. The host will only be able to snuff out the life fire of the surrender divine being at any time and borrow their divine position and divine metax if they have a higher mastery of the pathway than the surrender divine being." Then his compound eyes took on a crazy gleam, and he began to chuckle as he said, "As for what will happen with the core of a small heaven, I don't know. I bet no one does. But they are not to be blamed. After all, who can believe that a whole world can be assimilated? That's just crazy talk. It is enough to boggle the mind." He began to laugh after he said. His behavior made Loki concerned. Hammock had regained his senses after he was cut off from the influence of the will of the world. But what was going on right now was threatening to make Hammock go mad. So Loki decided to stop bothering him. He decided to make a decision himself. As he looked at the colorful mountain of a heart that was shining with a rainbow light, he said to himself, "I know what will happen if I eat it. I will gain some lifespan and nothing else. But what will happen to Hammock if I eat it? Will Hammock lose his power as a world king if I eat it? Could Hammock also lose his life once the heart of the world is gone? It is possible. It is also possible for Hammock to lose his power and lose his life if I kill the world heart. What is also certain is that I will lose whatever benefits I can get from the heart if I kill it. Right now, the fusion of the small world and his cave heaven is similar to what should happen when a cave heaven is surrendered to another cave heaven. In this case, the small world is the cave heaven being surrendered. Just as Hammock had said, the will of the small world is still alive and well in the heart of the world. As the host, he has total control over the life and death of the will of the world, since the heart of the world is in the core of his cave heaven. He would like to kill the will of the world so as to put an end to any influence it might still have over Hammock. But he is not sure if Hammock would still retain his power as a world king if the heart of the world dies. This is why he is struggling to make a decision. As it is, even if Hammock loses his power, Loki would still gain a lot from this trip. Not only would his cave heaven have increased in size, but he would still gain a lot of lifespan from eating the dead world heart. But he is not content with this. He wants to make a powerful army of drones with Hammock, so he has to find a way to eat his cake and have it. After thinking about this issue for 13 seconds, he decided to leave the heart alive. This was because he remembered what Hammock said about the condition for a host to borrow the divine position and divine metak of the surrender divine being. Hammock had said that the host must keep the surrender divine being alive, or they would lose the surrender divine position. With this as a precedent, he decided to err on the side of caution and keep the heart alive. So he shrugged and said, "Anyway, I am the host, and this is my cave heaven. I can kill the will of the world anytime I want. If it messes up, I will just kill it. Until I kill it, I have to make full use of the heart. I have to put it to work and make it carry its weight." As he thought of all of the things he could do with his heart, he began to grin. This grin appeared on both his physical body in the third dimension and on the golden statue of Fenrir in the core of the cave heaven. He was grinning as he stared at the cave heaven. When the will of the world saw what he was doing, it shivered in fright. Then it began to plead with him. In response, Loki said, "I will keep you alive, but you must make yourself useful. If you turn out OTB useless, I will kill you." The will of the world immediately said to him, "I will." So Loki nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "I want you to make every living thing from your world start reproducing. You should also stop them from rampaging about. Keep them ordered and peaceful. After you're done calming them down, you should get to work creating and managing the weather. I want favorable weather to help every animal and plant grow quickly. So you must give plants that want a lot of water some rain and give them sunshine when they need it." He began listing out one thing after another on the to-do list of the will of the world. It was as if he were treating the will of the world as his secretary. But the position of the will of the world has become a manager of sorts. Comments. Chapter 505. Loki hadn't had a need to manage his world when he didn't have any living thing in it. But now that he has various creatures with different living conditions and an ecological balance to maintain, it has become prudent that he manages his world very well. Of course, the ultimate goal of raising these creatures well and increasing their numbers rapidly is to gain a continuous supply of food to eat. He doesn't plan to eat them while they're still alive, though. If he eats them when they are alive, he will gain more lifespan from them, but this will also consume their souls. The loss of their souls means that they won't be able to reincarnate anymore. This will represent a permanent loss to the population. The will of the world can produce souls, but it is a slow and energy-intensive process. So it is not advisable that he eats the creatures alive. Instead, he will wait for them to die before he eats them. The amount of lifespan that he will gain this way will be reduced by up to a third in some cases. But this method will ensure sustainability. So, as long as the will of the world does a good job, his cave heaven will become a farm that will provide him with a steady supply of lifespan. And it will cost him nothing since he gets an infinite amount of energy from the blessed heaven world through the divine position of the gold body metak. The thought of this put a smile on his face. The fact that only he could dare to raise creatures to eat anyhow also made him feel pride. When he was done making arrangements with the will of the world, he borrowed some of its power. As soon as he borrowed the mantle of the will of the world, he became connected to every living creature. He soon discovered that through this connection, he could communicate with every living creature. He also found out that he could passively influence their thoughts. Through the connection, he could influence their emotions and make them feel joy or anger. Not only that, but active control of the creatures was also possible. But what interested him the most was that he could check the history of every creature through the connection. Apparently, the will of the world kept an archive for every creature that contained records of everything they ever did. His eyes lit up when he saw this archive. He couldn't help but say, "Is this how the inquiry through the divine constellation is done? It looks like it. But this works even better than the divine constellation, and it doesn't cost me any lifespan to use." This feeling of being able to see the past of every creature and having power over their life and death in the present made him feel like their god. This feeling only increased when he discovered that he could also make the creatures of the world become capable of cultivation. He discovered that he could give the creatures the potential to cultivate by creating something akin to an energy well within them. With this energy well, they would be able to absorb the energy around them and use it to grow stronger. Unfortunately, this potential wasn't free to grant. It would require him to spend some of his lifespan to grant them the potential to cultivate. Since all of these creatures were going to be living on his farm, and there was no risk of loss as everything he invested in them would return to him when they died, he decided to invest the lifespan in them. However, while it was true that this investment would provide a high return of up to 500% in some cases, he still couldn't provide the potential to cultivate them all because the amount of lifespan needed to do so was enormous. There were about 100 million creatures in that world, and these were only the big animals like mammals, reptiles, and birds. Insects, plants, and microorganisms were not among these numbers. Even if each of these 100 million creatures only required 1 month of his lifespan to give them the potential to cultivate, he would require 100 million months of lifespan, or 8,333,333 years worth of lifespan, to grant them all the potential to cultivate. What's worse is that 1 month of lifespan is only the barest minimum to grant them the potential. A potential created with 1 month of lifespan would be the worst one possible. The more lifespan he can use to create their potential, the better their talent for cultivation would be, and the faster they would be able to cultivate. It goes without saying that the faster they can cultivate, the sooner he will be able to get back his return on his investment, and the higher his return will be. So it is in his best interest to spend a lot of his lifespan to grant them the potential to cultivate. The more he thought about it, the more difficult he found the situation to be. So he shook his head and said, "Even if I use up all of the essence in the heart of the world and sacrifice myself, I still won't be able to find the lifespan to help all of these creatures cultivate." No wonder that Medium World didn't let every creature in its world cultivate. It is just smarter to concentrate its resources on a few creatures. That way, it will be able to grow bigger faster than a world that is sharing the potential to cultivate willy-nilly. Just a few minutes ago, he was contemplating eating the heart of the world. But after seeing the potential of this manager of his, he can't even entertain the thought of eating it. He needs the heart of the world to grow stronger as soon as possible so that his farm can grow bigger too. He is much too invested in his farm to consider eating the goose laying the eggs. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 506. Since he wanted the will of the world to help him manage his farm, he didn't consider using up the essence in the world heart to grant the potential to cultivate to as many creatures as possible. Instead, he immediately decided to foot the bill and leave the essence of the world heart completely intact. Now that the world heart has gained access to infinite energy, it will be able to grow stronger much faster than expected. And with him giving the will of the world directions, it won't go astray or do anything wasteful. Since his lifespan was limited, he picked the biggest creatures to invest in. All in all, he picked 1,000 large animals and spent 1,000 years of his lifespan helping them cultivate. So he had given these creatures the best potential for cultivation possible. He felt comfortable doing this because the lifespan that he spent won't go to waste, and because these 1,000 creatures were the best of the best and apex predators in their various habitats. So the chances of them dying young are very low. After he was done, he sighed in relief and said, "That's that for now. There is still more work to be done, but I will only continue when I have more lifespan." He was still thinking about what he had just done for the creatures of his world when he remembered the moment he also became capable of cultivating. This made him say, could this be how the awakening is done? As he thought of this possibility, he chuckled and said, "I won't be surprised if this is how it was done. No wonder the sect always wanted us to pay for the awakening. It clearly isn't free to help others cultivate, and they're not like me, who can eat anything without having indigestion. Besides, even if it is free, which I think is likely, I doubt the sect would truly do it free of charge for us. They are only helping us awaken. They're not actually giving us the potential to cultivate, so whatever it costs to awaken us must not be expensive. But I doubt they will be honest about charging us for the awakening. With the way they operate, it is just like them to find a way to fleece us." He amused himself some more about how greedy the 5 sects were for a while longer. Then he got back to work managing his farm. The next ability he discovered in the world heart was the creature creation ability. This is the ability to create living creatures by transforming non-living objects in the surrounding environment into living creatures. The living creatures created this way would be elemental creatures. It would require another investment of lifespan to convert them into new races made of flesh and blood. The sand people he met in his last heavenly battlefield are an example of this kind of elemental creature. Since the elemental creatures only require energy to create, and he had a lot of energy to spare, he decided to give this creature creation ability a go. In fact, he did more than give it a go. He infused as much energy as he had into everything to convert them into elemental creatures. Even the cloud that the will of the world just created was converted into a cloud elemental. This time, his work took a lot longer to complete. This was because he had a lot of viable options to use the creature creation ability on, and he had no reason to hold back on creating more of these creatures. It was more than an hour later before he was done. When he was done, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Slow and steady wins the race. I am creating elemental creatures and helping 1,000 creatures to start cultivation today, but in 1,000 years, I might have dragons. Wouldn't that be the dream? As a mortal, I searched far and wide for dragons and found nothing. But as a divine being, I might raise my own dragons to eat. Wouldn't that be great? I can't wait." It seems that every day since he became a divine being, he has been discovering new and more things that set him apart from his mortal self. Just earlier, what stood out as a difference between himself as a divine being and himself as a mortal was how easy it had been for him to help a mortal become a divine being. So he has become strong enough to create many divine beings like himself. However, he soon found himself raising living things in the cave heaven that he created with his mind. Not only that, but he now has the right to look forward to living up to 1,000 years in the future. This made him chuckle and say with pride, "I guess I have come very far from when I was a mortal. Not only can I venture into space and visit worlds, but I can eat those worlds or use them to raise creatures for me to eat." Then he remembered something which made him say, "Speaking of raising creatures to eat, I should help more mortals advance to rank 6. Now that I'm strong enough, it is just right that I give back to the community." As he said this, he took out his token. Then he used it to put up a mission. The mission was that he was willing to help rank 5 cultivators advance to rank 6. He wrote, "As long as you have your mutated life ability and a small world that you can use to create your small world, I will help you do everything that needs to be done up to the point of your advancement. There is no restriction on the pathway. If you succeed in becoming a divine being, you will be required to give me 10% of the lifespan you earn every day." Comments. Chapter 507. He knows that divine beings don't like the rank 5 cultivators of their pathways, So he doesn't plan to help any rank 5 cultivator steal the divine position of another divine being. That way, he won't draw the ire of the collective group of divine beings. Instead, he is only planning to help create new divine positions. And while he knows that not many rank 5 cultivators will sign up because they are afraid of him, and that even of the few that sign up, even fewer of them will succeed in transforming their mutated life ability into a divine metac for various reasons, there is nothing for him to lose by offering this service. His ultimate goal is to eat the rank 5 cultivators who succeed and gain their divine metacs. That bit of lifespan that he is asking for is just bait to lure his prey in. But even if the prey fail to ascend, he can still eat the small world they plan to use. If where they failed was at the point of transforming their mutated life abilities into divine metacs. After writing the description of the mission, he posted it. With that done, he turned to Hammock. Hammock was still a little bit disoriented from the tug of war that Loki and the will of the world had executed on his mind. His mind had sustained some damage, which was why he had gone crazy earlier. He has been able to rest his mind and recover from the damage. But his mind is still fragile, which is why he has an exaggerated reaction of denial about the living creatures in Loki's cave heaven. He keeps saying, this can't be good. Mortal living creatures shouldn't be in a cave heaven. They are too chaotic for the cave heaven. Only spirit creatures should be in a cave heaven. Loki shrugged and said, in time, he will need. And if he doesn't heal, that's fine too. I don't really need him for his mind. As long as his body is intact, everything will be fine. As he said this, he activated the power identification ability on Hammock. Race, Colossal Ant. Available lifespan, 1,148 years. Cultivation rank, 6. Cave heaven, 98 million square kilometers. Body, 6. Soul, 5.5. Mind, 5.5. Will, 6. Insight, 6. Law fragment, amplification 324,108, 500%. Divine metac, rank hive mind, 6. Loki looked through this list of data and noted 4 things. The first thing that he noted was that the total amount of lifespan that the Heart of the World had was also 1,148 years. Now that Hammock also possessed this exact same amount of lifespan, he realized something which made him say, does this mean that world kings have access to the store of lifespan of a world heart and can use it to fight? But what will happen if a world king runs out of lifespan and dies? Won't that also mean that the world's heart will run out of lifespan? So will the world die when the world king also dies? In order to find the answer to these questions, he checked the world heart. He used Fenrir to borrow the power of the world heart again to see how much connection it had with Hammock. Upon checking, he discovered that Hammock and the Heart of the World are indeed linked, and that Hammock can use this connection to access the store of lifespan in the Heart of the World. But he also discovered that the Heart of the World was the master of this connection and could cut off the access to the lifespan of the World King at any time. This way, the world doesn't have to run out of lifespan before the World King dies. So he nodded and said, this must be why world kings die of old age. When the world is dissatisfied with them, it can cut them off and let them die. Then it can select a better candidate to take the place of the World King. The second thing that he noted was that the symbol of authority within Hammock is actually a divine metac called the hive mind metac. When he saw this, he said, so mutated life abilities become divine metacs the way I created my own divine metac. They still need to sacrifice another divine metac before their mutated life ability can become a divine metac. But Fenrir helps me do the fusion, and there is no risk of failure. But other people have to use a symbol of authority that is compatible with their life ability if there is to be any chance of success. I bet that's why Hammock chose this world. His knowledge network life ability was probably compatible with this world. It is either that or the hive mind metac was created as a result of his race as a Colossus ant queen. Then he remembered something which made his eyes light and say, since Hammock is technically a divine being that has surrendered to me, it should be possible for me to borrow this divine metac. Let me see. He was already rushing over to check this. Since he was already borrowing the Heart of the World to check on Hammock, It was easy and straightforward to see if he could borrow Hammock's divine metak. After a while of trying, he got the hang of borrowing Hammock's divine metak, but it required jumping through a lot of hoops to do so. He had to first take control of Hammock's mind. Then he had to spend some of the Heart of the World tree to activate it. Only then could he borrow the Hive mind metak. This made him smile and say to the Will of the World, "Not eating you is the best decision I've made recently. You're just the gift that keeps on giving." The Will of the World said something about it being glad that it was useful, but it was only pretending. Its true feelings were something other than happiness. Comments. Chapter 508. The Will of the World didn't like that he had used some of its lifespan, but didn't dare complain to him. If he hadn't been borrowing the Heart of the World at that moment and was connected to the Will of the World, he wouldn't have even noticed its displeasure. But he didn't get angry at the Will of the World for being displeased with the expenditure of its lifespan. Loki was also displeased with this. He would have preferred to use his own lifespan and not have to go through the Heart of the World to use the divine metak. Because of this situation, he won't be able to use the Hive Mind metak as he wanted without risking crippling the Heart of the World and derailing his plans for his farm. So he didn't like this arrangement either. Since the situation couldn't be helped, he could only say to the Will of the World, "Don't worry, I will get you some of those spirit ores that can increase lifespan. If I can get some world essence, it will be even better." The Will of the World was successfully consoled by his promise and cheered up. It continued to do the work that Loki had assigned to it, while Loki put going to the second heaven to mine spirit ores on his agenda. After doing this, he took note of the size of Hammock's cave heaven and the number of law fragments in Hammock's cave heaven. In order to confirm his suspicions, he used the power identification ability on himself. Race Dragon. Available lifespan 6,024 years, 4,982 years. Cultivation rank 6. Cave Heaven 87,381,333 square kilometers, 93 million square kilometers. Body 6. Soul 6. Mind 6. Will 6, 7%. 6, 8%. Insight 6. Law Fragment Amplification 212, 966, 500%, 324,108, 500%. Core Metak, Fenrir, Power Identification. Tracking, Seal, Devouring. Siphon, Power Shifting. Divine Metak, Rank Rewind 6. Splitting Edge 6. Mind Freeze 6. Nanite 6. Vengeful Bones 6. Gold Body 6. When he saw the size of his cave heaven and the number of law fragments in his cave heaven, he looked at Hammock and said, "It seems we now have the same cave heaven. This must be because you have surrendered to me." Then he rubbed his chin and said, "I can see why some divine beings would be tempted to surrender their cave heaven. But surrendering your life and death to the whims of another person is still a terrible price to pay." He cannot see a future where he will surrender his cave heaven to another person. But as for futures where many divine beings have surrendered their cave heaven to him, either willingly or by force, these are things that he will actively work towards bringing to pass. This thought put a smile on his face. After all, it pleased him greatly to grow stronger and stronger. After smiling for a while, he shook his head to stop daydreaming. Then he gave Hammock his orders. He said to Hammock, "I want an army of ant drones. Make me an army of metal." Hammock immediately snapped his antennas in attention and said, "Yes, sir. I'll get to work immediately." He wanted to start mining for metals, but Loki didn't let him do that. He made Hammock stay in one place while he got the Will of the World to arrange some creatures to mine for Hammock. He was the god of this world, so he knew where every resource in his world was. The Will of the World also knew, so it was able to direct the beasts to ore deposits. The beasts then dug up metal ore, which they transported to Hammock. Hammock ate the metal ore, refined it in his digestive tract, and used it to construct a drone. At first, Hammock started with tiny drones. They were tiny compared to Hammock, but these drones were as big as cattle calves. All of these tiny drones were also capable of flight. But what made them truly dangerous were the drills they had for mouth paths, the saws they had attached to their limbs, and the guns they carried on their backs. After making 10 of these flying drones, Loki ordered Hammock to make other types of drones. So Hammock began making medium drones. The medium drones were the size of houses. They had two main classes. These classes were the shield class and the spear class. The shield class of drones was bulky brutes with a shield for a head. When a bunch of them are lined up, they will form a wall of metal. The drones of the shield class also possess flame throwers attached to their mouth. The flame throwers can work even when they use the shield on their heads to block. So anything that comes near them is in danger of being roasted. As for the spear class, these ones were light and fast. Their limbs were also capable of stabbing forward at speeds that break the sound barrier. This makes them skirmishers. The two medium classes are close-range fighters. As for the large class of drones, those ones are siege weapons. The large class of drones is many stories tall. Some of them have trebuchets, while others carry giant ballistae. But the most formidable are the cannon-carrying drones. A cannon-carrying drone is carrying one large rail cannon on its back and several other smaller cannons for shooting grenades and all sorts of exploding ammunition. Each large drone is made to function as a small fortress capable of dishing out great firepower and bringing down giant enemies. To fulfill this goal, each one is made to carry one main weapon for devastating firepower and several small weapons for constant firepower. With this army taking shape, Loki felt confident about venturing into the second heaven. But before going there, he decided to meet with Lady Red and one other person. The first step in meeting Lady Red is getting in touch with Amelia. Then he should make a deal with Amelia and coerce her to help in getting Lady Red to meet them. Golden tickets / power stones. Bonus chapters. 1. 50/500. First bonus chapter. 2. 100/1. 000. Second bonus chapter. 3. 150/1. 500. Third bonus chapter. 4. 200/2. 000. Fourth bonus chapter. 5. 300/3. 000. Fifth bonus chapter. Comments. Chapter 509. He already knew what to do to meet Lady Red and had done it several times in the previous timelines, so he was familiar with the whole thing. The only difference this time was that he sent Rusty to make contact with Amelia and didn't go himself. While Rusty went ahead to engineer a meeting for him, he decided to do something interesting in the meantime. He got this idea when he sensed through the mark that Slav was now moving towards the eastern domain. Skarg and Slav had managed to escape from the attack on the city that took place yesterday. Despite the destruction of more than half of the city, Slav had been able to help them survive thanks to the Fortune Seeker Metak. Then the father and son duo went to find the inheritance of a divine being. As usual, the two of them went down into the earth somewhere in the central domain. Then, a few hours later, Slav left the tunnels in the ground and began traveling towards the world barrier of the eastern domain. The fact that Slav was now going toward the eastern domain usually signified that the old Slav was gone and had been replaced by a more powerful Slav. So Loki decided to see just how powerful Slav was. The idea that he had made him grin and say to himself, "Wouldn't it be great if he dies like this? If he dies, will his supreme Metak also disappear with him, or would it be left behind for the taking? I know I might not be able to take the supreme Metak now, but I should be able to take his cave heaven, right? If I can assimilate it, I should be able to eat it." When he remembers the size and power of Slav's cave heaven, he doesn't dare to show up in front of Slav. And when he remembers what happened the last time he had a confrontation with Slav, the fact that the rewind Metak has become independent of Fenrir makes it a must that he doesn't dare have another confrontation with Slav in his current state. Since Slav will now be able to target the rewind Metak without facing Fenrir's resistance, Slav has become one of the most terrifying enemies for him. Just the fact that Slav is the only person he knows who knows so much about the rewind Metak is enough reason to take Slav seriously. Then there's the fact that Slav is in possession of a stupidly powerful supreme Metak. So there are many reasons for him to avoid Slav. Unfortunately, or fortunately for him, the siphon ability can now absorb the lifespan of the targets that have been marked. and this ability can be activated regardless of the distance between him and his target. With this kind of ability, he now has an opportunity to take Slav down without meeting Slav. So even though he knew that it was a bad idea to poke the hornet's nest that is a reincarnated DMadLord, he couldn't pass up this chance of an easy clean. In fact, instead of being afraid of what might happen because of messing with Slav, he was full of anticipation because of the possibility of actually succeeding in killing Slav. This feeling of anticipation of his only increased every moment after he activated the siphon ability. As soon as he activated the siphon ability, he began to receive lifespan from the target. The lifespan didn't come all at once. He received a trickle of the lifespan at a rate that would lead to 6 years of lifespan over the period of a second. But before a full second could go by, the supply of lifespan was cut off. Not only did the siphon ability stop working, but he also stopped sensing Slav completely. This turn of events made him think to himself in confusion, saying, he can't be dead, right? I don't think he is that fragile that he can't even spare up to 6 years of lifespan. He was wondering what had happened when he sensed that his mark on Slav had disappeared. His confusion about the whole thing immediately cleared up when he sensed that a slot for a tracking mark had opened up, and he could now make someone else with the mark that he used on Slav. When he sensed this development, his eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, flabbergasted, he actually removed the mark. I can't believe that he removed the mark. I didn't even know that the mark could be removed. Did he manage to do this because he is special, or was he able to remove the mark because the mark is easy to remove? After thinking about this problem for a few seconds, he shook his head in awe and thought, I knew that Slav the Golden wasn't easy to deal with, but this is just another level of difficulty that I didn't know about. If he can remove my tracking mark, what other ability of Fenrir can he invalidate? You know what? I don't want to know. He is curious about how Slav managed to remove the tracking mark and would like to know what else Slav is capable of. But after thinking about the risk involved, he decided that his curiosity might kill him. In fact, now that he knows that Slav could remove the mark but hadn't done so in the past, he has become aware of the possibility that Slav was lulling him to a false sense of security and might have been planning to trap him if he had used the mark to find Slav. With this somber thought on his mind, he decided to stop messing with reincarnated DMadLords and focus only on mortals. And just to be sure that Slav wouldn't be able to trace the mark back to its source and find him, he decided to venture into the third dimension to look for the small world that Lady Red planned to use to create her divine position. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 510. He already knows the spatial coordinates of the small world. He got the coordinates from Lady Red's mind when he was searching her mind, and she got the coordinates from a seer of the Nexus of Truth sect. Since he already knows where the small world is, getting it will be less stressful. It will still be stressful because the spatial coordinates don't point out exactly where the small world is, but only outline the area of space where the small world should be. This means he will still have to search for the small world when he gets to the area. And since he doesn't have a tracking mark in the destination area, he can't just jump there directly. He will have to take a series of space jumps in the general direction of the destination until he eventually reaches the particular area. All of these went through his mind as he jumped into the third dimension. Then he picked a general direction to tear space through. After coming out of the other side, he stopped to take his bearings. Then he turned in the general direction of his destination to make his next space jump. Since the journey was going to be boring and might take a few weeks to complete, he made himself busy betting and earning money on the betting platform. He also spent some of his attention on his cave heaven to manage his farm. While this was happening, Rusty was helping Amelia conquer the earthly battlefield, while Slav was incensed. Someone had just tried to kill him, so Slav felt justified about being angry. But aside from anger, he was also afraid. His fear was mixed with his anger like sand polluting a bucket of water. The fact that he was afraid also made him angrier, so his fear also began to contribute to his anger. However, no matter how angry he became, he knew that he had a good reason for being afraid. When he thought of how he had been attacked as soon as he reincarnated, a terrifying possibility crept into his mind and refused to leave. The terrible possibility squatted in his mind like a fat toad, and it soured his mood. Many things went through his mind as he thought to himself, saying, "Have I been discovered by my enemies? That shouldn't be so, seeing as I'm still alive. If I had been discovered by an enemy, I would be dead by now, Davi. But if it wasn't an enemy, who discovered me? Who did? And how did they manage to discover me as soon as I reincarnated, while even DMadLords couldn't find me? And what was that strange mark? I have never seen the marks of that kind before. Does it belong to a new pathway? Does that mean a new DMadLord is involved in this matter? Could that DMadLord have noticed that I destroyed the mark? He had so many questions, but very few answers. The worst part is that he is handicapped and can't use the strongest means in his possession to find the answers he needed, or at least make the situation better for him. So he could only ask himself questions while fretting. He knows that a reincarnated DMadLord shouldn't fret so much. But based on what he has experienced to put him in this sorry state and the people he is trying to escape from, he doesn't think that his current reaction is an overreaction. In fact, he believes that his current reaction is most appropriate for his circumstances, especially since this method of reincarnation that he created should have been able to escape the notice of everyone and let him return without drawing any attention. Yet he was discovered as soon as he reincarnated. At the end of his tirade of questions, he asked himself, saying, "What now? What do I do? Do I still continue towards the myriad phenomenon sect after knowing that a DMadLord is probably aware of my existence? What if that DMadLord exposes me?" Then he shook his head and said, "But what choice do I have? It is not like there is anything else I can do to stop a DMadLord right now. I can only hide while hoping for the best. So the plan remains that I advance to rank 5. Then I become a divine being. Once I become a divine being, my powerful cave heaven should make me invincible among divine beings. In the meantime, I should try to suppress this source of bad luck. I think I can come up with a talisman for it." His plan remained the same after reviewing his circumstances, but he had to make some slight changes to his evaluation of the person who was aware of him when he discovered that there was a new DMadLord called the Sword God. Since the Sword God is a DMadLord he isn't aware of, and the mark contained marks that he wasn't familiar with, the odds of the person who discovered him being the Sword God were high. But this possibility made more questions appear unbidden in his mind. He began his tirade of questions by saying, "But if he has discovered me, why does he not try to grab me? Is it because he doesn't think that he can have me for himself? Or did he just use that mark to tell me to be careful? But that mark possessed a power that was at most rank 6. That can't be the power of a DMadLord. The only way a DMadLord would use that kind of power to reach out to me is if they can't bear to do anything more powerful, either for fear of alerting others or for other reasons. Or could it be another person entirely that found me? Could it be just some random divine being? But how did they find me in the first place?" /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and Golden Tickets to receive bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. Comments. Chapter 511. As Slav asked himself more and more questions, he grew weary and tired. He rubbed his forehead as he thought to himself, "This is giving me a headache. Truly, weakness is a sickness." Fortunately, not everything was bad for him. In just 1 month, he managed to go from rank 3 to rank 5. With a cultivation of rank 5, he could finally cross the world barrier without any problem. He went to the Myriad Phenomenon sect and successfully joined the sect. Then he invented a new talisman called the Luck Suppression Talisman. Unfortunately, this luck suppression talisman was ineffective against the source of the bad luck. This didn't come as a surprise to Slav, as he already sensed that the person who found him was a rank 6 divine being. With a rank 6 cultivation, it is normal that the source of his bad luck was able to resist his power of rank 5. So he began working in earnest to become a divine being. Because of the urgency of the situation, he even did things that he normally wouldn't do, such as taking a junior as his master. His master was a divine being, but this only slightly reduced the shame he felt. He felt that he had reached his lowest point when he took a master, but he still put his pride aside in favor of gaining connections in high places and gaining access to better resources within the Myriad Phenomenon sect. On the other end of the world, a month of hard work had gone by on Loki's side. He had found the small world, and good old Rusty has been able to engineer a meeting with Lady Red. When the meeting was going on, the sound of space shattering like glass rang suddenly out. Amelia didn't know what the sound was, but Lady Red knew. It was because she knew what the sound of breaking glass signified that her face became contorted with fear. Lady Red became frightened and immediately took to the air. She used all of her strength to fly through the air. She was flying as if she wanted to become a shooting star. She wanted to get away from this location and whatever was about to happen as fast as she could. This was the thought on her mind when she suddenly found that someone had grabbed her head. She didn't even see how she had been grabbed. One moment, she was flying at the top speed, but the next moment, she had been grabbed like a chick. When she saw that the person who had grabbed her was a divine being, she immediately began to plead for her life. She said, "Please spare me. I'll do anything you want." But Loki didn't spare her. He hadn't done everything he did to meet with her just to spare her. So he killed her without batting an eye. Then he proceeded to extract her mutated life ability from her. After he got what he wanted, he sent Rusty away. As for himself, he tore through space and went to the third dimension. Then he began his journey through the third dimension to the small world. Since he already knew exactly where the small world is, he didn't need to spend nearly 3 weeks looking for it. He could just go directly to the small world without taking detours. Of course, he would still need to pass through the world barriers. But that is not an issue for him. When he passed through the world barrier again, he remembered how he said to Hammock, "Why would the crystal shield of small worlds be strong enough to block divine beings, while the world barrier of a super world allows divine beings to pass through it anyhow? Is the crystal shield stronger or more effective as a means of defense than the world barriers?" Hammock had said, "Crystal shields are not stronger than world barriers in any way. They block divine beings because divine beings are dangerous to them, but they don't block rank 5 and other weaker cultivators because mortals are not a threat to them. In the same way, world barriers of the blessed heaven world don't block divine beings because no divine being is a threat to the world. What's even more intimidating is that world barriers absorb the lifespan of everything that passes through them. At least, a crystal shield will let a mortal go without doing anything to the mortal. But to the world barriers, it doesn't matter if you're a mortal or a divine being. You must be willing to spend at least 100 years passing through it. I believe that siphoning lifespan from people passing through makes for a more effective defense mechanism than what crystal shields do. It is not as if crystal shields can't be broken. But even if you can pass through the world barrier, you would have to think twice about taking the trip. What Hammock said about how effective the world barrier was as a wall took Loki by surprise. This was because his experience with the world barrier was vastly different from how Hammock put it. When he finally recovered, he asked Hammock, saying, "Is there a way to go through the world barrier without consuming any lifespan?" But Hammock had shaken his head and said, "I have never heard of anything remotely capable of doing something like that. In fact, there are no rumors about such a possibility. So I don't think it is possible at all. It is basically a fact of life that the world barrier always drains lifespan, and that the stronger you are, the more lifespan the world barrier will drain from you. So I can't even say becoming stronger can help to overcome the drain on lifespan." Then Hammock paused for a while before saying, "Maybe DMadLords can manage it. I can't say for sure that they can't. After all, not much is known about DMadLords. A/N. It has been over 500 chapters now. If you haven't written a review, go and do so now. Write a review wherever you're reading this note. The God Eater needs your support for it to continue. So do your part to help it continue. Thank you. Comments.